In the ancient halls of Hogwarts, a millennium ago, a young boy named Yunqi, hailing from the modern world, unexpectedly traversed into the realm of magic. There, he studied alongside the legendary founders: Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw, gifted with extraordinary talents. Yunqi was welcomed as the fifth founder, mastering the arcane secrets of ancient magic. Chapter 1: The Ripples of Time and the Four Travelers. Yunqi's last conscious thought lingered on a hefty tome, procured from an antiquities market, bound in an enigmatic metal and unknown leather. As he instinctively caressed the intricate indentation on its cover, resembling a tapestry woven from stars and serpentine patterns, a blinding white light engulfed him. There was no pain, only an overwhelming sensation of his soul being forcefully torn from its corporeal vessel. A dizzying disorientation amidst the endless flow of light and fragmented shards of time. Time became an elusive concept that felt both fleeting and eternal. Suddenly, the suffocating sensation of being ripped apart vanished. He felt a weighty descent, accompanied by the sound of brittle branches snapping and a chilling touch as he landed heavily upon a damp, loamy ground. The biting cold jolted him awake, and he was immediately struck breathless by the sight before him. No longer was he in his cluttered, comforting study. Instead, he found himself in an endless primordial forest, shrouded in a veil of white mist. Towering ancient trees twisted and coiled, their canopies obscuring the sun, allowing only a few pale beams of light to penetrate, illuminating the swirling dust and the luminescent vines entwined around the trunks. The air was thick with the scents of earth, decaying wood, and an unfamiliar floral fragrance, sweet yet strangely pungent, that enveloped him. In the distance, he heard the low growl of an unknown beast, and, deeper still, the faint whisper of magic that seemed to resonate directly with his soul. "Where am I?" Yunqi attempted to speak, but his voice emerged as a dry rasp. Struggling to rise, he found his body unusually heavy, fatigue coursing through his limbs. Looking down at his hands, he recognized them as those of a 16-year-old boy, now soiled and tattered, his modern attire marred and torn. As he gazed around in confusion, overwhelmed by shock and a tinge of fear, a peculiar sensation stirred deep within his soul. The tome that had initiated this journey was long gone, yet he could distinctly feel a warm and vast flow of energy entering his being from the earth, the air, the glowing flora, and even from the distant horizon. This energy was unlike anything he had ever known. It was ancient, pure, brimming with vitality and creativity, yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority and strength. He instinctively raised his hand, a thought flickering in his mind, and attempted to capture a passing wisp of blue light. To his astonishment, the light, as if guided by an invisible hand, gracefully landed in his palm, igniting a small cluster of gentle, flickering blue flames at his fingertips. They burned quietly, radiating a soothing coolness rather than heat. Ancient magic, a foreign term, effortlessly surfaced in his mind. He stared at the flame, waves of exhilaration washing over him. This was beyond any scientific explanation he had ever encountered. It was unequivocally magic, and not the wand-wielding, incantation-bound form he had seen in novels and films, but something more direct and fundamental, as if he were conversing with the elemental forces that constituted this world. Before he could ponder further, the sound of hurried footsteps and low voices approached, breaking his reverie. "Godric, I warned you that the spatial structure of this area is exceedingly unstable. Did you feel that surge of magical energy? It was like a star falling." A cool, serious female voice exclaimed, "Relax, Salazar. The instability makes it all the more worthy of exploration. Such a powerful energy disturbance could not arise from ordinary magical creatures or natural phenomena." A deep, vibrant male voice responded, infused with undeniable curiosity and resolve. "Rowena's detection magic points to this location. The source of the residual energy should be nearby," added another voice, warm and reassuring. Yunqi's heart raced, and instinctively he extinguished the flame at his fingertips, wishing to hide, yet his weakened body betrayed him, rendering his movements sluggish. Soon, four figures emerged from the dense underbrush into his line of sight. Each of the four bore a distinct aura, clad in medieval-style travel cloaks that hinted at their arduous journey, yet their gazes were sharp, surrounded by a palpable magical presence that seemed to part the mist around them. At the forefront stood a tall, robust man with fiery red hair resembling flames, his blue eyes sparkling with the courage and curiosity of a lion. Adorned with a magnificent sword embedded with rubies, he radiated warmth and light. Godric Gryffindor. Beside him was a pale, slender man with long black hair, dressed in a deep green robe. His gaze was as profound as an ancient well, exuding calmness and caution. He held a serpent-headed staff, emanating an aura of aloofness and authority. Salazar Slytherin. The third figure, a tall woman with meticulously arranged dark brown hair crowned with a sapphire-studded tiara, possessed a penetrating gaze that seemed to see through all facades. She clutched a silver compass, swirling with runes of light Rowena Ravenclaw. Lastly, there stood the gentlest of the four, a woman with a round face and warm brown eyes, carrying a woven basket that exuded the fragrance of herbs, her expression filled with concern. Helga Hufflepuff. Their gazes converged on Yunqi, slumped on the ground in tattered clothing, a mixture of surprise, vigilance, and curiosity flickering in their eyes. Godric was the first to act, striding forward and kneeling before Yunqi. His voice boomed, yet remained inviting. "Child, are you all right? What transpired here? How did you end up deep in the forbidden forest alone?" Yunqi opened his mouth, his mind racing. Should he reveal the truth? To admit he was from 1,000 years hence? Surely, he would be deemed mad or a product of dark sorcery. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and responded in a hoarse, bewildered tone. "I don't know. I woke up here. Everything before that is hazy." This was not entirely a lie. The journey through time had indeed been a chaotic blur. Amnesia? Helga approached, a gentle light emanating from her fingertips as she brushed them over Yunqi's forehead and arms, assessing his condition. "You are quite weak, and your magic it is peculiar, ancient and pure, yet seems to have been greatly depleted." She furrowed her brow, glancing at the others. Rowena's compass needle spun wildly towards Yunqi, her cool voice cutting through the air. "The source of the anomalous magical disturbance is him. His magic resonates with the temporal ripples that swept through this area." Salazar's brow furrowed deeper, his keen gaze dissecting Yunqi's very essence. An unfamiliar face, strange magical properties, appearing in the heart of the forbidden forest. "Child, who exactly are you?" He lifted his serpent-headed staff slightly, exuding an invisible pressure. Yunqi felt a surge of trepidation as he sensed Salazar's magic slithering around him like a cold serpent. Probing and exploring in a moment of desperation, he instinctively summoned the nascent, warm energy of ancient magic within him, forming a barely perceptible, invisible barrier around his body. When Salazar's magic touched this shield, it dissolved and absorbed into it, much like a raindrop merging into the ocean. A flicker of intense astonishment flashed in Salazar's eyes as he distinctly sensed the abnormal disappearance of his own magic. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by subtle tremors of the earth and the thunderous sound of trees being shattered. A tempestuous and chaotic aura of magic surged forth like a storm. "It's the crystal-horned beast." The recent surge of magical energy startled it. Godric sprang to his feet, drawing his sword with a resounding clash, his face devoid of fear, only filled with fierce determination for battle. In the next moment, a colossal creature burst through the mist. Standing before them, it resembled a giant rhinoceros, but was magnitudes larger, its body not covered in fur, but rather encased in a heavy, crystalline armor that shimmered with irregular magical brilliance. Upon its singular horn coalesced a heart-stopping beam of chaotic energy, eroding and crystallizing everything in its path. "Protect the child," Helga exclaimed, waving her hand as resilient magical vines rapidly sprouted from the ground, attempting to ensnare the beast's limbs. Rowena quickly chanted an incantation, and intricate magical circles materialized before her, firing icy blue rays in an attempt to freeze the beast's joints. Salazar let out a cold snort, his wand, the serpent-headed tip, glowing with an eerie light, waving as arrows of dark green curses shot towards the beast's vulnerable points. Its eyes and joint connections. Godric roared like a true lion, wielding his sword to confront the beast. Hedon, golden magical flames igniting along the blade as it clashed violently against the beast's horn, producing a deafening explosion. However, the crystal-horned beast proved to be far more formidable and ferocious than they had anticipated. It weathered their onslaught, and the energy on its horn grew increasingly unstable, threatening to unleash a wave of indiscriminate destructive energy. Yunqi's heart raced as he sensed the immense power about to erupt. Watching the four legendary wizards fighting valiantly to protect him, even though he did not entirely require it, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He could not merely stand by and watch. In this critical moment, he instinctively followed the guidance of the ancient magic within him, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. He closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy inward, connecting with a warm and vast source of power. "Earth Comet," he silently urged, without incantations or wands, only his pure spirit, and will resonated through the ancient magical bridge with the surrounding world. Buzz! From the center of Yunqi's palms, a visible, gentle yet profoundly deep ochre ripple expanded instantaneously. Where the ripple passed, The tumultuous magical elements were forcibly subdued, and the rapidly growing vines became even more resilient, taking on a jade-like sheen. More importantly, as the ripple swept over the crystal-horned beast, the chaotic energy coalescing on its horn calmed and dissipated like boiling water infused with a tranquilizer, dimming the fierce red light in its eyes, replaced by confusion and fatigue. The beast emitted a low, perplexed whimper, shaking its massive head, ceasing its attack and turning to lumber away, gradually vanishing into the thick fog. The battlefield fell silent. Godric's sword remained raised in midair. Rowena's magical circles slowly dissipated. Salazar's curse arrows hovered momentarily before vanishing, and Helga covered her mouth in astonishment. The four turned their gazes in unison, their expressions a complex mix of awe and curiosity, fixated on Yunqi, who appeared pale and breathless from the substantial expenditure of magic. In that moment, they distinctly sensed a power transcending all of them, an essence imbued with natural grandeur, emanating from this seemingly frail boy. It was not any magic system. They recognized it had directly altered the magical environment of the area, soothing the frenzied magical creature. Godric was the first to sheath his sword, striding back to Yunqi's side, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. By Merlin, child, did you do this? You quelled that raging beast? Rowena approached swiftly, her compass nearly touching Yunqi, its needle spinning wildly before finally stabilizing and radiating an unprecedented brilliance. She gazed at him, her wise eyes filled with the fervor and curiosity of discovering a new continent. Incredible. Directly intervening to calm the upheaval of the magical web. Is this the long-lost nature's harmony power? Are you a descendant of ancient wizards? Salazar lowered his serpent-headed wand, the coldness and skepticism on his face replaced by an expression of profound gravity and inquiry. He stepped before Yunqi, silently scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice deep. That power does not belong to the modern magical system. You have communicated with the essence of the world. Child, your origins may be more extraordinary than we can imagine. He no longer referred to Yunqi as the unknown, his tone now carrying a hint of mutual exploration. Helga promptly stepped forward to support the swaying Yunqi, her gentle healing magic flowing into him like a warm current, alleviating his weakness. Regardless of where he comes from or what powers he possesses, he is merely a child in need of help. Moreover, he just protected us all. Her words bore an unwavering conviction, her gaze towards Yunqi filled with compassion and gratitude. Yunqi felt the gradual restoration of his magic and the warmth from Helga's spell, his heart a tumult of emotions. He looked up at the four legendary figures who had pioneered a new era of magical education surrounding him, realizing he could no longer conceal his true self. Weighing his words carefully, he spoke softly. I do not remember where I came from, but I can sense that the power I wield is somewhat different from yours. It seems more ancient. Ancient Rowena echoed the word, her eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. Legend has it that before wizards systematically employed wands and spells, there existed a group of pioneers capable of directly conversing with the elements and the very planet itself. Could it be? Godric erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Yunqi on the shoulder with such force that it nearly toppled him, regardless of its age. Boy, you saved our lives, and that is enough. For your courage to stand tall in the face of danger, you deserve the very best treatment. I am Godric Gryffindor, and these are Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. He introduced each in turn. Hearing these four illustrious names, despite his prior suspicions, Yunqi's heart raced. He had truly traveled back 1,000 years and encountered the founders of Hogwarts. We are seeking a suitable location to establish a school, a sanctuary where young wizards can safely learn magic, free from persecution, Helga gently explained. This land is one of our chosen candidates. Godric enthusiastically extended an invitation. Boy, I see you have nowhere to go and possess such unique powers. Why not join us? We need talents like you, and Hogwarts will benefit from your understanding of different magical knowledge. Though Salazar maintained a serious demeanor, he did not voice any objections, merely stating, your power is quite special, requiring proper guidance and control. Neglecting it could pose a danger to both you and the world. Rowena expressed directly, your very existence constitutes a vast repository of knowledge that I hope to have the opportunity to engage in discourse with you. Regarding the essence of magic, Yunqi gazed at the four legendary wizards before him, each possessing a distinct style, yet radiating charisma and grand ideals, and an indescribable excitement surged within him. To follow them, to partake in the founding of Hogwarts, to learn the magic of this era, while unraveling the ancient magical mysteries that resided within him. Undoubtedly, this was the best, and indeed the only, choice available. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and solemnly nodded. My name is Yunqi. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you and learn magic. Huh, splendid. Godric laughed heartily once more. Welcome, Yunqi. I wager you shall come to adore our future home. Helga smiled as she offered him a piece of bread, fragrant with the aroma of wheat and sweetened with honey. Have a bite to regain your strength. We shall take you away from here. Roina was already contemplating how to incorporate Yunqi's ancient magical theories into the future curriculum. Salazar quietly walked at the periphery of the group, occasionally casting glances at Yunqi, seemingly pondering the implications of such ancient power on the shaping of future wizards' minds, whether it would prove beneficial or detrimental. Yunqi took a bite of the bread, savoring the warmth of the food and the ancient magic slowly coursing within him, as he stepped alongside the four founders towards the misty edges of the forest. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the unknown path ahead. A millennium of legend was poised to unfold at this very moment. And he, Yunqi, a soul from the future, bearing the lost ancient magic, was about to become a unique footnote in this history, perhaps even a living legend. He glanced back at the mysterious forest that had consumed him and bestowed upon him a new life, silently whispering, Hogwarts, I am coming. Chapter 2. Foundations and Echoes. Following in the footsteps of the four founders, Yunqi emerged from the ancient woods known as the Forbidden Forest. As the last tendrils of damp, cold mist that had coiled around his ankles dissipated, the breathtaking panorama before him compelled him to hold his breath. A vast and magnificent lake, resembling a colossal sapphire, lay nestled amidst the verdant mountains, its crystalline waters reflecting the drifting clouds above and the silhouette of a rugged peak in the distance. Most striking of all was the nascent form of a grand castle, rising against the cliffside of the lake, its construction already entwined with the mountainside. It was far removed from the Hogwarts of Yunqi's memories, weathered by millennia, steeped in mystery and history. Rather, it appeared now as a giant skeletal structure emerging from the earth. Enormous stones were levitated, cut, and assembled by an invisible force of magic, resonating with a deep rumble. Scaffolding, composed of wood and metal shimmering with arcane light, was abuzz with wizarding craftsmen soaring on broomsticks or bustling about on floating platforms, their incantations illuminating the air like festive fireworks. The foundational elements of the castle were taking shape, with towering bases for spires, the sinuous outlines of walls, and the vast space destined to become the Great Hall, all exuding a sense of monumental, vibrant creativity. What do you think, lad? Godric Gryffindor clapped Yunqi heartily on the back, his voice brimming with unabashed pride. This will be our future school, Hogwarts. It shall be a fortress, a home, a beacon. Yunqi nodded in a daze, his heart overwhelmed with awe. He was witnessing the birth of a legend. Each stone was inscribed with protective runes, while Salazar, Slytherin, stood a short distance away, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This place will be the safest haven for wizards. Any ill-intentioned intruder shall pay the price. His gaze swept across the lake and every corner of the castle, as if appraising a meticulously crafted work of art. Rowena, Ravenclaw, pointed towards one side of the castle, where a tower was taking form. There will be the future library and observatory. Knowledge must be safeguarded and have windows to gaze upon stars. Unbeknownst to him, she had acquired a parchment scroll, swiftly sketching the internal structure of the castle, occasionally pausing to exchange remarks with an owl soaring by, clutching a design in its beak. Helga Hufflepuff, however, did not look towards the castle but bent down to examine a patch of fertile land beneath the cliff. She cupped a handful of rich soil in her hands, nodding with satisfaction. This soil is brimming with vitality, close to water sources and bathed in sunlight. It is perfect for cultivating herb gardens and kitchen plots. Children need warm meals and healing herbs, just as they need to learn magic. The four founders, each with their distinct focus, were collectively painting the same grand vision. Amidst it all, Yunqi felt as minuscule as a speck of dust. Yet his blood surged with excitement at being part of this monumental endeavor. He was temporarily settled in a spacious and comfortable magical tent by the lakeside, serving as the temporary residence and command center for the four founders before the castle's completion. Within the tent, an inconspicuous extension spell had been cast, rendering the interior far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The space was artfully divided into a resting area, a research zone, and a deliberation chamber. In the ensuing days, Yunqi's body swiftly recuperated under the meticulous care of Helga's expertly concocted potions and nourishing sustenance. Concurrently, he embarked on a genuine journey of magical education, an enchanting exploration of theory interwoven with practice, where classical and modern elements coalesced. Godric was the first to impart his teachings, his method brimming with practicality and an element of peril. Wizards cannot solely rely on wands and incantations. Yunqi. During a close combat defense lesson, Godric brandished his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Courage and decisiveness are equally vital. Observe closely. He demonstrated how to evade a simulated spell attack using swift footwork and a sudden burst of magical energy, followed by a counterattack with the hilt of his sword, which was blunt. He even attempted to impart basic swordsmanship to Yunqi, but soon realized that Yunqi's physical prowess and coordination paled in comparison to his magical aptitude. Ultimately, he scratched his head in resignation. Well, lad, at least your bravery is commendable. Next time, let us explore how to enhance physical reactions with magic. More often than not, Godric would take Yunqi on tours of the castle's construction, pointing out where the Gryffindor Tower would rise, where the moving staircases would be placed, and passionately narrating tales of future students who would embark on adventures and grow within these walls. His enthusiasm was contagious, instilling in Yunqi a profound sense of belonging to this yet unfinished castle. In stark contrast to Godric's exuberance, Salazar's teachings were calm and profound. He provided Yunqi with a temporary wand crafted from elderwood and dragon heartstring, remarking, "You will need to learn the modern methods of spellcasting. This will aid you in understanding the nuances of magical structures." He systematically instructed him on the cornerstones of contemporary magic. Magic is not brute force. Yunqi. In a makeshift quiet room established underground, Salazar's voice flowed like frigid spring water, accompanied by precise gestures, clear enunciation of spells, and, most importantly, unwavering resolve. The Lumos spell is not merely an incantation to illuminate your wand. It tests your comprehension and invocation of the concept of light. Under Salazar's exceedingly rigorous tutelage, Yunqi began to learn the most fundamental spells. To his astonishment, he discovered that when he attempted to cast spells with his wand and standard incantations, the ancient magical energy within him, though somewhat reluctant, could still be channeled, often yielding results more potent than those of an ordinary wizard. A simple levitation spell he cast caused a feather not only to rise gracefully, but also to be enveloped in a faint halo of light. Salazar offered little commentary, yet the fleeting glimmer of astonishment in his eyes revealed his inner turmoil. Your ancient magic seems to enhance the efficacy of modern spells. Quite an intriguing phenomenon. However, this requires control. Excessive magical output can sometimes signify a risk of losing control. He instructed Yunqi on how to achieve finer control of magic through the wand and spells, a crucial aspect in understanding the essence of his own power. Salazar also introduced the fundamentals of potion making, emphasizing the precision of materials and the purity of their handling. His rigorous approach greatly benefiting Yunqi. Roina Ravenclaw ushered Yunqi into a realm of profound knowledge. Her lessons often unfolded beneath the starlit sky or beside desks laden with ancient scrolls. Magic serves as the key to comprehending the rules of the universe. Roina pointed to the constellations above, suggesting that the potency of ancient magic may stem from its practitioners' closer affinity to these principles. "Behold this rune," she said, intricately tracing a complex symbol in the air with her magic. It represented flow, applicable not only to guiding water, but also to understanding the continuity of time, albeit the latter remained theoretical. She displayed considerable interest in the modern scientific concepts Yunqi occasionally articulated, such as his attempts to explain magical energy consumption through the law of conservation of energy. Although unable to grasp the terminology, she could perceive the underlying logic and endeavor to interpret it through the lens of magical theory. "Your thoughts are remarkably unique, Yunqi, reminiscent of an entirely different epistemology. Such a perspective is invaluable." Roina systematically instructed him in ancient runes, elucidating the philosophy and magic encapsulated within each symbol. Yunqi discovered a profound resonance between these runes and the ancient magic coursing through him. He found that he could conjure faint magical phenomena merely by visualizing the runes, even without a wand, prompting a small blade of grass to accelerate in growth or causing a pebble to briefly levitate. Roina treasured these moments, almost treating Yunqi as a living compendium of ancient magical knowledge, engaging in discussions day and night. Helga Hufflepuff's teachings radiated warmth and wisdom. She guided Yunqi in cultivating a small medicinal herb garden by the lakeside, teaching him to identify various magical plants, elucidating their habits, uses, and the etiquette required during harvest. Yunqi placed his hand upon a wilting white radish, summoning the warm life energy within him. A gentle white light emanated from his palm, penetrating the plant. Soon, the white radish visibly revived, its leaves unfurling and exuding a richer herbal fragrance. Helga watched in awe, This is the purest essence of healing and growth, my child. This power is immensely precious. She began instructing Yunqi on how to apply this energy to broader herb cultivation and basic wound care. In Helga's kitchen, Yunqi also learned to magically prepare ingredients and discern which magical creatures were safe for consumption, with an emphasis on respecting life and practicing moderation, an ethos Helga consistently reinforced. These lessons, simple yet profound, allowed Yunqi to experience the most authentic connection between magic and daily life. Time flew by amidst rigorous study and participation in construction. Yunqi absorbed the knowledge imparted by the four founders like a sponge. He not only quickly grasped the foundations of modern magic, but also refined his understanding and control over his ancient magic. He felt a transformation within himself. He was no longer merely a fortunate recipient of power, but had truly begun to embark on a path that was distinctly his own in the realm of magic. He also started contributing to the castle's construction. Godric encouraged him to employ enhancement magic to stabilize the seams of some large stones, while Salazar prompted him to inscribe fundamental protective runes in certain non-core areas, with results that exceeded expectations. Rowena collaborated with him to design concealed mechanisms within the castle that required specific knowledge to activate. And Helga instructed him to utilize growth magic to hasten the development of the protective woodland surrounding the castle. Throughout this process, Yunqi's bond with the four founders deepened significantly. He shared a mentor-student friendship with Godric, often inspired by his exuberance. He held a sense of reverence and gratitude towards Salazar for his meticulous instruction. He and Rowena were fellow explorers on a shared journey, igniting sparks of intellectual exchange. And with Helga, he felt akin to family, receiving her attentive care. Yet, deep within Yunqi's heart lay a secret, his foreknowledge of the future and the unforeseen event that had precipitated his arrival here. He had, on multiple occasions, subtly inquired of Rowena regarding time magic and spatial stability, seeking a means to control or at least comprehend the principles of traversal. One evening, within a newly completed circular stone chamber on the west wing of the castle, destined to serve as a special research room, Yunqi and Rowena engaged in a discussion about magical fields and spatial folds. Godric and Salazar were also present, intrigued by the potential of this room for advanced magical practices and protective research. As described, Yunqi observed Rowena meticulously sketching a complex multidimensional model on the ground with glowing powder. And the sensation of temporal and spatial distortion he experienced was likely a manifestation of forcibly traversing the gaps between unstable dimensions. Such gaps were typically minuscule and fleeting, unlike the vast and sustained passage he had encountered. Theoretically speaking, Rowena nodded, unless another gap of equivalent scale and precise coordinates could be found. The probability was lower than capturing the tears of a shooting star. Wait, Yunqi, do not directly touch the model. The energy remains unstable, Rowena cautioned. But it was too late. Yunqi's fingertips brushed against the luminous point. A hum erupted. The ancient magic within him surged forth like a flood unleashed. No longer a gentle soothing or nurturing force, but one imbued with a domineering power, intent on reshaping the very rules. The magical field within the stone chamber became frenzied in an instant. The model on the ground radiated brilliantly, twisting and warping, while the walls and floor began to tremble slightly. Thin, glass-like fissures appeared in the air, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to consume everything in its path. This is dire. The spatial structure has been disrupted by his power. Salazar's expression changed drastically as he swiftly raised his wand, unleashing a torrent of potent magic in an attempt to stabilize the space. Steady it, Godric! Rowena immediately sprang into action, sending forth countless runes from her hands to reinforce the surrounding magical field. Godric roared, not employing complex incantations, but instead unleashing his immense magical strength like a shield, forcefully suppressing the spreading spatial cracks. However, Yunqi's power was too unique. The interaction between ancient magic and spatial structure triggered a chain reaction that surpassed the combined control of the three. The fissures expanded, and the entire stone chamber teetered precariously. It felt as though a century had elapsed before the vibrations of the space finally ceased, and those obsidian cracks gradually sealed and vanished. The stone chamber lay in disarray, the models on the ground having long since disintegrated. Yunqi, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, his face ashen, his heart heavy with trepidation and guilt. "I am sorry." Godric wiped the sweat from his brow and approached him, offering no reproach, but instead affectionately ruffled his hair. "It's all right, lad. Just give us a heads up before your next experiment. You certainly possess remarkable strength." Salazar sheathed his wand and walked over to Yunqi. silently observing him for a moment before slowly speaking. Your power is immense, yet it is fraught with peril. You must cultivate stronger control, otherwise, it will ultimately recoil upon you, endangering others. His words, though stern, bore a cautionary tone. Rowena, still shaken, recorded the data from the recent incident with the excitement of a researcher. The astonishing fact that ancient magic could directly disturb the very fabric of space. One extraordinary principle. Helga approached Yunqi, helping him to rise and checking for injuries, gently saying, "Child, power requires a vessel of the heart. Yours must grow stronger to master it." This incident profoundly impressed upon Yunqi the uncontrollable nature of his own power and deepened his gratitude for the acceptance and protection offered by the four founders. He silently vowed to master this force as swiftly as possible. After the tempest, the construction of the castle resumed. Yunqi became increasingly cautious, dedicating more energy to the practice of foundational magic and control. Months later, a pivotal moment arrived. The main structure of the castle was nearly complete, and the four founders decided to create an everlasting magical artifact capable of discerning the traits of students and sorting them into houses. In the grand hall, soon to become the great auditorium, the founders each infused an ancient, seemingly ordinary pointed hat, imbued with their collective wisdom and magical essence. With their philosophies and a portion of their primal magic, Godric infused it with his admiration for courage, boldness, and chivalry. Salazar imbued it with his steadfastness regarding bloodlines, ambition, shrewdness, and reverence for tradition. Rowena imparted her pursuit of wisdom, knowledge, sagacity, and relentless learning. Helga infused it with her appreciation for loyalty, honesty, fairness, and diligent labor. As the final surge of magic flowed into the hat, it seemed to be bestowed with life, quivering ever so slightly. Godric eagerly proposed, "Come, let us see if it can accurately identify us." He donned the hat first. After a moment of silence, a clear voice resonated in everyone's minds, "Gryffindor." Next was Salazar, and the hat nearly shrieked as it approached his hair, "Slytherin." When Rowena placed it upon her head, the hat pondered for a moment. "Ravenclaw." Helga put it on, and the hat declared without hesitation, "Hufflepuff." Laughter filled the hall, a ripple of relief and joy. It was a success. At that moment, Godric turned his gaze toward Yunqi, who was curiously observing from the side, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "Hey, Yunqi, why don't you give it a try?" "Me?" Yunqi was taken aback. Rowena and Helga exhibited expressions of intrigue, and even Salazar cast a glance their way, clearly sharing a desire to discern how this youth, imbued with ancient magic and deeply intertwined with each of them, would be defined. Under the watchful gaze of the four, Yunqi approached with a hint of trepidation, donning the sorting hat, which still held the residual magical warmth of the four founders. The hat obscured his vision, and in the enveloping darkness, a faint, aged yet sagacious voice resonated directly within his mind. "I perceive the courage of Godric within you. You lack not the fortitude to confront the unknown and perilous." Salazar's ambition? No, not for power, but for knowledge, a fervent yearning to master one's own destiny. The wisdom of Rowena sparkles in you, a thirst for exploration of the unknown and a quest for essence. And Helga's kindness and inclusiveness, your appreciation for life and friendship. Such complexity in your traits is indeed challenging to unravel. Yunqi silently mused, "If possible, I yearn more for Gryffindor. There lies Godric's valor, the adventures and camaraderie he envisioned." "Oh, have you made your decision?" The voice in his mind seemed to chuckle. "Very well. To choose is itself an act of courage." Thus, with your heart full of bravery and a reverence for friendship and adventure, the hat suddenly twisted, proclaiming clearly to the vast, empty hall, "Gryffindor." Yunqi removed the hat, a sigh of relief washing over him, accompanied by an extraordinary sense of belonging. Godric erupted into hearty laughter, pulling him into a warm embrace. "Ha, I knew it. Welcome aboard, lad." Rowena nodded with a smile. "Wisdom and courage coexist, a commendable choice." Helga gently affirmed, "Your kindness shall remain unchanged, no matter where you are." Salazar's expression remained composed, yet he nodded slightly. "Gryffindor shall hone your courage, but do not forget the necessity of control." In that moment, Yunqi felt truly accepted, becoming a part of the legend that was being forged. However, the trajectory of fate is often unpredictable. He poured his heart and soul into the task, meticulously guiding the most delicate threads of ancient magical energy from his fingertips, intricately weaving complex silver runes in the air like embroidery. The magical array gradually took shape, emitting a faint yet steady glow. Just as the final rune was about to connect, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The seemingly docile ancient magic within him, upon nearing the completion of the array concerning the essence of space, appeared to trigger a deep-seated switch, growing wild once more. This time, it was even more ferocious and uncontrollable. "Stop! No!" Yunqi cried out in terror, attempting to sever the flow of magic, but it was too late. The brilliance of the entire magical array became blinding, transforming from silver to an all-consuming pitch black. A minuscule yet terrifyingly alluring black hole abruptly formed at the center of the array. The light, sound, and even magic within the stone chamber were being frantically drawn into the void. Yunqi felt his soul once again ensnared by an irresistible force, more violently torn than before. He heard the distant shouts of Godric, Rowena, Salazar, and Helga, filled with anger and urgency, their formidable magic racing toward him in an attempt to halt the impending doom. Yet it was all too late. In the fleeting second before consciousness was entirely swallowed by darkness, he glimpsed the shocked, anxious, and incredulous expressions of the four founders as they burst into the stone chamber, and he saw Godric reaching out, desperately trying to grasp him. Then came an endless sensation of falling, accompanied by an agonizing pain as if his soul were being shredded across the vast expanse of time. When Yunqi regained a faint flicker of awareness, he found himself enveloped in a warm swaddle, his body so feeble that even the effort to open his eyes felt insurmountable. A woman's voice, muffled yet filled with emotion and joy, reached his ears alongside the excited words of a man. "He has your eyes, Lily. Your nose, James. Our little Harry." Harry? James? Lily? These monumental revelations bombarded his disoriented mind. Struggling with all his might, he managed to lift his heavy eyelids. Through his blurred vision, he beheld another crib beside him, where an ebony-haired, emerald-eyed infant curiously sucked on his fingers, his forehead smooth and unblemished. Meanwhile, he himself was gently cradled by a red-haired woman with tender eyes, rocking him softly. The ripples of time thrust him forward a millennium, to the night before Voldemort's downfall. In the guise of an infant, he found himself alongside Harry Potter. Chapter 3. The Starlight of Godric's Valley. Consciousness submerged like a drowning soul struggling to resurface, battling through endless darkness and chaotic fragments of light. Yunqi felt enveloped in an interminable descent, his spirit repeatedly stretched and torn. The weight of a millennium threatening to obliterate his fragile awareness. The realization of infantile kicking struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his chaotic thoughts. He endeavored to concentrate, gathering his nearly dissipating consciousness to sense his surroundings. Vague light, warm arms encircling him, and a gentle voice, filled with emotion yet brimming with boundless affection, resonated above him. "Look at him, James, he is awake. This little one has such bright eyes." Another voice, exuberant and brimming with uncontainable joy, approached. "Merlin S. Beard, he certainly sleeps more soundly than Harry. Lily, look at his tiny hands." Lily? James? Harry? These names thundered within his weakened spirit. Could it be? With all his might, he exerted himself to pry open his heavy eyelids. His vision was initially obscured, only able to discern shifting shadows and hues. Gradually, clarity emerged. The first visage he beheld was that of a young, beautiful woman with hair as vibrant as flames and emerald green eyes, now glistening with tender smiles and traces of unshed tears, gazing down at him. It was Lily Potter. Then, another face leaned in, disheveled black hair framing a pair of round glasses, adorned with a mischievous and excited grin. It was James Potter. "Greetings, little one, and welcome to this world." James extended his finger and gently brushed it against the baby's cheek, feeling its warmth and roughness. Yunqi turned his still uncoordinated neck, struggling to shift his gaze to the side. Not far away, in another small crib, a similarly swaddled infant was curiously sucking on his own fingers. Possessing the same dark hair as James, a smooth forehead, and bright green eyes that mirrored Lily's. Harry Potter, alive and still an infant. He yearned to speak, to inquire, to elucidate, yet only a feeble coo emerged from his throat. Oh, could it be that he was hungry? Lily immediately leaned down with concern, gently patting him. Do not fret, little Yunqi," James said with a cheerful smile. "Your godfather Sirius is so excited outside that he might just run laps around the house. Soon, he shall meet you in Harry." Yunqi? They named him Yunqi? And they had arranged a godfather for him? Sirius Black? The sheer volume of information nearly overwhelmed his fragile infant mind. He could only passively absorb the warmth of Lily's embrace, the buoyant laughter of James, and the occasional murmurs from little Harry in the crib beside him. Had he become the second child of the Potter family? Or had he been adopted in some manner unbeknownst to him? The following days unfolded in a haze of half-consciousness. The instincts of infancy kept him mostly asleep. Yet, during fleeting moments of wakefulness, he endeavored to absorb the world around him. From the conversations of Lily and James, along with the occasional visitors, including the dashing and exuberant Sirius Black, who seemed even more spirited than James, and a somewhat timid man referred to as Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, he pieced together a vague understanding of his situation. He and Harry were regarded as twin brothers. According to James and Lily, shortly after Harry's birth, they discovered him, also just born, abandoned in the same delivery room. No one knew his origins or held any identifying information. The Potters, this exceedingly kind couple, decided to adopt him with Dumbledore's consent, naming him young Potter, allowing him to grow alongside Harry. This bizarre yet seemingly rational explanation stirred a complex cocktail of emotions within Yunqi. He felt immense gratitude towards the Potters for their kindness, which provided him with a legitimate identity and a warm sanctuary. Yet, simultaneously, a profound sense of loneliness and loss began to seep into his heart. The figures of the four founders, the thunderous sounds of Hogwarts construction, Godric's hearty laughter, Salazar's stern guidance, Rowena's wise discussions, and Helga's gentle care, all seemed like a distant and vivid dream, abruptly severed, left behind on the shores of a millennium. He was now merely an infant, young Potter, twin brother to Harry Potter. Life flowed serenely in this cozy little abode in Godric's Hollow. Lily's melodious voice, James's clumsy yet affectionate attempts at changing diapers. The assortment of peculiar and largely unsuitable for infants, toys brought by Sirius, and the pure, inquisitive babbling of Harry. All these elements coalesced into a mundane yet blissful family life that Yunqi had never experienced before. He greedily absorbed this warmth. A millennium ago, although he had been embraced by the four founders, a secret that belonged to a bygone era lingered deep within him, creating a sense of detachment akin to that of an observer. Yet here, as Yunqi Potter, he encountered for the first time an unreserved familial affection. This feeling, foreign yet soothing to his weary heart, which had traversed the chaos of time, gradually instilled a sense of peace within him. However, beneath this tranquility loomed a tremendous shadow. From the hushed conversations of the adults, he caught fragments of the unutterable name, Voldemort, along with terms such as the Secret Keeper and the Fidelius Charm. He recognized that the terrifying night was inexorably approaching. A profound sense of powerlessness gripped him. He foresaw the impending tragedy. He knew that Lily and James would perish. Harry would become the boy who lived, and he, the infant cognizant of all yet impotent to intervene, could only watch the tragedy unfold. He was unable to articulate a warning. The cries of an infant would merely be perceived as signs of hunger or discomfort. On the eve of Halloween, October 31st, 1981, the air seemed to be imbued with an unusual heaviness. That night, Lily and James appeared more anxious than usual. James checked the protective enchantments outside repeatedly, while Lily cradled Harry and Yunqi, softly humming lullabies as if to bestow all her love upon them in that moment. Yunqi lay in a small crib, wide-eyed, gazing at the thick darkness outside. The ancient magic within him remained dormant, yet an innate wizardly intuition deep within his soul sent waves of trepidation coursing through him. At last, what was destined to happen arrived. A thunderous crash echoed from downstairs as the wooden door was shattered, followed by James's startled and furious shout, "Lily, take the children and run. It's him." In an instant, the color drained from Lily's face, her green eyes filled with sheer terror and resolve. She swiftly placed Harry into the crib beside Yunqi, then clasped Yunqi tightly in her arms, as if to shield both children with her frail form. "Hide, Lily!" James's cry was abruptly cut off by a blinding flash of green light and the sound of something heavy collapsing. Footsteps, slow and oppressive, resounded on the wooden stairs. Advancing step by step, the bedroom door slid open silently. A tall, gaunt figure, resembling a skeleton, appeared in the doorway. He possessed a flat, snake-like visage, with crimson eyes glinting with cruel and frenzied light in the darkness. In his hand, he wielded a white bone wand, emanating an oppressive chill and the scent of death. Voldemort! Yunqi's heart nearly ceased to beat. Despite having mentally prepared himself, confronting such pure evil and formidable power in person sent shivers through his very soul. He yearned to take action, even if it meant merely igniting a spark. Yet, he found himself powerless, merely a spectator, feeling the tremors of Lily's body as she quaked in fear. "Step aside, foolish woman," Voldemort commanded in his piercing, frigid tone. "No, please, do not harm my child. Kill me instead. Kill me," Lily cried out, shielding little Chi-Chi behind her, her arms extended protectively in front of Harry's crib, her voice a tragic wail of despair. Avada Kedavra! That familiar, deathly green light flickered once more. Chi-Chi distinctly witnessed the last glimmer extinguish from Lily's eyes, felt her grip on his arm weaken, her body slumping as those beautiful green eyes remained fixed upon him and Harry until her final breath. A colossal wave of sorrow and rage surged through Chi-Chi's very soul. Akin to a tsunami, he longed to scream, to weep, to unleash every ounce of his strength against the executioner. Yet, no sound escaped his lips, and his fingers remained motionless. The ancient magic within him lay dormant, like a volcano frozen in time, unresponsive. Voldemort's scarlet gaze passed over Lily's lifeless form, settling upon Harry. "Is your turn, Harry Potter, the boy of prophecy." He raised his wand, aiming it at the bewildered infant still cooing. Just as the lethal green light was about to erupt from the tip of his wand, Chi-Chi sensed a stirring deep within his soul. The dormant core of ancient magic seemingly awakened by the overwhelming, pure essence of maternal love emanating from Lily in her final moments, a faint pulsation igniting within him. Simultaneously, Voldemort's curse struck Harry. Boom! An indescribable, resplendent golden-red light burst forth from Harry. This radiance did not originate from Harry himself. Rather, it resembled an ancient, powerful protective magic triggered by the entirety of Lily's sacrifice, infused with her love and will. Chi-Chi felt a warm, potent force wash over him, leaving him unharmed. Yet, he vividly observed Voldemort wailing inhumanely amidst that golden-red glow, his body disintegrating like ignited parchment, turning to ash, with only a fragmented shadow struggling to escape, vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, Harry, bearing a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, erupted into a loud cry. The shockwave of energy also reached Chi-Chi, and for an ephemeral moment, he felt a profound resonance with the lingering power of ancient protective magic intertwined with Lily's love emanating from Harry. He sensed his soul being cleansed, a thin veil separating him from this era dissolving, only to be replaced by a deeper weariness and frailty. The explosion and magical fluctuations drew the attention of the neighbors. Soon, Hagrid, the massive gamekeeper, arrived under Dumbledore's guidance, bearing the news of Voldemort's defeat, as well as the impending separation. Per the plan, Harry was to be entrusted to his Muggle relatives. As Hagrid clumsily yet gently cradled the injured, still crying Harry, he noticed Chi-Chi beside the crib, weakened and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness due to the emotional upheaval. "Professor," the child inquired in a gruff voice as the arriving Professor McGonagall approached. McGonagall gazed at Yunqi, then glanced at the lifeless forms of Lily and James, her eyes brimming with sorrow and gravity. He too was a child of the Potter lineage, albeit adopted. However, Dumbledore had stated that the ancient protection spell was effective solely for Harry, who bore Lily's blood. He needed to be with Harry, and the Dursleys' home was currently his only and most suitable sanctuary. Thus, cradled in Hagrid's broad embrace, Harry and Yunqi, this nominal pair of twin brothers, were taken away from their once warm home on the first night of their parental loss. On the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, Hagrid, following Dumbledore's instructions, placed Harry and Yunqi side by side in a soft basket, accompanied by a letter explaining their circumstances. His massive figure appeared particularly sorrowful in the darkness before dawn, as he wiped away tears and cast a final glance at the two slumbering infants, Harry at peace, Yunqi in a state of unconsciousness, before mounting his flying motorcycle and roaring away into the gradually brightening sky. In the morning, when Petunia Dursley opened the door and discovered the two infants in the basket along with the letter, her face registered extreme shock, unwillingness, and a hint of barely concealed disdain. Thus, the tale of Harry Potter and Yunqi Potter commenced in a difficult manner within the dim and damp confines of the cupboard beneath the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive. Meanwhile, Yunqi, the 5th founder of Hogwarts, found himself ensnared in the frail shell of a child and the silence of his dormant powers, forced to navigate the river of fate, a river whose conclusion he knew yet teemed with uncertainties. His only solace lay in the presence of his brother, who remained blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities, sharing in the same, nominal, blood, and within the depths of his soul, a timeless and indelible memory of Hogwarts from a millennium past. Chapter 4. The Years Beneath the Stairs. Life at number 4. Privet Drive unfolded like a canvas brushed with shades of gray, lacking vitality, gradually revealing its monotony day by day. For Harry and Yunqi, relegated to the cupboard under the stairs, childhood was not a sweet dream filled with candy and toys, but rather a prolonged and oppressive exercise in survival. The cupboard was low, dark, and perpetually permeated by an odd aroma of damp dust and mothballs. The only source of light came from the meager beams filtering through the crack beneath the door, alongside a few reluctant rays of sunlight squeezing through the small window near the ceiling during the day. The room was cluttered with the Dursleys' discarded items, broken exercise equipment, outdated decorations, and boxes of unworn old clothes, while Harry and Yunqi's beds consisted merely of two tattered mattresses in the corner, covered by thin blankets that had faded and become somewhat stiff from washing. The Dursley family, as documented, held normalcy as their highest creed, regarding magic and everything associated with it as an abomination that must be eradicated. Uncle Vernon, a man with a stout neck and a volatile temper, would emit a heavy grunt from his nostrils every time he laid eyes on Harry, especially with his increasingly untamed hair reminiscent of James and his green eyes peering through glasses and the excessively quiet Luna. Aunt Petunia, slender and long-necked, governed their household with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, ensuring everything adhered to her prescribed order, with Harry and Luna undoubtedly being the most bothersome pebbles on this path. As for their son Dudley, a boy pampered to excess and plumply rosy, he perfectly inherited his parents' disdainful attitude towards his cousins, taking delight in bullying them as his primary source of entertainment. Freak was the term Dudley and his gang most frequently hurled at Harry and Luna. For Harry, this label was invariably accompanied by shoving, toy snatching, despite the lack of toys, and relentless mockery. He had inherited his father's stubbornness and rebellious spirit. Though slight in stature, he never easily yielded, often attracting more focused attention and punishment, such as being locked in the cupboard without dinner. Luna's situation, however, was subtly different. The soul wounds and physical frailty brought by her time-traveling experiences were particularly evident in her infancy. She was sleepier, quieter, and seemingly slower to react than Harry, which, from the Dursleys' perspective, rendered her an even worse anomaly, a dull freak. Initially, Dudley attempted to direct his bullying towards Luna, but her reactions were never as vehement as Harry's. Instead, she would silently regard Dudley with her overly placid, seemingly perceptive black eyes, neither crying nor protesting. This silent scrutiny, for reasons unknown, seemed to evoke an inexplicable sense of frustration and unease in Dudley, who was accustomed to more vigorous responses. Over time, he found it rather uninteresting to bully a doll that wouldn't cry, thus redirecting most of his energy towards Harry, who provided him with a sense of achievement. This was not due to Luna's cowardice. On one hand, her adult soul's essence rendered her disdainful of engaging in such futile, physical confrontations with a spoiled child, which would only drain her already limited stamina and possibly attract further troublesome supervision. On the other hand, and more importantly, she devoted nearly all her focus to two pursuits. First, cautiously attempting to re-establish communication and nurture the dormant ancient magic within her, like cherishing a flickering candle in the wind. Second, observing and safeguarding Harry. Hence, she concentrated much of her effort on the latter, protecting Harry. This protection was not one of physical might, which she currently lacked, but a more subtle form, rooted in the wisdom and strategy of an adult soul. When Dudley and his friends turned Harry into a human target for their pursuits, Luna would deliberately create distractions, such as accidentally knocking over a broom leaning against the wall or producing curious noises, thereby diverting some of the attention or drawing the adult's notice, thus creating an opportunity for Harry to escape. When Aunt Petunia harshly reprimanded Harry for inadvertently uttering an odd word, such as the flying broom from his dreams, and threatened to reduce his meals, Dudley would silently push a portion of his meager food towards Harry, or gaze at Petunia with his calm eyes until she awkwardly averted her gaze. Occasionally, he would mumble for her not to look at him with such eyes, yet he would not press the matter further. When Uncle Vernon erupted in fury over Harry's perpetually unkempt hair, Dudley would take up a comb and, with the patience learned from Helga, attempt to tame Harry's unruly black locks. Though the results were minimal, it at least spared Harry from additional punishment due to his appearance. Harry's feelings towards this silent, seemingly perpetually lagging twin brother were complex. He appreciated Dudley's small gestures that helped defuse crises and had grown accustomed to sharing the scant food Dudley pushed his way during hunger pangs. However, he sometimes found himself puzzled by Dudley's perpetual quietness, his reluctance to rebel against Dudley, and the way he looked at others, sometimes not like a child, but rather like a weary adult. Dudley lifted his head, his dark eyes appearing especially profound in the dim light. He pondered for a moment before speaking in a slightly hoarse voice, rendered somewhat awkward from infrequent conversation. If you scold him, will he return the clay to you? Harry was taken aback and shook his head. Will that make him stop stealing from you in the future? Harry shook his head again, his expression growing more despondent. Thus, Dudley closed the tattered book, his voice calm, suggesting it was a waste of energy, and instead, one should contemplate how to hide better next time. This overly mature logic left Harry momentarily speechless, yet he felt a lingering sense of frustration. What he yearned for was a companion to fight alongside him, not merely a composed advisor. Nevertheless, for the most part, Harry remained grateful for Dudley's presence. In this cold, oppressive home, Dudley was his sole ally, the one who would secretly slip him crumbs of bread through the crack of the door during his confinement. Dudley also observed the magical signs on Harry that could not be concealed by the normal facade of the Dursleys. Harry's hair would always revert to its original state overnight after a haircut. During moments of emotional upheaval, he occasionally caused the classroom glass to tremble inexplicably, and most famously, there was the incident when he leaped onto the roof of the school kitchen to escape Dudley's pursuit, which sent Uncle Vernon into a furious rage, resulting in a week-long confinement for Harry, along with a stern warning to refrain from any further strange behavior. Whenever these peculiar occurrences unfolded, Dudley could distinctly feel within himself a dormant ancient core of magic resonate ever so faintly, as if a slumbering dragon had shifted in its sleep. This reassured him that magic had not forsaken him. It merely lay in temporary slumber. Simultaneously, he became more acutely aware of his circumstances. He must await an opportunity. Wait for his body to grow strong enough to bear greater power, or wait for external stimuli to shatter that layer of ice. Time quietly slips away in this oppressive endurance and hidden hope. They don worn clothing, draping loosely over their frail forms, performing household chores far beyond their years, receiving gifts on Dudley's birthday that are insulting in nature, such as a roll of gray tape or a solitary sock, and finding themselves isolated and ridiculed in the corners of their school. However, in stark contrast to the dreariness of the outside world lies the inner realm of Yunqi. In the undisturbed depths of night, as Harry succumbs to the fatigue of the day, Yunqi lies awake on the hard mattress, gazing at the mottled shadows on the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back a millennium. These memories, akin to starlight in the darkness, illuminate his somber childhood and fortify his inner conviction. He hails from Hogwarts. He is the fifth founder, though unknown to all, and ancient magical blood courses through his veins. The cupboard of the Dursleys can confine his body, but it cannot imprison his spirit or aspirations. All he requires now is patience, and in the meantime, to safeguard his brother Harry Potter, who remains oblivious to his fate, yet is destined to stand alongside him. The summer of 1991 feels particularly stifling. Uncle Vernon's business associates, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, are soon to visit, plunging the Dursley family into a frenzied preparation for normalcy. Harry and Yunqi are sternly warned against appearing before the guests, making any sounds, or exhibiting any peculiar behavior. An oppressive tension hangs in the air, akin to the stillness before a storm. Harry grows increasingly restless, haunted once more by nightmares of the flying motorcycle. Meanwhile, Yunqi senses more acutely the dormant power within him, which seems to stir with the approach of a certain date, manifesting as faint, almost imperceptible ripples. It is as if the wheels of fate have begun to turn slowly, emitting a heavy click that heralds impending change. Chapter 5. The Prelude to the Coming Storm. In the living room of number 4, Privet Drive, an almost tangible atmosphere pervades, a blend of furniture polish, expensive cigars, and meticulously prepared dishes of Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon, with his ample belly, is dressed in a suit, wearing a deliberately practiced, somewhat rigid smile as he engages in conversation with the equally well-dressed Mr. Mason, whose keen eyes betray a hint of commercial acumen. Their discussion meanders through the latest trends in drilling business, the joys of golf, and veiled criticisms of the errant behaviors of today's youth. Aunt Petunia, clad in her finest dress, her neck appearing ever more elongated, cautiously accompanies the reserved Mrs. Mason, discussing the growth of the geraniums in the garden and the latest issue of a gardening magazine, her eyes scanning the room's every corner with a discerning gaze, ensuring that no unusual traces remain. In the shadowy alcove beneath the stairs, Harry and Yunqi hold their breath, poised in anticipation. The door of the storage room was tightly shut, yet its thin panel allowed the sounds of laughter and clinking dishes from the living room to seep through, reminiscent of a lively gathering to which they were explicitly forbidden to partake, amplifying the coldness and solitude of this place. Harry sat cross-legged on his mattress, his fists involuntarily clenched, a mixture of indignation and a sense of exclusion etched on his face. He listened to Uncle Vernon's exaggerated laughter, envisioning Dudley clad in that ridiculous little suit, seated in the living room, reveling in the admiring glances that the guests might cast upon the Dursley's cherished darling. They wouldn't even allow us to remain in our own rooms upstairs. Harry's voice dropped, laced with resentment, as though they were some unsightly, shameful thing. An end? What end? Frustrated, Harry raked his fingers through his perpetually disheveled black hair, pondering whether these days were nearing their conclusion or if they were destined to be entirely banished to the garden shed. Suddenly, the merriment in the living room seemed to be interrupted by a faint, persistent tapping sound. Tolp, tolp, tolp. The noise was soft and rhythmic, akin to something repeatedly striking against glass. What is that sound? Mrs. Mason inquired with a hint of curiosity. Oh, it's probably just a branch, cursed wind. Uncle Vernon's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension. Yet, both Harry and Dudley perked up, for the sound did not resemble that of branches. It was sharper, imbued with a certain intent. Tolp, tolp, tolp. The sound shifted direction, seemingly knocking against the kitchen window. Harry's breath quickened, instinctively glancing at Dudley, only to find his brother's eyes wide open, their brightness in the darkness devoid of surprise, filled instead with a calm, almost prophetic anticipation. I will go and see, Aunt Petunia declared, her voice feigning composure. However, the tapping did not cease. It merely grew more clandestine, as if seeking a new entrance. Harry's heart began to race uncontrollably, a strange amalgamation of fear and exhilaration blossoming within his chest. He looked towards Dudley, noticing the faintest hint of a smile curling at the corner of his brother's mouth. The first letter arrived the following morning. When Aunt Petunia opened the front door to collect the milk bottles, a pale yellow envelope, crafted from thick parchment, lay quietly in the center of the doormat. The envelope bore no stamp, only a line inscribed in vibrant emerald ink. For Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Dudley Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Aunt Petunia's face turned ashen, as though she had encountered something most terrifying. She let out a short, strangled gasp, bent down abruptly to pick up the letter, her fingers trembling so much that she could barely grasp it, glancing furtively around as if she were a thief. She quickly crumpled the letter into a ball and shoved it into the pocket of her housecoat, as though it were a searing hot iron. What was that, dear? Uncle Vernon asked, emerging from the dining room while fastening his tie. Throughout the entire breakfast period, the Dursleys appeared increasingly agitated, their eyes darting nervously towards the door, occasionally exchanging terrified glances. Dudley continued to complain about the insufficient number of raisins in his porridge, entirely oblivious to his parents' unusual demeanor. Harry and Dudley consumed their toast in silence. Harry acutely sensed the peculiar atmosphere, his confusion growing as he observed the erratic behavior of his aunt and uncle, then glanced at the eerily calm Dudley across the table, his internal questions swelling like an overinflated balloon. Dudley, however, chewed his food leisurely, as if everything around him were of no consequence, though a flicker of understanding briefly illuminated his lowered eyelids. And so it began. Once the storm commenced, it would not cease easily. The following day, at least 12 identical letters like green snowflakes infiltrated number 4, Privet Drive, slipping through the cracks of the door, the gaps in the windows, and even pouring in from the kitchen's exhaust fan. Uncle Vernon erupted in fury, flailing his arms in an attempt to swat away the unsolicited letters as if they were bothersome flies, emitting an angry growl. He commanded Petunia to incinerate all the letters she could find, while he personally hammered wooden boards to seal the gaps of the doors and windows. Even the cat flap was thoroughly secured with screws. Let us see how they can get in now. He panted, a twisted sense of triumph etched on his face, as if he had vanquished an unseen foe. However, he underestimated the tenacity of the magical world. On the third day, the letters surged forth like a green tide, thoroughly inundating number 4, Privet Drive. They erupted from the chimney like a waterfall, cascading into the living room. They plastered themselves against the windows, densely packed as if they were an eccentric wallpaper. The milkman discovered an entire stack beside the milk bottles. Even the window of Uncle Vernon's cherished company car was thickly coated with an invisible adhesive. The day of the Mason scheduled dinner arrived amidst this extreme tension and chaos. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were nearly on the brink of collapse, forcing smiles as they hurriedly cleared away the last remnants of the stray letters, which had even found their way into the oven and behind the shower curtain, while also mustering smiles for the dinner and repeatedly admonishing, or rather threatening, Harry and Dudley to remain quietly in their rooms, forbidding any sound. Remember, Uncle Vernon said, thrusting his purplish face close to the cupboard door, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper, if you dare make a sound. If you allow the Masons to sense anything amiss, I assure you, you won't see a crust of bread for the rest of the summer. The door slammed shut with a bang, locking them in. The cupboard fell once more into the familiar darkness and silence. Harry sat on the mattress, his heart racing within his chest. He listened to the exaggerated laughter and conversation resonating from the living room, inhaling the aroma of roasting meat wafting in, feeling as if he had been forgotten in another dimension. The green letters, his aunt and uncle's palpable fear, and Dudley's infuriating tranquility, as if he were privy to all secrets, stirred a tumult of emotions within Harry, igniting a profound, exhilarating sense of an immense, unknown force drawing near. Do you know what that is, Yunqi? Harry finally could not contain himself and turned to Yunqi, who was leaning against the wall, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Yunqi remained silent in the darkness for a moment before softly responding with a faint hum. What is it? Who sent it? Harry asked eagerly, instinctively leaning forward. It is an invitation. Yunqi's voice was quiet, yet struck Harry's heart like a hammer. An invitation to our world. Our world? Harry repeated in bewilderment, his green eyes brimming with confusion and longing. Just then, a faint sound, almost drowned out by the laughter in the living room, emanated from the direction of the storage room's vent. Both Harry and Yunqi looked up simultaneously. Outside the vent, a small, shadowy figure with wings was desperately trying to push something through the gap in the railing. It was a tiny nest, roughly woven from twigs and feathers, seemingly containing a few dark, round objects. It was the rather disheveled robin they had occasionally seen in the garden. It had found this solitary entrance, which was not completely sealed, near the ceiling. A few dark objects tumbled from the nest, landing between Harry and Yunqi's mattress. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the vent, they discerned that these were several plump, dark purple wild cherries, along with a small piece wrapped in clean leaves, resembling cheese. The little bird outside flitted anxiously, emitting a few short, faint chirps, before seemingly losing its courage and quickly flying away. Harry stared blankly at the wild cherries, still fragrant with the scent of branches and leaves, then looked up at the empty vent, finally casting an incredulous glance at Yunqi. Yunqi reached out, picked up one cherry, feeling its coolness against his fingertips. He sensed the magical core within him, which seemed to awaken and warm due to the unexpected gift from the little bird. And a clear, complex smile emerged on his face. It was a smile filled with warmth for the kind gesture of the unfamiliar bird, a mocking acknowledgement of the Dursleys' futile attempts to confine them. But more than anything, it conveyed the reassurance that the magical world had not forgotten them. It was stubbornly and vibrantly seeking its lost children in myriad ways. Look, Harry, Yunqi said, handing the cherry to Harry, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. They have locked the doors and sealed the windows, but they cannot block all pathways, nor can they obstruct the direction we are meant to take. Harry accepted the cool cherry, gripping it tightly in his palm as if it were a token of hope. He ceased his inquiries and, like Yunqi, quietly sat in the darkness, listening to the hollow clamor of the outside world, while his heart surged with unprecedented waves due to the unexpected cherries and Yunqi's words. He sensed that he and Yunqi, the brothers confined beneath the stairs, were on the brink of a profound transformation. The eye of this storm of change seemed to emanate from the silent twin beside him, who appeared to perceive everything. In the profound stillness of the night, Number 4, Privet Drive, finally succumbed to a weary and tense silence after bidding farewell to the Masons. Yet, Harry was acutely aware, and firmly convinced, that this silence was merely a brief respite before the onset of a greater storm. Chapter 6, The Arrival of Hagrid. As the taillights of the Masons' car vanished around the corner, the facade of normalcy that the Dursleys had upheld throughout the evening came crashing down. Uncle Vernon slammed the door with such force that the frame reverberated, his crimson face contorted in the dim light of the hallway, his chest heaving with anger and a deeper, more profound fear. Aunt Petunia, drained of all strength, leaned against the wall, her hands gripping her arms tightly, her nails almost piercing the skin, staring vacantly ahead as if she had not just endured a dinner, but rather a cataclysm. They must know. Uncle Vernon's voice was hoarse, sounding both like a self-directed monologue and an inquiry directed at an unseen adversary. Those accursed letters are everywhere. Tomorrow, we leave first thing in the morning. We must get away from here. They cannot do this. Harry whispered urgently to Dudley, his heart pounding audibly in the darkness. Those letters are meant for us. They cannot simply take us away. His tone bore no panic, no anger, only a calm certainty, as if declaring an established fact. This demeanor oddly soothed Harry's anxious spirit. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, straining to listen to the commotion outside. The Dursleys were caught in a frenzy of frantic preparations for escape. The sound of heavy suitcases being dragged, Aunt Petunia's nervous mutterings, Uncle Vernon's low, furious growls into the phone as he booked a room, and Dudley's discontented cries from being roused in the dead of night all signaled that the Dursleys were resolute. They intended to evade the ever-looming presence of those green envelopes by the most extreme measures. This night felt exceptionally prolonged. As the first light of dawn barely broke over the horizon, the Dursleys forcibly yanked Harry and Dudley from their mattresses, unceremoniously shoving them into the back seat of the car. Uncle Vernon, bloodshot eyes devoid of words, started the engine, and the vehicle bolted from Privet Drive as if fleeing a crime scene. They drove to London, taking refuge in a dingy, dilapidated inn, permeated with the stench of mildew and boiled cabbage. Uncle Vernon selected a windowless room, as if that could completely sever their ties to the outside world. He tossed a few dry bagels at Harry and Dudley as sustenance, then paced the cramped quarters like a caged beast, occasionally casting wary glances towards the door. However, mere hours later, just as Uncle Vernon had begun to relax, lulled by a false sense of security, the hotel clerk knocked on the door, holding in hand a sight that sent the Dursleys into a state of utter panic. A stack of identical light yellow envelopes adorned with addresses inscribed in vibrant green ink. 100 letters cascaded into the room like snowflakes. They surged through the cracks beneath the door, drifted down from the vents, and even appeared inexplicably atop the bedside table. Uncle Vernon let out a nearly frantic roar, a man possessed as he seized the letters, tearing and trampling them underfoot, before indiscriminately shoving Harry and Dudley back into the car. Find a place without an address, a location they can never discover, he shouted at Petunia and Dudley, his voice trembling with fear. The vehicle careened wildly down the rural path, ultimately halting at a desolate stretch of coastline. The fierce wind howled, whipping up icy sea foam that crashed against the black rocks. Uncle Vernon discovered a rickety, dilapidated shack perched precariously on the rocks, a place that seemed entirely forgotten by the world, absent of house numbers or roads, only the relentless roar of the waves. Here, Uncle Vernon's face broke into a near-manic, triumphant grin as he forcefully pushed open the creaking wooden door, shoving Harry and Dudley roughly inside, confident they would never be found here. The interior of the shack was even more derelict than its exterior suggested. It comprised merely a single room, thick with dust and cobwebs. The furniture consisted of a rusted iron bed frame and a worm-eaten wooden table, while the fireplace was choked with cold ashes. The mingling scents of salty sea air and musty decay were nauseating. Uncle Vernon relinquished the sole bed to the perpetually complaining Dudley, squeezing himself and Petunia onto a tattered sofa in the corner, while Harry and Dudley were ordered to sleep on the cold, hard, and somewhat damp stone floor. Curled up in a corner, Harry listened to the howling wind and the thunderous crash of the waves, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of despair. This place was 100 times worse than the cupboard under the stairs on Privet Drive. They had been taken to the edge of the world, cut off from everything. Those letters and the world that Dudley spoke of, were they truly severed from reality? He glanced at Dudley, only to find his brother quietly gazing at the tumultuous black sea illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window, his expression devoid of despair, as if he were waiting for something. Time ticked by, the storm seemingly intensifying. The shack trembled in the gale, as if it might be uprooted at any moment. Suddenly, an unusual, heavy sound emerged, overpowering the wind and the crashing waves from a distance. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was slow and powerful, possessing a disquieting rhythm, as though a giant were wading through the water, each step echoing against the rocks with a dull thud. The Dursleys heard it too. Dudley's complaints ceased abruptly, his eyes wide with terror. Aunt Petunia stifled a sob, clutching Uncle Vernon's arm tightly. Uncle Vernon's face drained of color, shifting from a deep red to a ghostly white. He leapt from a sofa, grabbing a rusty old rifle propped against the wall, hands trembling as he aimed it at the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound drew nearer, the very ground seeming to tremble in response. At last, the footsteps halted just outside the shack. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the howling wind outside. Then, with a deafening boom, it felt as though the entire shack was shaken to its core. The door was not merely opened, rather, it was forcefully thrust aside, accompanied by the twisted hinges, as if propelled by an irresistible force from the outside, crashing heavily against the internal wall and scattering splintered wood in all directions. At the threshold stood an immense figure, nearly blocking the entire doorframe, silhouetted against the tempestuous backdrop of darkness. He was a true giant, towering so high that he had to stoop deeply to bring his face, obscured by a mass of wild, unkempt black hair and tangled beard, into the room. draped in a colossal coat stitched from various coarse animal hides, which bore the stains of mud and water. He held a pink umbrella in one hand while the other clutched a dripping creature resembling a deceased weasel. He emanated a raw scent of rain, earth, leather, and a certain ruggedness reminiscent of rocks and forests. Uncle Vernon's rifle clattered to the ground, his mouth agape, emitting a series of meaningless clucks akin to a chicken being throttled. Aunt Petunia rolled her eyes back and fainted onto the sofa. Dudley let out a high-pitched, pitch-altering shriek, scrambling behind his parents, trembling as if he were a leaf in a storm. The giant appeared utterly unfazed by the Dursleys' reactions, his eyes, gleaming like black beetles, scanned the room before landing precisely on Harry and Hermione, who huddled in the corner. His gaze first settled on Harry's face, lingering for a moment on his disheveled black hair and the green eyes behind his glasses, revealing a blend of excitement, nostalgia, and an almost reverent tenderness. Then, his attention shifted to Hermione. Unlike the legendary filter that colored his look at Harry, his gaze toward Hermione was imbued with a pure, unabashed concern and affirmation, as if he were ensuring the safety of a significant presence. Subsequently, he broke into a smile so wide it could accommodate an entire cake, his voice booming like thunder in the cramped space. "Let us get a fire going." Bending down, he squeezed into the little room, his enormous frame making the already confined space feel even more claustrophobic. He paid no mind to the collapsed Dursleys or the quaking Dudley, striding directly to the fireplace, carelessly tossing the dead weasel aside, and then raising the pink umbrella to point at the cold ashes within. With a murmured incantation, a soft pop resonated, and sparks erupted from the umbrella's tip, landing precisely in the ashes. In the next moment, a vigorous, crackling flame erupted, instantly dispelling the chill and darkness of a small room, bringing forth a warm glow. The giant turned around with a satisfied demeanor and plopped down onto the ground. Even seated, he was nearly as tall as Uncle Vernon standing. Then began to extract items from his enormous coat pockets. A hefty, greasy ham, several juicy sausages that were perfectly roasted, and a slightly squished yet still aromatic chocolate cake, adorned with rough icing that wished Harry and Dudley a happy birthday. Almost forgot. He placed the cake before Harry and Dudley, his grin brightening even more. Wishing them a happy birthday. "I suppose you've never truly celebrated a birthday before, have you?" Harry was utterly captivated. He gazed at the suddenly materialized giant, as imposing as a mountain, observing his friendly, albeit somewhat intimidating due to his size, smile, and marveled at the delectable array of food that seemed to have descended from the heavens, his mind blank. Birthday? Is today July 31st? His and Dudley's birthday? He had nearly forgotten the very concept. The giant thumped his furry, barrel-like chest, sending dust cascading down. "Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," he declared with pride. Then, as if recalling something, added, "Of course, Professor Dumbledore sent me to fetch you." Hogwarts? Dumbledore? These unfamiliar terms only compounded Harry's confusion. Yet the fear in his heart swiftly dissipated in the warmth of Hagrid's amiable demeanor and the flickering firelight, replaced by an explosive curiosity. Hagrid picked up a sausage and effortlessly popped it into his mouth like a toothpick, chewing as he spoke to Harry. "You're a wizard, Harry. A real wizard. Just like your mom and dad." This statement struck Harry like thunder, reverberating in his ears. "A wizard? Me?" He abruptly turned to Dudley, only to find him calmly taking a piece of ham and eating it slowly, showing no surprise at Hagrid's words. As if he had long been aware of this truth, a look of relief washing over his dark eyes that seemed to convey, "Finally, it has come." Then Harry, pointed at Dudley, his voice trembling as he asked Hagrid. Hagrid's gaze shifted back to Dudley, his enormous, earnest face revealing a gentler smile, a touch more complex than when he looked at Harry. "Of course, Dudley is too. You both are." His tone was utterly assured, imbued with an undeniable certainty. In that moment, Harry felt as though his entire world had been turned upside down. All the peculiarities of the past 11 years, his inexplicable experiences, the Dursleys' fear and rejection, the incessant stream of green letters, all suddenly found explanation. He was not a freak. He was a wizard. Dudley, too. They belonged to a realm entirely different. Hope and ecstasy erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcanic eruption, nearly overwhelming him. He glanced at Dudley, discovering his brother was also looking at him, a familiar, faint yet genuine smile gracing his lips, and then Dudley gently nodded at him. Outside, the storm continued to rage, the waves crashing tumultuously. In that dilapidated little cabin, beside the crackling warmth of the fire, and before the sturdy and dependable figure of Hagrid, Harry Potter, and his brother, the once repressed Dudley Dursley finally encountered the pivotal moment of their destiny. A brand new world, brimming with magic and wonder, was opening before them, revealing its heavy and mysterious doors. Chapter 7. The Dawn of Diagon Alley. Wizards? Harry echoed the word, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were speaking in a dream. He gazed down at his hands, those very hands that had once made glass vanish and allowed him to leap onto rooftops, now seeming to harbor a power he had never truly comprehended. Indeed, Hagrid nodded vigorously, his massive head bobbing, bits of cake crumbs clinging to his unkempt beard. Your parents were exceptional wizards. Hogwarts is the finest school in existence. You both shall attend there, just as they did. His gaze swept over Harry and Dudley, lingering a moment longer on Dudley, as if confirming something deeper and unspoken. At that moment, Aunt Petunia, slumped on the sofa, stirred awake, catching the tail end of Hagrid's words. She emitted a sharp intake of breath, filled with extreme fear and disdain. No, she shrieked, her voice shrill. I will absolutely not allow you to go to that place, to be turned into freaks like her. Her trembling finger pointed into the void, as if to a specter she dared not name. Hagrid turned, his imposing presence silencing Aunt Petunia's scream, reducing it to a terrified whimper. Be quiet. His voice, though not particularly harsh, resonated with an authority akin to the grinding of rocks. Lily was no freak. She was one of the finest witches in the world. And you, he directed his robust finger at the quaking Dursleys. You kept these two children locked in a cupboard for 11 years. If it weren't for Dumbledore's orders, I would have. Hagrid, a calm voice interrupted him. It was Dudley, having finished his piece of ham, now wiping his fingers with a relatively clean cloth he had found. He raised his head, his dark eyes devoid of tumult, lacking Harry's elation or any anger towards the Dursleys, exhibiting an uncanny tranquility beyond his years. What has transpired in the past is no longer significant. He spoke softly, yet with an undeniable sense of finality. Exactly. The past is inconsequential. What matters is the present. Hagrid beamed widely, patting his enormous pocket. Look what I brought you. He retrieved several items from his pocket, a small bag of his homemade, somewhat hard rock cakes, which Harry and Dudley politely accepted, but wisely refrained from tasting immediately. And then, with great care, he extracted two objects wrapped in soft velvet cloth. These were two leather pouches, appearing somewhat aged yet well-preserved. Hagrid handed one, embroidered with the indistinct initials JP in silver thread, to Harry. This is what your parents left for you, Harry. The key to the vault at Gringotts. You will need to purchase everything required for Hogwarts with the money from here. He then handed another pouch to Luna. This pouch was a deep brown, devoid of any embroidery, yet the leather was exquisitely soft and warm to the touch. Hagrid looked at Luna, his tone becoming somewhat serious. This is something Professor Dumbledore asked me to give you, Luna. He said it is rightfully yours. His words were somewhat vague, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Harry clutched the small pouch, embroidered with the initials of his parents, feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. This was the first time he had genuinely touched a tangible relic connected to his parents. Luna, however, merely accepted the deep brown pouch with calm composure, her fingertips gently caressing the delicate leather before she carefully stowed it in the inner pocket of her oversized old coat, her expression revealing no notable emotion. All right. Hagrid clapped his hands, causing the cakes on the table to tremble. We must hurry. Dawn is approaching, and there is much to accomplish today. First, we need to take you to Diagon Alley to procure everything on your list. As he spoke, he pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment, densely inscribed with text. Eagerly, Harry seized the list and, illuminated by the glow of the fire, began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms. 1 standard black work robe. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide, or similar material. 1 black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Please note, all student clothing must bear a name tag. Textbooks. Standard Spells, Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidospore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment, 1 wand. 1 cauldron, standard size 2, pewter. A set of glass or crystal vials. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Each item on the list filled Harry with wonder and excitement. A wand, a cauldron, spell books. All of this affirmed to him that the mysterious world was indeed real and was about to unfold before him. How do we get to Diagon Alley? Harry asked eagerly. having completely forgotten about the three nearly petrified Dursleys in the corner. He was the first to bend down and squeeze through the small door he had broken. Without hesitation, Harry and Luna followed suit, leaving the Dursleys and the oppressive, dilapidated little house far behind. Stepping outside, the crisp and invigorating morning air filled his lungs, imbued with the moisture of the rain and the briny scent of the sea. The sky was just beginning to lighten, a faint glimmer of dawn appearing on the horizon. Hagrid led them to a relatively flat rocky area by the shore. "Come a bit closer," he bellowed, raising the pink umbrella once more. This time, he did not point to anything specific, but instead, like a conductor, traced an unusual arc in the air. Harry grasped Chi-Chi's arm tightly, both anxious and expectant. Chi-Chi stood erect, her gaze calm as she observed Hagrid's movements, as if witnessing a familiar ritual. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation akin to being hooked by an invisible force at his navel surged through him. It felt as though an unseen power was tugging at him, threatening to lift him from the ground. Harry could not suppress a gasp as the ground beneath him seemed to vanish in an instant, while the dilapidated cottages, the black rocks, and the roaring sea around him began to whirl chaotically, blurring into a dizzying vortex of colors. He shut his eyes tightly, feeling his stomach churn violently. This sensation seemed to last an eternity, yet also felt fleeting. The leaky cauldron. Hagrid's voice resonated nearby, sounding entirely unaffected by the recent tumult of travel. As he pointed with the umbrella toward a crooked, dilapidated building wedged between a large bookstore and a record shop, one of the landing spots for wizards in London. Harry followed Hagrid's gesture, observing the small, grimy sign of the pub, the words "the leaky cauldron" nearly indecipherable. Strangely, the pedestrians rushing by appeared utterly oblivious to the building's presence, their gazes gliding over it as if it were mere air. Hagrid pushed open the creaking wooden door, leading them inside. The interior of the pub was dimly lit, with oil lamps hanging from the low ceiling, and several patrons, who looked equally peculiar, sat at a few wooden tables. As Hagrid's massive figure appeared in the doorway, a momentary hush fell over the pub, quickly replaced by an enthusiastic chorus of greetings. "Hagrid, long time no see. Same old, Hagrid. And these two are..." The pub's owner, Tom, a diminutive old man with nearly all his teeth missing, polished a glass and beamed at Harry and Chi-Chi. When his gaze fell upon Harry's forehead, his movements abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock. "Merlin S. Beard, is that Harry Potter and Chi-Chi Potter?" A profound silence enveloped the pub once more, all eyes converging upon them, filled with curiosity, reverence, and an indescribable excitement. Whispers began to circulate, and patrons rose from their seats, eager to catch a clearer glimpse. Harry felt intensely uncomfortable, instinctively shrinking back behind Hagrid, bewildered by the reaction he had incited in these people. Chi-Chi slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly perturbed by the excessive attention, yet remained silent, merely shifting to obscure half her figure in Hagrid's shadow. All right. Hagrid opened his enormous arms, shielding the two children behind him like a hen protecting her chicks. His booming voice drowned out all discussions, urging, "The children still need to shop. Let us not frighten them. We must head to Diagon Alley." He nodded briskly at Tom, the pub owner, and then led Harry and Luna through the back door of the bar into a small courtyard surrounded by towering walls. Aside from a few overflowing trash bins and clusters of resilient weeds, there was nothing else. "Remember this spot?" Hagrid turned to face a seemingly ordinary brick wall, speaking to Harry and Luna with a tone imbued with the pride of unveiling a treasure. "This is the entrance to Diagon Alley." He produced a rather unusual umbrella that bore no resemblance to a wand. Harry would later learn that it concealed his wand, and gently tapped a specific brick 3 times. At the point of his touch, the brick began to tremble violently. It then started to retract and shift, as if animated, while the adjacent bricks slid apart, revealing a small opening. The gap swiftly widened, and moments later, before them lay a broad, winding archway that seemed to stretch into infinity. Beyond the archway was a wondrous and bustling world that Harry and Luna had never dared to imagine. Sunlight, which seemed to emanate from an unknown source, as if it belonged to a different weather system than that of London outside, bathed a cobblestone street, flanked by an array of peculiar and densely clustered shops. The windows sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, displaying a dazzling array of merchandise, towering heaps of brass scales, perpetually spinning crystal balls, bizarrely hued potion ingredients, and even a complete set of animated skeletons. Wizards and witches clad in an assortment of robes meandered through the streets, their conversations haggling the hoots of owls. and a sound reminiscent of muffled explosions mingling together to form a vibrant symphony unique to the magical realm. Above the archway, a weathered iron sign bore the bold inscription, Diagon Alley. "Welcome," Hagrid stepped aside, granting a full view, his massive face radiating with a proud smile as he boomed. "Welcome to the wizarding world." Harry's mouth fell agape, his green eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle before him. He felt his heart leap joyfully within his chest, overwhelmed by an indescribable elation and sense of belonging. This was his world, a place he was destined to belong. He instinctively glanced at Luna beside him. She too was quietly gazing at the enchanting street, her usually tranquil black eyes now reflecting the vibrant chaos and brilliance of Diagon Alley, as if memories from a millennium ago were slowly intertwining with the scene before her. The corners of her mouth finally curled into a distinctly visible arc, imbued with complex reminiscence and a hint of genuine delight. Thus, a new journey officially commenced in this dawn of infinite possibilities, unlocked by the magic of brick and stone. Chapter 8. Wands, Owls, and Forgotten Memories. The bustling vibrancy of Diagon Alley enveloped Harry and Luna like a warm tide, as they trailed behind Hagrid's imposing figure along the cobbled street that wound ahead. Each shopfront resembled a miniature magical world, captivating Harry's gaze. He felt that his eyes were insufficient, yearning to etch every sight before him indelibly in his memory. "First, we must withdraw some money." Hagrid's voice resonated like a bell, piercing through the clamor of the street. "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, is just ahead." As they ascended the street, a towering white edifice loomed above the surrounding shops, adorned with gleaming bronze doors and an even more magnificent silver second entrance. The figure standing at the doorway caused Harry to draw in a sharp breath. It was a small, grotesquely odd creature clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, with spindly limbs, an oversized head, bat-like ears, and shrewd, vigilant green eyes. It was unmistakably a goblin. "That's a goblin," Hagrid explained in a hushed tone, his demeanor casual, clearly accustomed to their management of Gringotts. "Remember, do not anger them. Their priority is the security of the vaults above all else." Passing through the silver door, they entered a vast marble hall. Behind a long counter, hundreds of goblins perched on high stools, busily attending to various transactions. Some weighed heavy coins on scales, others scrutinized gemstones with magnifying glasses, while yet others swiftly inscribed figures in thick ledgers, the quills scratching across the parchment with a soft rustle. The air was infused with the distinct scent of ink and metal. Hagrid approached an unoccupied goblin. "Good morning," he boomed. "We wish to withdraw some funds from the vault of Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Luna Potter." The goblin lifted its gaze, sizing up Hagrid with its keen eyes before assessing Harry and Luna. "Do you have the keys?" Its voice was thin and indifferent. Harry and Luna produced their leather pouches, retrieving the keys and handing them over. The goblin meticulously examined each key, paying special attention to Luna's unmarked deep brown key, which it inspected with particular scrutiny, even employing a peculiar device to probe it before nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well," it returned the keys to them. "I will summon someone to escort you to your vault." Griphook, another goblin, promptly arrived, bowing to Hagrid and the two children. "Please follow me." Griphook led them away from the main hall, through a door, into a narrow stone corridor. Beneath the corridor lay a winding stone track, where a small cart stood silently waiting. They climbed aboard the cart, Hagrid nearly occupying half of it on his own, and Griphook pulled a lever, causing the cart to lurch forward and speed down the labyrinthine track. The wind howled past Harry's ears as the cart raced through the darkness, plunging and twisting, occasionally skimming over subterranean lakes, the icy chill striking their faces. Harry clutched the edge of the cart, a blend of trepidation and exhilaration coursing through him. Meanwhile, Chio-Chi sat with poise, his gaze sweeping over the swiftly retreating rock walls, embellished with an array of peculiar gemstones, as if he were scrutinizing something of significance. At last, the car came to a halt beside a small platform with a creak. "Mr. Potter's vault, number 713, the goblin announced. With a key, he unlocked the door, and a faint green mist escaped through the crack. As the smoke dissipated, the interior revealed itself. Harry held his breath. Piles of gold coins, silver bars, and towering heaps of bronze coins shimmered enticingly under an unknown light. This was the inheritance left to him by his parents. He had never beheld such wealth. Hagrid explained that the tuition and book fees for Hogwarts had already been deducted from the vault, as he picked up a leather pouch and began filling it with money, intended for their school supplies and pocket money. Primarily gold galleons, he noted, lifting a coin. 17 silver sickles make a galleon, and 29 bronze nuts equate to a sickle. Quite simple. Harry mimicked Hagrid's actions, carefully placing some galleons, sickles, and nuts into his own pouch, feeling the weight of it, his heart swelling with gratitude and a sense of security. He glanced at Qiuqi, who, unlike him, did not seem eager to hoard the coins. He merely retrieved a modest amount, his movements calm, as though this were merely a necessary formality. His gaze lingered more on the ancient stone walls of the vault, as if searching for some trace of significance. Once they had collected their money, the goblin led them once more in the cart, weaving through the labyrinthine tunnels for an extended period before finally stopping before a stone door, even older in appearance, adorned with intricate silver patterns. "Mr. Potter's vault," the goblin intoned, his tone seemingly more respectful than before. He produced a deep brown key and inserted it into the lock. Unlike the previous vault, this time, as the key turned, the silver patterns on the stone door appeared to awaken, shimmering with a faint glow, before the door silently slid open. There was no green smoke, nor were there towering heaps of gold and silver. This vault was somewhat smaller than Harry's, its interior remarkably tidy. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, unadorned box crafted from some dark, muted metal, its surface smooth and devoid of embellishment. Upon seeing the box, Hagrid's massive form seemed to pause slightly, casting a complex glance at Qiuqi. "This is it, Qiuqi. Dumbledore said only you can open it." Qiuqi stepped forward, his eyes fixed upon the metallic box. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the frigid surface of the metal. In that fleeting moment, Harry thought he saw a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer ripple across the box's surface, akin to a water wave, before it vanished. Qiuqi's fingers lingered on the box for a moment, as if sensing something, and then he calmly lifted the box, placing it into the innermost pocket of his coat, without attempting to open it on the spot. The entire process was quiet and swift, imbued with an unspoken understanding. Although Harry was filled with curiosity, he could see that neither Yunqi nor Hagrid intended to provide any explanations, so he decided to temporarily suppress his questions. They purchased a standard-sized pewter cauldron from the cauldron shop and acquired a complete set of crystal vials and a brass scale from the apothecary. Harry felt both disgusted and intrigued by the bizarre, bubbling potion ingredients displayed in the shop windows, such as dried grasshoppers, colorful spider legs, and crocodile hearts. As they passed a counter adorned with moonstone and gillyweed, plants he recognized from Helga's teachings, Yunqi paused slightly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Elop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed, "Go on, Harry. Choose one. Hogwarts permits students to bring pets, and an owl is the most practical, as it can deliver messages." The shop was filled with the sounds of fluttering feathers and various bird calls. Harry excitedly navigated through rows of perches, gazing into the round, wise eyes of the owls. Ultimately, a magnificent snowy owl, pure white except for a few gray feathers on its head and wing tips, caught his attention. It stood regally on its perch, tilting its head to observe Harry, emitting a soft coo. This was the one. Without hesitation, Harry decided to purchase the snowy owl for a few galleons and named it Hedwig. Hagrid beamed at Harry as he held the cage containing Hedwig. He then turned to Yunqi, saying, "Yunqi, aren't you going to choose one? A cat or a toad would be fine." Yunqi glanced at the lively cats and the dazed toads in the shop, but ultimately shook his head gently. "No, thank you," he replied softly, yet with an unmistakable certainty. Harry noticed that Yunqi seemed to harbor little interest in pets. His attention appeared to linger more on the lifeless, magical artifacts, such as the stone walls of Gringotts and a metal box. At last they arrived in front of a small, dilapidated shop. Faded, golden letters adorned the door, reading, "Ollivander, since 382 B.C., expertly crafted wands." In the dusty window, a solitary wand rested on a worn purple cushion. For some inexplicable reason, as Harry approached the shop, he felt an odd sense of solemnity and tension. Even Yunqi, who had remained calm until then, seemed to focus intently. The interior was cramped, with hardly any space other than a long bench. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands nearly reached the ceiling, and the air was filled with a faint dust and a mysterious, woody aroma. An elderly man with graying hair and pale eyes, reminiscent of 2 full moons, appeared before them silently, as if he had always been there. "Good afternoon," he said softly, with a hint of ethereality. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," Hagrid replied respectfully. Rubius Hagrid, how nice to see you." "Oak, 16 inches, slightly bent, correct?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "Ah, the wand of destiny. Here stands Mr. Harry Potter," remarked Mr. Ollivander, his pale eyes piercing into Harry's very soul. "You bear a striking resemblance to your parents. Your father's wand, crafted from mahogany, measures 11 inches and possesses a certain flexibility, ideal for transfiguration. Your mother-s wand, made of willow, spans 10¼ inches, smooth and exceptional for spellcasting. As he spoke, he retrieved a long tape measure adorned with silver markings. Now, Mr. Potter, which arm do you prefer to wield your wand? The ensuing moments felt to Harry like a peculiar trial. The tape measure moved of its own accord, taking his measurements, while Mr. Ollivander navigated the shelves, retrieving wand boxes one after another. Harry attempted wand after wand. Either they responded with indifference or caused minor calamities, toppling boxes from the table, drawing the curtains closed, and even sending a stack of books tumbling in a cacophony. Yet Mr. Ollivander appeared increasingly exhilarated, murmuring, "A discerning customer? No worries, we shall find the perfect match." At last, when Harry grasped a wand made of holly, with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches and possessing a remarkable flexibility, a sudden warmth surged through him. The wand's tip erupted in a dazzling display of red and gold sparks, dancing like tiny fireworks, as if singing in celebration. "Marvelous!" exclaimed Mr. Ollivander, more animated than Harry. "An extraordinary combination, holly and phoenix feather. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I dare say, you shall achieve great things, Mr. Potter." After all, the wand of the one whose name must not be spoken also contains a phoenix feather. It was indeed a curious thought that the phoenix providing the feather for Harry's wand had also gifted another wand to his destined adversary. A chill coursed through Harry as he clutched the wand, feeling an inexplicable bond with it, his emotions tumultuous. Mr. Ollivander's gaze then shifted to the quietly standing Luna. "And this is Miss Luna Lovegood," he said, his tone shifting from the fervor exhibited towards Harry to a more profound, inquisitive exploration of the magical potential that lay before him. "Please, step forward." The same process commenced anew. The tape measure began to take Luna's measurements, while Mr. Ollivander, with his piercing eyes, scrutinized every subtle reaction from her as if deciphering an intricate ancient rune. He presented her with her first wand, made of ebony and unicorn hair. The moment she gripped it, the wand quivered violently, and with a sharp crack, emitted a plume of black smoke, extinguishing itself. "Not quite right," murmured Mr. Ollivander, quickly replacing it with another, this time yew and dragon heartstring. This time, the wand let out a shrill shriek in Luna's hand, and nearby wand boxes sprang open, their contents writhing like startled serpents. "Fascinating, quite fascinating," Mr. Ollivander remarked, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor, undeterred by the unexpected turn of events. He consecutively allowed Yunqi to try 7 or 8 wands of various materials and cores, each time eliciting distinct and extraordinary reactions, whether it was a sudden change in temperature, a distortion of light, or the surrounding dust arranging itself into peculiar patterns. Yet, none of the wands displayed the harmonious resonance akin to that experienced during Harry's selection. Mr. Ollivander fell into contemplation, pacing among the towering stacks of boxes, his fingers brushing over the aged labels as he murmured, "The rejection of conventional wood creates disturbances in standard cores, necessitating an older, more neutral vessel to embody that unique essence." Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a dust-laden box in the corner, which appeared remarkably ancient. Carefully, he removed it, blowing away the dust to reveal the somber wood grain beneath. Upon opening the box, he discovered a wand of profound, nearly black hue, its wood grain resembling flowing shadows. The wand bore no excessive carvings, yet exuded a tranquil and ancient aura. "Try this," Mr. Ollivander's voice carried a subtle gravity. "Hawthorn wood, with a core of thestral tail feather, 12¾ inches, astonishingly flexible." This combination was exceedingly rare. The thestral feather only exhibited loyalty to wizards who had witnessed and comprehended the essence of death, while hawthorn wood was often associated with ancient magic, purification, and protection. Yunqi extended his hand and grasped the wand. No sparks, no brilliance, no sound. The moment his fingertips made contact with the wand, an indescribable, deep, and gentle wave quietly radiated from him. The magical elements in the air, previously disturbed by the tests, seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand, instantly returning to absolute tranquility. All the wands in the store, whether in their boxes or not, subtly vibrated in unison, like subjects paying silent homage to a sovereign. Yunqi felt as though he was enveloped in an incredibly faint, almost imperceptible luminescence, deepening his presence into something more introspective and profound. He quoted a price, significantly higher than that of Harry's wand. Calmly, Yunqi paid the galleons and carefully stored the wand. As he departed from Ollivander's wand shop, dusk had begun to settle. Harry, clutching Hedwig's cage and tightly grasping his own holly wand, felt a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Yunqi held the hawthorn wand, experiencing the warm sensation at his fingertips as if it were an extension of himself, along with the dormant core of ancient magic within him that, upon the wand's arrival, began to emit a faint hum of satisfaction, akin to a slumbering dragon discovering its lair. Chapter 9. The Return and Diverging Paths. Upon hearing the mention of the Dursleys, the radiance on Harry's face dimmed instantly. The miraculous experience of Diagon Alley formed a stark contrast to the dark, oppressive storage cupboard beneath number 4, Privet Drive, leaving him almost breathless. He instinctively glanced at Yunqi, hoping to find a semblance of resonance or comfort from his brother. "Do not fret," Harry Haggard remarked, evidently perceiving Harry's despondency. With his enormous, rough hand, he clumsily patted Harry on the shoulder, the force of which caused Harry to stagger slightly. Only a few weeks remain. On September 1st, at King's Cross Station, the Hogwarts Express shall depart punctually. By then, you will be forever liberated from that cupboard. His mention of King's Cross Station was imbued with a natural ease, as if it were a locale well known to all wizards. He then rummaged through a seemingly bottomless pocket and produced 2 parchment tickets, solemnly handing one to Harry and the other to Ron. "Here you go. These are your tickets. Platform 9 and 3/4, remember, situated between platforms 9 and 10. When the time comes, simply walk straight through. Do not worry, it is quite simple." Harry accepted the slightly coarse yellow ticket and glanced down. Hogwarts Express. First class. King's Cross Station, London, Platform 9. Departure time, September 1st, 1991, at 11 o'clock a.m. Passengers, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley. Platform 9? Harry queried, his brow furrowed in confusion as he raised his gaze, intending to inquire about the peculiar platform's whereabouts and how one might access it. However, Hagrid had already turned his attention to Ron. "Ron," Hagrid's tone shifted slightly, losing some of the legendary excitement he had displayed towards Harry and taking on a more earnest tone of responsibility. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to specifically remind you that the box in your vault is exceedingly important. He advises you not to attempt to open it lightly, until you possess sufficient capability or find yourself in dire need of guidance." Once more, Hagrid employed that disconcerting method of travel, the sensation of being hooked by the navel causing a dizzying whirl. When equilibrium was restored, they found themselves standing before the familiar yet loathsome door of number 4. Privet Drive. The night had fallen, and the streetlights on either side had illuminated, casting a warm, yellow glow. Hagrid did not linger. He awkwardly patted the shoulders of the 2 children once more, his voice a low rumble. "Take care, children. See you on September 1st. Remember to keep your tickets safe." He cast a deep glance at Ron, as if he wished to convey something further, but ultimately merely nodded and turned away, his massive figure swiftly vanishing into the night of Privet Drive. Harry and Ron stood before the door, laden with bags and a cage containing the snowy owl. The interior was brightly lit, and the faint sounds of the television mingled with Dudley's raucous noise. Drawing a deep breath, as if bracing for an execution, Harry reached out and pressed the doorbell. The door was almost immediately yanked open. Uncle Vernon's purple visage appeared behind it, clad in his pajamas, hair tousled, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury and a complex blend of fear and humiliation that Harry had never seen before. He glared at Harry, then cast a glance at Ron and the obviously out-of-place items they held, especially the cage containing the owl. His lips quivered, as if he were on the verge of a roar, yet he forcibly restrained himself. "Come." He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and taut, as he shifted his body to create a narrow gap, moving with the stiffness of a marionette. Harry and Yunqi entered in silence. Aunt Petunia stood at the threshold of the living room, her hands tightly gripping her apron, her complexion pale and her gaze evasive, scarcely daring to look at them. Especially as they passed by with their belongings, she recoiled as though scalded. There was no tempestuous storm as anticipated, only this icy, suffocating atmosphere brimming with fear. Harry paused for a moment, then understood. It must have been Dumbledore or Hagrid who had done something to instill a sense of caution in the Dursleys, preventing them from treating him and Yunqi with their previous unbridled disdain. This realization stirred within him a peculiar, bittersweet satisfaction. They disregarded Uncle Vernon's menacing commands and made their way directly to the storage room beneath the staircase. The door remained that flimsy barrier, the space still cramped and dim. Yet everything felt irrevocably altered. Harry cautiously placed Hedwig's cage atop a relatively sturdy box, the snowy owl emitting a gentle coo in the darkness, as if to confirm her new surroundings. He tucked the parcel containing his textbooks and robes beneath the mattress, then reverently set his wand beside the pillow, as if it were a priceless treasure. Yunqi's movements were more succinct and orderly. He categorized his belongings with precision, wrapping that metallic box in several old garments and stowing it in the farthest corner, where it would be least conspicuous. Finally, he retrieved his hawthorn wand, not placing it in plain sight like Harry, but securing it just as carefully before settling down on his warm mattress. Closing his eyes as if embarking on some form of meditation. The storage room was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of Hedwig, preening her feathers, and the faint sounds of the Dursleys' hushed, anxious conversations filtering down from above. Lying on the hard mattress, Harry found no solace in sleep. The day's experiences replayed in his mind like a film. The rushing cart at Gringotts, Mr. Ollivander's penetrating light eyes, the sparks erupting from the wand's tip, Hagrid's warm and dependable smile, and Yunqi's wand, which evoked an extraordinary calm. All of it affirmed that he was no freak. As the Dursleys had claimed, he belonged to a world brimming with wonders. As the excitement gradually subsided, deeper reflections surfaced. He recalled Mr. Ollivander's words regarding his parents' wands, the one that shared a core with his, belonging to a name that could not be spoken, and the so-called fate entwined with it. He also remembered Hagrid's special caution regarding Yunqi's box, and Yunqi's extraordinary composure and familiarity when confronted with the magical realm. Time slipped by in silence. The following weeks would be the most arduous yet eagerly anticipated of Harry's life. He knew that their days beneath the stairs were drawing to a close. At the other end of Platform 9, a brand new world, one that belonged to him, awaited their arrival. Two brothers, each harboring their own thoughts and secrets, quietly gazed into the familiar darkness, contemplating a future brimming with magic and uncertainty. The path to Hogwarts had already unfurled beneath their feet. Chapter 10, Platform 9 and 3/4. The final weeks of August felt as though they had been subjected to a slowing charm, each day stretching out painfully and agonizingly. The atmosphere at Number 4, Privet Drive, had become peculiarly strange. The Dursleys had not altered their fundamental disdain for Harry and Dudley. However, that contempt was now cloaked beneath a thick veneer of fear and humiliation, no longer manifesting in overt beatings and rants. Uncle Vernon still emitted heavy snorts at the dinner table, casting dark glances in their direction. Yet he refrained from withholding the meager food they were already allotted. Aunt Petunia continued to avoid eye contact, her commands for household chores sharp yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Dudley treated them as though they were invisible and yet harboring a lethal contagion, taking great care to circumvent them, and even his gang of friends had ceased their visits, as if the house had been designated a forbidden zone. This frigid peace only served to intensify Harry's sense of oppression. He would rather confront Uncle Vernon's furious outbursts than endure this suffocating, hypocritical calm. He devoted all his time to rereading his magical textbooks, the wondrous principles in a beginner's guide to transfiguration, the illustrations of bizarre plants in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and the golden characters on the cover of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, which winked and made faces at him, all captivated his imagination, allowing him to momentarily forget his surroundings. He had attempted to sneak out his wand and, following the book's instructions, cast a spell on a chipped teacup in the cupboard, but aside from a sore wrist, nothing occurred. This left him somewhat disheartened and even more eager to reach Hogwarts for proper instruction. Hedwig became his sole source of solace. This beautiful snowy owl seemed to comprehend his predicament, spending most of her time quietly in her cage, only cooing softly during the deep of night. Harry would stealthily open the cage, allowing her to perch on his arm, relishing the softness of her feathers and the warmth of her life, confiding in her his excitement and anxieties. He fed her water and breadcrumbs he had secretly appropriated from the kitchen, which served as his most direct and heartwarming connection to the magical world. In stark contrast to Harry's agitation and anticipation was Dudley's almost frozen tranquility. He too perused the textbooks, albeit at a sluggish pace, often lingering over descriptions of magical principles or ancient runes, lost in prolonged contemplation, as if validating or contrasting some deeper knowledge. He seldom attempted to wield his wand. Most of the time, he either quietly read or sat with his eyes closed on the mattress, appearing to rest while engaging in some form of inner reflection. Harry noticed that Dudley occasionally took out the metallic box he had retrieved from Gringotts, yet he never attempted to open it. Instead, he would gently caress its chilly surface with his fingertips, his gaze complex, as though conversing with an ancient memory. At times, Harry would awaken in the dead of night to find Yunqi still maintaining a seated posture. In the darkness, a faint, almost imperceptible energy field seemed to envelop him, rendering the surrounding air exceptionally tranquil. Harry had inquired several times about the box and the wand, but Yunqi consistently responded with the most succinct phrases or simply remained silent. This sense of distance, while thrilling, also left Harry with a tinge of melancholy. Finally, as Harry nearly stared a hole through the calendar, August came to a close. On the morning of September 1st, just as the sky began to blush with dawn, Harry abruptly sat up from the mattress, his heart racing with excitement. He nudged Yunqi beside him, his voice hoarse with anticipation. Yunqi, wake up. Today. It is today. Yunqi slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils clear and serene in the dim light. He sat up with deliberate slowness, as if this were merely another ordinary day. Yet deep within his gaze, a faint glimmer, reminiscent of flowing water beneath ice, betrayed that he was not entirely unperturbed. They began to pack their belongings. In truth, there was little to prepare. Their entire estate consisted of the bundles already packed the previous day, filled with Hogwarts supplies, along with Hedwig's cage. Harry donned a relatively fitting old t-shirt and jeans. This was the best outfit he had salvaged from Dudley-esque cast-offs, and carefully tucked his wand into the back pocket of his trousers. Yunqi, too, changed into similar attire, his wand and a metallic box securely kept close to him. As they emerged from the storage room, carrying their luggage and holding Hedwig's cage, the Dursleys had already gathered in the hallway. Uncle Vernon, clad in a suit and with a sallow complexion, clutched the car keys tightly, evidently begrudging the humiliating task of driving them to the station. Aunt Petunia's lips were pale, while Dudley cowered behind his parents, casting furtive, fearful glances at Hedwig. There were no parting words, no blessings. Uncle Vernon merely snorted through his nose and barked, "Keep up, don't dawdle," before striding toward the car parked at the door. The journey to central London was enveloped in a stifling silence. Uncle Vernon drove at a breakneck speed, as if eager to rid himself of this obligation. Harry held Hedwig's cage tightly, gazing out at the rapidly retreating scenery, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. Yunqi sat quietly beside him, his gaze directed outward, as if observing the Muggle world he was soon to leave behind, if only temporarily. Upon their arrival at King's Cross Station, the clock had just passed 10. The station bustled with throngs of people, the cacophony of diverse accents and the clatter of wheeled luggage creating a vibrant backdrop. Uncle Vernon abruptly parked the car at the curb, leaving the engine running. Without a backward glance, he slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle darted into the traffic, vanishing in an instant. Harry and Yunqi found themselves left alone on the crowded platform, surrounded by their luggage and Hedwig. Harry gazed at the imposing archway marking platforms 9 and 10, and at the seemingly impenetrable wall that stood between them. The exhilaration he had felt moments ago on the train was swiftly supplanted by an icy dread. Hagrid had merely instructed them to pass through the space between the two platforms, yet this wall appeared utterly solid. How was he to get through? Was he expected to charge at a headlong? He could almost envision the comical yet tragic scene of himself colliding with the wall, left bruised and battered, only to be escorted away by the station security. He must be joking, right? Harry's voice trembled as he glanced at Ron, who was equally bewildered. There was no Platform 9. In stark contrast to Harry's panic, Ron remained remarkably composed. He set down his luggage and surveyed the area between platforms 9 and 10 with a calm demeanor. His gaze did not fixate on the wall, but instead roamed over the throngs of people passing by, particularly those pushing trolleys or dressed in peculiar attire, at least from Muggle's perspective, complete with owls and cages, all unmistakable signs of the wizarding world. "Look over there," Ron suddenly murmured, gesturing discreetly with his eyes. Following his gaze, Harry noticed a lively family gathering near the wall. They all sported vibrant red hair, which struck a familiar chord within him. Among them, several children were pushing a trolley that prominently featured a large cage containing an owl. Amid a throng of Muggles, Harry overheard a short, plump mother conversing with her children. Muggles? Harry whispered this term, which he had learned from Hagrid, feeling a spark of realization. Just then, the oldest twin brother from the red-haired family called out to their mother, "We're going through first, Mum." With that, the pair dashed toward the wall, pushing their trolley excitedly. Harry held his breath, his eyes wide with apprehension, bracing himself for a scene of bloodshed. Yet, just as the twins were about to collide with the wall, their figures, along with the trolley, seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing without a sound. Harry's mouth fell agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg. "Did you see that?" Ron's voice broke through, calm and unfazed, as if what had just transpired was the most ordinary occurrence. Harry nodded vigorously, his initial fear replaced by a surge of astonishment and excitement. It was real. They could indeed pass through. The red-haired mother began directing her remaining children to traverse the wall one by one. When the final child, a timid little boy, successfully disappeared with his mother, the platform momentarily returned to normalcy. "It's our turn," Ron asserted, lifting his luggage with confidence. Harry took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. He grasped Hedwig's cage, The snowy owl seemed a bit restless, with one hand while pushing his trolley with the other. His heart raced once more, but this time it was fueled by anticipation. They pushed their trolleys, mimicking the earlier red-haired children, and approached the solid wall. As Harry drew nearer, his heartbeat quickened, and he could even feel the perspiration on his palms. He tightly shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, bracing himself for impact. Yet there was no collision. Instead, a brief, cool sensation enveloped him, as if he had passed through a curtain of water or a shroud of icy steam. In the next moment, the cacophony of voices and the blaring of the train whistle surged into his ears like a tidal wave. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the sight before him stole his breath away. A deep crimson steam locomotive was stationed alongside a platform teeming with travelers, billowing black smoke curling beneath the towering grand arched glass dome. A prominent sign on the train's front read, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. The platform was a throng of people. Wizards in black robes bidding farewell to their families, owls hooting from their cages, cats weaving through the crowd, and several students clutching wriggling creatures that resembled toads. The air was thick with the aromas of coal smoke, the scent of food, and a rich, vibrant air of magic. This was Platform 9. He had truly succeeded. He had arrived in the wizarding world. Harry stood in place, mouth agape, greedily absorbing the sights before him, feeling as though his very soul was soaring with joy. He turned to share this ecstasy with Ron, only to find him quietly surveying the platform as well. Unlike Harry's pure, unadulterated excitement, Ron's gaze held a more complex emotion, an introspective calm, a sense of nostalgia and recognition that transcended centuries. His eyes slowly traversed the contours of the steam locomotive, the ancient structure of the platform's dome, and the figures clad in robes that, while slightly different from modern wizards, remained fundamentally unchanged. Finally resting on the deep red train destined for Hogwarts, a faint yet genuine smile curved at the corners of his lips. It was not merely anticipation for a new journey. It felt akin to the serenity of returning home. Harry nodded vigorously, lifted Hedwig, pushed the luggage trolley, and followed Ron into the throng heading towards the Hogwarts Express. The years spent at the foot of the stairs were now entirely behind him. Ahead lay a magical journey filled with boundless possibilities and challenges. Hogwarts, the castle he had only sketched in his dreams, awaited its two new arrivals, and a traveler who had crossed the ages. Chapter 11. Encounters on the Express. The commotion of Platform 9 enveloped Harry and Ron like a warm vortex, completely drawing them in. The deep crimson steam locomotive exhaled a low, powerful sigh, its white steam swirling beneath the platform's dome, blending with the sense of various magical creatures, the aroma of food, and the excited chatter of hundreds of wizards, forming a vibrant symphony unique to this hidden world. Harry nodded earnestly, his gaze scanning the crowded platform and the seemingly endless train. Students were eagerly boarding the train, and through the blurred glass of the carriage windows, one could see numerous compartments already filled with people. Shadows in black robes swayed, and the outline of an owl was distinctly visible on the luggage rack. They moved forward with the throng, awkwardly dragging their luggage, attempting to find a gap amidst the bustling crowd. Harry, small in stature, was nearly knocked over several times, but fortunately, Yunqi was by his side, adeptly using her arm or body to shield him from the pressing crowd. Her movements, though not overtly forceful, exhibited a peculiar efficiency, as if she could anticipate the flow of the masses, skillfully guiding them onward. At last, near the rear of the train, they discovered a seemingly vacant compartment. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly pulled open the door, carefully placing Hedwig's cage next to the window seat before he and Yunqi laboriously dragged their suitcases inside, stowing them beneath the seats. Upon closing the door, the clamor of the platform was largely muffled, leaving only a dull, buzzing sound that seeped through the carriage walls. Harry sank into the soft velvet seat, exhaling deeply, feeling as though all his energy had been sapped by the earlier excitement and tension. He gazed out the window, observing the families on the platform still bidding farewell, a twinge of envy flickering in his heart, quickly supplanted by a stronger sense of anticipation. He was about to embark on his journey to Hogwarts. Yunqi sat across from him, also gazing out the window, yet his eyes seemed unfocused, as if lost in a distant reverie, transcending both time and space, lingering upon the ancient structure of steel, glass, and magic that comprised the platform. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped on his knee, as if attuned to some unseen rhythm. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded on the compartment door, which then slid open. A red-haired boy stood at the entrance, speckled with freckles and bearing a hint of dust on his nose. He was pushing an old luggage cart, atop which rested a bulging suitcase and a cage containing a plump, sleepy brown owl. Harry recognized him as one of the younger members of the red-haired family he had seen on the platform. "Excuse me," the boy asked timidly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is it all right if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." His gaze first fell upon Harry, only to be drawn to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, half obscured by his fringe. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, his expression a blend of shock and disbelief. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner. Instinctively, he raised a hand to brush aside his fringe, fully concealing the scar. It seemed the red-haired boy then noticed that there was another person in the compartment. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from Harry's forehead and glanced at Yunqi, momentarily taken aback before he seemed to come to his senses, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Oh, thank you." He struggled to maneuver his luggage into the compartment and close the door behind him. A brief silence enveloped the carriage. The red-haired boy settled into the seat beside Harry, appearing somewhat anxious, his gaze furtively darting towards Harry's forehead before quickly averting. His hands were nervously entwined, feeling the need to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Harry took the initiative to speak, gesturing towards the owl perched on the boy's luggage rack. "What breed is that?" "I have an owl too," he remarked, indicating Hedwig's cage. "Her name is Hedwig, and she is a snowy owl." At the mention of owls, the boy's attention seemed to shift slightly. He looked at Hedwig with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. "She is truly beautiful. Mine is a brown owl named Joey, not particularly remarkable, and she loves to sleep." He paused, lowering his voice. "I actually wanted to bring a cat or a toad, but my family could only afford an owl, and it was my brother Percy who gave me his old one." There was a hint of unnoticeable embarrassment in his tone. Harry instantly understood that feeling. At the Dursleys, he had scarcely ever possessed anything truly his own, brand new. "I think it's marvelous," Harry said sincerely. The boy's face broke into a shy smile. "Thank you. I'm Ron Weasley. I'm Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself, then pointed across the aisle. "This is my brother, Dudley Potter." Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, Ron Weasley's reaction was even more pronounced than when he first noticed the scar. He gasped audibly, his eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. Pointing at Harry, stammering, "Why, you're really that Harry Potter?" Harry nodded, resigned. He was increasingly aware that this name and the scar held profound significance in the wizarding world, which troubled him. Ron appeared exceptionally excited, babbling incoherently about the one whose name should not be spoken, whom he referred to as the Dark Lord, and how he vanished, recounting the sacrifice of Harry's parents and the legend of how Harry became the boy who lived. Harry listened in silence, feeling a peculiar sense of detachment and a faint sadness as these stories about his parents and himself unfolded from a stranger's lips. He noted that while Ron spoke, Dudley remained quiet, his expression devoid of both the adoration Ron exhibited and the melancholy Harry felt, as if he were hearing an ancient tale that bore no relation to him. Once Ron finished, he sheepishly scratched his unruly mass of fiery hair, his cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away." "You have." His gaze once again uncontrollably drifted to Harry's forehead. Sighing, Harry decided to simply sweep his bangs aside, revealing the unmistakable lightning-shaped scar. Ron stared at the scar for several seconds, finally exhaling deeply as if completing an important rite. "Wow," he murmured, his eyes filled with awe. "My dad works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and my mom stays home to look after us." Ron's voice carried a blend of familial pride and a hint of the helplessness that often accompanies being the youngest boy in the family, at least until Ginny's arrival. "I'm perpetually clad in Bill's old robes, wielding Charlie's outdated wand, and relying on Percy's ancient rat," he lamented, producing a rather sickly-looking, toe-less fat rat from his pocket, affectionately named Scabbers, whose sole pursuits consisted of eating and sleeping, rendering him quite useless. Scabbers curled up in Ron's palm, emitting faint snores. Harry leaned in for a closer look, noting the rat's unmistakable lethargy. Meanwhile, the usually silent Luna's gaze briefly lingered on Scabbers the moment he was revealed, a fleeting glance so ephemeral it was almost unnoticeable, before her demeanor returned to its prior tranquility. Ron continued to express his frustrations regarding the pressure of being yet another boy in the Weasley family, yearning to escape the shadows cast by his older brothers and to carve out his own accomplishments at Hogwarts. Harry listened intently, sensing that despite the lively atmosphere of Ron's household, there were burdens that weighed heavily on him. This revelation fostered an inexplicable sense of camaraderie between them. In the midst of their conversation, a smiling lady with dimples pushed a snack cart to their compartment door. "Children, would you like to purchase some delectable treats?" she cheerfully inquired. Harry immediately sprang to his feet, his pockets brimming with the hefty galleons he had exchanged at Gringotts. He excitedly pointed at the array of snacks he had never before encountered. "We want some. Let us have one of everything." He procured an extravagant assortment of chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and several varieties of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, filling the now vacant seats to the brim. Ron gazed at this bounty with wide eyes, murmuring, "You truly are Harry Potter." Harry placed the treats in the center, generously inviting Ron and Luna to join him in indulging. With a cheer, Ron eagerly snatched a chocolate frog, clumsily capturing the animated confection that leaped from its wrapping, and impatiently tore open the accompanying card. "I collect these," he said between bites, showing Harry the card depicting a wizard with a goatee and deep-set eyes. "This is Agrippa. I already have 6 of him." Intrigued, Harry observed the figure on the card, who nodded slightly at him before stepping out of the frame and disappearing. "He has gone," Harry exclaimed. "Of course, you can't expect him to remain there all day," Ron replied nonchalantly, reaching for pumpkin pie. Harry then opened a chocolate frog of his own, revealing a portrait of an elderly wizard with half-moon spectacles and a sharp nose. "This is Dumbledore," he announced. Ron leaned over for a better look, declaring, "I'd wager he's the greatest wizard alive. He defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald, and well, he's impressive." Harry regarded the image of the Hogwarts headmaster with a mix of familiarity and distance, carefully tucking the card away. Subsequently, they began to sample the renowned Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron cautioned Harry, "You should know, there are flavors of every kind in there, including pepper, spinach, and even earwax." Harry was fortunate enough to savor a delectable toffee-flavored bean, while Ron, unfortunately, bit into one that tasted of bogey, leaving him grimacing for quite some time. Throughout this episode, Yunqi remained quietly seated across from them, occasionally indulging in a slice of pumpkin pie or a treacle tart, mostly listening and observing the spirited conversation and snack adventures between Harry and Ron, rarely interjecting. When a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans was presented to him, he merely shook his head, indicating his disinterest. This silence initially made Ron a bit uneasy, but soon his attention was wholly captivated by Harry and the array of treats on the table. The atmosphere in the compartment grew lively due to the snacks and easygoing chatter. Harry felt an unprecedented joy. It was his first experience conversing so freely with peers, excluding Dudley's entourage, and sharing food, while Ron was somewhat boisterous. His straightforward nature and innocent demeanor made Harry feel at ease in his company. Just as their conversation reached a crescendo, the compartment door swung open once more. A girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth stood in the doorway, exuding an air of arrogance as she confidently inquired, "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads. The girl's gaze fell upon the chocolate frog in Ron's hand, preparing to take a bite, and then flicked to the torn wrapper in front of Harry. "You'd best put on your robes. I believe we are nearly there," she stated, her tone reminiscent of an announcement. "Who is she?" Harry asked. "No idea." Ron shrugged, taking a bite of his chocolate frog. "But she sure has a certain something about her." This brief encounter was soon dismissed from their minds. The train continued its journey northward, the scenery outside gradually shifting from tidy farmlands to desolate mountains blanketed in purple heather. The sky grew overcast, with low-hanging clouds hinting at an impending change in weather. As time passed, Ron began to enlighten Harry about the 4 houses of Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. He noted that almost all of his family belonged to Gryffindor, expressing his disdain for Slytherin with unabashed contempt, remarking that it was a breeding ground for dark wizards, with that person whose name cannot be mentioned having emerged from there. "I wonder which house I will be sorted into," Harry said with a hint of anxiety, hoping to be placed in Gryffindor alongside Ron, yet fearing he might not measure up. "You don't know?" Ron appeared astonished. "Everyone in my family is in Gryffindor. I can only imagine their reaction if I were sorted elsewhere. I doubt I will be placed in Gryffindor." Just then, the round-faced boy, Neville, reappeared at the door, his voice tinged with distress as he inquired about his toad. After receiving another negative response, he departed, dejected. "I really don't understand why he is so frantic," Ron remarked. "If it were mine, I would be quite pleased to see it go. But I've got Scabbers. There's nothing to brag about." He produced the still, slumbering mouse, endeavoring to demonstrate to Harry its utter uselessness. In a bid to amuse Harry, Ron even retrieved his slightly battered old wand, with strands of unicorn hair protruding from it, attempting to cast a spell on Scabbers. He cleared his throat, and just as he raised his wand, the compartment door swung open for the 3rd time. It was the same brown-haired girl, Hermione Granger. Observing Ron's wand-wielding stance, she furrowed her brow and spoke in a clear, somewhat admonitory tone. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville lost one again. Are you attempting magic? Then let us witness it. She seated herself, her gaze fixed intently on Ron, as if awaiting a formal display of magic. Ron, clearly flustered by the sudden attention, awkwardly held his wand aloft. Under Hermione's focused stare and Harry's curious gaze, he mustered the courage to recite the spell his brother had taught him, which was said to transform a mouse into a bright shade of yellow. He waved his wand and uttered the incantation. However, nothing transpired. Scabbers remained a dull gray, nestled comfortably in his palm, still fast asleep. Ron's face flushed crimson. Hermione promptly inquired, "Are you certain that is a genuine spell? It doesn't appear to work, does it? I practiced several simple spells at home, and they all succeeded. No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished and elated when I received my acceptance letter. As I understand, this is the finest wizarding school. I've memorized all the textbooks, and by the way, I am Hermione Granger. May I ask your names?" Her words tumbled out in a rapid stream, imbued with a sense of urgency to prove herself and gather information. Harry felt another wave of discomfort. Hermione seemed oblivious, turning her attention back to Ron. "And you?" "I'm Ron Weasley," he mumbled, his tone somewhat glum. "Pleasure to meet you," Hermione replied, rising to her feet. "You both should hurry and put on your robes. We'll be arriving shortly." Like a gust of wind, she departed, leaving Harry and Ron enveloped in silence once more. Harry concurred, feeling that while the girl possessed a wealth of knowledge, her assertive demeanor was somewhat overwhelming. He glanced at Neville, hoping to gauge his reaction to the recent exchange, only to find that Neville had, at some point, retrieved his black robe and was now leisurely changing. Seemingly unfazed by Hermione's earlier presence and remarks, his expression as perpetually serene as ever. Harry and Ron hastily pulled out their own robes, struggling to don them. The deep crimson train continued its journey through the dimming twilight, the distant outlines of mountains becoming visible, along with, further still, an expanse of seemingly infinite, shadowy forest. Hogwarts was now within reach. Chapter 12. The Black Lake, the Starry Sky, and the Sorting Hat. The act of donning the black robes carried an almost sacred sense of ritual. The coarse and substantial fabric brushed against Harry's skin, reminding him that he was no longer the boy who had hidden beneath the stairs in Dudley's old clothes, but rather a wizard on the verge of entering a magical school. He fumbled awkwardly with the buttons at his collar and cuffs, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Ron mirrored his clumsiness, his robe evidently too short, revealing his ankles clad in worn athletic shoes. The train slowed noticeably with a prolonged and muffled whistle. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and beneath the deep violet canopy, the silhouette of rolling hills emerged, resembling the spine of a colossal beast. While further afield lay a dense forest that appeared particularly profound in the night, as if harboring countless secrets. "We're almost there," Ron exclaimed, pressing his nose against the cold glass of the window, his voice contorted with excitement. "That's the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts is nearby." A cacophony erupted within the carriage as other students hurriedly made their final preparations, stowing away snack wrappers, checking their luggage, and mingling in animated conversation interspersed with the hoots of owls. Finally, with a jolt, the train came to a complete stop. Harry picked up Hedwig's cage. He dared not leave it behind, and along with Hermione and Ron, stumbled through the throng of passengers down onto a small, dimly lit platform. The night air was brisk, infused with the distinctive dampness and chill of the Scottish Highlands, swiftly dispelling the warmth of the carriage. A solitary, flickering oil lamp hung on the platform, casting restless shadows that danced in the wind. Students huddled together, their chatter resonating loudly against the cold night sky. "First-year students. First years. Over here." A booming, familiar voice cut through the clamor. Harry stood on his tiptoes and glimpsed Hagrid's enormous figure at the forefront of the crowd, illuminated beneath the lamp, holding a massive lantern, his face beaming with warmth and enthusiasm. "Harry, Hermione, this way, and you too. Hurry up." Upon seeing Hagrid's familiar face, the last vestiges of Harry's apprehension dissipated. Together with Hermione and Ron, he pushed through the bustling crowd towards Hagrid. Other first years also converged, their expressions a blend of curiosity and trepidation. "Any more first years? Watch your step." "All right, follow me." Hagrid turned, his heavy footsteps leading the chattering group away from the platform and onto a steep, narrow path. Dense woods flanked the path, dark and impenetrable, with only the sound of the wind whispering through the treetops and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush breaking silence. No one spoke. All carefully followed the glow of Hagrid's lantern, navigating the uneven terrain with only the sound of their labored breaths and the crunch of gravel beneath their feet accompanying them. A wave of hushed gasps filled the air, brimming with anticipation. Then, as the path opened up, the sight that greeted them caused everyone to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath and come to a halt. On the opposite shore of the Obsidian Lake, a magnificent castle looms majestically atop a steep cliff. Its towering spires pierce the starry sky, countless windows glimmering with warm lights, resembling scattered stars in the night, delineating the castle's silhouette with clarity and enigma. Its reflection lies serenely on the lake's surface, akin to a dark mirror, gently swaying with the faint ripples, as if two magical realms are reflecting each other. This castle is even more grand and awe-inspiring than what Harry had envisioned in his dreams, exuding an ancient, powerful, and welcoming aura, quietly awaiting their arrival. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people, Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a line of small boats moored at the shore. These boats appear to be fashioned from wood, rustic and unpretentious. Harry, Luna, and Ron naturally boarded one of the boats. Soon after, the round-faced boy Neville, who had lost his toad on the train, timidly climbed aboard, looking on the verge of tears, evidently still troubled by his missing companion. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, as he himself took a seat in a large boat. "Then let us proceed." With his command, the entire fleet of boats commenced their journey simultaneously, as if propelled by an unseen force, gliding smoothly and silently across the inky surface of the lake towards the brilliantly lit castle. The atmosphere on the boat was remarkably tranquil. All gazed upwards, entranced by the approaching castle, profoundly moved by its grandeur and beauty. Harry felt his heart pounding fiercely within his chest, a warm surge of awe, excitement, and belonging enveloping him. This was to be his future home. He glanced at Luna, seated across from him, under the glow of the castle's lights. Her profile appeared serene and distinct, unlike the other first years, who gaped in astonishment. She simply gazed at the castle, her dark eyes reflecting the radiant lights, deep as the black lake beneath them. Her fingers lightly rested on the boat's edge, rhythmically tapping against the wooden side, as if silently resonating with an ancient melody emanating from the depths of the castle, one that only she could perceive. The small boat carried them into a tunnel beneath the castle's cliff, eventually docking at a place reminiscent of an underground pier. They disembarked and ascended a cobblestone path, ultimately gathering before a massive, heavy oak door. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times upon the grand entrance. The door immediately swung open without a sound. Standing at the threshold was a tall, serious-looking witch-clad in a deep green robe, her dark hair styled into a tight bun. She wore square glasses, her sharp and discerning gaze sweeping over the somewhat disheveled and anxious group of first years. "Professor McGonagall, the first-year students have arrived," Hagrid respectfully announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here," she replied, proceeding to explain the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, along with the virtues each esteemed. Each year, the competition for the House Cup is fiercely intense. Every extraordinary performance you display at Hogwarts will earn points for your house, while any transgressions will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. Her serious gaze swept across the faces of each new student, and I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire school. I suggest that while you wait, you take a moment to compose yourselves and present a spirited demeanor. Her eyes briefly lingered on Neville's crooked collar and the dust on Ron's nose. "Once they are ready, I will come to escort you," Professor McGonagall said, urging silence. She exited the room. At that moment, Harry felt a wave of intense anxiety wash over him. Instinctively, he glanced at Ron, who stood beside him, looking equally pale. The surrounding new students began to murmur softly, heightening the tension. "How can they accurately sort us into the appropriate houses?" Harry whispered to Ron. "I suppose it must be through some sort of test," Fred remarked. "Though it sounds rather daunting, I think he was joking." Ron replied uncertainly, his complexion still somewhat ashen. Suddenly, an event transpired that caused nearly everyone, including Harry, to startle in fright. A piercing scream, reminiscent of someone being throttled, echoed from behind him. At least 20 pearly, translucent ghosts drifted through the walls, gliding into the room. They conversed among themselves as they floated through, seemingly oblivious to the trembling first years. We should forget," I said. "We ought to give him another chance. My good sir, have we not afforded Peeves enough opportunities? Yet he has bestowed upon us such unflattering nicknames. You see, he does not even qualify as a proper ghost." I said, "What are you doing here?" A ghost clad in a ruffled collar suddenly took notice of the first-year students. No one responded. New students, The plump ghost smiled at them. Are you ready to undergo the sorting test? I hope you're placed in Hufflepuff. I was in that house myself. The first years timidly formed a line, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione positioned in the middle. They exited the room, traversed the entrance hall, and passed through the enormous closed door once more, before Professor McGonagall pushed it open to lead them into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Harry had never envisioned such a magical, splendid place. Students from other years were seated at 4 long house tables, with thousands of floating candles illuminating the hall, their light reflecting off the brilliant starry sky above. At first, Harry mistook the velvety black ceiling for the night sky, until he heard Hermione quietly explaining to the person beside her, her voice tinged with a distinct air of knowledge, that it was bewitched to resemble the sky outdoors. Professor McGonagall instructed them to form a line before the entire upper class, with the teachers standing behind them. Harry lifted his gaze and discerned the educators seated at the head table. He immediately recognized Albus Dumbledore, who occupied the center in a golden armchair, his silvery hair and beard shimmering in the candlelight. Beside Dumbledore sat the pallid wizard he had encountered on the train, Professor Quirrell, who was seated alongside Hagrid. On the other side, a greasy-haired man with a hooked nose and sallow skin regarded them with cold, black eyes, an unsettling gaze that led Harry to surmise that he was likely Professor Snape. As Harry nervously swallowed, feeling as though he might faint, Professor McGonagall quietly placed a 4-legged stool before them, and then produced a tattered, filthy, patched-up old hat, setting it atop the stool. The hall fell into a profound silence. Then, a crack in the brim of the hat opened like a mouth, and the hat began to twist and sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall gladly eat myself. The hat continued to sing of the traits and histories of the 4 houses. Come, we're me. There is no need for fear. Do not panic. You are perfectly safe in my presence, even though I lack hands. For I am a thinking hat. Harry exhaled in relief, yet his heart remained at his throat. It was not a dreadful test. He merely needed to don a hat. Perhaps this would not be so terrible after all, as I call forth a name. That individual shall don the hat, take a seat upon the stool, and await their house assignment. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment in her hands. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placed the hat upon her head, which nearly obscured her eyes, and sat down. After a brief pause, the hat exclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table to her right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks. Harry noticed the fat friar, Ghost, waving joyfully at her. Next, a boy with an air of arrogance and pale blonde hair, whom Harry had observed on the train, after Susan Bones and Terry Boot were sorted into Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, was called forward, striding confidently, as if the entire hall were his stage. Draco Malfoy. The hat had scarcely brushed his hair when it cried out, Slytherin. The sorting ceremony continued. Hermione Granger nearly sprinted forward upon hearing her name, eagerly placing the hat atop her head. Gryffindor. The hat declared. Ron emitted a distinct groan. Harry felt his knees tremble. There were few left, and soon it would be his turn. Harry Potter. When his name was called, a buzz erupted in the hall, akin to the sizzle of a small flame, spreading swiftly. Potter? Are they calling for Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? Harry felt as though he were anchored to the spot. Only under Professor McGonagall's urging gaze did he mechanically begin to move forward. He could sense hundreds of eyes fixated upon him, the whispers cascading like a tidal wave. He took his seat on the 4-legged stool, and McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat was oversized, obscuring his vision and plunging him into darkness, leaving him to hear only the thunderous pounding of his heart in his ears. A faint voice whispered beside him, difficult, very difficult. I can see you possess considerable courage and a kind heart. You have talent, oh my yes, a strong desire to prove yourself, quite intriguing. Now, where shall I place you? Harry gripped the edge of the stool tightly, internally repeating, not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin, right? The subtle voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Are you certain? You have great potential, you know, and in a single thought, Slytherin could lead you to greatness. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, since you've made up your mind, Gryffindor. The hat proclaimed loudly. Harry removed the hat, and his legs trembling slightly, made his way towards the Gryffindor table. He had done it. He had avoided Slytherin. He was met with an unprecedentedly warm welcome. Percy Weasley stood to shake his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins shouted exuberantly, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" Harry sat opposite a ghost adorned with a ruffled collar, who patted his arm, sending a chilling sensation through him. Yet he paid it no mind, his face beaming with a radiant smile, feeling as though he had won the world. He glanced at the staff table, noticing Professor Quirrell engaged in quiet conversation with Hagrid. while Professor Snape caught his eye. His heart sank. Snape was staring at him with those cold, black eyes, devoid of any warmth. Only a deep, unsettling scrutiny. The sorting ceremony continued. Ron Weasley was also sorted into Gryffindor, his face flushed, freckles more pronounced, as he excitedly took a seat beside Harry. Then, Professor McGonagall called out the next name, Yunqi Potter. The hall buzzed once more, but this time, the murmurs carried not only curiosity, but also an undercurrent of something more serious, a weighty attention emanating from the staff table. Many gazes, including those of Harry and Ron, turned towards the quiet boy with black hair who had been nearly overlooked in the queue. Yunqi calmly stepped forward, his stride steady, betraying no hesitation or nervousness. He approached the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat obscured Yunqi's eyes and his tranquil expression. An unusual silence enveloped the hall, more profound than during any previous sorting. Everyone fixated on the tattered hat, awaiting its judgment. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and the hat remained silent. Harry felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as he fixed his gaze upon the hat, bewildered by the prolonged wait for it to be placed upon Yunqi's head. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion as well. At the head table, Dumbledore, peering through his crescent-shaped glasses, regarded Yunqi with a calm and profound expression. Snape's brows knitted slightly, his gaze sharpening, while Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat apprehensive. Within the depths of the hat's dark interior, an ancient voice imbued with wisdom resonated in Yunqi's mind, trembling with a rare hint of reverence. As if it were not merely speaking to him, but rather whispering a confirmation, a resonance that transcended millennia, comprehensible only to the two of them. Given that you possess the courage to confront the unknown and cherish camaraderie in battle as fervently as 1,000 years ago. After a brief pause, the sorting hat seemed to awaken from a long dream, twisting slightly before proclaiming in a clear and resounding voice to the entire hall, Gryffindor. Yunqi took a seat beside Harry, and Percy, the head of Gryffindor, solemnly extended his hand in welcome. Wonderful, we are all in Gryffindor, Harry exclaimed to Yunqi. Feeling his lingering worries dissipate, Yunqi responded with a gentle HM, his gaze sweeping over the jubilant Gryffindor table, across the dazzling magical starry sky of the ceiling, finally resting on the golden-red banner of Gryffindor that hung behind the head table. His fingertips subconsciously brushed against the smooth wood of the hawthorn wand hidden within his robes. A millennium later, he had returned, reborn, seated in the very castle he had once helped to establish. At the long table of the house he had been sorted into all those years ago. Chapter 13. The beginning of term as Yunqi settled beside Harry. The latter's face radiated pure, unrestrained joy as he clapped Yunqi's shoulder enthusiastically. Fantastic, we're all together. Ron grinned beside them, his freckles seemingly aglow. At last, Harry's gaze drifted to the head table. In addition to Dumbledore and the previously noted Quirrell and Snape, he spotted several unfamiliar faces, likely new professors who had joined over the millennium. His eyes lingered momentarily on a witch adorned with a patched pointed hat, her expression somewhat dazed, before flitting past a short, plump witch with a warm smile. The faculty of Hogwarts was ever-changing, yet the duty of safeguarding this castle and educating young wizards remained a cornerstone, passed down through generations. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. He opened his arms wide, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, as if to embrace the entire hall. Welcome. His voice boomed clearly, imbued with a remarkable calming power that swiftly hushed the bustling hall. Welcome to a new school year at Hogwarts. I have a few words to share with you, you fools, crybabies, rascals, twist. He resumed his seat, and the audience erupted into applause and cheers. Harry and Ron laughed heartily, finding the headmaster utterly cool. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Yunqi's mouth. Dumbledore remained as ever, delighting in shattering conventions in unexpectedly whimsical manners, a practice unchanged over the millennia. With a mere gesture from Dumbledore, the empty plate before them was suddenly heaped with an abundance of food. Roasted beef, succulent chicken, pork chops, lamb racks, sausages, smoked meats, steaks alongside boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crispy chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce, and even peppermint candies. The lavish spread, fragrant and inviting, was nothing short of paradise for Harry, who had often found himself in a state of half-starvation at the Dursleys. Harry and Ron immediately lunged towards the food like famished wolves, their forks and knives clattering, their mouths stuffed to the brim as they engaged in muffled conversation. In contrast, Luna's dining etiquette was far more refined. She methodically sliced her steak with a natural elegance, as if she were accustomed to such gatherings. As she savored the flavors, she silently compared them to the rugged tastes shared around a campfire during the castle's construction a millennium ago. The flavors had become more sophisticated, yet the warmth of sharing a meal transcended time, creating a wondrous connection. After the meal, the remnants vanished, and the plates were replaced with an array of ice creams and desserts. Everyone indulged until they were pleasantly full, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. When the last golden plate was polished and restored to its former luster, Professor Dumbledore stood once more, and the hall fell silent again. Now that everyone is satisfied and well-hydrated, I have a few words to share, he began. As the term commenced, he outlined several important notices. He addressed the first-year students, cautioning them against entering the Forbidden Forest, casting a pointed glance at the Weasley twins. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, had requested that students refrain from casting spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team would take place in the second week of the term, and any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, he warned, for those who wish to avoid untimely accidents and miserable fates, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore proclaimed, his voice ringing out, while the smiles of the other teachers appeared momentarily frozen. He flicked his wand, releasing a long golden ribbon that curled and twisted above the dining table, forming lines of text. Choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire assembly joined in a raucous chorus, their voices a delightful cacophony. The Weasley brothers concluded the song to the slow melody of a funeral march, with Dumbledore conducting them with his wand, and he applauded them heartily upon their finish. The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy Weasley, jostling through the bustling crowd as they exited the hall and ascended the marble staircase. The interior of the castle was even more intricate than it appeared from the outside, with moving staircases and seemingly identical corridors. The portraits adorning the walls whispered and gestured as they passed, particularly towards Harry, while occasionally bestowing curious, probing glances upon Luna. Percy guided them through a staircase concealed behind a tapestry, which swayed incessantly, maneuvering around several suits of armor that unexpectedly shifted direction. Ultimately, they halted before a portrait at the end of a corridor, depicting a rather plump woman clad in a pink gown. Password? She inquired languidly. The portrait swung open. Revealing a circulaire passage. One by one, they crawled through and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular chamber, adorned with plush armchairs, a fireplace ablaze with warm flames, and walls draped in scarlet tapestries, exuding an atmosphere of warmth and vitality. Percy directed the boys and girls to their respective dormitory doors. The boys' dormitory lay atop a spiral staircase. They finally located their beds, 5 four-poster beds draped in deep red velvet curtains, with their trunks placed beside them. Harry felt an unprecedented fatigue, yet an equally unprecedented joy. He changed into his pajamas, nestled into the soft, inviting sheets, listening to Neville's gentle snores and the excited whispers of Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, his other 2 roommates, feeling as if he were in a dream. Hedwig's cage rested on the bedside table, the snowy owl cooing serenely in the darkness. He glanced at the bed beside him, where Ron lay. Ron had also settled down, but instead of drifting off immediately, he kept his eyes open, gazing at the vague, carved patterns on the canopy, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps merely savoring the tranquility that this ancient space still reserved for him, a sense of home. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, rousing Harry from slumber amidst the surrounding excitement. He sat up to see Ron awkwardly attempting to tie his tie, Neville frantically searching for his socks, while Seamus and Dean studied their class schedules. "Look," Ron exclaimed, shoving a piece of parchment in front of Harry. "What classes do we have today?" Harry accepted the schedule, and along with Ron, squeezed onto the edge of the bed to examine it. Monday, 9 o'clock, Charms with Hufflepuff. 11 o'clock, Transfiguration. Afternoon, Flying with Slytherin. Charms and Transfiguration, plus flying, Ron said with excitement. How splendid. Ron had also risen, silently tidying his bed and donning his robes with unhurried grace. He glanced at his schedule with an expression devoid of any particular emotion, as if it were merely another ordinary day of study. They descended downstairs with the other Gryffindor students to have breakfast in the Great Hall. The ceiling transformed into a soft shade of blue-gray, with a few clouds drifting by. As usual, owls flocked in, delivering messages and packages. Hedwig had yet to bring Harry anything. She merely nuzzled his ear affectionately. Harry spotted Malfoy unwrapping a parcel beneath the talons of a massive carved owl, revealing sweets sent from home, and he deliberately raised his voice to share them with the Slytherin table, flaunting his bounty. At that moment, Hermione Granger, clutching a hefty stack of books, hurriedly approached and seated herself beside them, exclaiming with fervor, "Today's lesson plan is absolutely marvelous. I can hardly wait to delve into the wonders of genuine magic. Have you both prepared for the Charms textbook?" Professor Flitwick is reputed to be an authority on the subject. Harry and Ron exchanged a resigned glance, while Luna quietly spread butter on a slice of toast, showing no reaction to Hermione's rapid-fire words. After breakfast, they followed the schedule to commence their first official classes at Hogwarts. The Charms classroom was situated atop a tall tower, and they climbed the stairs, breathless from the exertion. The room was modest in size, with a platform piled high with numerous books. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard who needed to stand upon a stack of books to see over the lectern, exuberantly called out Harry's name during attendance, causing him to stumble backward and vanish behind the platform, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the class. Today's lesson focused on the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick meticulously dissected the incantation, elaborating on the nuances of wrist movements and pronunciation. A swish and flick? Remember, a swish and flick. Pronouncing the spell correctly is crucial. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa. Make it light and lively. They began to practice, and the classroom was soon filled with the sounds of incantations and the swishing of wands. Ron seemed particularly determined, yet, much like during their previous train journey, his wand appeared uncooperative. The feather before him merely quivered lazily, not budging an inch. "You're doing it wrong," came Hermione's critical voice from nearby. "It's Wingardium Leviosa." The gar needs to be pronounced long and clear. Demonstrating with her wand, she pronounced the spell, and the feather before her gracefully lifted, hovering 4 feet above the desk with perfect stability. "Wow, that's impressive," Ron muttered, visibly annoyed. As Professor Flitwick moved to the opposite end of the classroom, he whispered to Harry, "She's a nightmare." Honestly, Harry also struggled with his progress. He practiced the wrist movement and recited the incantation repeatedly, but the feather merely trembled occasionally, as if mocking his efforts. Feeling disheartened, he furtively glanced at Luna. Luna stood at a nearby desk, her movements deliberate yet measured, each gesture impeccably precise, as though rehearsed countless times. Unlike the others, she did not hurriedly chant the spell. Instead, she quietly attuned herself to the connection between her wand and fingertips, sensing the flow of magic within her. When she finally waved her wand and clearly articulated Wingardium Leviosa, the feather before her did not leap abruptly, but was gently lifted by an unseen current, rising steadily and smoothly into the air, surpassing Hermione's feather in height, and hovering without the slightest tremor. Professor Flitwick happened to witness this moment, exclaiming in a tiny gasp, "Oh, perfect, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor." Exemplary technique and precise magical control. Ron's mouth fell open in astonishment, while Hermione cast a glance that mingled surprise with a hint of envy. Harry felt a sense of joy for Yunqi, even though he himself had not succeeded. Yunqi calmly allowed the feather to descend slowly, betraying no hint of triumph on his face, as if this were merely a matter of course. Only he understood that in casting this seemingly simple spell, he was not solely reliant on the wand and the incantation itself. Rather, he was guiding the faintly awakening ancient magical energy within him to soothe and amplify the effects of modern magic, achieving a near-essential harmony. This was not an act of ostentation, but rather an instinctive approach to understanding and wielding magic. Today, we were to learn how to transform a matchstick into a needle. She distributed the matchsticks and began her meticulous explanation. This lesson was evidently more challenging than the Charms class. By the time the class concluded, aside from Hermione sharpening her matchstick slightly and giving it a silvery sheen, scarcely anyone had made significant progress, Yunqi included. In Transfiguration, he seemed to lack the effortless finesse exhibited in the Charms class. His matchstick merely assumed a more orderly shape, yet remained wood. Professor McGonagall conducted a stern inspection, occasionally offering succinct guidance. Regarding Yunqi's performance, she merely nodded slightly, offering no additional praise, but a flicker of contemplation appeared in her gaze. Madame Hooch, a lady with short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes akin to those of an eagle, stood before a row of broomsticks awaiting them. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked as everyone positioned themselves beside a broomstick. Hurry, time is of the essence." Harry glanced down at his broom. It was tattered and old, with branches protruding haphazardly. "Extend your right hand above the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then commanded up. The entire line erupted into a cacophony. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, a sensation that felt utterly natural, as if the broom had been awaiting his call. He felt a rush of delight. However, such ease was rare. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground. Ron's broom remained completely still. Neville's broom sprang up like a startled rabbit, only to fall back down. Yunqi's broom, after he calmly issued the command, rose steadily, a hint of compliance evident, landing smoothly in his palm, the motion fluid and without a trace of hesitation. Madame Hooch's keen gaze lingered on him for a moment before she nodded slightly. Next, Madame Hooch began to demonstrate how to mount the broom without sliding off the front and corrected their grip. Just as she was guiding Ron, Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, fearing he would be left on the ground, did not wait for the whistle to touch Madame Hooch's lips and kicked off forcefully, soaring into the air. However, Neville shot straight up, as if a cork had been ejected from a bottle, soaring 12 feet, then 20. His face turned pale, panic-stricken as he gasped for breath. Sliding off the side of the broom, and then thud. With a dull thump, he crashed face down onto the grass, lying motionless. His broom continued to ascend higher, then began to drift slowly towards the forbidden forest, disappearing from sight. Madame Hooch bent down to gaze at Neville, her face as pale as his. Her wrist was broken. She softly reassured him, "It's all right. The child is fine. You may rise." Tears streamed down Neville's cheeks as he clutched his wrist, departing alongside Madame Hooch. No sooner had they left than Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Did you see that face? That big oaf?" Other Slytherin students chimed in. "Silence, Malfoy," Parvati Patil interjected sternly. "Oh, defending Longbottom?" sneered Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl. "I never imagined you'd fancy the pudgy little crybaby Patil." "Look," Malfoy suddenly exclaimed, rushing to retrieve something from the grass, a cherished memento from that foolish boy's grandmother. It was a memory ball, glimmering in the sunlight. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry whispered. All conversation ceased as they watched. Malfoy grinned maliciously. "I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to fetch, perhaps up in a tree." "Bring it here," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already mounted his broom and ascended. He had flown before, and quite adeptly. Hovering at the height of an oak tree-esque crown, he called out, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry grasped his broom with fervor. "No," Hermione Granger exclaimed. "Madame Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all in trouble." Ignoring her, blood surged to Harry's head. He mounted his broom, kicking off the ground with vigor. The broom responded instantly. The exhilaration was unparalleled, as if he were meant to soar through the skies. He effortlessly maneuvered the broom, swiftly ascending to the same altitude as Malfoy, halting with precision. The entire flying lesson fell into silence, all eyes trained on the confrontation above. Malfoy appeared taken aback by Harry's unexpected flight and skill. His malevolent grin faltered. "Hand it over," Harry commanded, "or I shall send you plummeting." "Oh, is that so?" Malfoy attempted a mocking laugh, but it lacked conviction. Filled with courage, Harry leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, charging toward Malfoy. Startled, Malfoy hastily dodged. "There are no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you here, Malfoy," Harry shouted, deftly altering his course to press once more toward Malfoy. Malfoy's expression shifted. He glanced at the ground, seemingly calculating the distance, then reluctantly tossed the memory ball away, aiming it toward the distant castle tower. "Harry, go after it," Ron shouted anxiously from below. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall came rushing over, her face even more shocked and pale than Madame Hooch's. Her gaze flitted from the memory ball in Harry's hand to the evidently recently used broom beside him, finally settling on his face. "During my many years at Hogwarts, I have never encountered a moment so astonishing that it left her nearly speechless. How dare you risk breaking your neck?" She inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to regain her composure. "Potter, follow me." Harry's heart sank. He cast a glance at Ron and Hermione, the latter regarding him with an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so." He then turned his gaze towards Chio, who remained steadfastly in place, looking at him with calmness devoid of reproach or concern, only an understanding that suggested everything had unfolded as he anticipated. Chapter 14. Echoes of the castle and the smoke of potions. Harry trailed behind Professor McGonagall, his spirits plummeting like a stone into a frozen abyss, each step burdened with an overwhelming weight. He envisioned the imminent reprimand, the loss of points, perhaps even the notification of expulsion. McGonagall walked briskly, her robes billowing, and her silence instilled a deeper dread within Harry than any roar could. They traversed the entrance hall, not heading towards the familiar stone gargoyle of the headmaster's office, but veering into a corridor Harry had never before explored. Just as his thoughts began to spiral into a dark chasm, the classroom door swung open. It was not Professor McGonagall who entered, but an unexpected figure, Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. a sturdy fifth-year boy with determined eyes. Harry had seen him a few times in the common room, always clutching a Quidditch ball and enthusiastically discussing tactics with his teammates. Wood wore an expression that was a curious blend of confusion and exhilaration, clutching several flying broomsticks in his hands. "Professor McGonagall has informed me," he stated, sizing Harry up with an eager gaze, "that you are a natural seeker. That dive you just made, was it truly as she described?" Harry, taken aback, nodded in bewilderment. "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, Wood thrust a broomstick into Harry's hands and led him once more through the castle, arriving at the Quidditch pitch. The empty field stretched out magnificently under the afternoon sun. Wood excitedly elaborated on the rules of Quidditch, producing various balls, the bludger, the quaffle, before cautiously retrieving a small golden ball from a locked chest. It bore a pair of silver wings, buzzing restlessly in Wood's hand as it sought to escape. "This is the golden snitch." Wood's voice was imbued with a near-reverent tone. "The seeker's objective. It moves at incredible speed and is exceedingly difficult to catch. A match typically concludes only when one side captures the snitch, making the seeker the most pivotal position." He released it, and the golden snitch vanished instantaneously into the sky. "Now, Potter, let me see your skills." Wood handed Harry a seemingly newer broomstick. "Try to catch it." When Harry descended to the ground, palms outstretched, revealing the still fluttering golden snitch to Wood, the Quidditch captain's face flushed with excitement as he vigorously patted Harry on the back, nearly toppling him. "Brilliant, Potter. Absolutely brilliant. I've never witnessed a first-year accomplish such a feat. Listen, we require rigorous training and utmost discretion. We must not allow the Slytherins to discover that I am procuring a respectable broomstick for you. Goodness, if they were to learn that they possess the entire team's Nimbus 2000. Well, he conveyed this remarkable news to Ron. His reaction was more intense than Harry had anticipated. He was rendered speechless, then erupted into a jubilant cheer, embracing Harry tightly, as if he had just secured victory in the World Cup. "You become a seeker? In your first year? This is absolutely record-breaking. Oh, how splendid. Wait, a Nimbus 2000. I haven't even touched one." Ron's exuberance nearly threatened to lift the roof off the common room. The news swiftly circulated within Gryffindor, and every upperclassman who heard it cast astonished and admiring glances toward Harry. While the Weasley twins gleefully proclaimed that Gryffindor was poised to seize the Quidditch Cup, only Hermione Granger, upon hearing this revelation, expressed her disapproval with a distinctly skeptical tone. "I hope you're not boasting, Potter. This sounds exceedingly reckless. And will Professor McGonagall truly allow it?" Yet her doubts were soon drowned out by Ron's fervor and the enthusiasm of the surrounding Gryffindors. Amidst the clamor, Corky sat quietly in an armchair by the fireplace, engrossed in a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. When Harry cast a questioning glance in his direction, Corky merely lifted his eyes and offered a slight nod, his demeanor calm, as if Harry's ascension to Seeker was the most natural occurrence. This tranquil acknowledgement, for reasons unknown, provided Harry's ecstatic heart with a sense of grounding and reassurance. At dinner, when an owl delivered a long parcel containing the Nimbus 2000 directly to Harry at the Gryffindor table, the ensuing commotion surpassed even that of the sorting ceremony. Envious gasps and murmurs erupted around him. Harry carefully unwrapped the parcel. The sleek broomstick handle, the smooth wood, and the exquisite craftsmanship captivated him entirely. He could even sense a faint magical aura emanating from the broom, resonating subtly with his own magic. "The Nimbus 2000, mate," Ron exclaimed, stroking the broomstick handle with gleaming eyes. "I wish I could just touch it." Malfoy, witnessing this scene from the Slytherin table, wore an exceedingly sour expression, his gray-blue eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. It was evident that he had heard of Harry's new role as Seeker, which was undoubtedly a severe blow to him and his Nimbus 2001, of which he had just boasted. In the days that followed, Harry quickly acclimated to life at Hogwarts, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness and busyness. He adhered strictly to Wood's confidentiality demands, concealing the Nimbus 2000 beneath his dormitory bed, utilizing it only during the secret training sessions arranged by Wood. The sensation of soaring through the sky made him feel liberated and powerful, momentarily allowing him to forget the troubles of the Dursleys and the burden of his scar. His classes continued as well. In the Charms class, under the patient guidance of Professor Flitwick and a nearly flawless demonstration by Yunqi, who rarely showcased her abilities, Harry finally succeeded in levitating his feather a few inches off the desk, filling him with exhilaration. The Transfiguration class remained a formidable challenge, as Professor McGonagall's requirements were exceedingly stringent, causing Harry's matchstick to stubbornly retain its wooden form for most of the time. The defense against the dark arts lesson devolved into a farce, with Professor Quirrell's stammering lecture and the pervasive smell of garlic, reportedly to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania, rendering what should have been the most thrilling class into a dreary and ridiculous affair. However, among all the subjects, it was potions class that left Harry feeling the most oppressed and inexplicably uneasy, held in a subterranean classroom. The atmosphere was far chillier than that of the castle above, with glass jars lining the walls, each containing various disconcerting animal specimens. The ambience itself was sufficiently macabre. Professor Snape, with his greasy hair, hooked nose, and waxen skin, paused at Harry's name during roll call, just as he had on the day of flying lessons. "Ah, yes," he murmured with a cold mockery, "Harry Potter, our illustrious newcomer." When he called out Yunqi's name, Snape's gaze swept over her with equal sharpness, though the meaning in his eyes appeared more complex. Alongside his customary scrutiny and indifference, there seemed to linger an exceedingly subtle, inscrutable curiosity. Yunqi responded calmly, her eyes briefly meeting Snape's without any evasion or emotion. After the roll call, Snape commenced his lecture, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for every student to discern his every word. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he began. "Due to the presence of some imbeciles who can only flail their wands, many of you may not believe this constitutes magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the marvel of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting liquid that courses through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your status, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish imbeciles I often encounter." This opening statement left most students breathless. Next, his gaze, akin to a cold spotlight, fixed intently on Harry. "Potter," Snape suddenly exclaimed, "what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry glanced bewilderedly at Ron, who appeared equally at a loss. "Powdered daffodil root? Infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's arm shot up high in the air, nearly lifting her off her seat. Snape's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. "It seems fame does not equate to knowledge, does it? I suspect you haven't cracked open a single book before the term began, have you, Potter?" Snape continued to ignore Hermione's trembling arm. "Now, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" This time, Hermione rose directly, her arm extended resolutely. Yet Snape did not spare her a glance. His gaze fixated firmly on Harry. A wave of humiliation and anger washed over Harry. He vaguely sensed that this question seemed familiar, as if he had encountered a similar plant in the illustrations of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, yet he could not recall the distinction. "I don't know." He conceded for the third time, his cheeks aflame, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" A few students chuckled, primarily from the Slytherin side. Snape's expression darkened further. "Sit down," he commanded Hermione sharply. Then his gaze, as cold as a dagger, pierced Harry. "Let me enlighten you, Potter. The combination of daffodil root powder and wormwood can concoct a potent sleeping draught, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. Bezoar is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. As for the aconite and wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Do you comprehend? Why do you not take note of all this?" The classroom was immediately filled with the rustling of quills and parchment. Amidst the chaos, Snape's voice rang out again, icily. "Potter, due to your defiance towards the instructor, Gryffindor will lose a point." The remainder of the potions class proved to be even more arduous. They were tasked with concocting a simple potion to treat boils. Snape glided through the classroom in his long black cloak, his critiques landing on nearly every student, with only Malfoy escaping unscathed. Snape even commended him on his impeccable method of boiling a slug with tentacles. As Snape approached Harry and Ron, he seized Harry's cauldron, which emitted a dubious green smoke and a viscous mixture, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Potter, this concoction resembles nothing more than the bathwater of your giant cousin, rather than a potion. It seems that mere flying talent does not render you wise before the cauldron." Gryffindor loses another point for this repugnant failure. Harry lowered his head, biting his lip tightly, feeling blood rush to his face. He could hear Malfoy's muffled snickers from across the room. Snape's gaze then fell upon Seamus's cauldron. Seamus's pace appeared no quicker than the others, yet his movements were remarkably steady and precise. Each ingredient added, and every stir seemed calculated with utmost care. The potion in his cauldron exhibited a clear, standard pale blue hue, bubbling gently and releasing a faint aroma characteristic of a successfully brewed potion. Snape stared at the potion for a full 5 or 6 seconds in silence. His black eyes reflected no approval, only a deeper, colder scrutiny. as if he sought to pierce through this flawless potion to discern the essence of the soul behind it. It seems at least one Potter understands the importance of adhering to basic instructions. He finally spoke, his tone still frigid, yet perhaps tinged with the faintest, almost imperceptible surprise. He did not award Gryffindor any points, but simply turned away with his characteristic gliding gait. But why does he detest me? Harry was bewildered and perplexed. He didn't even know him. I don't know. Ron shook his head. Perhaps it's because he used to be a Death Eater. And you're the boy who lived? This conjecture sent a chill through Harry. They turned their gaze to the silent Quirrell, who walked beside them, his calm eyes fixed on the moving staircase ahead. He seemed disinclined to comment on the events that had transpired in potions class. It was only when Harry and Ron's eyes fell upon him that he slowly spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Professor Snape possesses a profound understanding of potions. With that solitary remark, he fell silent once more. The statement, delivered as a mere fact, devoid of any emotional undertones, left Harry and Ron even more confounded. Chapter 15. Halloween and the Troll Incident. The oppressive atmosphere brought about by potions class lingered in Harry's mind for days, akin to the chill of the underground classroom. Snape's blatant hostility felt like a thorn, piercing through his initial excitement and joy upon entering the magical realm. He began to observe the potions professor more closely, noticing that while Snape was equally stern with students from other houses, especially Slytherin, he exhibited none of the same malice towards them as he did towards Harry. This preferential treatment left Harry both confused and incensed. In contrast, Quirrell's performance in potions appeared increasingly effortless. He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to gauge the precise moment in the brewing process, understanding the subtle reactions between materials, producing potions that consistently aligned with the textbook's ideal state. Snape continued to scrutinize his cauldron with an icy and complex gaze. Yet he could no longer identify any substantive flaws and could only walk away in silence. Quirrell remained unfazed, as though Snape's scrutiny was no different from that of anyone else. On this particular day, in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was elucidating a more advanced technique for transforming a beetle into a button. Most students, including Hermione, were diligently attempting to flatten their beetles, adding a hint of metallic sheen. Harry's beetle, however, was flitting chaotically between wood shavings and its own exoskeleton, leaving him drenched in sweat. Quirrell's beetle lay quietly on his desk. Unlike his classmates, he did not eagerly wave his wand. Instead, he gently touched the beetle's hard back with his fingertip and closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, and the tip of his wand glowed with a steady, gentle light as he lightly tapped the beetle. There was no blinding flash or violent transformation. The beetle's form began to change as naturally and smoothly as sandcastles eroded by waves. Its chitinous shell gleamed with a brass-like luster, its body contracted and flattened, the edges becoming rounded and smooth. Ultimately, a quaint and elegant brass button, adorned with a natural spiral pattern at its center, lay quietly on the desk. The transformation was seamless, as though it had always been a button. Hermione, seated beside Quirrell, happened to catch this scene. Her mouth fell slightly open in astonishment as she glanced at her own beetle, which had merely become somewhat flattened, and then at Quirrell's button, which could only be described as a work of art. A flicker of disbelief and a strong sense of defeat crossed her eyes. She almost immediately raised her hand. Professor McGonagall. Hermione's voice was tinged with urgency. Yunqi, you've done it. His beetle had completely transformed into a button. Professor McGonagall approached briskly, picking up the brass button from Yunqi's desk and examining it closely. Her expression remained as serious as ever, yet the eyes behind her glasses sparkled with astonishment and admiration. A perfect silent charm transformation, Mr. Potter. The form is stable, the material conversion is thorough, and it even retains a portion of the original beauty of the creature. Outstanding. 10 points to Gryffindor. This was the first time Yunqi had earned points in class for his exceptional performance since his enrollment, and it was a remarkable 10 points. Hermione's expression grew more complex. She pressed her lips together and leaned down, fervently reciting the charm for her own beetle. Ron, meanwhile, made a face at Harry and whispered, Merlin's beard, how on earth did he manage that? Even Hermione. Harry felt joy for Yunqi. Yet he noticed that Yunqi himself responded to this rare accolade with indifference, merely nodding slightly before stowing the button away, as if it were a trivial accomplishment. This sentiment felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing Harry's enthusiasm and thoroughly vexed Ron. After Hermione departed, Ron could no longer contain his frustration and complained to Harry. Who does she think she is? Always meddling. It's a nightmare. Unfortunately, Hermione seemed to have overheard this remark. She abruptly halted, turned around, and Harry saw that her eyes appeared a bit misty. "I hope you fall off your broom in the next Quidditch match," she shouted at Ron, her voice sharp. "That could be extremely dangerous." With that, she whirled around and dashed up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Throughout the afternoon, Hermione was absent from Charms class. At dinner, Parvati Patil informed Harry and Ron that Hermione was in the girls' restroom, crying and did not wish to see anyone. This revelation left both Harry and Ron feeling somewhat guilty, particularly Ron, who seemed restless. Just as everyone was preparing to indulge in their meal, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the Great Hall, his large scarf askew on his head, his face a mask of terror. All eyes were upon him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, collapsing into a seat and gasping, "A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he toppled to the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to cast several bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand to restore order. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your students back to the dormitories." Percy naturally took charge. "Follow me. Stay together, first-year students. As long as you heed my instructions. There is nothing to fear from the troll. Follow me. Make way. I am a prefect." The Gryffindor students clustered together, trailing behind Percy as they made their way out. However, amidst the crowd's pushing, Harry suddenly seized Ron and Yunqi's sleeves. "Wait," Harry whispered, his face pale. "Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. She's still in the girls' restroom." Ron's face too drained of color. The earlier quarrel and guilt transformed into intense concern. After all, it was a troll. In the girls' restroom, Hermione, who was oblivious to the presence of the troll, found herself alone. "We must inform her," Harry declared decisively. Ron hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Harry's resolute expression, he nodded vigorously. The two, taking advantage of the chaos around them, stealthily slipped away from the main group and sought refuge in an empty side corridor. It was only at that moment they realized that Yunqi had followed them, quietly standing behind them as if he had intended to accompany them from the very beginning. "Yunqi," Harry remarked, somewhat surprised. "I know the location of the girls' restroom," Yunqi replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Splitting up is far more perilous." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, opting for silence. Yunqi's presence inexplicably bolstered their courage, despite his seemingly frail and composed demeanor. They pressed against the wall, cautiously making their way toward the girls' lavatory. The corridor was deserted, save for the sound of their own anxious footsteps and the distant, heavy thuds of the troll's footsteps, accompanied by its labored breathing reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. A nauseating stench, akin to a mix of dirty socks and an unkempt public restroom, grew increasingly potent. "It's nearby," Ron whispered tremulously, tightly gripping his wand. As they turned a corner, the sight before them elicited gasps of horror. A colossal creature stood in the middle of the corridor, towering at least 12 feet high, its skin a dull, granite gray. Its massive, lumbering body resembled a small mountain, adorned with tattered rags and dragging a gigantic wooden club. It loomed before a decrepit wooden door, the very entrance to the girls' restroom. It's at the door," Ron's voice quivered, tinged with panic. At that moment, a terrified scream from Hermione echoed from within the restroom. The troll appeared, enraged by the sound, letting out a growl as it began to ram its shoulder against the already precariously swaying door. "We must take action," Harry exclaimed in desperation, glancing at Ron and then at Yunqi. Ron's face turned pale, his lips trembling, seemingly at a loss for any solution. Yunqi, however, narrowed his eyes, swiftly surveying the troll, the surrounding environment, and the rickety door. His gaze remained calm, yet sharpened by analytical precision. "We need to divert its attention or destabilize it," Yunqi spoke in a low, rapid tone. "Harry, can your levitation charm affect the club it's holding? Even for a moment?" Harry paused, then comprehended Yunqi's intent. He nodded vigorously, though uncertainty gripped him. He raised his wand. "Ron," Yunqi turned to him. "Do you recall the description of the troll's keen sense of smell from dark forces? A guide to self-protection? It detests strong scents." Ron nodded blankly, not grasping Yunqi's meaning. "Use the most pungent substance you can think of to assault its nose and draw its attention." Yunqi urged swiftly. "I will create the opportunity." There was no time to hesitate. The troll struck again, causing the restroom door to emit a painful cracking sound. Harry inhaled deeply, concentrating all his energy, and shouted at the enormous club in the troll's hand. "Wingardium Leviosa." The tip of the wand glimmered momentarily. The heavy wooden staff swayed slightly, failing to float as Harry had hoped. However, this subtle disturbance caused the ogre's swing to experience a fleeting delay. In that instant, Yunqi sprang into action. He uttered no incantation, merely directing his wand sharply towards a slightly loosened stone slab not far beneath the ogre's feet. A faint, nearly imperceptible surge of magical energy emanated, causing the slab to abruptly lift at one corner. Simultaneously, despite his fear, Ron mustered his courage, closed his eyes, and randomly recited a prank spell he remembered purported to produce the effect of a stink bomb. Though its impact was weak, it released a small cloud of unpleasant yellow smoke aimed at the ogre's face. The ogre stumbled as the stone slab unexpectedly tilted beneath him. Its massive frame, already clumsy, lost its balance due to the faint odor from Ron's inept spell and Harry's interference with the staff. It let out a furious, bewildered roar, staggering forward as the heavy wooden staff clattered against the wall beside it, sending dust cascading down. "Hermione, run!" Harry shouted, seizing the opportunity towards the restroom. Hermione's face was ashen, her body trembling, but the instinct for survival propelled her to scramble out through the door. However, the ogre quickly regained its footing, seemingly enraged, its murky little eyes locking onto Hermione as she emerged, raising the wooden staff to strike her down. Stupefied, a voice rang out. It was Ron, in desperation attempting an aggressive spell that was beyond his skill, producing only a few sparks from his wand. In that critical moment, Yunqi, who had been calmly observing, took decisive action once more. He did not attempt to intercept the heavy staff, but swiftly pointed his wand towards an old brass fixture above the restroom door, used for hanging cleaning tools. With a deft flick of his wrist, a precise cutting spell, not silent, yet remarkably brief and subdued, was cast. With a snap, the cord securing the fixture broke. The heavy brass holder, adorned with several worn buckets and mops, came crashing down directly onto the ogre's bald, wrinkled scalp. Roar! The ogre emitted a deafening, anguished cry as the staff slipped from its grasp, clattering to the ground. Its massive body swayed, a giant hand reaching to cover the back of its head. It spun in place twice before collapsing face first to the ground, akin to a crumbling wall, shaking the entire corridor and promptly losing consciousness. The crisis averted, Harry, Ron, and Hermione collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, their hearts racing almost to the point of bursting from their chests. They gazed at the fallen ogre, and then exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and disbelief. Hermione was the first to regain her composure, her complex gaze shifting among the three boys, particularly to Yunqi, who had precisely incapacitated the ogre, her eyes filled with gratitude and astonishment. "Thank you," her voice still trembled slightly. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed onto the scene. Upon seeing the colossal creature sprawled on the ground and the four terrified Gryffindor students, Professor McGonagall's lips turned pale. "What on earth are you playing at?" Her voice quivered with shock and anger. "You are fortunate not to have been killed. Why were you not staying quietly in your dormitory?" Professor Snape cast a cold glare over the fallen giant, then swept his gaze over the four students, lingering for a fleeting moment on Yunqi, his eyes flashing with a brief, elusive doubt. He bent down to examine the wound on the back of the giant's head, then glanced at the fractured stand and scattered debris on the floor. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, taking a deep breath, though her voice still wavered. Her tone was remarkably resolute. "Please do not treat us like this, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me." "Miss Granger," Hermione continued, "I came to confront the giant because I thought I could handle it alone. You see, I have read about them in books and am quite knowledgeable." Ron's wand fell to the ground as he stared at Hermione in astonishment, as if he no longer recognized her. "If it weren't for Harry, Ron, and Yunqi arriving just in time, I might have perished." Hermione met Professor McGonagall's gaze directly. Harry and Ron tried to subdue it, but it was Yunqi who knocked it unconscious with that fallen stand. "They saved me." Professor McGonagall regarded Hermione, then shifted her stern gaze to the three boys, scrutinizing each of them. Harry nodded vigorously, and Ron quickly concurred. Yunqi stood quietly, neither confirming nor denying. "Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall finally spoke, her tone remaining grave, though her anger seemed to have diminished somewhat. "How could you possibly think you could confront a creature as massive as a mountain all on your own? Because of your actions, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." She turned to Harry, Ron, and Yunqi. "As for the three of you, I am quite astonished that you would lie to me. However, you have demonstrated extraordinary courage. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave." This outcome surprised everyone. Not only did they avoid severe punishment, but they were also rewarded for their bravery. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe their ears. They hurriedly exited the scene, making their way towards Gryffindor Tower. Along the way, Ron excitedly whispered to Harry, "Did you see that? Hermione actually helped us lie. She said it was all her doing." Hermione trailed slightly behind them, remaining silent, yet her gaze toward the three boys, especially Yunqi's back, was filled with unprecedented, sincere gratitude and a subtle, barely perceptible curiosity about Yunqi's extraordinary calmness and precision. The incident with the giant unexpectedly bridged the gap between the three of them, forging a strong bond born of their shared experiences of danger and salvation. The composure and remarkable timing exhibited by Yunqi, transcending his years, stirred ripples within Harry and Hermione, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In Chapter 16, the first Quidditch match and the stands, Yunqi remained a quiet observer, yet he was no longer merely a backdrop. During potions class, as Harry floundered under Snape's deliberate provocations, nearly jeopardizing a potion, it was Yunqi, from an unobtrusive angle, who subtly guided Harry to adjust the flame's temperature with the slightest of gestures, averting yet another disaster that could have cost Gryffindor points. In the library, when Hermione was exasperatedly searching for obscure historical magical texts, Yunqi would casually direct her attention to a dusty corner of a bookshelf, often concealing the very answers Hermione sought. His assistance was always so discreet, yet impeccably timed, as though he possessed an intimate knowledge of the castle and the wisdom harbored. The news of Harry becoming the seeker for Gryffindor was no longer a secret within the house. Wood orchestrated rigorous and clandestine practices, frequently occurring at dawn or after dusk. Harry's Nimbus 2000 felt like an extension of his own arm. Each turn and dive in the air exuded an innate grace. Wood exuberantly declared that if Harry could capture the golden snitch during the match, Gryffindor's victory was assured. November's weather turned exceedingly harsh, with fierce winds lashing cold rain against the castle windows. The Quidditch season was about to commence, and Harry's first match against Slytherin was set for that Saturday, filling him with anxiety that rendered food unappetizing. Wood continually encouraged him, while the Weasley twins employed exaggerated jokes to alleviate his stress, albeit with little effect. "You must eat something, Harry," Hermione said, her tone laced with concern yet tinged with an admonishing quality, as she pushed a plate of smoked meat towards him. "I don't want to eat anything," Harry replied, feeling his stomach twisted in knots. "Have a bit of toast," Ron urged, devouring sausages ravenously, "or you won't have the strength later." Yunqi remained silent, merely nudging a small jar of sweet-scented, golden honey toward Harry. "Honey," he softly remarked. "I brought this from the breakfast table. It can calm your nerves and replenish your energy." His words were always succinct, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Gratefully, Harry glanced at him and reluctantly spread some honey on the toast, taking small bites. Just then, the mail arrived. Hedwig brought nothing, which was typical. However, an unfamiliar and strikingly majestic barn owl flew directly to Yunqi, delivering a small parcel tied with a deep green ribbon, which had dropped elegantly on the table before turning and soaring away. Ron leaned in with curiosity. "Wow, who sent you that? That owl is beautiful." Yunqi calmly untied the ribbon, revealing a small package wrapped in oiled paper, exuding a faint, refreshing herbal scent, accompanied by an unsigned note inscribed in an elegant, archaic script. On the note was a brief phrase, "To invigorate the mind, perhaps beneficial for spectating." Harry and Hermione cast curious glances. Yunqi offered no explanation, merely stowing the small package away carefully in his pocket, while casually discarding the note aside, as if it were but an ordinary matter. Yet, Harry observed a fleeting, almost imperceptible shift in Yunqi's gaze upon seeing those words. Perhaps a distant relative? Ron speculated. Yunqi remained non-committal, continuing to quietly enjoy his breakfast. After their meal, the Gryffindor team gathered in the changing room. Wood was making his final tactical arrangements, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Outside, a deafening roar of cheers and songs resounded, as the majority of students had already surged into the stadium. "It's time," Wood finally declared, taking a deep breath and wishing everyone good luck. The team members emerged from the changing room, greeted by a tumultuous wave of sound. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, with fierce winds howling. Harry felt his heart racing in his chest. In the stands, Ron and Hermione struggled to secure the best vantage point at the very top. To their surprise, Yunqi also joined them, choosing a relatively secluded corner that offered a clear view of the entire field. The wind tousled his dark hair and the hem of his robes. Yet he stood remarkably steady, his gaze calm as it rested upon the center of the pitch. "I can hardly believe Yunqi actually decided to attend the match," Ron murmured to Hermione, waving a scarlet banner, magically transformed by her, proclaiming Potter for victory. He noted that Yunqi seemed to show little interest in Quidditch normally. The announcer, Lee Jordan's voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the entire stadium. "Welcome to the first Quidditch match of this academic year at Hogwarts, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin." The players took to the skies. Harry immediately felt the superiority of his Nimbus 2000. It remained stable even amidst the fierce winds, while the Slytherin players, riding Nimbus 2001s, despite their impressive speed, seemed to struggle with control in such treacherous weather. The match commenced with extraordinary intensity. The chasers darted like two black cannonballs, weaving frantically among the players. Fred and George Weasley swung their bats, fiercely defending their teammates. Angelina Johnson seized an opportunity, deftly evading the Slytherin chasers' interception, and skillfully scored a goal, granting Gryffindor an early 10 points. The Gryffindor stands erupted with thunderous cheers. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As Harry soared high, searching for the elusive golden snitch, his broom suddenly jolted violently, then began to buck uncontrollably, twisting and turning as if it were a wild stallion attempting to throw off its rider. Harry clutched the broomstick with all his might to avoid being thrown off. Yet, his broom performed a series of perilous maneuvers, even careening towards the castle walls, only to narrowly pull up at the last moment. Ron grabbed the binoculars and indeed spotted Severus Snape in the teacher's box, his cold eyes fixed intently on Harry in the air, his lips moving silently, evidently uttering a dark curse. "We must do something," Hermione spoke anxiously, instinctively glancing at Yunqi, who stood beside them. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixated not only on Snape, but also on Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in an enormous scarf and appeared exceedingly nervous. His eyes were sharp, seemingly engaged in a rapid analysis of the situation. At that moment, Harry's broom performed a violent roll, nearly throwing him off. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the stands. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hermione abruptly drew her wand from beneath her robes, which she always carried, and crouched as she descended the steps of the stands. Ron hesitated for a moment before quickly following suit. They intended to slip beneath the teacher's section to distract Snape. Yunqi, however, remained still, his gaze unwaveringly locked on the teacher's area. Yet his hand had subtly slipped into the pocket of his robe, grasping his hawthorn wand. Unlike Hermione, he refrained from attempting to directly interfere with the spellcaster. He sensed that the disruptive magical force affecting Harry's broom did not solely emanate from Snape. It was intertwined with an exceedingly obscure yet more malevolent aura, which he recognized as Quirrell's. Just as Harry was once again propelled towards the ground by his broom. On the verge of a collision, Yunqi sprang into action. He did not raise his wand or utter any incantation. Instead, he made a minuscule, discreet motion within his pocket, akin to plucking a string on a lute. He summoned a faint yet ancient magical energy from within, not to directly combat the malevolent curse, but to gently smooth the chaotic magical field surrounding Harry's broom, much like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of water. Simultaneously, a subtle thud and a whiff of charred air emanated from below the stands, indicating that Hermione had succeeded in diverting Snape's, or rather, Quirrell's, who was using Snape as a facade, attention. In the air, Harry suddenly felt his broom tremble violently beneath him before returning to normalcy. The uncontrollable force dissipated. He regained control of the Nimbus 2000, his heart racing, yet the instinct for survival and his duty as a seeker compelled him to re-engage in the match, his eyes sharply scanning for the golden snitch. The game continued. Though shaken, Harry became more focused. He suddenly spotted a golden flash near Malfoy's ear. It was the golden snitch. Without hesitation, he dove down, and Malfoy, having noticed, followed closely behind. The two raced toward the ground in tandem. The wind howled past Harry's ears. His vision was solely fixed on that glimmering gold. Just as he was about to seize the snitch, a cacophony of confused gasps and discussions erupted from the stands, seemingly indicating some other occurrence that distracted him. The snitch vanished in an instant. Frustrated, Harry pulled up his broom, bewildered by the turn of events. He glanced at the Gryffindor goalposts, realizing that it had successfully defended a shot, yet the attention of the crowd appeared to be elsewhere. The commentator, Lee Jordan, spoke with a mix of suppressed excitement and peculiar intrigue. It seems Professor Snape's robe is emitting smoke? Harry gazed towards the teacher's table, and indeed, noticed some commotion near Snape's seat. He was awkwardly patting the hem of his robes. In an instant, Harry comprehended that it must have been Hermione and Ron who had disrupted Snape, or rather, compelled Quirrell to cease his incantation. With no time to ponder further, he ascended once more, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. At last, he spotted that glimmer of gold again. This time, he hesitated not at all. Pushing the Firebolt 2000 to its utmost speed, his body nearly parallel to the broomstick. As he extended his arm, he felt a cool little sphere collide with his palm, and he grasped it tightly. He landed on the ground, raising his arm, the golden snitch's wings fluttering feebly between his fingers. "I caught it!" He gasped. "I caught it!" We won. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, followed by an unprecedented eruption of cheers from the Gryffindor stands, akin to a volcanic explosion. People rushed down from the stands, surging towards the center of the field. Ron and Hermione led the charge, their faces radiating pure joy. "You did it, Harry. You caught the snitch," Ron exclaimed, thumping Harry on the back. "Your broom was incredible," Hermione added, still trembling with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Harry found himself enveloped by the jubilant crowd, lifted and tossed into the air. Amidst the chaotic throng and the deafening cheers, he struggled to raise his head. Glancing towards the corner of the stands where Quirrell had previously stood, it was now utterly deserted. Only the wild wind continued to howl through the vacant seats, as if the quiet, dark-haired boy had never been there at all. Yet Harry knew he had been, and at a crucial moment, his unassuming presence might have mattered more than any raucous applause. The lurking malevolence of Quirrell and the shadowy essence behind him, coupled with the hidden currents beneath this millennium-old castle, seemed far more turbulent than he had anticipated. He, the unexpectedly returned ancient soul, had to conceal himself with greater caution, gathering strength to safeguard this castle, which he cherished as home, and the companions who had become friends, against the storm that might one day arrive. The Gryffindor victory celebration continued in the common room until the late hours of the night. Butterbeer splashed, and laughter echoed endlessly. Harry was the undisputed hero, surrounded by adoration. Meanwhile, Quirrell chose to remain in a quiet corner, cradling an untouched cup of butterbeer, listening and observing, occasionally casting a calm, approving glance at Harry whenever he looked over. His presence remained understated, yet Harry, Ron, and even Hermione began to sense that this silent companion harbored far more secrets and power than they had previously imagined. He was akin to the ancient castle itself, serene, mysterious, yet always radiating an undeniable brilliance at pivotal moments. Chapter 17. Secrets of Christmas and the Fulfillment of Wishes. In the final days before the holiday, teachers assigned a plethora of homework across all subjects. In the common room, students nestled by the fireplace, engrossed in parchment and textbooks. The rustle of quills gliding across the paper intertwined with the crackling of the flames. Harry and Ron were grappling with an intricate essay assigned by Snape concerning moonstones and their properties. Snape had instructed them to analyze the subtle differences in the efficacy of moonstones from at least 3 different origins within potions, citing the works of no fewer than 5 potion masters since the 15th century. This was utterly impossible. Ron despaired in his armchair, clutching his messy hair. The potions and elixirs only mentions 2 sources. 15th century potion masters? I can barely recall their names. Harry's situation was no better. The parchment before him bore only a few scant lines, most of which he had crossed out. He looked beseechingly at Luna, seated at a nearby, small round table. Quietly perusing a hefty tome. The book had a faded, deep blue leather cover, devoid of any title, exuding an aura of antiquity. Luna, Harry ventured. Do you know of any other sources for moonstones besides those mentioned in the book, Scotland and Norway? Luna lifted her gaze from the pages, her expression serene. Deep within the Andes of Peru, there exists a variant harvested under specific moonlight, known as silver tear moonstone. Her voice was soft yet resonated clearly in Harry and Ron's ears. It is significantly more effective in addressing emotional fluctuations caused by magical trauma than ordinary moonstone, though it must be combined with unicorn hair powder. Otherwise, it may lead to a magical blockage. Harry and Ron were taken aback, mouths agape. This information far exceeded the confines of their textbook. How do you know that? Ron stammered, then paused to add, also, don't reference Grigorovich. His theory regarding the universal antidote of moonstone was debunked in the early 16th century, and Professor Snape despises seeing students cite his erroneous views. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, as if truly comprehending the profound depths of their quiet companion for the first time. Hermione might memorize every textbook, but Luna exhibited a profound understanding of the essence and history of magic that seemed to emanate from her very lineage, entwined with her soul. With Luna's seemingly casual yet precise guidance, Harry and Ron's essay finally began to take shape. As Ron fervently scribbled, he murmured to Harry, Merlin. It's as if he is an ancient wizard who has lived for 1,000 years. The holidays had finally commenced. Few students remained at the school, rendering the great hall rather empty. The 4 house tables had been merged into one, and the faculty appeared considerably more relaxed, with Dumbledore even leading the way by using his wand to direct the knives in a cheerful rendition of A Christmas Carol. Harry, wake up. Gifts. So many gifts. Harry opened his eyes to behold a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed, a warm sensation flooding his heart. He sat up and began to unwrap them. Mrs. Weasley had sent him a thick, hand-knit scarlet sweater adorned with a golden letter H, along with a large box of homemade fudge. Ron received a matching sweater embroidered with R and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hagrid gifted him a flute seemingly carved from a rough, broken tooth. The Dursleys, adhering to their customary practice, sent a 50-pence coin, which Harry casually tossed to Ron, who stared at it in astonishment. Most surprising of all was a parcel devoid of Cinder's name. Within it lay an exquisitely crafted invisibility cloak, shimmering with a silvery luminescence reminiscent of rippling water. The accompanying note simply stated, "Your father left this for me before he died. It rightfully belongs to you now. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." The cloak of his father. Harry's heart swelled with excitement and an odd sense of nostalgia. He immediately draped it over himself, and in an instant, he vanished from Ron's view, prompting a gasp of wonder from his friend. At the foot of the bed, there were several other parcels. He unwrapped one to discover a book on advanced analyses of ancient runes sent by Hermione. Another was a massive rock cake from Hagrid that looked capable of stunning a giant. Yet another parcel, like the previous ones received via owl, bore no name. Inside was a small vial of crystalline blue liquid, exuding a fragrance of snow and mint, accompanied by a note in the same handwriting, for focus and enhancing magical perception. She glanced at the vial, uncorked it, and inhaled gently, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He did not use it immediately, instead tucking it away securely. Finally, he picked up a modest box wrapped in plain brown paper. Upon opening it, he found an antique brass compass, its needle not pointing north or south, but rather rotating slowly and erratically on the dial, occasionally emitting faint magical ripples that only Chi could perceive. "What is this? A broken compass?" Ron inquired, leaning closer in curiosity. Chi delicately traced the cool brass exterior with his fingers, sensing the subtle resonance it shared with the castle's magical aura. "A signpost," he murmured, his tone imbued with an elusive significance. The Christmas feast was more sumptuous than one could imagine. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, vast platters of sausages, bowls of peas slathered in butter, and dishes of thick gravy and cranberry sauce graced the tables. Magical firecrackers burst forth, not with a mere pop, but with a resounding bang akin to cannon fire, releasing an array of unexpected gifts, such as everlasting magical lanterns or a singing elf hat. Dumbledore swapped his pointed hat for a flower-adorned lady's hat, joyfully playing a magical harmonica in an off-key duet with Professor Flitwick. "Let's go for a stroll," Harry suggested to Ron and Chi, patting the invisibility cloak concealed beneath his robe. "With this, no one will see us." Ron instantly agreed, his excitement palpable. Chi, observing the spark of enthusiasm in Harry's eyes, hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The three of them squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak, fortunate that Harry and Ron were relatively small, and Chi's slender frame just fit, silently slipping out through the portrait hole of the common room. The castle appeared particularly serene and enigmatic under the cloak of night. The corridors lay deserted, with only the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the walls, while the figures in the portraits slumbered quietly within their frames. They wandered aimlessly through the castle, relishing the thrill of this clandestine adventure. As they passed the trophy room, they nearly collided with Felch, clad in his nightgown and bearing an oil lamp, accompanied by his cat, Lady Loris. Fortunately, their invisibility cloak completely concealed their presence and scent. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they found themselves in a corridor adorned with a tapestry depicting a giant clubbing of foolish Banaba, when Harry suddenly halted. "Wait," he whispered, noticing that the white wall opposite seemed rather peculiar. "Do you not feel as if that wall is moving?" Ron squinted at it and replied, "No, it's just an ordinary wall." However, Yunqi's gaze sharpened with sudden intensity. He fixed his eyes on the bare wall, sensing that the core of ancient magic within him was gently stirred by a familiar, resonant wave. He could feel that behind this wall, or perhaps within the wall itself, lay an ancient and potent spatial magic, astonishingly reminiscent of the theories he had explored with Rowena Ravenclaw a millennium ago regarding will-driven spatial folding. "I require a place," Yunqi suddenly murmured, his voice imbued with an experimental curiosity, a quiet, undisturbed sanctuary to practice ancient runes and meditation. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances at his strange behavior. Yet, as Yunqi passed by for the third time, an exquisitely smooth, archaic wooden door materialized silently upon the previously empty wall. "By Merlin's beard," Ron gasped, nearly tumbling out from beneath the invisibility cloak. Harry, equally astonished, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Yunqi reached out and gently pushed open the door. Beyond it lay a spacious, luminous room, suffused with the faint aroma of ancient parchment and sandalwood. Towering bookshelves encircled the room, filled with an assortment of seemingly ancient scrolls and tomes. In the center was an open area, its floor composed of dark stones suitable for inscribing runes, while a few soft cushions and a small magical fountain exuding tranquility occupied the corners. Everything in this space perfectly aligned with Yunqi's mental vision of a sanctuary. The room of requirement, he whispered, his tone tinged with affirmation and a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it persisted, still responding to the genuine needs of those who understood its rules. The three of them stepped into the room, and the door closed soundlessly behind them. Ron curiously examined the surrounding bookshelves, pulling out a tome filled with incomprehensible, distorted ancient runes. This place is incredible, he marveled. Harry, however, was more intrigued by the open area in the center. This is perfect for practicing spells. No worries about breaking anything or being seen. Yunqi approached a bookshelf, his fingertips gliding across the spines of the ancient scrolls, feeling the magical imprints that transcended the passage of time. He unfurled a deep brown parchment bound with silver thread, revealing a complex array of ancient runes related to the celestial movements. This was precisely the reference material he needed to comprehend and restore his ancient magic. Observing the collection on the shelves, Yunqi softly cautioned Harry and Ron, noting that many of the texts pertained to profound or obscure magical knowledge, some of which could be perilous. Do not hastily attempt that which you do not understand, he urged with a calm, yet undeniably serious tone. Harry and Ron nodded earnestly, realizing that Yunqi had led them to discover not merely a secret chamber, but a vast and dangerous repository of knowledge accumulated over a millennium at Hogwarts. From that day forth, the Room of Requirement became their clandestine sanctuary. Harry and Ron practiced spells there, free from the worry of being caught by Filch, while Yunqi immersed himself in the rune-laden space, poring over ancient scrolls, striving to unlock the slumbering powers within him in his unique manner, and deepen his understanding of the castle's magical framework after a millennium. At times, Harry would observe Yunqi seated on the ground, his fingertips emanating a faint, moonlight-like silver glow, intricately tracing runes onto the stone floor. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own, flickering and fading in harmony with Yunqi's serene and ancient aura. Although Harry could not decipher them, he sensed a profound and powerful rhythm within. On one occasion, as Yunqi attempted to channel magic to restore a fragile ancient tome, Harry witnessed the once brittle pages, which could have crumbled at a mere touch, gradually regain their resilience and luster under the gentle white light emanating from Yunqi's palm, even the faded inscriptions becoming somewhat clearer. This was not any restoration spell known to Harry, but a force more akin to the essence of magic itself, capable of reversing the ravages of time. Ron marveled at this, exclaiming that Yunqi seemed like magic incarnate. They all understood that beneath their ordinary academic lives lay deeper mysteries. What secrets were concealed within the forbidden corridors of the fourth floor? The subtle relationship between Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape, and the profound, seemingly ancient knowledge and power that resided within Yunqi. On the first day of a new term, when Harry, having accurately quoted Ignatius Oblitiansis on Moonstones and Potions class, miraculously did not lose points, though he did not gain any either, he could not help but exchange a triumphant glance with Ron, while casting a grateful look at Yunqi, who sat a short distance away. Chapter 18. The Night of the Forbidden Forest and Unicorn Blood. The relaxed atmosphere of the Christmas holidays melted away like snow, swiftly replaced by the burdensome coursework and mounting pressure of impending exams in the new term. The January chill remained biting, with the castle grounds blanketed in thick snow, and the Black Lake resembling a vast, unyielding sheet of black glass. He must undoubtedly be a rather obscure wizard. One evening, in the bustling common room, Ron despondently closed a thick tome resembling a brick, the International Wizarding Directory, having found nothing. Hermione, her brow furrowed, was surrounded by a mountain of books that surpassed the combined total of those of Ron and Harry. It was impossible. Hagrid had mentioned him with such nonchalance that he must be quite renowned. Perhaps not for modern times? Expanding the search to the early Middle Ages. Young's calm voice interjected into their discussion, focusing on the domain of alchemy. His words illuminated their thoughts like a match struck in the darkness. Hermione's head snapped up, a spark of realization dancing in her eyes. Alchemy? Yes. How could I have overlooked that? LeMay. He was mentioned in the evolution of alchemy and its contemporary value. She immediately leapt to her feet and dashed towards the girls' dormitory to retrieve the book. Ron and Harry stared at Yunq, dumbfounded. Yunq had already lowered his head again, as if he had merely offered the most ordinary suggestion. He excitedly elaborated on the wondrous properties of the Philosopher's Stone. It could transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. So that large dog was guarding LeMay's Philosopher's Stone. Harry suddenly understood. Snape intended to steal it to present to Voldemort. This conclusion filled them with both dread and exhilaration. They had acquired crucial information, yet were acutely aware of the encroaching threat. However, before they could devise their next plan, trouble came knocking at their door. One afternoon, Hagrid, his demeanor troubled, sought them out in the library, his massive frame appearing rather cramped among the narrow shelves. "This is bad, children," he whispered, anxiety etched across his face. "I made a grave error. That day at the pub, I accidentally let slip to a stranger how to handle Fluffy. Just play some music, and it'll fall asleep." Harry, Ron, and Hermione's hearts sank in an instant. This meant that apart from themselves and their teachers, others were now aware of how to deal with Fluffy. Worse yet, days later, on an evening when Harry and Ron were preparing to head to the Great Hall for dinner, they discovered a throng gathered around the Gryffindor notice board. Squeezing in for a better look, they found a new announcement that made their hearts plummet. Prohibition. No student may loiter in the corridors after 9 o'clock in the evening. Unauthorized use of magic in non-teaching areas is strictly forbidden. The entrance of magical creatures into the main castle is prohibited. These regulations take effect immediately. Violators will face severe penalties, including but not limited to detention, point deductions, and even expulsion. Administrator Argus Filch. "This must be directed at us," Ron whispered furiously. "How does Filch know about our nighttime escapades?" "Perhaps he doesn't know exactly who we are," Hermione rationally assessed, though her countenance was equally grim. "But he has certainly noticed something. We must exercise even greater caution from now on," as if to corroborate their misfortune. The very next day, following the posting of the notice, Malfoy brazenly provoked Ron during potions class, mocking his family in that hand-knit sweater. This taunt drove Ron to the brink of exasperation, prompting him to hurl a crooked spell at Malfoy, intending to make him suffer a dripping nose, but instead, he found himself spewing slugs for several hours. Unsurprisingly, Snape showed blatant favoritism towards Malfoy, not only punishing Ron with detention, but also deducting 20 points from Gryffindor. Ron's detention was scheduled for Friday night, during which he would accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest to assist with some troublesome matters. The news left Ron paling with fear, as everyone knew the forest was teeming with perilous magical creatures, and perhaps even darker entities lurked within. As Friday evening approached, Ron fidgeted anxiously in the common room, incessantly muttering about acromantulas, werewolves, and centaurs. Harry resolved to accompany him, even though it meant they would both defy Filch's new regulations. Hermione, although concerned, recognized the futility of persuading them otherwise. Just as Harry and Ron were about to stealthily slip out through the portrait hole, a calm voice called out to them. "I shall accompany you." It was Neville, who had somehow donned his gear and stood in the shadows, clutching his hawthorn wand. "Neville? You need not," Harry said, somewhat taken aback. "The Forbidden Forest," Neville interrupted him, his tone still flat but imbued with an undeniable resolve, "is uniquely charged with magic at night. One more person means an extra layer of protection." What he did not voice was his awareness of a faint, yet unsettling tremor emanating from deep within the forest. A mournful echo of tainted vitality. Looking into Neville-esque tranquil eyes, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He nodded in agreement. The three of them evaded Filch and Madame Pomfrey, making their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid awaited them, holding a massive lantern, his face grave in the light. Accompanied by his hound, Fong. "Things aren't looking good," Hagrid spoke in a low tone. "There's been trouble in the Forbidden Forest. Follow me, and I will explain on the way." They plunged into the pitch-black forest, the towering trees forming an almost impenetrable canopy, with only the flickering glow of Hagrid's lantern casting a small, quivering circle of light at their feet. Surrounding them were various rustling sounds, and distant howls from unknown creatures pierced the cold, damp air, rich with the scent of decaying leaves and earth. Hagrid shared that he had recently discovered an injured unicorn in the forest, severely wounded and bleeding profusely. Tonight, he had found fresh blood trails and was determined to locate the ailing unicorn. "A unicorn?" Ron's voice trembled. "Who would harm a unicorn?" "Harming a unicorn is an act of utter malevolence," Hagrid replied gravely. "To drink a unicorn's blood can prolong life, even in the face of death. But such an act comes with a curse. One becomes a half-life, damned for sustaining oneself through the slaughter of pure beings." These words sent a chill through Harry, prompting him to instinctively touch the scar on his forehead. To expedite their search, Hagrid proposed they split up. He ventured forth with the creature, guiding Harry and Hermione, whom he mistakenly believed to have joined them, as Harry and Ron dared not correct him, along a separate path, following the sounds of the creature's cries. Meanwhile, Ron and Yunqi trailed the silver-blue bloodstains that marked the ground. As they parted ways, Hagrid cast a meaningful glance at Yunqi, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately settled for a gruff admonition. Take good care of them, Yunqi. Yunqi nodded calmly. Harry and Ron, with Ron feigning Hermione's presence, delved deeper into the forbidden forest along a narrow path, straining to catch the creature's distant calls. The darkness of the forest enveloped them, as if it were alive, each step sinking into the soft, decayed foliage, producing a disquieting sound. Ron remained closely beside Harry, wand held defensively at his chest, eyes alertly scanning their surroundings. In contrast, Yunqi, accompanied by the true Ron, followed the intermittent trail of silver-blue blood, glowing faintly with magical essence, towards a different direction. Unlike Harry's tension, Yunqi's demeanor was remarkably composed. His keen gaze swept across the environment as if he could pierce through the ancient gloom. The tip of his wand emanated a subtle, almost imperceptible white light, dispelling the unsettling chill that surrounded them, providing Ron with a semblance of reassurance. Are you not afraid? Ron could not help but whisper. They followed the blood trail for quite some time, eventually arriving at a clearing within the woods. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the sparse canopy above, illuminating a heartbreaking sight in the glade. A beautiful, pure white unicorn lay lifeless on the ground, its long neck helplessly arched, surrounded by a disturbing pool of silver-blue blood. It had perished. Ron gasped sharply, covering his mouth. Yunqi's brow furrowed deeply as he crouched down, his fingertips hovering above the unicorn's wound without making contact. He could distinctly sense an exceedingly cold and malevolent magical aura lingering at the wound, imbued with a profound hatred for life and a predatory instinct. This aura incited a violent repulsion and fury within his ancient magical core. More than one. Yunqi murmured softly, his gaze akin to the most precise detection spell, sweeping across the traces surrounding the clearing, sensing that something had lingered here. At that moment, from the opposite end of the clearing, the sound of a cloak dragging against the ground reached their ears. A hooded figure leaned over the unicorn's corpse, seemingly drinking its blood. The figure, alerted by the noise, abruptly raised its head. Beneath the hood lay an abyss of darkness, obscuring its features, yet a far more potent, suffocating aura of malevolence surged forth. Ron emitted a brief, startled cry, stumbling backward and tripping over a tree root. The hooded figure let out a harsh, guttural growl, as if its throat were constricted. Drifting toward Ron and Yunqi, its mode of movement was entirely unlike walking, radiating a chilling intent to kill. In an instant, Yunqi sprang to his feet, shielding Ron behind him, his hawthorn wand aimed directly at the hooded figure. He uttered no incantation for an offensive spell, instead channeling the faint yet intrinsically pure ancient magical energy within him unreservedly into his wand. Buzz, a gentle yet resilient white halo, imbued with the essence of life and purification, radiated from Yunqi, enveloping both him and Ron as if encased in an invisible shield. The light was not blinding. It momentarily stilled the chilling and malevolent atmosphere surrounding them. The hooded figure collided with this luminous barrier, as though striking an intangible wall, emitting an even more furious and anguished roar, revealing its profound aversion to this vibrant, pure energy. It extended a skeletal hand, flickering with ominous black light, attempting to tear apart the shield, but as its power met the white light, it was countered and purified, akin to melting snow. Yunqi's complexion appeared exceptionally pale beneath the moonlight. Maintaining this shield exacted a tremendous toll on him, and he could sense his magical energy rapidly depleting. Yet, he stood resolute, his gaze sharp and composed, unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the hooded figure. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, urgent and powerful. Suddenly, a crimson figure burst forth from the thicket like a bolt of lightning. Firenze, the centaur, with his platinum hair and equine form. His upper body was that of a strikingly handsome man. Upon witnessing the scene before him, particularly the hooded figure and Yunqi's defiance, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his golden eyes. Without hesitation, he drew his bow, an arrow whistling through the air, striking with precision towards the hooded figure. The hooded figure seemed to regard the centaur with trepidation. It let out a reluctant roar and abandoned its assault, retreating swiftly into the depths of the forest like a dissipating shadow, vanishing from sight. The malevolent presence gradually dissipated, leaving only the lifeless unicorn, a shaken Ron, a pale Yunqi, and the newly arrived centaur, Firenze. Firenze approached Yunqi, bending down to observe him, his gaze filled with wonder and an ineffable scrutiny. The light that emanates from you is ancient and pure, he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. You have repelled it, albeit temporarily. Few wizards can achieve such a feat, especially at such a young age. What was that? Ron stammered, rising from the ground, his voice tinged with a whimper. A creature that should not exist in this world. Firenze replied gravely, offering no further explanation. Instead, he turned to Harry and Hermione at that moment. Hagrid arrived with Fong and a disguised Ron, and cautioned Harry that some secrets are best left undiscovered too early, reminding him to remain vigilant should Voldemort possess any inhabitable entities. The journey back to the castle was laden with an oppressive atmosphere. Hagrid mourned the fallen unicorn. Ron remained in a state of shock, and Harry was deeply unsettled by Firenze's words. A millennium later, darkness once again coveted this castle, and he, this unexpected returnee, must restore his strength with utmost urgency. He instinctively touched the cold metallic box left to him by the four founders in his pocket. Perhaps it was not merely a memory, but a responsibility. A key that could alter the tide in a crucial moment. The night in the Forbidden Forest rang like a warning bell within his heart. Beneath the tranquil facade of campus life, turbulent undercurrents surged, and he could no longer remain merely a bystander. Chapter 19. The Mirror of Erased and the Reflections of the Heart. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest night lingered like a chill clinging to the hem of his robe, refusing to dissipate. In the ensuing days, Ron appeared somewhat dazed, often jolted awake from nightmares that haunted him, visions of the endless darkness beneath a hood and the silvery blue blood of a unicorn. Harry, on the other hand, was haunted by Firenze's ominous warning regarding Voldemort's familiar, instinctively keeping his distance from anything suspicious, including Professor Quirrell's scarf, which perpetually exuded a pungent aroma of garlic and decay. As the pressure of final examinations loomed ever closer, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense. Even the typically exuberant Weasley twins reduced their pranks, spending more time immersed in the library or common room, grappling with the intricacies of Neville and potion formulas. In this stifling environment, Harry found himself developing a new, irresistible habit of nocturnal wandering. Cloaked in his father's invisibility cloak, he roamed the silent, deserted castle, the only means of alleviating his stress and tumultuous thoughts. He cautiously evaded Filch and Madame Pomfrey, exploring corners he had overlooked by day. One evening, as he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower and meandered mindlessly through the corridors, he inadvertently pushed open the door to an abandoned classroom. The room was cluttered with desks and chairs, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had been long neglected. However, what captivated Harry's attention was a magnificent mirror standing in the center of the classroom. The mirror towered to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. At the top, an inscription read, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon vos. Curiosity piqued. Harry approached the mirror, eager to glimpse his reflection. Yet, the mirror revealed more than just his own visage. Behind him stood a multitude of figures. He spun around abruptly, only to find the classroom utterly empty. Once again, he gazed into the mirror, his heart racing as he beheld a man with disheveled black hair, resembling his own, and a woman with bright green eyes and flowing red hair, both gazing at him with immense love and pride. They waved at him, and the green-eyed woman even brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye. It was his parents, his living, breathing parents. In the nights that followed, Harry, as if entranced, donned the invisibility cloak time and again, sneaking into the abandoned classroom solely to catch another glimpse of his family in the mirror. He even brought Ron along, eager for him to witness this magical mirror. This mirror shows our deepest yearnings, Ron exclaimed, both excited and perplexed. But what I see is not what you see. This revelation deepened Harry's confusion and intensified his obsession. He craved that illusory warmth, even if it were merely a reflection in the mirror. Harry, a gentle voice called, soft yet as chilling as a cold spring, rousing Harry's fevered mind ever so slightly. You've been going out often at night lately. Harry lowered his head with a hint of guilt. I couldn't sleep, just wandering about. It's that mirror, isn't it? Yunqi directly pointed out, his gaze seemingly piercing through the depths of one's soul, the mirror of Erased. Harry abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he looked at Yunqi. How do you know? I have read accounts about it. Yunqi replied calmly, offering no explanation of where he had gleaned this knowledge. The mirror of Erased reveals the deepest, most intense desires of the heart, yet it offers no wisdom nor truths. People waste their days before it, entranced by what they see, often to the brink of madness. He paused, observing Harry's still somewhat bewildered and reluctant expression, and his tone grew more solemn. The mirror does not reflect reality, Harry. Indulging in its illusory reflections causes one to overlook the genuine existence around them, which deserves to be cherished and confronted. The mirror shall be moved elsewhere tomorrow. Do not seek it again. Have you seen the mirror as well? Harry couldn't help but inquire. His curiosity piqued about what someone as seemingly omniscient and perpetually composed as Yunqi yearned for deep within. Following this event, Harry developed a deeper trust and reliance on Yunqi. Not only did Yunqi possess knowledge beyond their reach, but he also embodied a wisdom that transcended age, capable of discerning the essence of things. This wisdom was further exemplified in a subsequent potions class. Just as Harry was on the verge of surrender, Yunqi, who had been quietly tending to his own potion, seemingly casually sprinkled a pinch of shimmering pearl-like powder into his nearly complete potion, which displayed a flawless clear green hue. The action appeared so natural, as if it were merely part of his regular procedure. Yet, Harry's gaze was captivated by the pearlescent powder. He suddenly recalled that this particular moon-tier pearl powder, sourced from the merfolk realm of the North Sea, was mentioned in the appendix of an ancient potion manual Yunqi had lent him. It could serve as a rare substitute for moonstone powder under specific conditions, stabilizing the potion's properties and neutralizing toxins. Without a moment to ponder whether Yunqi had intentionally hinted at this, he promptly emulated the action, carefully adding the only bit of low-quality mother-of-pearl powder he could find, meant for decorating magical candles, into his failing potion. A miracle occurred. The potion, once swirling with murky bubbles and dark in color, swiftly calmed, transforming into a pale green hue that, while not perfect, clearly indicated success. Though it could not compare to Yunqi's nearly textbook-quality potion, it at least spared him from yet another public embarrassment and prevented the Gryffindor hourglass from suffering further damage. Snape approached, his hawk-like nose sniffing the aroma emanating from Harry's cauldron, and with a long-handled spoon, he scooped a small amount to inspect. A fleeting expression of mixed surprise and irritation crossed his face. He had clearly discerned that Harry had utilized a substitute material, albeit through a clever method. Yet the potion itself had indeed met the passing standard. He shot a fierce glare at Harry, then cast a deeper, more penetrating glance at the still composed Yunqi beside him, ultimately saying nothing and walking away with a sullen expression. After class, Ron excitedly threw his arm around Harry's shoulders, exclaiming, "That was close. How did you think to use that pearl powder?" Harry glanced at Yunqi's back as he walked ahead and whispered to Ron, "It was Yunqi who reminded me." Ron's face lit up with realization, his gaze toward Yunqi brimming with admiration. "He asked like our walking cheat sheet. I mean, a mobile library and an all-purpose guide." Hermione, however, appeared somewhat unconvinced. She firmly believed that one could only grasp the true essence of potion-making by adhering strictly to the textbook procedures. Yet, she couldn't deny that Yunqi's instinctive understanding of the nature of magical ingredients far surpassed mere rote memorization. As the examination week approached, the room of requirement became their most frequented sanctuary. It not only provided refuge from filch, but also ensured an utterly serene environment for studying. Here, Harry and Ron immersed themselves in memorizing spells and the history of magic, while Hermione took on the role of checking and correcting their mistakes. Meanwhile, Yunqi utilized the tranquility and extensive collection of books to delve into more profound studies. He began experimenting with simple ancient magical practices, which included not only inscribing runes, but also channeling natural energy for minor repairs and purification. On one occasion, Ron accidentally spilled an ink bottle onto a crucial history of magic note. Just as Hermione was on the verge of tears, Yunqi gently swept his fingers across the ink-stained parchment. A soft white light flowed from his fingertips like an invisible eraser, gradually lifting the ink and restoring the original cleanliness of the paper, leaving only faint, water-like marks with the text intact. This spectacle left Harry, Ron, and Hermione utterly astonished. It was unlike any cleaning or repairing spell they had ever learned. "How'd you do that?" Hermione couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling with shock. With Yunqi's subtle influence and assistance, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's study efficiency significantly improved. Even the most daunting subject for Harry, potions, became less despairing under Yunqi's seemingly casual yet incisive insights. However, beneath the calm facade of their study routine, Harry's deep-seated worries regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the conspiracy he still firmly believed Snape was orchestrating never ceased. He knew that the end of the final exams meant most faculty and students would leave the school, leaving the castle eerily vacant and its protective forces at their weakest. He had to take action. One evening, In the room of requirement, Harry finally laid bare all his concerns. "We must take action," he declared resolutely. "We cannot allow them to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Ron and Hermione agreed. They began fervently discussing various plans, ranging from directly informing Dumbledore, though lacking evidence, to attempting to traverse the obstacles of the enchanted chest set again, but lacking instruments and knowledge of the subsequent challenges. Just as their debate intensified, Yunqi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly stood up and moved to a corner of the room where he often inscribed runes. He extended his finger, foregoing the use of a wand, and with the faint magic flowing from his fingertips, he swiftly began to sketch upon the ground. Silver lines danced as if imbued with life, rapidly forming a complex, intricately nested circular array. At the center lay a simplistic symbol of Hogwarts Castle, surrounded by 4 emblems representing the houses, along with some ancient, distorted runes that Harry and his companions could not comprehend. Hermione, intrigued, leaned in closer, sensing the peculiar, stable magical vibrations emanating from the array. A simple simulation model, Yunqi elucidated, his finger gliding slowly above the array. With each movement, the lines within glimmered faintly, based on the castle's known protective structures and the information at their disposal. His finger halted at the location representing the forbidden 4th floor, where a red point of light illuminated. "Rupert, music can be soothing." He then moved his finger, simulating a passage through the trapdoor, where subsequent challenges were set by multiple professors to test various abilities. As his fingertip traced the array, different lights flickered to life, symbolizing the devil's snare, the flying keys, giant wizard chess, and logical puzzles. While the specific contents remained elusive, this simulation clearly illustrated that the logic behind the challenges was not merely brute force, but rather a comprehensive examination. Thus, Yunqi concluded, casting a glance at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Overcoming all obstacles would require not only formidable magic, but also courage, wisdom, teamwork, and the ability to apply knowledge across different disciplines. This simulation model served as a clear map, instantly clarifying their muddled thoughts. They understood that Dumbledore had not set these challenges solely to thwart intruders, but as a means of selection and testing. "We need to devise a plan," Harry stated, gazing at the dimming array on the ground, his resolve rekindled. A comprehensive strategy forming. Yunqi gently waved his hand, and the array dissipated like sand scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. He turned to Harry and calmly remarked, "First, excel in your final exams. Knowledge is the most crucial weapon at all times." His words marked a temporary pause in the tension and uncertainty of the night. However, each person understood that the true challenge would commence only after the final bell rang. And Yunqi, who always provided crucial assistance in ways they could not fathom, had become an indispensable, enigmatic, and powerful ally within their small team. The secrets of the castle awaited their discovery, and this time, they would no longer rely solely on courage and luck. Chapter 20, Crossing the Trapdoor. The final exams swept through Hogwarts like a magical storm. Amidst a whirlwind of tension and busyness, the hall had been temporarily transformed into an examination room, with desks and chairs arranged meticulously. The air thick with the scent of parchment, ink, and anxiety. The first-year examination comprised both theoretical written tests and practical assessments. Harry, Ron, and Hermione devoted nearly all their waking hours to their studies. Even the typically restless Ron, under Hermione's rigorous supervision and occasional insightful guidance from Quirrell, was compelled to memorize the celestial constellations and a plethora of intricate potion recipes. Quirrell's performance during the examinations once again drew the attention of all, though he seemed entirely oblivious to the spotlight. In the practical exam for charms, while other students struggled to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across their desks, Quirrell's pineapple not only executed a complex waltz, but was also enveloped in a shimmering aura reminiscent of stardust, ultimately bowing gracefully in a gesture of acknowledgement. Professor Flitwick was so exhilarated he nearly toppled off his stack of books, unhesitatingly awarding him an "Oh, outstanding." The written portion of the potions exam was particularly memorable. Under the watchful eye of Snape, whose icy gaze swept through the room like a searchlight, the students found themselves stumped when confronted with a rather obscure question regarding the modification of a wolfsbane potion from the 14th century. Almost all, including Hermione, faltered. Only Quirrell, with his pen barely pausing, not only accurately cited the original recipe and the name of its modifier, an obscure wizard even Hermione had not heard of, but also provided a lucid analysis of the magical principles underlying the modification and its precise effects on alleviating lycanthropic symptoms. The depth and breadth of his discourse far surpassed that of a first-year student. When Snape passed by Quirrell's desk, he lingered for a full minute, fixated on the neatly inscribed, ancient-looking script on the parchment, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Yet ultimately, he could find no grounds for deduction. He's simply inhuman. Ron lamented, slumped in a chair in the common room after the potions exam, his voice lethargic. I bet those bizarre questions from Snape were aimed directly at him. Goodness gracious. Though Hermione remained silent, the tightness of her lips and the complexity of her gaze clearly indicated she too had been profoundly affected. For the first time, she realized with clarity that Quirrell's knowledge was not merely a result of rote memorization, but rather an innate understanding of the essence of magic, seemingly etched deep within his soul. Harry, on the other hand, felt a genuine joy for Quirrell, further solidifying his belief that in the impending endeavor to protect the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's intellect and strength would be indispensable. The final examination was in history of magic. When Professor Binns announced the conclusion of the exam in his hypnotic voice, the entire hall erupted in a jubilant cheer of relief. The holidays had begun. However, for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Quirrell, relaxation was but a fleeting luxury. They were acutely aware that the true test was only just beginning. As most students and some professors departed from the castle, it grew desolate, and the protective forces surrounding the Philosopher's Stone weakened accordingly. That very evening, the four reconvened in the Room of Requirement. This time, the room responded to Harry's need for a space to devise a strategic plan, transforming into a military command center, complete with a large wooden table at its center and a rudimentary map of Hogwarts adorning the walls. We must act swiftly. Harry's tone was grave. And it must be tonight. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Yunqi. Unbeknownst to them, Yunqi had seamlessly become the de facto tactical advisor and reservoir of knowledge for their small team. Standing by the table, his fingertips glided slowly over the rough wooden grain, as if attuned to some unseen essence. He lifted his gaze, surveying the trio before finally resting his eyes on Harry. Plans must be meticulous, yet adaptability is of paramount importance. We are unaware of the specifics of each challenge. He paused, retrieving 3 small packages wrapped in some pliable dark leaves from the inner pocket of his robe, distributing one to Harry, Ron, and Hermione respectively. What is this? Ron inquired curiously, squeezing the package which emanated a faint, calming scent reminiscent of herbs and woodlands. I concocted this myself, Yunqi explained with calm assurance. It invigorates the mind and can, to some extent, resist mental disturbances and feelings of fear. If necessary, it can be placed under the tongue. He said no more, but the trio understood that these modest leaf packages could prove pivotal in moments of crisis. They were the result of Yunqi's expertise in herbology and the rare materials he had discreetly gathered from the Room of Requirement. Next, Yunqi produced several sheets of gossamer thin, shimmering silver talisman paper, intricately inscribed with complex runes. Simple protective charms, he distributed the talisman sheets among the 3, advising them to keep them close, as they would automatically trigger a weak protective shield upon experiencing a moderate magical assault. As Harry accepted the talisman, he felt a gentle yet resilient wave emanating from it, resonating with Yunqi's own magic, filling him with warmth and a renewed sense of confidence. Yunqi was always quietly preparing in the shadows, unbeknownst to them. As midnight struck, the castle succumbed to slumber. The 4, cloaked beneath Harry's invisibility cloak, which barely concealed them, stealthily crept out of the Gryffindor tower, making their way towards the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. The corridor was ominously cold. The distant sounds of Filch's patrol footsteps and the chilling cries of the fat lady heightened their tension. At last, they stood before the door that marked the boundary of the forbidden. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the door open. "Music!" Harry exclaimed urgently, his voice slightly quavering with anxiety. "Play the music!" Hermione immediately raised her wand, but her nerves got the better of her, and only a few sparks flickered from the tip without producing a single note. Lu Wei advanced towards them, the stench of menace enveloping them. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, an ethereal, distant flute melody, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos, quietly filled the room. It was Yunqi. Unbeknownst to them, he had taken out a small flute seemingly carved from a white, jade-like stone, placing it to his lips and playing. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an extraordinary, soul-soothing tranquility, the melody ancient and unfamiliar, as if recounting the trajectories of stars and the passage of time. Upon hearing the flute, the frenzied Lu Wei momentarily faltered, the fierce glint in his 6 eyes gradually replaced by a haze of confusion and drowsiness. Its massive form swayed a few times, emitting indistinct whimpers before crashing to the ground like an avalanche, producing a thunderous snore, with bubbles rising from its 3 nostrils. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exhaled in relief, their hearts racing as they gazed at Yunqi. Slowly, Yunqi lowered the jade flute, the lingering melody dissipating gracefully into the air. He offered no explanation regarding the flute's origins, merely gesturing calmly towards the trapdoor beneath the creature's claw. Summoning his courage, Harry approached and lifted the trapdoor. Below lay a pitch-black abyss, exuding the scent of damp earth. "I'll go down and take a look," he declared, not waiting for the others to respond, and leapt into the darkness. He landed on something soft and yielding, surrounded by obscurity. "It's fine," he shouted upwards. "It's soft. Jump down." Ron, Hermione, and Yunqi followed suit in succession. At the moment of descent, Yunqi seemed to employ an almost imperceptible cushioning charm, landing soundlessly. They found themselves ensnared in a tangle of twisting vines and branches. "It's the devil's snare," Hermione instantly recognized, but her voice turned frantic. "It's tightening around us. Don't struggle. The more you fight, the tighter it gets. We need light." In their panic, Ron and Harry attempted to break free, only to find themselves ensnared even more tightly. Hermione, paralyzed by fear, was unable to concentrate and cast a spell. In the next instant, a gentle and steady white light radiated from Yunqi, enveloping them in a warm glow akin to the spring sun. The light appeared almost alive, deftly brushing against the devil's snare that entangled the four. The vines hissed softly as if scorched, rapidly retracting and clearing a path. "Hurry," Yunqi urged, maintaining the illumination in a hushed tone. They sprinted along a narrow stone corridor, finally escaping the grasp of the devil's snare. The white light surrounding Yunqi gradually diminished, and his complexion seemed a shade paler than before. "What spell did you just use?" Hermione could not help but inquire, her eyes brimming with curiosity. That wasn't Lumos. In the next chamber, a flurry of flying keys filled the air, and they needed to find the right one to unlock the door ahead. Utilizing his keen eye for the golden snitch and his flying prowess, Harry mounted a broomstick in the corner and struggled to chase down an ancient silver key among the swirling chaos, ultimately capturing it and unlocking the door. In the subsequent room, they encountered a vast wizard's chessboard, where they must play as pieces and win the game to pass. Ron showcased his exceptional chess skills, calmly directing the pieces, even sacrificing himself, his knight shattered by the opponent's queen, leaving him unconscious to provide Harry with the chance to checkmate the enemy king. Watching Ron lie unconscious, Harry and Hermione felt a surge of desperation. "He needs healing," Hermione cried. "We can't leave him here." Yunqi approached Ron, crouching beside him to assess his condition. "It's merely a temporary unconsciousness caused by magical backlash. There is no danger to his life." He spoke softly, then retrieved a delicate crystal vial from his bosom, containing several drops of a vibrant green liquid that exuded an essence of life. Carefully, he let a single drop fall on Ron's lips. The liquid swiftly permeated, and Ron's pallid complexion visibly regained a hint of color, although still unconscious. His breathing had notably steadied. Harry gazed at the crystal vial in astonishment. It was a concentrated essence of white fresh, blended with calming herbs. Yunqi tucked away the vial, for it could stabilize Ron's condition. "We must press on, swiftly bringing this ordeal to an end so we can take him to Professor Pomfrey." Harry and Hermione looked at Yunqi, their hearts swelling with gratitude. He always managed to produce the unexpected in critical moments. They positioned Ron at the edge of the chessboard and proceeded into the next chamber. An indescribable stench, a foul amalgamation of decay and sulfur, assaulted their senses. On the ground lay a massive, unconscious troll, evidently subdued by Quirrell, or Voldemort, who had navigated this path and eliminated the obstacle. They stepped over the troll and arrived before the final challenge. The room was devoid of tangible barriers, save for a stone table, upon which 7 uniquely shaped vials were arrayed side by side. Hermione's brow furrowed tightly as she muttered to herself, her fingers gliding between several vials, engaging in intricate logical deductions. This cannot be right, if that is the nettle wine. Time slipped away, and Harry anxiously watched Hermione, glancing back at the entrance leading to the chess room, concerned for Ron's well-being and the possibility that Quirrell might have already acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Hermione found herself at an impasse, Yunqi approached the stone table. His gaze did not linger on the riddle inscribed, but rather scrutinized the shape, color, and material of each vial stopper, even the minuscule, seemingly natural patterns etched upon the bottles. He extended a finger, hovering above the smallest vial, sensing the exceedingly faint magical vibrations emanating from the potion within. Hermione suddenly looked up, astonished at Yunqi. "How can you be so sure? My reasoning is not yet complete." Intuition, and a perception of the essence of magic, Yunqi replied without meeting her gaze, his attention still fixed on the vials. The creator's intent was inscribed not only within the riddle, but also imprinted upon the potion and the vessel itself. The patterns on this vial resonated secretly with ancient runes designed to protect against fire. Harry watched Yunqi, filled with awe. Once again, Yunqi had unraveled the enigma in a manner they could not comprehend. Hermione wished to argue further, but Harry's resolve was unwavering. He picked up the smallest vial, containing just a mouthful of potion. "Wait," Yunqi called out to Harry, reinforcing the silver protective charm he had previously given him with an additional layer of luminescence. Then pressed into Harry's hand a small vial of calming potion he had carried with him. "Use it if necessary. It will help you remain alert and resist the darkness." Harry clasped Yunqi's hand tightly, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Then, he raised his head and drank the cold potion without hesitation, turning around to plunge into the black flames, his figure vanishing instantaneously. "You go take care of Ron," Yunqi instructed Hermione, yet his gaze remained fixated on the dark fire, his expression profound. "I will remain here. However, I have compelling reasons to stay." Yunqi's tone brooked no argument. "Hurry." In the vacant room, only Yunqi remained. He approached the black flames, extending his hand until his fingertips were merely an inch away from the fire. He could sense the immense magical power contained within the flames, along with a more potent and malevolent aura emanating from it. That was Voldemort's essence, intertwined with Quirrell's vitality, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He made no attempt to traverse the flames, knowing that he was not yet a match for the remnants of Voldemort's soul. To act recklessly would only render him a burden to Harry. Yet he could not depart. He sat cross-legged before the flames, resting his hawthorn wand upon his lap, and closed his eyes. He needed to remain here, guarding Harry's final retreat, while also concentrating all his spirit to perceive the battle unfolding beyond the fire. The dormant core of ancient magic within him began to resonate and operate at an unprecedented speed, stirred by the proximity to such dense darkness and evil. He had to be prepared to offer Harry every possible support when the moment arose. Even the faintest glimmer of light might prove pivotal in the darkest hour. In the silent room, only the black flames burned silently. Yunqi sat like an eternal rock, poised before the darkness, awaiting the ultimate conclusion. His consciousness, akin to the most delicate tendril, cautiously penetrated the barrier of flames, seeking to capture the confrontation occurring on the other side. A duel that would determine the fate of many before the Mirror of Erased. Chapter 21. The Mirror and the Guardian of the Return. The black flames acted as a living curtain, separating two worlds. Yunqi sat cross-legged before the fire, eyes closed in deep concentration, elevating his perceptive abilities to their utmost potential. He could not directly see through the flames, but the ancient magic core within him, resonating subtly with the ancient magical origins of Hogwarts, functioned like the most precise radar, detecting every ripple of magical energy emanating from the other side of the fire. Initially chaotic, the waves of magic were tinged with fear and anger. That was Harry, his youthful vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, swaying before the overwhelming darkness. Soon after, a chilling, viscous surge of immense magical power, rife with the scent of plunder and death, swelled like a tide, bringing with it a nauseating malevolence. Voldemort. The fragment of his soul attached to Quirrell exuded a force far beyond Yunqi's prior estimates. A slight furrow appeared on Yunqi's brow, his complexion growing paler in the flickering firelight. The hawthorn wand resting on his lap seemed to sense its master's turmoil, trembling gently and emanating a warm, yet resolute glow. He could not directly intervene. Harry must confront this fateful duel alone. Yet he had to be ready, prepared to pour all his strength into rekindling a spark of life at the moment when the candle flame threatened to extinguish. The sound from the other end of the flames reached him intermittently, as if separated by a thick curtain of water. He heard Harry's terrified inquiries and the hoarse, twisted laughter and boasting of Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. He listened to the brutal truths concerning immortality, the Philosopher's Stone, betrayal, and loyalty. Snape's hostility was ultimately aimed at protection, while the seemingly cowardly Quirrell was the true adversary. He heard Harry's anguished screams, evidently tortured by Quirrell under Voldemort's command. Yunqi's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, yet he forced himself to maintain absolute composure. He was waiting for an opportunity when the ancient protective charm, born of Lily Potter's sacrificial love within Harry, would be fully awakened. Only that power could contend with the very essence of Voldemort's malevolence. Suddenly, a drastic shift occurred in the magical waves at the other end of the flames. Harry seemed to lunge at Quirrell, followed by a shrill scream from Quirrell that was inhuman and filled with excruciating pain and disbelief, as if he had touched the most dreadful poison in existence. Simultaneously, Voldemort's cold aura became exceedingly unstable, rife with fury and a hint of fear. Now was the moment. Yunqi abruptly opened his eyes, his black pupils swirling with a silver galaxy. He no longer sought to sense. Instead, he poured all the ancient magical energy he could muster, faint yet inherently pure, into the wand resting on his knee without reservation. He did not attempt to attack or cross the flames. Rather, he transformed this power into the purest and most resilient intent of protection and purification. Like the thinnest yet most robust thread, penetrating the barrier of black flames and precisely entwining itself around Harry's wavering consciousness. This power was not meant to heal Harry's wounds, nor could it directly harm Voldemort. Its sole purpose was to serve as a beacon in the darkest hour, steadfastly anchoring Harry's faltering will, awakening the strength within him that stemmed from love and courage, while subtly purifying the dark aura attempting to erode his soul. "Hold on, Harry," Yunqi silently urged in his heart, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Forcing such delicate power across the magical barrier placed an immense burden on him. "Your mother is watching over you." All magical fluctuations abruptly ceased, leaving only Harry's faint and pain breaths. Yunqi gradually dissipated his magic, the intense depletion nearly rendering him unconscious as he braced himself against the ground to avoid collapsing. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze still fixed intently on the black flames. Minutes later, amidst the suffocating silence, a figure staggered out from the black flames. It was Harry. His complexion was ashen, his body covered in dust, the scar on his forehead burning with agony, tightly grasping a vivid red stone, the Philosopher's Stone. But he was alive. Upon seeing Yunqi seated before the flames, a flicker of surprise crossed Harry's eyes, soon replaced by a profound sense of relief. "Yunqi," he uttered weakly, barely able to stand. Yunqi immediately rose and stepped forward to support Harry. He did not inquire further, merely conducting a swift assessment of Harry's condition, confirming that, aside from his exhaustion and mental trauma, he bore no mortal wounds. "It is all right now." Yunqi's voice possessed a peculiar soothing power. "We must leave this place." Hermione, anxiously awaiting their return, was overwhelmed with joy upon their emergence, especially at the sight of the enchanted stone in Harry's hand. "Harry, you did it!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a quiver of tears. Ron. Yunqi entrusted Harry to Hermione's support and hastened towards the chess room. Ron remained unconscious, yet his breathing was steady, and his complexion had improved slightly. Yunqi conducted another examination of his state, ensuring it had not deteriorated. "We must depart swiftly to seek Professor Dumbledore," Yunqi commanded calmly. "Hermione, assist Harry. Ron is in my charge." He bent down, employing a seemingly simple yet deft maneuver, aided by subtle levitation charm, effortlessly hoisting the more robust Ron onto his back. His movements were steady and swift, as if the weight were non-existent. "How do we ascend?" Hermione asked in despair. Yunqi carefully lowered Ron, allowing him to lean against the wall. He glanced up at the trapdoor, then surveyed the surrounding, now tranquil, devil's snare. A marvelous occurrence unfolded. The vines appeared to comprehend Yunqi's intent. Moving like docile serpents, they began to ascend deliberately, intertwining until they formed a resilient and sturdy green ladder beneath the trapdoor. "Hurry up," Yunqi urged Harry and Hermione. Inside the chamber, the sound of Ron's snores reverberated, lulled by the lingering echoes of Yunqi's mysterious flute melody. They cautiously circumvented him, dashing through the fourth-floor corridor towards Gryffindor Tower. They needed to settle Ron first before seeking out Dumbledore. However, as they reached the entrance hall, they collided with Professor McGonagall, who, clad in her morning robe, bore an expression of shock and indignation. "Potter, Granger, and Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the disheveled quartet, lingering momentarily on the conspicuous red stone in Harry's possession. "Can you explain why you find yourselves in such a state at this hour? What has happened to Mr. Weasley?" Just as Harry opened his mouth to respond, a calm voice resonated from above the marble staircase. Professor Dumbledore stood at the top, draped in a deep purple starry robe, his countenance adorned with his characteristic serene smile, though his blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, gleamed with sharpness. "But, Albus, they still possess the Philosopher's Stone," Professor McGonagall remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Dumbledore. "I have faith in Mr. Potter and his companions. They have just alleviated a significant predicament for us," Dumbledore said, gradually descending the staircase, his gaze softening as it fell upon Harry. "And they have confirmed some of my suspicions." His eyes seemed to inadvertently brush over Yunqi, their depth suggesting an understanding of many unspoken secrets. Dumbledore refrained from further inquiries, gesturing for Yunqi to hand Ron over to Madame Pomfrey, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to appear precisely the right moment. He then addressed Harry, Hermione, and Yunqi, stating, "I believe you all could benefit from a comforting cup of hot chocolate and an explanation, of course, after Mr. Weasley has been properly tended to." They followed Dumbledore to his office, a spacious and beautifully circular chamber adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom feigned slumber within their frames, though curious glances occasionally flickered from beneath their lashes. Various peculiar silver instruments buzzed and whirled at the corners of the desk, emitting wisps of smoke. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched upon a golden branch, regarding them with its wise, dark eyes. A house elf brought forth steaming hot chocolate, the warm, sweet liquid sliding down Harry's throat, imparting a sense of comfort. Dumbledore listened patiently as Harry recounted the events, from their deductions regarding the dangers of the Philosopher's Stone to navigating the myriad of obstacles, culminating in the confrontation before the Mirror of Ariste with Quirrell and Voldemort. Harry described how Quirrell could not touch him, for the protective charm left by Lily burned within Quirrell, and he recounted Voldemort's escape of his soul. When Harry mentioned Quirrell's inability to make contact, a flicker of sorrow and understanding passed through Dumbledore's eyes. "Your mother's love has left a mark upon you. This love is something Voldemort cannot comprehend nor conquer." At last, Harry placed the still warm Philosopher's Stone upon Dumbledore's desk. "You and your friends," Dumbledore remarked, fixing his gaze upon Harry and then glancing at Hermione and the quietly seated Yunqi, "have demonstrated extraordinary courage, wisdom, and loyalty tonight, far exceeding my expectations for first-year students." His gaze lingered momentarily on Yunqi as he mused that sometimes the most unassuming strength can become the crucial feather that tips the balance in decisive moments. Dumbledore informed them that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, and that the Flammel couple, having enjoyed a lengthy life, was prepared for a peaceful departure. Voldemort, following this defeat, would become weaker and more dangerous. Yet he had not been entirely vanquished. "The truth is a beautiful yet terrifying thing that must be handled with utmost care," Dumbledore concluded. "However, I believe you have learned quite enough for now. The dawn approaches, and you need rest." The fat lady at the portrait hole seemed to have heard enough, allowing them to enter without further inquiry. The common room was deserted, the fire extinguished, leaving only cold ashes behind. "Thank you, Yunqi," Harry said earnestly, pausing at the staircase. "I know your contributions extend far beyond what we have witnessed." He recalled the sudden surge of steadfast warmth that had flooded his heart before the black flames and the wondrous vine ladder. Yunqi met Harry's gaze, her dark eyes appearing particularly profound in the pre-dawn light. "We are a team," she spoke softly, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "It is our shared responsibility to protect this castle." He paused momentarily and added, "Your courage is the key to conquering the darkness." With that, he turned and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, his slender and tranquil silhouette lingering in the air. Harry watched as he vanished at the top of the stairs, his heart swelling with a tumult of emotions. The relief of having survived, concern for Ron's injuries, the dread of Voldemort's return, and the uncertainty of future challenges. Yet, more than anything, there was an unprecedented resolve within him. He understood that the path ahead was still fraught with thorns, and Voldemort would rise again. However, he was no longer that solitary boy cowering beneath the staircase. He had Ron, Hermione, and the enigmatic, powerful Yunqi, who steadfastly stood behind them, guiding their way and offering support in his own unique manner. Hogwarts was his home, and for its protection, he would sacrifice everything. The first year's adventure concluded, but the tale of Harry Potter and his steadfast companions had only just begun. Moreover, Yunqi Potter, the fifth founder concealing millennia of secrets, would in due course reveal his true strength and mission amidst the storms to come. Chapter 22. The House Cup and Reflections on the Journey Home. Following the harrowing events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, the final days of the Hogwarts academic year unfolded with an unusual tranquility, bordering on lethargy. Sunlight streamed through the grand windows, dispelling the chill of the underground classrooms and the corridors, even causing Filch to temper his usually irritable demeanor with the impending end of term. Ron lay in the hospital wing for 2 full days before fully recovering. Madame Pomfrey marveled at his remarkable recovery from the magical shock, deeming it nothing short of a minor miracle. Only Ron himself, along with Harry, Hermione, and Yunqi, understood that this miracle was largely attributed to Yunqi's concentrated essence of white freshener in a vibrant emerald green. These tasks were tedious and mentally taxing, yet Yunqi executed them with meticulous care. For him, safeguarding Hogwarts entailed not merely confronting overt threats like Voldemort, but also maintaining the equilibrium and health of the ancient castle itself. On the final day of term, the end-of-year feast was held in the Great Hall. The hall was adorned with the green and silver representing Slytherin, celebrating their consecutive 7-year triumph in winning the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the hall, a wave of melancholy washed over them. Despite their efforts, Gryffindor's scores still lagged far behind Slytherin's. Another year gone, Ron remarked gloomily, casting a glance at Malfoy's smug visage as he indulged in the feast. Harry nodded in resignation. Indeed, Malfoy was loudly extolling the superiority of Slytherin and the glory of pure blood, his voice deliberately projecting for them to hear. Yunqi sat quietly beside Harry, seemingly oblivious to the hall's decorations or Malfoy's raucousness. His gaze swept calmly over the staff table, briefly intersecting with Dumbledore's penetrating eyes, which seemed to perceive all. Dumbledore winked at him slightly, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. Once everyone had finished their meal, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell into an immediate hush. Another year had passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with great enthusiasm before indulging in these delectable dishes. I must trouble you all to listen to the ramblings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Your young minds have surely become enriched compared to the past, with the entirety of the summer awaiting you, allowing you to digest these thoughts before the commencement of the next term, creating space in your minds. Now, as far as I am aware, we must first proceed with the presentation of the House Cup. The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 2nd place, Gryffindor, with 452 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Harry observed Draco Malfoy banging a goblet against the table, a sight that was utterly distasteful. Yes. Well done, Dumbledore remarked, but we must also take into account a few recent occurrences. The hall became exceedingly quiet, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded somewhat. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a final few points to distribute. Let me see. Ah, yes. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face instantly flushed a deep brick red, reminiscent of Uncle Vernon. He had just won one of the most remarkable chess games in Hogwarts history, and for this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from the Gryffindors nearly threatened to lift the magically enhanced ceiling. Those seated beside Ron enthusiastically patted his back. They had finally drawn level with Slytherin. 472 points to 472 points. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the hall gradually quieted once more. Next, Miss Hermione Granger, who faced the flames with calm logic. I shall award Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, and Harry suspected she was likely shedding tears of joy. The Gryffindors erupted into ecstatic celebration. They were now in the lead, as long as Dumbledore did not award Slytherin any further points. Lastly, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall became exceptionally silent. He displayed remarkable bravery and exceptional courage, for which I award Gryffindor 60 points. The noise was deafening. Those tallying the scores realized that Gryffindor now held 582 points, a full 110 points ahead of Slytherin. They had won the House Cup. Harry felt a dizzying rush of joy as he glanced at Ron and Hermione, both wearing expressions of incredulous elation. However, his gaze instinctively searched for Ginny. Ginny sat amidst the cheering crowd, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile on her face, calmly applauding him. Harry understood in his heart that without Ginny, they may not have even passed the first challenge, let alone the subsequent devil's snare and the logic puzzles. Yunqi is indeed the most pivotal element behind their success, yet he chooses to remain in the shadows of applause. Just when Harry believed the celebration was drawing to a close, Dumbledore's voice resonated once more, silencing all commotion. There's one final announcement. Dumbledore's gaze slowly traversed the hall, ultimately resting upon the Gryffindor table, particularly a relatively quiet corner where Mr. Yunqi Potter sat. Instantly, the hall fell silent, all eyes, including the astonished and disgruntled expressions of the Slytherins, fixated upon Yunqi. He lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Dumbledore's eyes, his countenance devoid of any astonishment. In light of recent events, Dumbledore began, his voice crystal clear as it echoed through every corner of the hall. Mr. Yunqi Potter has exhibited a remarkable composure beyond his years, coupled with wisdom and selfless assistance towards his comrades. Not only has he provided crucial guidance through his extensive knowledge, but in moments of dire peril, he has adeptly resolved crises with precise judgment and unique abilities, ensuring the safety of his peers and laying a solid foundation for our ultimate victory. Dumbledore's words bore a profound significance, suggesting he was aware of far more than he articulated. This unwavering loyalty to his companions, respect for the application of knowledge, and the calmness in the face of danger exemplify the union of courage and wisdom that Hogwarts champions. With a smile, Dumbledore declared, "Therefore, I have decided to award Mr. Yunqi Potter 40 points for Gryffindor." 40 points. This announcement elicited a collective gasp from the assembly. With this addition, Gryffindor's total soared to an astonishing 622 points, a remarkable achievement. Following a brief silence, the Gryffindor table erupted into a fervent and prolonged cheer, more fervent than ever before. This time, even many Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students joined in the applause. Yunqi's enigmatic abilities showcased during Quidditch matches and in daily life had already piqued the curiosity and secret admiration of many. Harry, Ron, and Hermione clapped vigorously, with Ron even whistling in delight. They genuinely rejoiced for Yunqi, understanding that this accolade was most deserved. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Yunqi slowly rose, bowing slightly towards the head table, performing a simple yet elegant gesture. His movements were fluid and natural, imbued with an ancient grace, as if he were accustomed to such occasions. Then, he calmly resumed his seat, his expression still tranquil, though a faint warmth flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of melting snow. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the decorations within the hall. The green banners shifted to a vibrant scarlet. The silver serpent vanished, replaced by a magnificent golden Gryffindor lion. Professor Snape was seen shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his face contorting into a rather forced smile, while his gaze, sharp as ice, swept across the Gryffindor table, lingering a few extra seconds on Harry and Yunqi. The year-end feast concluded amidst the resounding celebrations of Gryffindor. The following day, the examination results were announced. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all achieved outstanding results in all their subjects, with Harry's potions grade even surpassing expectations by earning an E. Meanwhile, Yunqi, without a doubt, claimed the top position in their year by securing O's in all subjects except for History of Magic, where he earned an O but fell short of Hermione's exceptional score. Hermione accepted this with grace, even seeking Yunqi's guidance on a few questions regarding the pronunciation of ancient runic. As they packed their belongings in preparation for departure, Harry found himself in a state of mixed emotions. He was eager to leave the Dursleys' home, but profoundly reluctant to part with Hogwarts, the place he truly considered home. On the bustling Hogwarts Express, they found an empty compartment. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, and Ron's rat, Scabbers, continued to eye each other with disdain, while Hedwig expressed her discontent with soft coos from her cage. The train glided past picturesque landscapes, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione excitedly exchanged home addresses, promising to write during the summer. Harry also informed Ron that the invisibility cloak was still in his possession and might come in handy over the holidays. Much to Ron's anticipation, Yunqi remained quietly seated by the window, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, his fingers unconsciously tracing the hawthorn wand nestled in his lap. Seemingly lost in distant thoughts. "Can we write to you?" Ron asked eagerly. Yunqi paused momentarily, taken aback by the question. He glanced at the hopeful expressions of Harry and Ron, and then at Hermione's encouraging gaze before gently nodding. "Yes. You can send letters via owl to Hogwarts, marked for forwarding." Eventually, the train arrived at King's Cross Station, where the platform was crowded with parents eagerly awaiting their returning children, creating a cacophony of voices. They struggled to drag their luggage off the train. "All right, see you on September 1st. Hermione embraced Harry and Ron in turn, causing Ron's face to flush once more. Before turning to Yunqi with earnestness, "Keep in touch, Yunqi. I still have many questions about ancient runic that I wish to ask you." Yunqi nodded in response. Mrs. Weasley warmly invited Harry and Yunqi to visit the burrow over the summer, to which Harry happily agreed, while Yunqi politely stated he would consider it. Amid the noisy crowd, Harry spotted Uncle Vernon's purple face, Aunt Petunia's long neck, and Dudley's plump figure, all staring at him with a mixture of disdain and fear. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to face his friends. "Well, I'm off," he said to Ron and Hermione, then specifically looking at Yunqi, added, "Stay in touch." Yunqi met his gaze, a flicker of encouragement shining in his dark eyes. "Take care of yourself, Harry. Remember what you've learned." But he knew this time was different. He was no longer that lonely boy. He had friends, brothers, and a magical world waiting for him. "Yunqi," this enigmatic and powerful companion, would continue to walk alongside him in the days to come. Yunqi stood still, watching as Harry vanished into the throng, then observed as Ron and Hermione were whisked away by their respective families. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he stood quietly for a moment, savoring the stark contrast between the clamor of the Muggle world surrounding him and the tranquility of Hogwarts. A kindly middle-aged witch, clad in a simple gray robe, approached him silently and offered a slight bow. "Mr. Potter, everything has been arranged. Please follow me." Yunqi cast one last glance towards Platform 9, as if he could penetrate the wall and glimpse the majestic castle standing by the lake. Then, he turned and followed the witch, calmly merging into the flow of people on the streets of London. His first year at Hogwarts had come to an end, yet the journey that belonged to him, along with the millennia-old responsibility of guardianship he bore, was only just beginning. Chapter 23. The Dursleys' Summer and the Quietly Growing Darkness. The return to number 4. Privet Drive felt akin to a dreary march. The familiar air, tinged with the scent of disinfectant, enveloped Harry in an instant, and the damp storage cupboard beneath the stairs once again became his prison. The Dursleys seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to treat him with extreme coldness and disregard, as if he were merely a ghost that did not exist. This frigid atmosphere was far more suffocating than the previous year's roars and reprimands. However, unlike in years past, a small, warm flame flickered within Harry's heart. It was the flame ignited by Hogwarts, by friends and brothers. He carefully placed Hedwig's cage in the one corner of the cupboard that could catch a sliver of sunlight, as the snowy owl cooed in discontent. Pecking at the bars of her cage, Harry stroked her soft feathers and whispered soothingly, "Soon, girl, soon we shall receive news." The wait was excruciating. Days passed slowly amidst the monotony of mowing the lawn, washing dishes, and dodging the tedious provocations of Dudley and his gang. Harry checked the cracks in the cupboard door and the windows almost daily, yearning for an owl to bring news from afar. Meanwhile, outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, a crooked house, seemingly assembled by magic, presented a starkly different scene of merriment. The burrow, home to the Weasley family, was filled with the aromas of cooking, laughter, and an array of peculiar magical sounds. In his letter, Ron complained about Percy's inflated vanity after becoming the head boy, vividly recounting the testing process of Fred and George's latest invention, an enchanted toffee that temporarily changed the color of one's tongue, the unfortunate test subject being Ron himself. He also mentioned his father Arthur Weasley's near-obsessive collection of Muggle items, including a complete set of Muggle batteries, which he treasured despite their leaking. "Dad insists on figuring out how they store electricity," Ron wrote, and almost blew up the shed in the process, leaving Mum furious and chasing him around with a broomstick. These lively and amusing descriptions served as a window for Harry, trapped in his gray cage, allowing him a glimpse into the warm, chaotic, yet vibrant life of a magical family, which filled him with envy. Meanwhile, Yunqi's summer vacation, much like himself, was shrouded in a veil of mystery. In accordance with Dumbledore's arrangements, he resided in the home of a distant aunt named Poppy Pomfrey, sharing the name with the school nurse, yet distinctly different. A retired officer from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, nestled within a remote village in the Scottish Highlands. Her abode, ancient and tranquil, was enveloped by sprawling moors adorned with heather and shrouded lakes veiled in mist. This serene environment proved highly conducive for Yunqi's recovery and the practice of ancient magic. Far removed from the clamor of civilization, the air was imbued with pristine and potent natural magic. He dedicated countless hours each day to meditating upon the moors, attuning himself to the energies coursing through the wind, stones, and ancient flora, endeavoring to refine the guidance of the slowly awakening power within him. Ron pondered over the letter for an extended period, gradually grasping its significance. This correspondence led Harry into deep contemplation. He began to search within the stifling normalcy of the Dursleys for subtle, peculiar signs, such as Aunt Petunia's almost obsessive jealousy toward a particularly flourishing rose in the neighbor's garden, which seemed to have been secretly enchanted by some passerby wizard, or Uncle Vernon's newly acquired car that occasionally vibrated on its own, possibly a shoddy imitation of a magical object crafted by a Muggle. Such observations became a clandestine game, alleviating his distress slightly. Aside from correspondence, Yunqi devoted most of his time to studying the metallic box retrieved from Gringotts. The box remained sealed, yet he sensed a burgeoning resonance between it and himself, corresponding with a gradual restoration of his ancient magical abilities. He experimented with various methods, including surrounding it with different arrays of ancient runes, illuminating it with pure moonlight or dawn's first light, and even attempting to communicate with it through his faint soul energy. but the box remained unyielding. He was increasingly convinced that this box was linked to the four founders, likely containing secrets or powers that could only be unveiled under specific conditions or once his strength reached a certain threshold. This became one of his most significant pursuits throughout the summer. As July drew to a close, Harry's birthday approached. In the Dursleys' dismal abode and amidst the Highlands, Ron and Yunqi simultaneously commenced preparations for Harry's birthday gift. Ron's offering was straightforward, comprising a myriad of prank items purchased from Zonko's joke shop, along with a large box of Mrs. Weasley's homemade Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, guaranteed to include flavors beyond mere earwax. He also discreetly wrote to Harry, hinting at a potentially greater surprise. Conversely, Yunqi expended considerable effort on his gift. He opted not to purchase a ready-made item, but rather resolved to craft a magical object imbued with genuine protective significance. Utilizing a core of lightning-struck wood discovered upon the moors, an exceptional magical conductor and protective material. Combined with a small quantity of silver thread brought from the Room of Requirement, he began to weave a bracelet. This endeavor was not without its challenges. He first had to meticulously shape the lightning wood into uniform, diminutive beads, each inscribed with intricately detailed protective and calming ancient runes using an exquisitely fine magical carving tool. Using a thread of mithril, interwoven with a lost magical weaving technique originating from Ravenclaw, Yunqi meticulously strung together wooden beads. Each bead required the infusion of a fragment of his pure, ancient magical energy to activate the runes, causing them to resonate with the mithril thread. This endeavor demanded exceptional control over magical power and an unwavering mental focus. Often, Yunqi would spend an entire afternoon, only to complete a few beads, as any instability in magical output or minuscule deviations in rune engraving could render a bead lifeless, reverting it to mere wood, necessitating a restart. Yet, he possessed remarkable patience. As if time had lost its significance in his hands, when he finally completed the last wooden bead, inscribed with the protective core rune, and connected both ends with a small silver clasp imbued with a spatial expansion charm, a seemingly simple, yet subtly luminous deep brown bracelet, pulsating with gentle magical energy, was born. It not only provided a slight physical defense, but also stabilized the wearer's mind, offering some resistance against mental attacks and disturbances, while harboring a secret connection to him, allowing him to vaguely sense Harry's condition in moments of peril. On the day following the completion of the bracelet, just days before Harry's birthday, an unfamiliar barn owl flew through the ever-open window of the Burrow's kitchen, dropping a letter into Ron's bowl of cereal. The letter, penned by Harry in a hasty scrawl, was saturated with despair and terror. This plea for help struck like a boulder cast into water, creating ripples throughout both the burrow and the Highland cottage where Yunqi was residing. Ron immediately sprang up like a lion whose fur had been ruffled, rushing to find his father Arthur for assistance, even exclaiming that he would fly on a broom to Privet Drive to rescue Harry. The Weasley twins, brimming with excitement, began devising various rescue plans, including but not limited to launching dung bombs at the Dursleys' home or using extendable ears to eavesdrop before seeking an opportunity to sneak inside. Meanwhile, in the distant Scottish Highlands, Yunqi finished reading Harry's letter, his brow furrowing slightly in calm contemplation. Dobby, the house elf, warning of danger? Intercepting letters? Clearly, there were more complex undercurrents at play. He approached the window, gazing at the leaden gray clouds gathering above the barren landscape, ominous of impending storms, while his fingertips unconsciously caressed the recently woven bracelet, still warm to the touch. He could not act recklessly like the Weasley brothers. He required a more prudent and fundamentally sound approach to resolve the issue. Seating himself, he unfurled a piece of parchment and began to write a letter to Ron. His tone composed and clear. Ron, inform Mr. Arthur of the situation. The consequences of using magic against muggles are severe, necessitating the legal intervention of an adult wizard. I recommend reporting anonymously to the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic, such as the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures or the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, citing the unlawful imprisonment of a wizarding child in a muggle household, which could instigate a magical outburst that endangers both muggles and exposes the wizarding world. Careful wording is essential, emphasizing the danger rather than personal grievances. This action could exert official pressure on the Dursleys, deterring them from excessively restricting Harry. Additionally, prepare a contingency plan. He dispatched the letter with the swiftest owl available. Then, he approached an inconspicuous stone slab in the corner of the room, inscribed with simple teleportation runes, a relic left for him by Dumbledore for emergencies. He pressed his hand against the center of the slab, channeling a trace of magic. succinctly conveying Harry's predicament along with his counsel. He was confident that Dumbledore would not remain indifferent. Having completed this task, he picked up the bracelet once more. Originally intended as a birthday gift for Harry, it now seemed necessary to send it sooner. He carefully wrapped the bracelet along with a small pouch containing a few leaves of moondew grass, known for its calming properties, in soft leather. Perhaps, he murmured softly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fabric of space. This can bring you a modicum of peace until we find you. He summoned a remarkably swift owl belonging to Madame Pomfrey, fastening the parcel to its leg and whispering a few instructions. The owl blinked its keen eyes and soared into the increasingly ominous skies, heading towards London. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of summer, currents of turmoil began to surge. Harry's distress signal had been dispatched, his friends were mobilizing, and the ever-watchful guardian, Cloudy, who often operated from shadows, had discreetly positioned his pieces. A rescue operation surrounding Harry was poised to unfold quietly. With the intervention of the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore, and this summer was destined to be anything but serene. Chapter 24. The Rescue Mission and Vigil in the Shadows. Harry's plea for help rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring up different yet equally intense waves in both the Burrow and the Scottish Highlands. At the Burrow, Ron's complexion turned as red as his hair upon finishing the letter. Like a firecracker that had been stepped on, he leapt from the dining table, brandishing the letter, his voice sharp with anger and concern. They've locked him up. They've even installed bars. Those damn muggles. We have to rescue him. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, immediately exhibited great interest, gathering around Ron as they enthusiastically brainstormed various outrageous and highly likely to cause chaos rescue plans. We could bombard the entire privet drive with dung bombs, Fred exclaimed, eyes alight with mischief. Amidst the confusion, we can whisk Harry away, or we could deploy our new invention, the portable swamp, George chimed in. Just set one up in the Dursley living room and see how they manage to keep him locked up. Even Percy, usually the epitome of decorum, lifted his gaze from his book, How to Gain Authority as a Prefect, adjusted his glasses, and solemnly declared in an officious tone, illegal detention is a grave offense, even if perpetrated by muggles against wizards. I believe we should formally report this to the ministry. By the time those bureaucrats at the ministry get around to acting, Harry will starve. Ron interrupted excitedly. The kitchen devolved into chaos, with Mrs. Weasley's reprimands, the twins' exuberant discussions, Percy's earnest suggestions, and Ginny's timid inquiries, all blending into a cacophony. You are right, Ron murmured, passing the letter to the approaching Fred and George. We can't act recklessly. It could lead to trouble. The twins, upon reading the letter, felt a tinge of disappointment at the inability to execute their splendid plans, yet they acknowledged the prudence of Yunqi's advice. Well, it seems we will have to let Dad handle this, Fred shrugged. Meanwhile, in a tranquil cottage nestled in the Scottish Highlands, Yunqi, after dispatching the letter to Ron and relaying a message to Dumbledore through the runestone tablet, did not cease his endeavors. He approached a writing desk by the window, where lay some basic divination tools, not the mystical crystal balls of Professor Trelawney, but rather a silver basin filled with clear spring water and several smooth, polished scrying stones imbued with faint natural magic. He needed to ascertain Harry's current situation and evaluate the potential impacts of official intervention. While he held no distrust toward Dumbledore or Arthur Weasley, he preferred to possess ample information to respond promptly should plans deviate. Yunqi suspended his hands above the silver basin, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind, concentrating on the name Harry Potter and the image of number 4 privet drive that he knew. He summoned the faint thread of ancient magical talent within him, related to time and perception, and delicately dipped it into the water like the thinnest of strands. The once calm surface of the basin began to ripple with subtle, irregular waves. Fragments of hazy images flickered through the cracks of the boarded window. Harry's anxious and desperate green eyes, Vernon's distorted, purple face contorted in rage as he roared into the phone, and Petunia nervously polishing a plate already gleaming like new with a cloth. The images were disjointed and immensely draining. Beads of sweat formed on Yunqi's forehead, yet he maintained his focus. He attempted to capture more information regarding the house elf Dobby, but only a fleeting glimpse of a large, terrified eye and a pair of bat-like ears appeared in the water before vanishing, as if obstructed by some powerful magical contract or shielding force. The most likely scenario is that, under duress, Harry's physical confinement would be lifted, but the demeanor would remain cold and vigilant. Yunqi whispered to himself, while the forces behind Dobby would not easily relent. He realized that even if official intervention temporarily resolved Harry's imprisonment, underlying threats would still loom. They needed to prepare for contingencies. As Yunqi engaged in his divination, events were already unfolding at the Dursleys' residence. Arthur Weasley, after hearing Ron's tearful recounting, along with Fred and George's embellishments, and Yunqi's logically articulated letter of advice, wore a grave expression. Although he was enamored with Muggle artifacts, as a wizard working in the Ministry of Magic, he understood the seriousness of the relevant regulations and laws. The children are correct. We cannot use magic against Muggles without cause. It would lead to significant trouble, Arthur said to Molly, his brow furrowed. But we cannot ignore that boy, Harry. Yunqi's suggestion is quite mature, utilizing the rules to resolve the issues created by those very rules. On that very day, through some informal channels, and under the guise of a concerned Hogwarts staff member, skillfully avoiding direct exposure of his identity, he sent an anonymous and cautiously worded warning letter simultaneously to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Muggle Artifacts. The letter emphasized that underage wizards, after enduring extreme oppression and illegal confinement, are prone to uncontrollable magical outbursts, which pose a severe threat to Muggle relatives and surrounding communities, potentially triggering a significant crisis under the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. While the letter did not mention Harry by name, it sternly cautioned the Dursleys that their current treatment of their exceptionally gifted relative had already ventured into the gray areas of the Muggle Protection Act and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Should they continue to impose excessive measures, such as restrictions on personal freedom, leading to unpredictable energy releases, the Ministry of Magic would be compelled to intervene formally, with the consequences borne solely by the Dursleys. Although Harry's physical confinement had ended, his environment had not improved. In fact, it had grown even colder. The Dursleys regarded him as a source of contagion, avoiding even a glance at him, and all communication was reduced to a bare minimum, as if he were a ticking bomb ready to explode. Just when Harry thought he would spend the remainder of his summer in this increasingly isolated state. On the morning of his birthday, July 31st, a massive shadow, almost obscuring his entire window, accompanied by a familiar, deafening roar, jolted him awake. It was a flying car. A pale blue Ford Anglia was hovering outside his bedroom window. Seated in the driver's seat was Ron, while Fred and George enthusiastically waved at him from the passenger side. "Harry, quick, get in," Ron shouted, leaning out of the window, his face alight with the thrill of adventure and urgency to rescue his friend. Harry could scarcely believe his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his already packed suitcase in Hedwig's cage, straining to open the recently unlatched window. "Wait, your things." Ron and the twins scrambled to pull Harry and his belongings into the car. The interior had been enchanted with a stretching spell, making the space appear far larger than it seemed from the outside, yet it still felt somewhat cramped, filled with the boys' presence and a unique scent of metal and magic. "Hold on tight," Fred, or was it George, exclaimed excitedly, yanking a lever. The car emitted an even more intense roar, shooting upwards and swiftly departing for number 4, Privet Drive, leaving that gray, suffocating neighborhood far behind. Harry pressed against the window, watching the rapidly diminishing Privet Drive, his heart brimming with immense joy at escaping his confines and a dizzying sense of unreality. He hardly had time to ponder the origins of the flying car, or the potential consequences it might entail. "How did you?" Harry stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "It's Dad's car," Ron proudly explained, nervously gripping the steering wheel. The vehicle had clearly been transformed beyond recognition by Arthur Weasley. "We borrowed it without telling him. Yunqi cautioned us that the Ministry of Magic might take action, but we felt that such a response would be too slow, and the Dursleys would undoubtedly regard us with disdain. Thus, we opted for a direct rescue." As the enchanted car ascended awkwardly into the sky, heading southwest, Yunqi stood atop a prominent boulder in the Scottish Highlands, braving the brisk morning wind. In his hand, he held a smooth, milky white crystal orb, within which ethereal mists seemed to swirl. Sensing something, he gazed down at the stone, with a previously slow-moving fog now subtly pointed towards the southwest, emanating a faint, gentle pulse that signified movement and camaraderie. Yunqi began to speak softly to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was not surprised that the Weasley brothers chose such a direct approach. It was quintessentially in line with their character, though he personally preferred a more cautious strategy. He understood his friend's urgency to rescue Harry. He refrained from attempting to stop or contact them, knowing that excessive magical communication at this juncture might increase the risk of exposure. Instead, he stood silently, like a stone sculpture on the moor, quietly observing the car that carried his friends, a comet streaking across the English sky, heading towards the Burrow. He was aware that this reckless flight would undoubtedly lead to complications, both for Arthur Weasley's enchanted vehicle and for their transgression of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Yet, at that moment, ensuring Harry's safe arrival in a warm and secure environment took precedence. "May the journey be smooth," he whispered towards the south, as if his blessing could be carried by the wind. As for the ensuing troubles, he trusted that solutions would present themselves in due course. He turned away from the boulder, vanishing into the enveloping morning mist and heather. His summer holiday appeared to be drawing to a close, and he needed to prepare more thoroughly for the inquiries that might come from Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, as well as the additional challenges that awaited him in the new school year. Meanwhile, the protective bracelet lay quietly in his pocket, awaiting the opportune moment to be returned to its rightful owner. Thus commenced the rescue operation in a manner quintessentially Weasley, while Yunqi, the watchful guardian in the shadows, understood that his role was far from complete. Chapter 25. The warm glow of the burrow and schemes from afar. The enchanted Ford Anglia soared through the thin clouds of a summer morning in southern England, resembling a clumsy yet spirited steel bird. Inside, Harry clutched the edge of his seat, experiencing a thrilling mix of fear and exhilaration brought on by the sensations of weightlessness and jolting movements. Ron was entirely focused on maneuvering the evidently illegally modified controls, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he recited the operational principles of the aerial invisibility device and muggle-repelling fields that his father had taught him. Fred and George, brimming with excitement, squeezed into the back seat, shouting at the rapidly passing towns and fields below, reminiscent of toy models, occasionally teasing Ron about his driving skills, whether playfully or less than kindly. "The red button on the left, Ron. That one, not the green one. Merlin, do you want us to crash into a mountain?" "Fred, or was it George?" exclaimed dramatically. Harry gazed out at the rapidly receding landscape, feeling the wind howling past his ears, as the gloom that had accumulated throughout the summer at the Dursleys seemed to be swept away by the high-altitude gusts. Freedom. This is the essence of freedom. Though this liberty came with the perils of illegal flying and an unreliable mode of transport, it felt like paradise compared to the boarded-up cupboard on Privet Drive. Ron piloted the flying car in a dive that was not particularly graceful, but ultimately safe, landing in a grassy meadow adorned with gorse beside the house. The automobile jolted a few times before finally sputtering to a halt. The door swung open with a force, and Harry nearly tumbled out, his feet meeting the soft, damp grass, a grounding and warm sensation flooding over him. He inhaled deeply, relishing the air infused with the scents of fresh grass, earth, and toasted bread. "We've arrived." Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a mixture of pride and relief after the feat welcome to the burrow. Harry, Fred, and George flanked him, enthusiastically ushering him towards the enchanting house. At that moment, the seemingly flimsy wooden door of the burrow burst open, and Mrs. Weasley rushed out like a whirlwind. Clad in a flower-dusted apron, her expression was a tapestry of worry, anger, and relief. Her gaze swept over Harry, her tones softening instantly, brimming with affection. "Oh, dear Harry. Are you all right? Those dreadful muggles. Come in, come in. Breakfast is ready. You must be famished." Mrs. Weasley, half reprimanded, half concerned, pulled Harry into the burrow. The interior was even more crowded and magical than its exterior. In a narrow kitchen, dishes were washing themselves in an old sink, clattering merrily. The clock on the wall did not tell time, but indicated the whereabouts of each family member, such as home, school, work, or in mortal peril. And a mirror at the staircase entrance scolded George, or was it Fred, for tracking mud inside. It was a delightful chaos, vibrant and warm. Harry instantly fell in love with the place. Breakfast was a lively feast. The long wooden table was laden with fried eggs, bacon, sausages, grilled tomatoes, mushrooms, and towering heaps of buttered toast. Mr. Weasley was home as well, sporting glasses and hair as red as Ron S., though thinning. He greeted Harry with a gentle, curious smile before immediately inquiring about the experience of flying the car over Muggle territory and whether Harry had noticed any new types of Muggle transportation, completely ignoring Mrs. Weasley's warning glances. Harry found himself enveloped in the unique atmosphere of the Weasley family, infused with love, chatter, disputes, and amusing anecdotes. Feeling as if he were immersed in warm butterbeer, every pore of his being relaxing. This was a sensation he had never encountered before, a true feeling of home. Meanwhile, in the distant Scottish Highlands, Yunqi sensed that the flying car had gracefully descended into an area brimming with vibrant and warm life, which must surely be the burrow. With this realization, the last vestige of worry in his heart dissipated. Seated at the desk in his quaint cottage, he spread out several sheets of parchment before him. One sheet enumerated the potential repercussions of the flying car incident. Arthur Weasley might face inquiries and penalties from the Ministry of Magic. The car itself could be exposed and rendered unusable, The Daily Prophet might catch wind of the situation and publish misleading reports. Hogwarts, particularly Professor McGonagall, would undoubtedly take this matter very seriously. Another parchment detailed his self-imposed summer enhancement plan. 1. Ancient magic practice. Continue to experiment with guiding natural energies for small-scale material repair and purification. Goal: to restore vitality to a wilted leaf. 2. Runes array research. Delve deeper into constructing a more complex composite rune array with both concealment and early warning capabilities. 3. Potion brewing. Utilize the rare herbs of the Highlands to concoct more potent healing and protective potions. 4. Resonance with the metal box. Consistently engage in communication with the enhanced magical energy in the box daily, striving to establish a clearer connection. 5. Preliminary perception of Hogwarts Castle's magical network. Advanced goal: attempt to remotely sense the overall flow of magic within Hogwarts Castle during meditation. The plan was meticulously crafted and concise. Yunqi understood all too well that Voldemort had not truly departed. The lurking threats from the shadows, such as that warning Dobby and the forces behind him, still persisted. He must seize every moment to enhance his abilities in preparation for the storm that lay ahead. A few days later, Harry's birthday arrived. The Burrow hosted a modest, yet heartfelt celebration in his honor. Mrs. Weasley baked a colossal birthday cake adorned with icing spelling out his name. Ron gifted him a plethora of products from Zonko's joke shop, along with a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione sent a sophisticated textbook on transfiguration, which made Ron roll his eyes. Mr. Weasley presented him with an automatically tightening screwdriver, a curious amalgamation of Muggle and magical ingenuity, while the twins mysteriously handed him a note promising future surprises. However, the most unexpected and heartwarming gift came a few days later from an unfamiliar owl, bearing a package from Yunqi. Inside, there was no birthday card, only a seemingly unadorned deep brown bracelet and a small pouch exuding a faint scent of fresh herbs. Harry picked up the bracelet, feeling its smooth warmth, its material an enigmatic blend, adorned with tiny beads bearing natural patterns. As he fastened the bracelet around his wrist, a peculiar, ineffable sense of calm and security enveloped him, as if an invisible barrier had shielded him from the negative emotions of the outside world, even alleviating the occasional subtle sting from his scar. He was unaware of the specific powers of the bracelet, yet he could sense the gentle yet resolute strength it contained, akin to that of Yunqi. The dried grass leaves within the small pouch exuded a similar calming aura. "Thank you, Yunqi," he silently murmured as he caressed the cord on his wrist. This gift held a value far greater than any frivolous joke or book. Meanwhile, as Harry relished his first truly joyful birthday at the Burrow, Yunqi was beneath the moonlight in the Highlands, engaged in the third phase of his potion-making endeavor. Before him lay several crystalline cauldrons, each bubbling with potions of various hues. He required immense concentration to control the heat and the timing of ingredient additions, employing rare materials such as Highland Moon Dew and Starlight Moss to enhance the potion's potency. For him, safeguarding this hard-won warmth and happiness served as the most profound motivation for quietly augmenting his power. The Burrow radiated a warm and brilliant light, while distant schemes unfolded silently in focus and tranquility. The new term had yet to commence, yet each individual was already on their respective paths, silently preparing for the tumultuous second year that lay ahead. Chapter 26. Shadows of Nocturne Alley and Reunion in Diagon Alley. The summer days at the Burrow felt enchanted, swiftly passing amidst warmth, laughter, and occasional chaos. Harry nearly forgot the existence of the Dursleys, wholly immersed in the novel experiences brought by this magical family. He and Ron unearthed a dusty box of old wizard chess that would battle on its own, fed magical frogs by the pond alongside Ginny, who emitted a delightful, bell-like laughter, and even summoned the courage to taste the Weasley twins' latest concoction, bubblegum that temporarily turned one's hair rainbow-colored. The effect endured an embarrassingly long day. However, peaceful days are always fleeting. As August waned, the air of impending school began to subtly permeate like the cooling autumn breeze. One morning, the Hogwarts Owls, as customary, soared through the eternally open window of the Burrow's kitchen, delivering the New Year's book list and notices to each child. Harry eagerly tore open the envelope emblazoned with a Hogwarts crest, extracting the parchment within. The second-year book list was notably longer than the first, featuring not only foundational texts such as standard spells, level 2, but also several hefty tomes that appeared daunting, including Gilderoy Lockhart's Break with the Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, and Vacationing with Vampires, among others. Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron leaned in for a closer look, his brow furrowed. Merlin S. Beard. Why are all the books by him? Who is this fellow? I think I've heard of him, Hermione interjected from nearby, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized her own list. He is quite popular in Witch Weekly, a very renowned author and adventurer. He must have experienced countless astonishing events. Harry and Ron exchanged a skeptical glance. They held little admiration for a wizard who garnered fame through charming looks and exaggerated tales. In addition to the reading list, the letter also notably reminded that second-year students could bring their own broomsticks. This news invigorated Harry, as his Nimbus 2000 would finally see the light of day once more. As the children chattered excitedly about their new textbooks and brooms, Mrs. Weasley announced an important family outing. Tomorrow, we shall venture to Diagon Alley for shopping. Everyone will join, including you, my dear Harry, and Ginny. You need to procure your very first wand. This announcement ignited enthusiasm among all, save for Percy, who was preoccupied with composing an exceedingly lengthy letter to his new girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. The following day, the group arrived at Diagon Alley via Floo-Powder, a rather chaotic and choking experience for Harry, who was using it for the first time. Unlike the previous year, when they had accompanied Hagrid, this time they emerged from the fireplace of the Leaky Cauldron. The pub remained dim and noisy, yet Harry's arrival stirred a mild commotion and attracted many curious gazes. They passed through the back door of the Leaky Cauldron and once again found themselves on the enchanting cobblestone street. The sun shone brightly, and Diagon Alley appeared even more crowded and vibrant than Harry remembered. Wizards in various robes jostled against one another. Shop windows displayed a dazzling array of wares, and the air was thick with the sense of magical ingredients, food, and fireworks. Mrs. Weasley, like a protective hen, kept Ginny, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George closely gathered, anxious that they might get lost in the throng. Their first stop was Gringotts, where Mrs. Weasley needed to withdraw money from their vault. As they made their way to Gringotts, Harry observed that Luna was not gazing about with the same curiosity as the others. She trailed quietly behind, her serene gaze sweeping over the shops and passers-by, as if she were both observing and searching for something. Her steps were measured, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding clamor. As they passed a shop named Borgin and Burke's, Luna's footsteps imperceptibly faltered. The establishment appeared dim and grimy, with its window displaying an array of disturbing objects, a grotesque human skull, a deck of cards stained with mysterious substances, and a glass eye frozen in an expression of agony. The shop's curtains hung low, emanating an air of antiquity, decay, and darkness. Harry also noticed the shop and felt a wave of discomfort, instinctively quickening his pace. Ron muttered under his breath, a proper wizard wound T set foot in Nocturne Alley. Luna's gaze lingered momentarily on the shop's sign, a flicker of subtle understanding and wariness crossing her black eyes. She could distinctly sense the cold, twisted remnants of dark magic seeping from the depths of the shop, akin to the lingering essence of Voldemort's fragmented soul. It was evident that the place was a hub for dark magical artifacts, intricately linked to Voldemort's influence. She said nothing, merely committing this information to memory before rejoining the group as they proceeded towards the distant, pristine edifice of Gringotts. At Gringotts, the Weasley family stood in a lengthy queue until it was finally their turn. As Mrs. Weasley extracted a modest handful of coins from what appeared to be a rather meager vault, Harry discerned a hint of embarrassment upon her countenance. He recalled Ron's prior lamentations regarding his family's financial struggles, which stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. Upon departing Gringotts, Mrs. Weasley commenced her shopping expedition according to a meticulously crafted list. They first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to procure new robes, as both Harry and Ron had grown considerably taller, followed by a visit to the apothecary to replenish their essential potion supplies. Throughout this endeavor, Neville purchased little, quietly trailing behind. He would occasionally pause at stalls offering rare herbs or ancient tomes, examining them with care, yet ultimately placing them down without making a purchase. He seemed to possess an exceedingly low appetite for material goods. The pinnacle of their outing occurred at Flourish and Blots, where a lengthy queue had formed outside the bookstore, adorned with a grand banner proclaiming, Gilderoy Lockhart Books Signing, Autobiography Me, the Magical. The store was teeming with excited witches of varying ages, accompanied by reluctant wizards who appeared utterly bemused. As Harry and his companions finally squeezed into the shop, they beheld the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart himself, resplendent in a forget-me-not blue robe, his dazzling white teeth gleaming as he stood amidst a flurry of camera flashes, warmly embracing a short, dark-haired boy while loudly announcing to a reporter from the Daily Prophet, "This is Harry Potter. He has come today to purchase my autobiography." Such a humble young man. Harry found himself overwhelmed by this unexpected attention, his face burning with embarrassment. Lockhart unceremoniously thrust an entire collection of his self-penned books into Harry's hands, proclaiming them as a complimentary gift, all while pulling him forward for photographs. Ron stood nearby, utterly astonished, while Hermione blushed with excitement, straining on her tiptoes to catch a better glimpse. Amidst the chaos, Harry caught sight of someone he fervently wished to avoid, Draco Malfoy. He lurked in the shadows of a corner, his face adorned with a familiar sneer as he observed Harry's predicament with Lockhart. More unsettling was the presence of Lucius Malfoy, the pale, haughty man with striking blonde hair, who stood beside Draco, casually perusing a worn, black-covered diary with a cold, calculating gaze. Lucius seemed to notice Harry's attention, his icy blue eyes sweeping over him with a chilling indifference. At the moment their gazes met, a faint, contemptuous smirk flitted across his lips, imbued with a subtle malice. Almost nonchalantly, his gaze drifted past Harry, landing instead on Neville, who was quietly attempting to extricate himself from the frenzied crowd. For an infinitesimal moment, Lucius's scrutiny appeared to linger on Neville, revealing a flicker of inscrutable interest that diverged from his usual assessment of Harry. It was as if Neville's presence had ignited a curiosity within Lucius that was distinctly different from his regard for Harry. Yet, in this brief convergence, Yunqi astutely perceived an exceedingly faint, yet strikingly familiar aura of darkness emanating from the aged diary in Lucius's grasp, akin to the residual essence of Voldemort that clung to Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, as well as the dark magic he had sensed moments earlier outside the Borgin and Burke shop, all originating from the same source. This diary was no ordinary artifact. A weight settled in Yunqi's heart. He was almost certain that this diary was linked to Voldemort and was currently in the possession of Lucius Malfoy. What could this imply? Did the Malfoy family still maintain ties with dark forces? For what purpose would this diary be employed? He refrained from making any overt display or comment, silently retreating to the periphery of the crowd, as if entirely disinterested in the chaos before him. Yet, his mind raced, firmly connecting the critical pieces of information: Lucius Malfoy, the ominous diary, and the shared dark essence of Voldemort, marking them with a symbol of extreme danger. The subsequent shopping continued amidst a subtle atmosphere. Harry, having finally extricated himself from Lockhart's clutches, clutched an armful of complimentary books, feeling both awkward and irked. Ron incessantly complained about Lockhart's hypocrisy, while Hermione remained exhilarated at the prospect of encountering her idol up close. Mrs. Weasley managed to gather everyone to prepare for a visit to Ollivander's for Ginny to purchase her wand. Just as they departed from Flourish and Blots and made their way to the wand shop, Yunqi seemingly casually approached Harry's side, whispering in a rapid yet clear tone that only they could hear. Keep an eye on Malfoy and the items in his father's possession. At Ollivander's wand shop, Ginny successfully acquired her first wand, made of yew and containing unicorn hair, perfectly sized for her. Mr. Ollivander continued to murmur in his ethereal tone, "Aye, a most intriguing choice, very interesting indeed." Ron scoffed. What is the point of this? It's utterly useless. Yunqi offered no explanation, calmly stowing away the small pouch of powder. Harry observed Yunqi's actions, recalling his earlier warning, and the sense of impending turmoil grew ever more palpable within him. He understood that Yunqi never engaged in frivolous endeavors. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of this trip to Diagon Alley, there appeared to be currents of unrest that they had yet to discern. Lucius Malfoy, that peculiar diary, and Yunqi's cryptic caution all foreshadowed that the upcoming school year at Hogwarts would likely be anything but tranquil. Chapter 27, A Journey Out of Control and the Warning of the Whomping Willow. Harry meticulously wrapped his Firebolt 2000 in a soft cloth, placing it atop his suitcase, filled with anticipation for his return to the Quidditch pitch. He relegated the stack of Gilderoy Lockhart's books to the bottom, out of sight and mind. Meanwhile, Ron grumbled about the thickness and price of Lockhart's tomes while attempting to discreetly leave behind an old dress robe with a slightly frayed collar, only to be caught red-handed by the keen-eyed Mrs. Weasley, leading to a lecture on decency and family reputation. Yunqi packed his belongings the quickest and with the utmost simplicity. Apart from the essential textbooks and robes, his suitcase contained merely a few changes of clothing, the deep blue, nameless tome that he never parted with, and a small pouch meticulously wrapped in soft leather, seemingly holding some personal effects, including a partially used calming potion and a packet of basic warning powder purchased for Diagon Alley. He sat quietly in the corner of the room in an old armchair, observing the bustle around him, his fingers unconsciously tracing the deep brown bracelet on his wrist, reminiscent of Harry's, yet appearing more antiquated. This was another piece he had crafted for himself, designed to enhance his perception of Harry's state and the magical disturbances in their surroundings when necessary. They were to travel to King's Cross Station in Mr. Weasley's illegally modified Ford Anglia, given that the vehicle could not accommodate everyone along with their luggage. The plan was for Mr. Weasley to drive ahead with the children and their belongings, while Mrs. Weasley would follow using Floo powder to meet them at the station. However, the plan faltered from the outset. When they finally managed to cram everyone and their belongings into the magically expanded, yet still cramped car, they realized time was exceedingly tight. Hurry, hurry, we'll miss the train. Mr. Weasley anxiously started the engine, which emitted a dull and unstable roar. The car lurched into the air, racing towards London. Inside, Harry clutched Hedwig's cage tightly. The snowy owl emitted disgruntled hoots. Ron's face was pale as he grasped the seat, while Fred and George excitedly shouted due to the bumpy ride. Corky sat in the back seat by the window, his gaze calmly fixed on the rapidly passing clouds outside, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos and urgency. Yet his fingertips subtly traced a simple ancient rune on his knee, intended to stabilize his mind. When they finally soared above King's Cross Station, less than 10 minutes remained before departure. Mr. Weasley piloted the car, desperately seeking a secluded spot to land, but was surrounded by Muggle buildings and vehicles, leaving no suitable openings. There's no choice. We must go straight through. Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth and thrust the control lever forward, directing the car towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. However, just as the car was about to collide with the wall, something unexpected occurred. The barrier, which should have parted like a veil for their passage, now appeared as an impenetrable solid. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed. The car collided forcefully with the wall, the tremendous impact sending everyone inside lurching forward. Harry's forehead struck the back of the front seat, stars flashing before his eyes. Ron let out a cry of pain. Hedwig flapped her wings in panic within her cage. What now? Ron's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. We'll miss the train. The car was engulfed in a wave of panic. Having missed the Hogwarts Express, how would they reach the school? As Mr. Weasley, sweat pouring from his brow in desperation, contemplated the wild suggestion from Fred and George to simply fly directly to Hogwarts, an idea that nearly caused him to faint, Cloudy, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. His voice, calm yet steady, was like a stabilizing force amidst the chaos. The station entrance is under magical interference. The risks of forcing entry are far too great. The Hogwarts Express is not the sole route to the castle. All eyes turned to him. He paused briefly, glancing at the anxious Mr. Weasley. Mr. Arthur, are you aware if the Ministry has any registered emergency Flynn network routes leading to the outskirts of Hogwarts, such as Hogsmeade, or coordinates for authorized key usage? Mr. Weasley blinked in surprise, then slapped his forehead with sudden realization. Of course, the Flynn network. There are indeed several registered emergency routes in the department that require high-level official authorization for temporary activation. How could I have overlooked that? He immediately began frantically searching the button-laden dashboard of the car for something, finding an emergency communication device that could directly contact the Ministry's transport department. Just as Mr. Weasley attempted to reach the Ministry, an impatient Ron, watching the platform recede into the distance and the deep crimson train that was already whistling and about to depart, shouted in despair, "We're out of time. The train is leaving." Fred and George exchanged determined glances, their expressions resolute. "There's only one way left," Fred exclaimed. "We'll fly there ourselves." George chimed in. Before Mr. Weasley could protest, the twins lunged for the driver's seat simultaneously. Fred seized the steering wheel, while George pressed down hard on a hidden accelerator pedal that glowed ominously red. "No, children, stop." Mr. Weasley's cries were drowned out by the engine's sudden roar, akin to that of a wounded beast. "Hold on, Fred," or was it George? Shouted into the wind, their voices mingling excitement with a hint of barely discernible fear. The car careened wildly through the clouds, its speed far surpassing the earlier calm, if one could call it calm. The scenery outside blurred into a swirling tapestry of colors, the intense sensation of weightlessness and turbulence making Harry feel as if his insides were about to shift. Ron squeezed his eyes shut, murmuring incantations as if in prayer. Hedwig's cage rolled about the cabin. He attempted to channel a faint, soothing energy through his palms into the car's body, striving to stabilize the restless magical runes. But to little avail. The vehicle's modifications were crude and wild, its magical structure inherently unpredictable. After what felt like an eternity, just as Harry thought he might be sick, the familiar silhouette of Hogwarts Castle emerged ahead, shrouded in twilight, alongside the deep woods of the Forbidden Forest. "We've arrived," George, or was it Fred, shouted with excitement. However, their descent was clearly destined to be anything but smooth. The car, having endured extended overloading flight, began to malfunction. emitting thick smoke as it plummeted towards the ground like a heavy stone. Fred and George strained against the control stick, desperately attempting to steer the vehicle. Down below. It's the Whomping Willow, Ron shouted in terror, pointing at a giant tree below, its wildly thrashing branches silhouetted against the twilight. The Whomping Willow, one of the most perilous and irritable plants on Hogwarts grounds, would launch a relentless assault on anything that dared to approach it. The out-of-control car was plummeting straight toward the tree's treetop. No, the car was filled with a chorus of despairing screams. In that critical moment, Luna's gaze was fixed intently on the frenzied Willow. His mind raced with unprecedented speed, analyzing the frequency and trajectory of the thrashing branches, as well as the angle and velocity of the car's descent. He discerned a fleeting, relatively safe gap near the base of the trunk where the branches momentarily parted. There was no time for hesitation. Turn left. Dive. Aim for the gap at the trunk's base. Luna's voice was calm to the point of being chilling, yet it carried an undeniable authority that sliced through the roar of the engine and the cries of panic. The driver, Fred or George, instinctively obeyed the sudden command, exerting every ounce of strength to jerk the steering wheel left while simultaneously pushing the control stick down hard. The car emitted a piercing metallic screech as it hurtled towards the ephemeral opening at a dangerously steep angle. The violent branches lashed out like countless colossal whips, skimming the vehicle's exterior, tearing off the side mirror, and leaving deep scratches on the door. Inside the car, everyone felt a jarring sensation accompanied by disconcerting grinding noise. Bang! Crack! Ultimately, the vehicle could not evade entirely. The rear was struck forcefully by a thick branch, causing the entire car to shudder violently, losing balance and crashing onto the grass beside the Whomping Willow with a final, resounding thud before it fell silent and motionless. Inside, there was an eerie stillness. Moments later, a series of pained and shaken groans began to emerge. Harry felt as though his bones had been shattered. He struggled to push open the somewhat deformed door and crawled out, collapsing onto the cold grass, gasping for breath. Ron, Fred, and George followed suit, each appearing pale and bearing various degrees of scrapes and bruises. Luna was the last to emerge. His movements appeared relatively steady, but he was paler than usual, with a minor abrasion on his forehead oozing beads of blood. He stood beside the overturned car, which was emitting wisps of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the now calming yet still ominously charged Whomping Willow, then glancing at the shaken group, until his eyes finally rested on the rear of the vehicle, where the area struck by the branch was conspicuously dented and flickering with unstable magical sparks. "Are we alive?" Ron murmured in disbelief. "Thanks to Luna," Fred gasped. His eyes filled with a mix of fear and a hint of admiration as he looked at Luna. "How did you know there was a gap there?" His tone was calm, as if the life-and-death crisis moments ago were merely a routine tactical exercise. Yet only he knew that, in that instant, he summoned all his mental fortitude and innate perception of energy trajectories to discover the singular glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. At that moment, distant footsteps and the glow of lantern light approached. It was Hagrid. His colossal figure hurried toward them, shock and concern etched upon his face. "Merlin's pants. What transpired here? How did you manage this vehicle?" Hagrid's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he regarded the overturned car and the disheveled children. The Whomping Willow had quieted in the twilight, as though the previous turmoil had been but a figment of imagination. Yet Harry understood that this perilous plant, much like the forthcoming school year, was rife with the unknown and challenges. They had only just set foot upon this familiar ground. Chapter 28. Undercurrents of a New Term and Echoes of Spells. Hagrid's warm yet cluttered cottage had become an impromptu refuge for the few survivors of the recent ordeal. The enormous hound Fong excitedly circled them, his warm, damp tongue attempting to lick away the dust and fear from their faces. Hagrid, flustered, brewed a pot of bitter red tea and produced several of his own baked rock-hard biscuits, striving to soothe the visibly shaken children. "You drove the car to school and crashed into the Whomping Willow." Hagrid clumsily examined Fred's ear wound with his massive hands, repeating in a tone laced with disbelief, "Merlin, you children, if Professor McGonagall finds out." "We didn't mean to, Hagrid." Ron's voice quivered as he held the steaming cup of tea, seeking warmth. "The entrance was blocked. We missed the train." Only he understood the magnitude of the ancient magical core within him that surged violently at the moment the car spiraled out of control. Confronted by the Whomping Willow's wild flailing, it was not fear, but an almost instinctual premonition of danger and a precise calculation of energy flow. This ability seemed to clarify with each resurgence of his power, and every crisis faced becoming increasingly vivid. In that moment, he even vaguely sensed Beneath the ferocious onslaught of the Whomping Willow, a trace of the ancient magical protective mark of Hogwarts. This dangerous plant might not merely be a creation of nature. What do we do now? George, with a significant tear in his robe sleeve, asked anxiously. The car is broken. How do we enter the castle? And we will certainly be discovered. Hagrid scratched his unruly beard and sighed. I'll hide the car in the shed. As for you, you'll have to go and confess your mistakes to Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, no one was injured. He shook his head, leaving the unsaid implications hanging in the air. Ultimately, accompanied by Hagrid, the dejected boys, along with the equally guilty twins, trudged through the night, burdened by their weariness and heavy luggage, toward the castle that loomed majestically under the starlit sky. As anticipated, they were caught in the foyer by Professor McGonagall, her face as pale as ice. The ensuing reprimand and deduction of points were so severe that it left them unable to hold their heads high. Gryffindor faced a staggering loss of 150 points for multiple offenses, including a grave violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the illicit modification and use of Muggle transportation, endangering their own safety and that of others, as well as damaging school property. Some branches of the Whomping Willow had snapped upon impact. The sheer magnitude of this deduction elicited a near sob from Ron, while even Fred and George appeared unusually subdued. Additionally, each of them received a month-long detention. The sole consolation was that Professor McGonagall seemed to accept their explanation regarding the blocked entrance. Perhaps Dumbledore had given her a heads up, and she did not delve further into the matter of Dobby, merely issuing a stern warning not to repeat their actions. When they finally trudged into the Gryffindor common room, their legs heavy as if laden with lead, they were met with an eerie silence and countless gazes filled with a mix of surprise, disappointment, and reproach. The hourglass of the house cup reflected a significant reduction in Gryffindor's ruby, undoubtedly a heavy blow to all the students of the house. Percy shot them a withering glare that seemed to say, "I told you so," before haughtily turning away. Harry felt a flush of heat rise to his face as he lowered his head, hastily navigating through the crowd with Ron and Hermione, ascending the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory. Fred and George, heads hung low, unusually refrained from any protest or jest. Thus, the first day of a new term commenced under a cloud of gloom and frustration. The following morning, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the great hall for breakfast, they could still feel the unabashed mockery and schadenfreude emanating from the other tables, particularly from the Slytherin side. Malfoy, with his characteristic elongated drawl, loudly commiserated with them about their thrilling flight the previous night, eliciting a wave of laughter from the surrounding Slytherins. "Ignore them," said Hermione, who had somehow taken a seat beside them, her brow furrowed, her tone laden with discontent, yet tinged with a sense of exasperated concern. "I warned you that flying here was far too dangerous. You should have found a way to contact a professor." Ron, with his head buried in a piece of bread, muttered something incomprehensible. Harry sighed, his appetite waning. Only Hermione remained composed, calmly eating her meal as though the whispers and odd glances around her were of no concern. She even found time to observe the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, at the staff table, clad in a dazzling emerald robe. Lockhart was animatedly recounting one of his perilous adventures to Professor Sprout, his voice booming and his smile radiant, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere enveloping the hall. Ron, following Hermione's gaze, grimaced in distaste at the sight of Lockhart, as if the entire world should revolve around him. Harry glanced down at his exam paper, nearly laughing in disbelief. It was filled with questions solely about Gilderoy Lockhart, his favorite color, his greatest wish, and what he considered his most significant contribution to the wizarding world. What purpose did this serve? Ron murmured beside him, questioning who would care if his favorite color was lavender or forget-me-not blue. Hermione, on the other hand, was fervently scribbling away, seemingly well-versed in such matters. Yunqi picked up a quill, his gaze sweeping across the examination paper, a faint hint of derision flickering in his eyes. Unlike Hermione, who elaborated in detail, and Ron, who complained, Yunqi responded with succinct, almost indifferent phrases, filling in the most obvious or socially acceptable answers, as if he were merely completing a task unrelated to himself. The tip of his quill barely touched the ink, his handwriting neat yet devoid of enthusiasm. The climax, or rather the farce, of the class unfolded when Lockhart released a cage of Cornish pixies, small yet remarkably mischievous creatures. As soon as they were freed, they erupted like wild horses, darting around the classroom, tearing at curtains, seizing ink bottles and books to hurl them about, and even dangling Neville Longbottom from the chandelier. Lockhart appeared utterly unprepared, flailing his wand in panic, his incantations proving ineffective, culminating in a desperate shout, "You deal with it yourselves." before hastily exiting the classroom. Chaos ensued in an instant. Students screamed and scattered, while the pixies cackled gleefully. Petri Ficus Totalis. Hermione attempted to cast the petrifying spell on one pixie, but her aim was off, resulting only in a tapestry stiffening momentarily. "Oh, let go of my book," Ron shouted at a pixie clutching his textbook, which only elicited louder laughter from the creature. Harry tried to rescue Neville, but several pixies surrounded him, tugging at his robes and hair. Amidst the turmoil, Yunqi remained calm, observing the pixies' movements and the magical waves of mischief they emitted. He refrained from casting any aggressive spells, instead directing his wand towards the chandelier that swayed precariously due to the pixies' antics. He softly intoned a brief incantation, one not found in Hogwarts standard curriculum, its tone ancient and peculiar. A gentle white light flowed from the wand's tip, like invisible threads swiftly wrapping around every facet of the crystal chandelier. In the next moment, the entire fixture erupted in a brilliant yet gentle radiance. The light emanated a soothing and purifying energy that enveloped the entire classroom in an instant. All the raucous pixies, upon contact with the white light, abruptly froze, their mischievous excitement suspended as if their energy had been drained. They emitted confused, low whimpers plummeting to the ground, curling up in corners or beneath desks, becoming listless, and a few even dozing off. Silence fell over the classroom. Only the faint cries for help from Neville, still dangling from the ceiling, and the students' heavy, startled breaths broke the stillness. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at Yunqi, who stood in the center of the classroom, the white light from his wand still shimmering. Even Hermione gaped, momentarily forgetting to aid Neville. "What was that spell?" Seamus Finnegan murmured. Yunqi gently lowered his wand, and the surrounding white light receded like the ebbing tide. He calmly approached the chandelier, gazing upward at the suspended Neville, and then turned to Harry and Ron beside him, stating, "You may lower him now." Harry and Ron, finally grasping the situation, hurriedly fetched a table, clumsily rescuing Neville. Yunqi offered no explanation regarding the spell he had employed. Instead, he walked to the classroom door and called out toward the outside, "Professor Lockhart, the house elf has been subdued." No one echoed his words. The students regarded Yunqi with a complex mix of gratitude, astonishment, and an indescribable curiosity. This usually reticent and exceptionally modest Potter brother, who consistently excelled academically, seemed far more enigmatic and formidable than they had previously imagined. After class, Ron eagerly inquired of Yunqi, "What spell did you just use? I've never heard of it before. How much more does he keep hidden?" Ron murmured to Harry while watching Yunqi's retreating figure. Harry shook his head, equally filled with questions. Yunqi resembled an iceberg, with only a fraction of his true self visible above the surface. Each seemingly accidental revelation hinted at the vast and astonishing secrets concealed beneath. Chapter 29. The Duel Club and the Shadow of Parseltongue. Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class had devolved into a series of soporific personal performances following the house elf debacle. He no longer attempted any practical teaching, instead relishing the opportunity for students to portray characters from his books, reenacting those embellished adventures. Harry was forced to play the role of a villager fleeing in terror from a werewolf, while Ron became the foolish character he valiantly rescued, reduced to nothing but screams. Hermione, initially full of enthusiasm, soon found herself disenchanted by Lockhart's monotonous exaggerations and vacuous teaching style. In stark contrast, the chilling rumors circulating within the castle regarding the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets spread quietly among the students, akin to mold thriving on damp walls. What began as mere whispers escalated as October progressed, particularly after the discovery of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, petrified and rigidly hanging beneath the torch bracket in the second-floor corridor. With an ominous message scrawled on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Panic spread like wildfire. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became the focus of suspicion merely for being near the scene of the incident, having just attended nearly headless Nick's death day party, especially Harry, whose ability to converse with snakes had somehow been leaked, marking him as the most apparent characteristic of the heir of Slytherin. In no time, students in the corridors began to avoid him as if he were a plague, and even some of his fellow Gryffindors regarded him with doubt and fear. How could they act this way? Ron, seething with indignation, defended Harry, exclaiming that he had indeed saved Justin Finch-Fletchley, a student from Hufflepuff, by inadvertently frightening away a snake conjured by Malfoy, thus averting potentially dire consequences. Harry, however, felt despondent, as if he were marooned on an invisible island, isolated from the world. Only Hermione steadfastly believed in him, fervently scouring through texts in an attempt to unveil the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets and the creature lurking within. Although Ron also harbored faith in Harry, the surrounding pressure inevitably rendered him somewhat anxious and restless. In this atmosphere of oppression and suspicion, the sole individual who maintained an unwavering attitude towards Harry, apart from Hermione and Ron, appeared to be Luna. She continued to attend classes, read, and visit the library with her characteristic tranquility, seemingly oblivious to the strange glances and hushed whispers directed at Harry. Unlike Hermione, who was fervently investigating the chamber, Luna would occasionally offer Harry a cup of warm water during his particularly low moments, or cast a calm glance with her serene dark eyes, devoid of doubt or excessive sympathy, conveying a profound understanding and tranquility that was distinctly reassuring. This silent support, amidst the cacophony of public opinion, was exceptionally precious. Nevertheless, Luna was not entirely indifferent. When unnoticed, she would venture alone to the corridor where Madame Rosmerta had been petrified, gently brushing her fingertips against the cold stone walls that still bore a faint trace of dark magic, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She sensed the chilling, ancient force responsible for the petrification, imbued with a loathing for life, reminiscent yet distinct from the residual essence of Voldemort she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest, more pure and eerie. She was nearly certain that this was not Harry's doing. It was imperative to identify the source of this power, rather than merely suspecting the surface. One day, in a room of requirement, their clandestine sanctuary from the tumult of the outside world, Luna calmly addressed the anxious Ron, who paced restlessly, and Hermione, who was absorbed in her books. Before her lay a simple map of Hogwarts, marked with locations where attacks or unusual magical disturbances had occurred. "Are you suggesting we seek out this so-called heir?" Ron inquired, halting in confusion. "Not entirely," Luna replied, her fingers gliding over the map, connecting several marked points. "I am observing the patterns of these events and the residual traces of magic. The attacks are not entirely random. They appear to be linked to some ancient pipes or secret passages within the castle. Moreover, that force is exceedingly ancient, imbued with malice toward those of non-pure blood." Her analysis was calm and objective, akin to a scalpel, attempting to dissect the fog enveloping the events. Hermione looked up, her eyes sparkling with agreement. "Indeed, I discovered that Salazar Slytherin departed due to disagreements with the other 3 founders regarding student admissions. He firmly believed that magical education should be reserved for pure-blood families. So the heir is executing Slytherin's will, eradicating students of Muggle descent?" Ron gasped. Luna neither confirmed nor denied this, merely stating with calm detachment, "The motive aligns with the legend. But who is the executor? How to control the monsters within the confines of the chamber remains a mystery." Just as they were attempting to make sense of the situation, Gilderoy Lockhart, the seemingly perpetually bewildered professor of defense against the dark arts, announced his intention to enhance the students' practical skills and showcase his own remarkable talents, though the latter was likely his primary motivation, by organizing a dueling club in the Great Hall. The news spread, eliciting a variety of reactions among the students. Most were thrilled at the prospect of learning practical combat techniques, particularly the Gryffindors, who eagerly sought to acquire genuine skills to face potential dangers. The Slytherins, on the other hand, rubbed their hands together, seemingly eager to seize the opportunity to teach the other houses a lesson. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also decided to attend, hoping to glean some useful knowledge. Though Luna had little interest, she accompanied Harry at his invitation. That evening, the long tables in the hall were removed, and a golden stage was erected in the center. Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, stood upon the platform like a peacock displaying its plumage, while beside him loomed Professor Snape, clad in somber black robes. "Come closer. Come closer." Lockhart beckoned with outstretched arms, his face beaming with a smile. "Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Now, Professor Snape and I shall demonstrate a friendly duel for you all. Fear not. Once I have bested him, I shall return your potions professor to you entirely unscathed." Snape's lips curled into a cold, sardonic smirk. The demonstration devolved into farce. Lockhart flamboyantly waved his wand, reciting lengthy and utterly ineffective spells, while Snape simply flicked his wand, effortlessly disarming him and sending him tumbling to the floor in a most undignified manner. Lockhart awkwardly rose, forcing a smile as he declared the demonstration concluded. And now it was time for the students to pair off and practice freely. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos. Students scrambled to find partners, and a cacophony of clumsy spells filled the air, with some transforming into dancing pigs or sprouting feathers. Harry unfortunately found himself pitted against Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. Malfoy wore a malicious grin as he summoned a menacing, pitch-black serpent. Of course, it was merely an illusion conjured by a spell, but for Harry, who had faced genuine peril, the serpent's lifelike form and hissing sounds were enough to awaken deep-seated fears and an inexplicable connection within him. "Don't move, Potter!" Lockhart shouted from the sidelines, though he appeared utterly at a loss for what to do. The black serpent raised its head, flicking its tongue, and turned toward a petrified Hufflepuff student, Justin Finch-Fletchley. It seemed to have singled him out as a target, adopting a threatening stance. In that tense moment, an unusual impulse surged within Harry. He opened his mouth, and a deep, raspy voice, seemingly emanating from another realm, uncontrollably escaped his throat. "Leave him alone." It was the language of snakes. Parseltongue. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Harry, stunned as they witnessed him converse with the serpent. The serpent indeed ceased its assault on Justin, shaking its head in confusion before gradually dissipating into the ether. Yet, more terrifying than the snake's vanishing was the instantaneous pallor and sheer terror that enveloped the faces of the surrounding students. They gazed at Harry as if he were a monster. He was speaking to the snake. A Ravenclaw girl shrieked, "Parseltongue, he is the heir of Slytherin." It was he who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Panic surged like a breached dam, instantly engulfing the entire hall. Justin Finch-Fletchley shot Harry a look of pure horror, akin to that reserved for a devil, before turning to flee. Other students also retreated, maintaining as much distance from Harry as possible. He stood frozen, feeling the blood in his veins turn to ice. He caught sight of Ron and Hermione, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern, as well as countless glances filled with fear and loathing from those around him. He found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a calm voice broke through the chaos beside him, neither loud nor boisterous, yet distinctly clear. The language itself bears no inherent good or evil, Harry. The key lies in the intent behind its use. It was Luna. He was unaware of when she had come to stand by his side, unwavering in her composure. She did not regard the frightened students, but instead stared serenely at the vacant stage ahead, as though the earth-shattering scene had never transpired. "Did you hear that?" Harry asked, his voice hoarse. "I did," Luna replied, turning to him. Her dark eyes reflected neither fear nor doubt, only a profound tranquility, an ancient gift, nothing more. "There is no necessary connection to the opening of the chamber." Her words flowed into Harry's heart, which had been frozen by panic and injustice, like a gentle stream. At a time when everyone regarded him as a monster, Luna's calm understanding became the sole lifeline he could grasp. Yet, he glanced at the hostile gazes surrounding him. "The truth will not shift due to fear," Luna stated softly. "The immediate priority is to uncover the true source, rather than become ensnared in rumors." She said no more, merely giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder before turning and leading the way out of the hall. Her silhouette stood tall and resolute amidst the chaos and terror of the crowd. Harry watched her retreating figure and then looked at Ron and Hermione, who were equally worried yet uncertain of what to do. He took a deep breath. Luna was right. Panic and defense were futile. He must vindicate his innocence. And the only way to achieve that was to identify the true heir of the chamber and the monster itself. The dueling club concluded in disarray. The rumors of Harry being the heir of Slytherin spread like wildfire, enveloping the entirety of Hogwarts overnight. He found himself ensnared in unprecedented isolation and suspicion. However, in their Gryffindor Tower dormitory, while Ron raged against the senseless individuals and Hermione sought evidence from various ancient texts to defend Harry, Luna produced a new piece of parchment, beginning to sketch a more detailed map of the castle's plumbing structure and the distribution of magical anomalies. The emergence of Parseltongue might very well be an opportunity. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke to Harry, the tip of his quill gliding across the parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound that drew us ever closer to a certain truth. At the very least, we now understood that the creature was likely connected to serpents. His calmness and focus resembled a solitary lantern in the dark night, guiding our way while quietly sharing the heavy burden resting on Harry's shoulders. The atmosphere of suspicion and dread thickened in the darkness, yet the companionship of allies and the tranquil strength derived from ancient wisdom gradually coalesced, preparing to pierce through the fog enveloping Hogwarts. Chapter 30. The Mystery of the Polyjuice Potion and the Diary. Following the incident at the dueling club, Harry found his situation at Hogwarts increasingly precarious. Aside from his closest friends Ron, Hermione, and the consistently steadfast Luna, nearly everyone else seemed to shun him. In the corridors, whispers and fearful glances trailed him like shadows. In class, no one would partner with him. Even in the Gryffindor common room, the once vibrant atmosphere would chill upon his arrival. He was utterly isolated, as if he had truly become the heir of Slytherin lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash a monster at any moment. Ron was indignant yet helpless, repeatedly reassuring Harry, "Ignore them. Harry, we all know it's not you." Hermione, in contrast, buried herself in her studies, practically residing in the library, desperately seeking clues from the vast archives of magical history to prove Harry's innocence, or, at the very least, to uncover the nature of the creature within the Chamber of Secrets. In stark contrast to their anxiety and fervor, Luna appeared remarkably composed. She continued to attend classes and complete her assignments, as if the surrounding rumors were but an inconsequential breeze. However, she was not idle. She astutely discerned that Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue had been exposed, and that Lockhart had coincidentally organized the dueling club at this critical moment. It seemed as if an invisible hand was orchestrating these events to firmly fix suspicion on Harry. Someone was deliberately manipulating public opinion. One day, in the room of requirement, their only sanctuary for relaxed conversation, Luna calmly addressed the despondent Harry and the disheveled Hermione, her intentions clear: to divert attention and shield the true culprit. "It must be Malfoy," Ron exclaimed. "His entire family are wicked Death Eaters. He is undoubtedly the heir." There was a motive, but evidence was lacking. Luna neither confirmed nor denied this assertion, and whether Draco Malfoy possessed the capability and temperament to control the legendary creature of the chamber remained a topic open to debate. "What shall we do?" Harry lifted his head, weariness and confusion filling his green eyes. "Are we to simply wait for the next attack?" Hermione abruptly closed the thick tome, exploring medieval magical contracts, her eyes glinting with determination. "We cannot remain passive. We need evidence. We must ascertain who the heir of Slytherin truly is." Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice, as if announcing a groundbreaking plan. "I have discovered a method for the Polyjuice Potion." Amidst the bewildered gazes of Ron and Harry, Hermione meticulously elucidated the intricacies of this formidable potion. Once ingested, it would allow an individual to assume the guise of another for a limited duration. "We could transform into Slytherin students, such as Crabbe and Goyle, and then approach Malfoy to confront him directly. He must know something." Hermione's tone conveyed a resolute determination, as if she were burning her boats behind her. Caught off guard, he might inadvertently reveal something. This audacious and perilous plan appeared to be the only glimmer of hope to break the stalemate. Although Ron was repulsed by the prospect of consuming a potion that might contain hairs from Crabbe or Goyle, he conceded that it was a viable course of action. Harry, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately expressed his agreement. However, brewing Polyjuice Potion was no simple task. It belonged to the realm of advanced potions, characterized by its complex procedures and rare ingredients, requiring a full month of meticulous preparation. More importantly, several vital components, such as lacewing flies and the skin of an African snake, were undoubtedly housed within Snape's private stores, yet acquiring them posed a significant challenge. "We need a plan." Hermione began to outline in detail, her gaze sharp as that of a lioness poised for the hunt. Throughout the discussion, Yunqi had remained silently attentive, refraining from interjecting. When Hermione mentioned the necessity of borrowing materials from Snape's storeroom, he imperceptibly furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Snape's vigilance and his disdain for Potter, particularly for Harry, making the prospect of infiltrating his private domain exceedingly perilous. The risk of trespassing into Professor Snape's storeroom outweighed the potential rewards. As Hermione finally paused to catch her breath, Yunqi calmly spoke. "Given his character, the storeroom is undoubtedly fortified with powerful protective enchantments and surveillance measures. The consequences of triggering them would be dire." "What do you suggest we do?" Ron inquired impatiently. "Is there no other way to procure those materials?" He approached the workbench and seized a quill, swiftly sketching on a blank piece of parchment. He illustrated an exceedingly simplified combination of ancient runes symbolizing information gathering and risk avoidance. Hermione gazed at the intricate runes, her eyes momentarily brightening before dimming once more. "These spells are far too advanced. We simply cannot perform them. Moreover, leaving a tracking mark on Malfoy or those around him without detection is nearly impossible." Yunqi paused his writing, recognizing the validity of Hermione's concerns. Given their current capabilities, executing such a sophisticated, nearly imperceptible probing spell was indeed beyond their reach. While the Polyjuice Potion was fraught with risk, at least the steps were clear and success was conceivable. "If you insist on brewing the Polyjuice Potion," Yunqi set down the quill and surveyed the three of them. "I must be involved in acquiring the materials. At the very least, I can attempt to disrupt or delay any protective enchantments Professor Snape may have set, granting you some precious time." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Harry and Ron looked at him in astonishment, taken aback by Yunqi's willingness to partake in such a perilous endeavor. Hermione, however, appeared somewhat hesitant. "This is too dangerous, Yunqi. If you get caught, better than you rushing in unprepared," he replied firmly. Yunqi spoke softly, revealing his knowledge of certain ancient techniques for disrupting specific protective enchantments. Although these methods could not entirely unravel the spells, they might induce a fleeting confusion or delay the alarms. He refrained from elaborating on the origins of these techniques. Yet at that moment, both Harry and Ron, caught in their predicament, were unconcerned with such details. They sensed that with Yunqi's involvement, their chances of success had notably increased. Thus, the plan was established. Hermione would primarily oversee the brewing of the polyjuice potion, exuding confidence in her abilities, while Harry and Ron would provide cover and prepare supplementary materials. Yunqi, meanwhile, would offer magical support as they infiltrated Snape's storeroom. Yunqi kept himself occupied as well. During his spare time, he stealthily ventured into the corridor near Snape's office, quietly attuning himself to the magical fluctuations emanating from behind the door. He could distinctly perceive several layers of powerful protective and alerting spells affixed to the door, their structure intricate and interwoven. A forceful breach was utterly impossible. He could only seek the faintest possible energy intermissions or attempt to soothe and delay the activation mechanisms with extremely gentle, similarly aligned magic. This task was exceedingly taxing, demanding an extraordinary understanding of the essence of magic and meticulous control. Yunqi often stood at the end of the corridor for hours, eyes closed. His entire concentration focused on that door, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. On several occasions, he nearly fell prey to the patrolling Filch or Mrs. Norris. Yet he always sensed the slightest disturbance in advance, swiftly concealing himself using the disillusionment charm or leveraging his familiarity with the surroundings. In addition to preparing for the infiltration, Yunqi remained vigilant regarding other anomalies within the castle. He observed that following several attacks, Ginny Weasley's demeanor appeared increasingly peculiar. Her complexion had grown pale, her mind often wandering. At times, she would mutter to herself in the empty corridors, as though conversing with an unseen presence. On one occasion, Yunqi witnessed her stealthily slipping a tattered black notebook into her textbook, her face betraying a bizarre blend of obsession and fear. The notebook immediately reminded him of the black diary that Lucius Malfoy had held outside the leaky cauldron. How strikingly similar they were. This revelation set alarm bells ringing in Yunqi's mind. He was almost certain that the diary posed a threat and was likely connected to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny's condition resembled that of someone influenced or even controlled by a dark magical object. He chose not to disclose this matter to Harry and the others just yet. On one hand, he lacked concrete evidence. On the other, he feared that raising the alarm could unnecessarily agitate the already distressed Weasley family. He resolved to observe discreetly, seeking an opportunity to ascertain the true nature of that notebook. That opportunity soon presented itself. One evening, as most students dined in the Great Hall, Yunqi noticed Ginny hastily departing alone, heading towards the girls' dormitory, clutching something tightly in her hand. He followed her quietly, maintaining a safe distance. As Ginny approached the portrait hole of Gryffindor Tower, her apprehension caused her to inadvertently drop several books to the ground. Among them, a tattered black diary stood out prominently. Just as Ginny hurriedly bent down to retrieve them, Yunqi, concealed in the shadows around the corridor's corner, focused intently, extending a thread of ancient magical energy. So delicate it resembled the finest spider silk towards the diary. The instant his magic made contact with the book, a chilling, viscous aura, imbued with temptation and malice, erupted from the seemingly innocuous tome, striking against Yunqi's probing magic with the ferocity of a disturbed serpent. A sharp pang of pain shot through his mind, as that thread of exploratory magic was instantaneously devoured and extinguished by the dark essence. He stifled a groan, instinctively retreating a half-step to lean against the cold wall, his complexion turning ashen. What formidable dark power! What cunning disguise! This diary was undoubtedly more than a mere artifact of dark magic. It seemed to harbor a fragment of an evil soul, possessing independent consciousness and formidable strength. Leaning against the wall, Yunqi gradually steadied his breathing and the lingering ache in his mind. He was nearly certain that this diary, belonging to Lucius Malfoy, was the root of the unfolding events. It was manipulating the creature in the Chamber of Secrets through Ginny Weasley, instigating terror and diverting suspicion towards Harry. The truth appeared tantalizingly close. Yet the situation grew increasingly convoluted. How could he separate Ginny from this perilous diary without causing her harm? How could he explain everything to others? Directly accuse Lucius Malfoy? They possessed no evidence. Taking a deep breath, Yunqi felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier upon his shoulders. The plan for the polyjuice potion was still underway, while the true crisis lurked in a more insidious and dangerous guise, hiding in plain sight. He cast a glance at the tightly shut portrait hole of Gryffindor Tower, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He must devise a solution swiftly before Ginny was completely consumed by that malevolent diary. Chapter 31. The Potion and the Truth. Hermione Granger, the chief architect and executor of the Polyjuice Potion plan, was at this moment holding her breath, meticulously using a pure silver knife to cut the final crucial ingredient, powdered bicorn horn. Her movements were as precise as those of a watchmaker, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet her eyes sparkled with an intense desire for impending success and a palpable tension regarding the unknown risks. According to the plan, the optimal moment to incorporate the horn powder and complete the potion would be when the moon reached a specific angle tonight. Harry and Ron stood a short distance away, both eager and anxious. Ron gazed at the shimmering golden potion, unable to suppress a gulp, whispering to Harry Merlin, "Do we really have to drink that? Just think about what might be in it." As the magical structure began to solidify, Yunqi suddenly spoke softly, breaking the almost stagnant silence of the laboratory. The moment of adding the horn powder would trigger a violent leap in energy. Timing was of the essence. Hermione lifted her head, casting a surprised glance at Yunqi. Although she had never elaborated on the principles behind the brewing of the polyjuice potion, Yunqi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Nodding thoughtfully, she inhaled deeply, placing the finely chopped powdered horn in a crystal dish, her gaze fixed intently on a magical hourglass on the wall, which continuously displayed the shifting of celestial constellations and lunar phases. 10 seconds, Hermione's voice quivered slightly, causing everyone's hearts to race. In the instant the final grain of silver sand fell within the hourglass, Hermione swiftly poured the entire contents of the dish into the cauldron. A thick plume of white smoke erupted from the cauldron, accompanied by a soft sound reminiscent of a sigh. The once clear, golden potion began to churn violently, its hue deepening and purifying, ultimately stabilizing to emit a mesmerizing, transformative magical glow. Success. Hermione exhaled a long, relieved breath, her face breaking into a smile that mingled exhaustion with a sense of accomplishment. However, before the joy of success could fully envelop her, Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly. His perception was keener than Hermione's. At the moment the white smoke ascended, he detected a faint, chilling residue of energy that clashed with the very magical structure of the potion itself. This sensation bore a vague resemblance to the darkness he had encountered in that ominous black diary, yet it felt fainter, as if merely a trace of dust had inadvertently settled upon it. Was it a flaw in the materials? Or had something contaminated the potion during the brewing process? Yunqi could not ascertain. The anomaly was so subtle that it seemed unlikely to significantly affect the potion's outcome, yet an inexplicable unease began to bubble within him. He glanced at the excited Hermione and the eager Harry and Ron, ultimately opting for silence. Pointing out this seemingly trivial concern at that moment would only serve to sow discord and disturb the morale. He resolved to remain vigilant, marking this disquiet as a matter warranting further observation. The following afternoon, the Quidditch pitch buzzed with activity. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams engaged in intense training, brooms slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Harry and Ron pretended to spectate from the sidelines, yet their focus was fixed on the two imposing figures within the Slytherin team's resting area. Yunqi, however, did not join them at the pitch. He remained alone within the castle, preparing for the impending interrogation that evening, ensuring their encounter with Malfoy would take place in a sufficiently concealed location, free from interruptions. He chose an abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor, where the ever-weeping moaning Myrtle, though loud, signified that few would venture there, a perfect locale for clandestine discussions. Arriving early at the restroom, he found Myrtle floating above a toilet, lamenting sorrowfully and bemoaning that no one remembered her death day. Ignoring her, Yunqi meticulously inspected every stall and entrance of the restroom. From his pocket, he retrieved a seemingly inconspicuous packet of basic warning powder purchased in Diagon Alley, evenly sprinkling a fine layer along the door seams and window edges. As the powders came into contact with his magical essence, they shimmered with a barely perceptible silver glow before vanishing. This was not a formidable protective spell, yet it was sufficient to emit a rudimentary magical alert when someone approached, granting him ample time to react or abandon his plans. After completing this task, he stood quietly before the water-streaked window of the washroom, gazing at the slowly descending sunset, awaiting the arrival of night and the news from Harry and Ron. It was too easy, Ron boasted with pride. After training, we were exhausted like two dead dogs, and we just pretended to bump into them accidentally. Hermione carefully gathered the strands of hair, placing them into two pre-prepared small crystal vials, and then added an appropriate amount of a potion that resembled liquid gold. The moment the potion made contact with the hair, it emitted a faint hissing sound, and the colors subtly shifted, one vial leaning towards a grayish-brown, while the other tilted towards a deep chestnut. "Are you ready?" Hermione inquired as she handed the two vials to Harry and Ron, while she herself grasped the vial containing Millicent Bulstrode's hair. She needed to transform to enter the Slytherin girls' dormitory and confirm the status of the diary from Ginny, a plan she had privately devised without fully informing the boys. As Harry and Ron gazed at the swirling potion in their hands, which seemed almost alive, a wave of nausea washed over them. Yet, contemplating the truth that lay ahead, they summoned their courage, exchanged glances, and, pinching their noses, tilted their heads back to gulp down the potion. The taste was indescribable, akin to consuming a concoction of sludge, expired milk, and some metallic shavings. As the potion slid down their throats, an intense burning sensation surged forth, accompanied by a dramatic transformation of their bodies. Harry felt his bones stretching and reshaping, his skin melting and reforming like wax, and his vision rapidly elevating as the surroundings shrank. He had transformed into the clumsy, brutish figure of Crabbe. Beside him, Ron emitted a painful groan, morphing into the dim-witted visage of Goyle. However, Hermione's experience after consuming the potion was decidedly troubling. She let out a stifled cry, her body curling up, a look of excruciating agony crossing her face. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Harry, now with Crabbe's rough and grating voice, asked anxiously. I feel off." Hermione's voice became shrill, tinged with tears. "Millicent has a cat. I'm allergic to cat hair." No sooner had she spoken than thick ginger fur began to sprout rapidly from her face, her ears elongated to points, and a furry tail sprouted from behind her. The potion reacted unpredictably with her feline allergy. "Quick, take her to the hospital wing." Ron, in Goyle's form, shouted in a panic. The plan had gone awry. Clearly, Hermione would be unable to participate in the ensuing operation. Harry and Ron stared helplessly at the half-human, half-cat Hermione, then at each other in their clumsy forms, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just then, the door of the room of requirement creaked open, and Luna Lovegood stepped inside. He beheld the scene within the room, particularly Hermione's peculiar appearance, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. The lavatory of the Myrtle had been prepared, and he succinctly stated, casting a glance at Harry and Ron, that Hermione needed to see Madame Pomfrey immediately. "Are you proceeding as planned?" His presence and calm demeanor served as a fortifying tonic to the flustered Harry and Ron, who realized that retreat was no longer an option. "We'll handle this ourselves." Harry gritted his teeth and declared in Crabbe's gravelly tone, "We must uncover the truth." He and Ron assisted the ailing Hermione out of the room of requirement, heading toward the hospital wing, where they encountered Neville, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion and was taken aback by Hermione's condition. With Crabbe and Goyle's hulking forms cloaking them, the two Gryffindors, filled with anxiety and determination, made their way toward the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Quirrell remained behind, standing in the room of requirement, gazing at the now empty cauldron and the few strands of brown hair belonging to Millicent Bulstrode scattered on the floor, his brow once again furrowing. Did Hermione's unexpected state relate to the strange energy he had sensed at the moment of success? Would that chilling residue potentially have unforeseen effects on the user? He approached the spot where Hermione had stood, crouching down, his fingertips coalescing with an exceedingly pure, probing magic, gently sweeping across the ground. This time, he distinctly captured the almost dissipated dark essence, akin to that of the diary. Although faint, it was unmistakably present. He rose to his feet and glanced in the direction Harry and Ron had departed. It was too late to inform them. He could only hope that those impostors, Crabbe and Goyle, might extract valuable information from Malfoy without suffering any repercussions from the contaminated potion. Taking a deep breath to suppress his concerns, he turned and exited the room of requirement. He needed to check on Hermione's condition in the hospital wing and prepare for the possibility of a more dire situation. The truth seemed tantalizingly close, yet the path leading to it was fraught with unforeseen traps and mists. The night enveloped Hogwarts Castle like thick ink, saturating the air. The corridors lay deserted, illuminated solely by the flickering torches casting wavering, yellow shadows on the walls, distorting the silhouettes of stone columns and suits of armor, resembling lurking phantoms. At this moment, Harry and Ron, encumbered by the cumbersome forms of Crabbe and Goyle, trudged with anxious hearts toward the Forsaken Girls' lavatory on the second floor. Each heavy footfall echoed loudly in the stillness of the corridor, sending shivers down their spines. Simultaneously, in the hospital wing, filled with the sense of antiseptic and calming herbs, the atmosphere was equally tense. Madame Pomfrey had administered an antidote to Hermione to alleviate her allergic reaction and had temporarily bandaged her half-cat features, primarily the fur on her face and her pointed ears, allowing her to sink into a peaceful slumber. However, the furrowed brow of Madame Pomfrey and her occasional glances of concern towards Hermione indicated that the situation was far more complex than her claim of a mere mild allergic reaction. Yunqi sat quietly beside Hermione's hospital bed, his gaze fixed upon her face, which was still wrapped in bandages and bore traces of lingering pain, his expression contemplative. Unlike the other students who had come to gawk at Hermione's peculiar appearance and were subsequently dismissed by Madame Pomfrey, he remained composed, as if guarding her or lost in thought. The diary not only exerted control over Ginny, but also subtly influenced and potentially jeopardized any investigations aimed at it. Yunqi silently recited in his mind, deepening his wariness and vigilance towards that diary. It had evolved beyond a mere dark artifact. It resembled a living curse infused with malevolent intelligence. He needed to ascertain the current condition of Ginny and the diary. Seizing the moment when Madame Pomfrey stepped into the adjacent pharmacy to prepare a soothing potion, Yunqi quietly rose and approached the window of the hospital room. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy, attempting to sense the unique magical fluctuations emanating from Ginny Weasley, possibly tainted by darkness, just as he had previously attuned to the diary. Yet this time, his perception was alarmingly vague and chaotic. He could only discern a powerful emotional wave belonging to the young witch, one filled with unease and fear, like a pool of water disturbed by a tempest. The dark essence of the diary lay concealed beneath, akin to sediment at the bottom, difficult to distinguish clearly. Ginny's mental state was evidently unstable, and the diary's influence over her was intensifying. Immediate action was imperative. Yunqi opened his eyes and gazed into the pitch-black night beyond the window, having made a resolute decision. He could no longer wait for the results from Harry and Ron. He needed to adopt a more direct approach. Meanwhile, while Yunqi plotted in secrecy within the hospital, Harry and Ron had already arrived at Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. The weeping Myrtle floated above a stall, lamenting her tragic demise and the forgotten anniversary of her death. Upon seeing the two hulking Slytherins enter, she merely rolled her eyes and continued to wallow in her sorrowful reverie. Harry and Ron waited anxiously. According to their plan, they had dispatched a reluctant younger Slytherin student, intimidated by their association with Crabbe and Goyle, to relay a message to Malfoy, asserting that Crabbe and Goyle had something of great importance to discuss with him in Myrtle's lavatory. The waiting period felt interminable. The only sounds in the lavatory were Myrtle's intermittent sobs and the dripping of the leaky faucet. Harry felt the sweat glands of Crabbe's body unusually activated, his back soaked with cold perspiration. Ron fidgeted with Goyle's robust neck, attempting to alleviate the tension that had settled in. Finally, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Draco Malfoy's distinctive, drawn-out, impatient voice. "Crabbe? Goyle? You two idiots had better have something significant to say, or else you'll be interrupting my study on broom maintenance." The door of the lavatory swung open, and Malfoy stepped inside. He donned an exquisite emerald green robe, his light golden hair meticulously arranged, his face adorned with the familiar arrogance and a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Upon discovering that only Crabbe and Goyle occupied the lavatory, his brow furrowed. "Just the two of you? What is the matter?" Harry and Ron, adhering to their pre-rehearsed plan, vaguely mimicked the dull tones of Crabbe and Goyle, stating that they had heard whispers regarding the air of the Chamber of Secrets and inquired if Malfoy had any knowledge on the subject. A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's face, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of superiority and schadenfreude. Leaning against the sink, he scrutinized the two lackeys with his slate-blue eyes, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, you're interested in this matter too? It seems the downfall of the Savior Potter brings joy to many." He evidently harbored no doubts regarding the identities of the two before him. Continuing with a tone dripping with delight at Harry's misfortune. "My father has long asserted that Potter and his ilk are nothing but troublemakers. However, this time, he has inadvertently aided us Slytherins in purging some unnecessary impurities." He chuckled meaningfully, clearly alluding to the petrified Muggle-born students. Harry suppressed the urge to confront him physically, instead pressing on in a gruff imitation of crap. "So who is the heir? Do you know?" Malfoy shrugged, adopting a smug expression that suggested he was well aware but had no intention of divulging. "The heir? That is undoubtedly one of our Slytherins. As for who precisely, that remains a secret. Perhaps he is among us, or perhaps he intentionally lowers his voice to cultivate an air of mystery, residing within those who appear the least likely." His words were vague and misleading, yet Harry and Ron discerned a crucial piece of information. Malfoy seemingly possessed some insight, and his tone suggested certainty rather than fabrication. "My father," Malfoy continued to boast, relishing the sensation of possessing a secret and looking down upon others, said that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. At that time, a mudblood was killed, nearly resulting in the closure of the school. If it weren't for that oaf Hagrid taking the fall. Hagrid? Harry's heart raced. 50 years ago, the reason for Hagrid's expulsion? "We should leave," Harry urgently urged, his voice slightly strained, as he pulled the still bewildered Ron towards the exit of the lavatory. "Hagrid?" Ron gasped, his face a canvas of disbelief. 50 years ago was Hagrid? Impossible. Harry vehemently denied, unable to accept that the kind-hearted gamekeeper could be the heir of the chamber. Malfoy was spouting nonsense. Or perhaps Hagrid was also a victim of injustice. Just as he was now. At that moment, they heard a faint sound reminiscent of breaking porcelain emanating from the lavatory they had just vacated. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's apprehension. Could it be that Malfoy had uncovered something? The lavatory was empty. Malfoy had already departed. However, upon the ground, near an ancient brass faucet adorned with serpentine carvings, lay scattered several black, hard-shelled fragments, reminiscent of some type of eggshell. Beside these fragments, a tattered black diary quietly rested upon the damp floor. It was Ginny's diary. How did it end up here, shattered? Could the sound they heard moments ago be linked to this? Harry's heart raced as a thought surged through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Ignoring his lingering discomfort, he rushed into the washroom to retrieve the diary. The cover was somewhat worn, yet the pages remained blank, devoid of any writing. What could this mean? Ron entered, looking curiously at the book in Harry's hands. "It's Ginny's," Harry murmured, flipping through the empty pages, a strange allure emanating from the diary, as if something was beckoning him. He recalled Luna's prior warning to be wary of Malfoy and the items in his father's possession. Could this be the very diary that Lucius Malfoy had slipped to Ginny? Was it the key to everything? As Harry became engrossed in the diary, he failed to notice the brass faucet, engraved with serpentine motifs, glimmering faintly in the pale moonlight that filtered through the window, as if it possessed a life of its own. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Luna, having just confirmed Hermione's stable condition with Madame Pomfrey, was preparing to leave in search of Harry and Ron when her steps suddenly halted. She distinctly sensed that the basic warning powder she had scattered around the Moaning Myrtle's washroom had been triggered. This was not merely a subtle alert indicating someone's proximity, but rather a powerful, chilling energy that briefly penetrated the fragile barrier formed by the powder, akin to a boulder disrupting the still surface of a lake, creating a clear ripple of magical energy. That direction pointed to Myrtle's washroom. Harry and Ron were still there. Luna's expression shifted as she swiftly turned towards the second floor, propelled by an acute intuition that certain secrets, concealed for 50 years, along with the true, perilous entrance, were on the verge of being unearthed tonight, either by an impatient darkness or by Harry, who had unknowingly stumbled upon the critical clue. Time was running short. Chapter 33. The passage unveiled by Parseltongue and the late warning. Within Moaning Myrtle's washroom, the air seemed to solidify. Harry held the blank, eerily alluring black diary, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Ron stood beside him, anxiously surveying the eerie, dilapidated room, his gaze eventually settling on the black fragments on the floor and the diary in Harry's hands. How did Ginny's diary end up here? Ron's voice was laced with confusion and a hint of unease. What was that sound earlier? Perhaps we should take a look at what it contains? Harry suggested, almost compelled, as he produced a quill from his pocket. The inexplicable urge within him, akin to the essence of Parseltongue, seemed to resonate with the diary. Harry, no. Ron hastily intervened, for this object appeared exceedingly ominous. Hadn't Yunqi warned them to be cautious? The mere mention of Yunqi caused Harry to pause momentarily. Indeed, Yunqi had persistently cautioned them to remain vigilant regarding Malfoy and this diary. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming curiosity, coupled with an instinctual compulsion, rendered him unable to resist. He felt an unshakable conviction that this diary concealed vital clues, perhaps capable of unraveling all mysteries and proving his innocence. In an instant of hesitation, Harry's peripheral vision caught sight of the brass faucet atop the sink, intricately engraved with a serpentine motif. In the dim light, the small snake statue appeared almost alive, its cold, gem-like eyes fixated upon him. A strange, whisper-like hissing sound resonated faintly in his mind. "Open it. Come on, unleash it." The voice beckoned alluringly, urging him onward. Compelled, Harry approached the sink, his gaze locked onto the snake statue. "Harry? What is the matter?" Ron noticed his unusual behavior and followed with concern. Harry stood before the sink, entranced by the small snake. He parted his lips, and that deep, rasping parcel tongue flowed uncontrollably from him, coinciding with the enticing voice in his mind. "Open it." In that moment, chaos erupted. The brass faucet, adorned with the serpent design, erupted in a dazzling white light. The row of sinks began to tremble violently, emitting a deep, resonant roar. In the center of the basin, the faucet, along with the stone beneath it, began to rotate and shift as if a complex mechanical lock was being unlocked by an unseen key. "Merlin!" Ron exclaimed, stepping back in terror, almost tripping over the slick floor. Harry, equally astonished, stared at the surreal spectacle before him, his mind blank. How could this be? The movement of the sink ceased abruptly. A vast, gaping black entrance materialized where the basin once stood. The entrance's jagged edges descended into an unfathomable darkness, and a cold, damp breeze, carrying the musty scent of age and a hint of sweetness, rushed forth, causing Harry and Ron's robes to flutter. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. It truly was here, unlocked by his parcel tongue. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, a figure surged silently like a specter. It was Yunqi. Sensing the surge of energy penetrating the warning powder, he had hastened over with utmost urgency. Yet he arrived too late. As he swung open the creaking wooden door, he beheld the sight of the sink's opening gaping wide, with Harry and Ron standing at the edge, retreating from the chilling winds that billowed from the darkness. In Harry's grasp, he clutched the black diary tightly. "Harry! Ron! Step back!" Yunqi commanded sharply, his voice imbued with an unprecedented urgency and gravity. "Yunqi, you're here!" Ron exclaimed, as if finding his anchor, hastily pointing at the ominous entrance. "Look, the chamber." Harry opened it with parcel tongue. Yunqi's gaze swiftly traversed the opened entrance. The scattered black shards, recognizable as remnants of the basilisk's shed skin, and the ominous diary in Harry's hand, pulsating with malevolent energy. In an instant, all clues interlinked within his mind. The diary served as both a key and a guide, manipulating Harry's desperate desire to prove his innocence and his innate talent for parcel tongue, luring him to personally unlock the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Meanwhile, the true master of the diary, lurking in the shadows, had likely unleashed the basilisk through Ginny and was now lying in wait on the other side of the entrance, anticipating its prey to unwittingly walk into the trap or to execute the next phase of its sinister plot. This was no ordinary entrance. Yunqi advanced swiftly, pulling the still-dazed Harry and Ron away from the edge of the opening with a calm, yet undeniably forceful tone. It was a passage leading to the basilisk's lair. The creature within, its gaze was lethal. The basilisk? Ron's complexion drained to a ghastly pallor, his voice trembling at the thought of the legendary monster that could kill with a mere glance. Harry, too, inhaled sharply, finally coming to his senses from the shock of the opened entrance and the diary's allure, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Yunqi disregarded their fears, his focus firmly fixed on the ominous abyss. He could sense the thick, inescapable darkness infused with dark magic and the cold, serpentine aura wafting from the depths of the entrance. What alarmed him even more was the presence of a more insidious, malevolent intent lurking within that darkness, coldly observing from the shadows. That was the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, the true master of the diary. "We must leave this place immediately," Yunqi declared decisively, intending to alert the professors. The entrance had been opened, and the basilisk could emerge at any moment. But Ginny, Harry suddenly recalled, his voice rising in urgency. Malfoy said Ginny was here again last night. What if? He could not finish the thought. Yunqi's heart sank. His gravest fears had materialized. Ginny had evidently fallen under the diary's control and returned here, likely facing dire consequences or being drawn deep into the chamber. If she is below, we cannot recklessly enter. Yunqi pressed, grasping Harry's shoulder in an attempt to calm him. We stand no chance against the basilisk. We require Professor Dumbledore, or at the very least Lockhart. He paused, recalling Lockhart's ostentatious ineptitude and amended or other formidable professors. Just then, a faint sound, akin to silk brushing against the floor, emanated from the depths of the entrance. The noise was exceedingly subtle, yet in the hushed bathroom, It resounded like thunder in every heart. The basilisk. It's down there. Ron screamed in terror, turning to flee. We can't run. Yunqi seized him firmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. With our backs to the basilisk, we face certain death. Close your eyes. Everyone, immediately close your eyes. Do not look at the entrance. Harry and Ron instinctively shut their eyes tightly, while the weeping Myrtle, frightened by the commotion, had already retreated into the toilet bowl, stifling her sobs into silence. Yunqi too closed his eyes, yet his other senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. He listened intently to the sounds emanating from the cave entrance, gauging the speed and direction of the basilisk's movements. He sensed the fluctuations of magical energy in the air, attempting to capture the ripples produced by the creature's massive form disturbing the energy field. He could even detect the increasingly pungent, sickly sweet scent of death that accompanied the basilisk's approach. The rustling grew nearer and clearer, reminiscent of a countdown to demise. A chilling draft seeped from the cave entrance, causing the temperature in the restroom to plummet. Harry kept his eyes tightly shut, gripping the diary with all his might, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. He regretted his recklessness and naivety, lamenting that he had ignored Yunqi's warning. The thought of Ron and Yunqi facing peril because of him filled him with dread. At that critical moment, Yunqi suddenly sprang into action. Without opening his eyes, he relied on his extraordinary perception and understanding of energy trajectories to forcefully push Harry and Ron towards the corner of the restroom. Hide behind a stall. Quickly. Simultaneously, he himself moved swiftly in the opposite direction towards the door, angling his hawthorn wand in a peculiar manner towards the cave entrance. He uttered no incantation, yet the tip of his wand began to gather an incredibly faint, yet remarkably pure, white halo. This aura, like the most delicate veil, gradually expanded, not to attack, but to create a subtle mental interference and energy barrier, disrupting the basilisk's potentially lethal gaze that could penetrate through the crevice of the cave entrance. He was uncertain if this hastily conjured power, rooted in ancient magic known for its traits of confusion and isolation, would prove effective against such a legendary creature. Any defense might be futile, but he had to act. He could not resign himself to inaction. The rustling sounds halted at the cave's edge. A colder, more formidable presence enveloped the restroom like a tangible shroud. Harry and Ron huddled behind the stall, scarcely daring to breathe, feeling as though their blood was freezing in their veins. Yunqi, near the door, maintained the wand's position, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he concentrated all his mental energy on the immense dark force at the cave entrance, bracing for the potentially devastating attack. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. That icy presence lingered at the cave entrance for a moment, as if observing something. Then the rustling resumed, not ascending, but slowly retreating into the depths of the cave with an air of reluctant resignation. The heavy, suffocating pressure gradually receded like a tide. The heart-stopping entity from the depths seemed to have temporarily departed. After what felt like an eternity, during which no unusual sounds could be heard, Yunqi finally lowered his wand. The white aura surrounding him dissipating quietly. He took a long, silent breath, feeling the cold sweat saturating the back of his robe. Has it gone? Ron trembled, his voice barely a whisper from behind the partition. He approached Harry, who remained with his eyes tightly shut and a pallid complexion, gently patting his shoulder. Harry, it's all right. Open your eyes. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, still haunted by overwhelming fear. He gazed toward the gaping black hole, reminiscent of a demon's maw, and then at the diary in his hand, which felt like a scalding hot potato. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "What do we do now?" Yunqi's gaze swept over the entrance in the diary, his expression deep and complex. The truth had presented itself in the most perilous manner, and they were now inexorably drawn into a confrontation with vengeful spirits and deadly monsters from 50 years past. First, Yunqi said solemnly, "We need to find Professor Lockhart." Harry and Ron were momentarily taken aback, doubting their own ears. "Find him?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "That fool? What can he do?" "Precisely because he is a fool," Yunqi replied, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. At times he can serve as the most effective bait or even a sacrificial pawn. His words, calm yet chilling, sent shivers down Harry and Ron's spines. As they looked upon Yunqi's serene visage, they felt for the first time the resolve and almost ruthless wisdom their usually taciturn companion displayed in the face of genuine peril. The dark passage lay open before them, and the true game for survival had only just begun. Chapter 34. Delving into the chamber and splitting up. Within the restroom, the cold, damp air seemed to solidify, pressing heavily upon each heart. The yawning entrance to the unknown horrors loomed like a gateway to hell, exuding a chilling dread. Although the basilisk had temporarily retreated, none could guarantee it would not return, its deadly gaze capable of ending everything. Young's suggestion to seek out Professor Lockhart initially left Harry and Ron in shock and confusion. However, under Young's calm, yet almost cruel analysis, they quickly grasped the necessity of such a move. They required a professor to lend credibility, someone to assume the surface responsibility of discovering the entrance and organizing a rescue, thereby evading the most severe school punishments. Moreover, they needed someone who could draw fire if necessary. The vain, incompetent yet eager to impress Gilderoy Lockhart was undoubtedly the perfect candidate for this role. We must act immediately. Young's voice shattered the suffocating silence, his gaze sweeping over the still-shaken Harry and Ron, finally resting upon the black diary, tightly clutched in Harry's hand. Before the basilisk reappears, or other professors, such as Snape, arrive due to the abnormal magical fluctuations here. He stepped closer to Harry, extending his hand. The diary, please, Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment, instinctively pulling the diary back slightly. Why? This could be important evidence. It's too dangerous. Yunqi's tone was unequivocal, possessing the power to influence your mind and compel you to unlock the chamber. Carrying it was akin to bearing a ticking time bomb. Moreover, I suspected it was somehow linked to its master, that presence concealed deep within the chamber. Bringing it down was tantamount to walking into a trap. Yunqi took the diary, the chilling sensation transmitted through his fingertips causing him to frown slightly. Unlike Harry, who might have rifled through its pages, he swiftly retrieved a small pouch, intricately wrapped in silver thread and etched with delicate isolation runes, from within the inner folds of his robe. This was a container he had prepared in advance using materials found in the Room of Requirement, designed to deal with any dark magical artifacts that might arise. He carefully placed the diary into the pouch and tightened the silken drawstring. Instantly, the vague, dark aura that had lingered around the diary was significantly diminished, as if sequestered in another realm. I shall keep it safe for now, Yunqi declared, securing the pouch. Now, let us summon Professor Lockhart. When Harry, Ron, and Yunqi, primarily Harry and Ron, with Yunqi lurking in the shadows, burst into his office, breathlessly informing him that the entrance to the chamber had been discovered and that Ginny Weasley might be trapped below, Lockhart's smile froze instantly. A flicker of evident panic flashed in his eyes, quickly masked by a veneer of forced bravado. Merlin's beard. How dreadful! Lockhart exclaimed in his theatrical tone, one hand clutching his chest. Poor Miss Weasley. Of course, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, will not stand idly by. I shall rescue her at once. As he spoke, he frantically grabbed one of his own books from the desk, perhaps believing it would bring him good fortune, hastily shoved several brightly colored, enigmatic potions into his pockets, and urged Harry and the others to lead the way. Witnessing Lockhart's facade of bravado and utter lack of preparation, Harry and Ron felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Only Yunqi remained composed, his gaze steady, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Beneath the entrance, they did not encounter a sheer abyss, but rather a sloping, rough-hewn stone conduit. The interior walls were coated with a viscous, unidentified grime, and the air was thick with a pungent stench and the scent of decay, inducing nausea. They could only curl their bodies and slide down the passage, gaining speed as if it had no end. Yunqi brought up the rear. Unlike the others, who were engulfed in pure panic, his mind raced with clarity. He summoned all his senses, striving to capture the residual traces of magic and the essence of life within the conduit. He could sense a potent, serpentine chill of dark magic that had recently passed through, leading deeper into the tunnel. Simultaneously, he faintly detected an exceedingly weak, yet palpable, life force belonging to a young witch, filled with pain and despair. Ginny. She was still alive, but in dire condition. In addition, he perceived a more insidious and unsettling darkness lurking, akin to a serpent lying in wait, coldly watching their approach. That was the master of the diary, Tom Riddle. Indeed, he was here, uncertain of how long they had glided. A faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. They were abruptly expelled from a pipe's exit, crashing heavily onto a cold, hard surface. Harry rubbed his aching arm, struggling to rise as he surveyed his surroundings. They seemed to be in a vast, subterranean cavern, surrounded by towering, robust stone columns that supported an endless dark ceiling. The ground was damp, littered with enormous, pallid snake bones and shed skins. The air was thick with a cloying, metallic scent that rendered it almost suffocating. In the distance, the faint sound of dripping water added an eerie ambience. This was the Chamber of Secrets. We really made it. Ron's voice quivered, his pallor accentuated by the reflection of the ghastly snake bones around them. Gilderoy Lockhart also scrambled to his feet, appearing even more disheveled than Ron. His ornate robes were stained, his hair disarrayed, and his face a canvas of terror and regret. He scanned the dreadful environment, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He contemplated fleeing. No. Harry immediately blocked his path, shouting in anger, "Ginny might be just ahead. She needs our help." "But there's the basilisk." Lockhart screamed, completely shedding his facade of bravery. "We're going to die. We're all going to die." While Harry and Lockhart engaged in their heated argument, Luna had swiftly assessed the surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a series of disordered, smaller footprints on the ground, leading deeper into the cavern. They were Ginny's footprints. Her calmness poured like cold water over Lockhart's panic, allowing Harry to regain a modicum of composure. "But how do we deal with the basilisk?" Ron asked despairingly. "We can't look into its eyes." Luna pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Lockhart's cowardly demeanor before resting on Harry and Ron. She swiftly made a bold decision. "We need to split up," she stated with undeniable authority. "Harry, Ron, follow the footprints to find Ginny. Remember, under no circumstances should you open your eyes. Rely on sound and vibrations to navigate your surroundings. If you hear any unusual rustling, drop to the ground and shut your eyes tightly." "And what about you?" Harry inquired urgently. Luna's gaze shifted to Lockhart, who was attempting to diminish his presence, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. "Professor Lockhart and I will remain here to set traps and devise ways to divert any potential basilisk." "Professor," Luna's voice remained calm, yet bore an invisible weight. "You are an expert in defense against the dark arts, and in this crisis, the students require your protection and guidance. Moreover, only you understand how to establish effective protective enchantments, do you not?" She emphasized the terms expert in defense against the dark arts and protective enchantments like two sharp needles piercing Lockhart's vein and fragile nerves. Lockhart opened his mouth, but under Luna's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through all his pretenses, he ultimately could not muster a rebuttal, his face paling as he stood frozen in place. Though Harry and Ron were filled with apprehension, they understood that this was currently the only viable course of action. They could not allow everyone to be trapped in this place. Someone had to rescue Ginny. As they accepted the earplugs, they nodded gravely. They cast a final glance at Yunqi and the pallid-faced Lockhart before gritting their teeth, closing their eyes as instructed by Yunqi, and cautiously navigating deeper into the cave, guided by the faint impressions beneath their feet and their limited hearing. As Harry and Ron's silhouettes vanished behind the dimly lit rock columns, Yunqi slowly turned to face the trembling Lockhart. The professor's expression was devoid of emotion, save for his dark eyes, which glimmered with a cold and piercing light reminiscent of distant stars under the murky glow. "Now, Professor Lockhart," Yunqi's voice was calm and devoid of inflection, as if he were discussing the evening's menu. "Let us deliberate on the effective arrangement of traps and how to ensure that, when necessary, the basilisk's attention remains firmly on us." Lockhart regarded Yunqi as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, his teeth chattering in fear. For the first time, he vividly realized that the usually reticent and unassuming Potter brothers were far more terrifying than any creature he had ever depicted. Within the dark cave, the dual operations of rescue and bait commenced simultaneously, and the balance between life and death teetered ever so slightly in this silent and ominous underground world. Yunqi stood alone, confronting the inept professor and the looming mortal threat. Every decision he made would directly influence the fates of all involved. Chapter 35. The Game in the Cave and the Gift of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, in the relatively open area near the pipe's exit, the atmosphere was charged with a different kind of intense tension. Gilderoy Lockhart, resembling a frightened rabbit, pressed his back against the cold rock wall, trembling uncontrollably, gripping his wand tightly in his hand, though it felt more like a futile firewood stick. His eyes, usually sparkling with self-adoration, were now filled with pure, almost overflowing terror as they fixed on the profound darkness ahead, as if a colossal serpent would emerge at any moment. In stark contrast stood Yunqi, a few paces ahead of him, with his back to Lockhart and facing the depths of the cave where Harry and the others had departed. Yunqi stood tall and steady, like a silent statue. Unlike Lockhart, who was frantically scanning his surroundings, Yunqi remained calm, not even gripping his wand defensively. He simply stood there as if listening, or perhaps waiting. However, if someone adept in magical perception were present, they would discern a faint yet remarkably pure mental energy field quietly radiating from Yunqi, akin to the most delicate spider silk, capturing every ripple of magic in the air and the vibrations of life. He was monitoring the flow of energy throughout the cave, particularly the disturbances likely caused by the basilisk's massive form, as well as the sinister, serpentine darkness of Tom Riddle lurking deeper within. His words struck Lockhart's fragile nerves like a chilling whip. Lockhart opened his mouth, eager to retort, to flaunt his utterly non-existent combat experience. Yet, before Yunqi's tranquil demeanor, which seemed capable of perceiving every deceit, all his bluster was stifled in his throat, leaving only heavy breaths and uncontrollable tremors. Time passed agonizingly in the suffocating silence, marked solely by the sound of dripping water and Lockhart's labored breaths. Yunqi resembled a meditative monk, maintaining the expansion of his mental perception, beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow. This extensive and high-precision awareness demanded immense mental fortitude, particularly in an environment steeped in dark magic and negative emotions. He had to remain vigilant against the serpent creature while simultaneously suppressing the faint resonance that might arise from the isolated diary in his arms, preventing it from signaling its owner. Suddenly, Yunqi's calm eyes, reminiscent of a deep well, flickered slightly. He sensed that, deep within the cavern, Harry and Ron's life signals had ceased, as if they had encountered some peril. Soon after, a more distinct yet feeble female life signal emerged within their perception. It was Ginny. She was still alive, yet her life force flickered like a candle in the wind, precariously on the verge of extinguishment. Simultaneously, he detected a dark intent, Tom Riddle, which had lingered in the core region, becoming agitated due to Ginny's waning vitality and the proximity of Harry and his friends, radiating a wave of greed, excitement, and malice. It seems Riddle is ready to reap his harvest, Yunqi assessed calmly in his mind. I must buy time for Harry and the others. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. A rustling sound emerged, a familiar, spine-chilling friction noise, drawing nearer from a distant fork in the cavern. The sound was clearer, more intense, carrying an undeniable, immense sense of oppression. It's coming, it's coming. Lockhart let out a piercing scream, unable to maintain any semblance of composure. Collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, his hands clamped over his eyes, as if that could shield him from reality. Yunqi whirled around, no longer the defenseless figure he had been before. He raised his hawthorn wand, not directing it towards the source of the sound, but swiftly tracing simple, yet ancient silver trajectories before him. These paths were not offensive spells, but ancient protective runes he had researched and refined in the Room of Requirement, designed to deflect and confuse energy and perception. The silver light briefly coalesced in the air, forming a continuously rotating, intricately structured rudimentary magical array, emanating a gentle yet resolute glow akin to a faint lighthouse ignited in the darkness. He could not confront the serpent creature directly. His aim was not to vanquish it, but to disrupt, to interfere with its precise targeting of prey, to confuse its potentially lethal gaze that might pierce through the cracks. Close your eyes, Lockhart. If you wish to live, shut them tightly, Yunqi commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. He tightly shut his eyes, pouring all his mental focus into maintaining the suspended silver magic circle, while through the mental perception field, he firmly locked onto the massive energy entity of the serpent creature, surging towards them like a tide of darkness. The rustling sounds grew increasingly nearer, and a chilling presence pressed upon him as if it were tangible. Yunqi sensed that the colossal energy body, brimming with primal murderous intent, seemed to falter slightly upon nearing their vicinity, as if disrupted by the silver runic magic circle. Its speed diminishing momentarily, accompanied by a deep, confused, and enraged growl. The sound did not traverse through the air, but resonated directly within the realm of magical perception. Its formless gaze appeared to sweep over the silver circle, tinged with a hint of vexation at being deceived. As Yunqi sustained the magic circle, he felt his mental energy draining away like a flood released from a dam, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his pallid cheeks. He was gambling, betting that the serpent creature's primary target was not their insignificant selves, but rather the nearly ripened sacrificial offering, Ginny, deep within the chamber, along with the conveniently presented Harry Potter. Fortunately, his wager proved correct. The serpent creature lingered before the silver light for a brief moment, seemingly weighing its options. Ultimately, the desire for its more significant prey overshadowed its annoyance at the faint disturbance. The massive energy body veered away from the heart of the silver circle, moving with a disquieting rustle, swiftly gliding towards the depths of the cave where Harry, Ron, and Ginny were located. The oppressive sensation gradually dissipated like a receding tide. Yunqi waited until the rustling sound faded to a considerable distance before gently dispersing the silver magic circle before him, leaning against the cold rock wall, breathing heavily. The brief confrontation had drained a substantial amount of his mental energy. Did it leave? Lockhart, still sprawled on the ground, asked in a quavering voice, unwilling to open his eyes. Temporarily, Yunqi replied, his tone laced with fatigue yet remaining composed. It has gone to find Harry and the others. What? Lockhart abruptly raised his head, his face drained of color. Then we should run. Now. He scrambled to his feet, intent on rushing towards the tunnel's exit. Stop. Yunqi's voice, though not loud, acted like a cold chain, instantly halting Lockhart's movements. If we leave now, Harry, Ron, and Ginny will be doomed. Yunqi enunciated each word, his gaze sharp like two ice picks, piercing through Lockhart's every glimmer of hope. The serpent creature has been lured away. This is our opportunity. Opportunity? Lockhart stammered, utterly bewildered. Indeed, a faint, yet unyielding smile graced Yunqi's lips, devoid of warmth. The serpent creature, being drawn deeper, signifies that the core area, where its master's soul is concealed within the diary, has lowered its defenses to the minimum. Now is the most opportune moment to engage in a conversation with him. He cast a glance at Lockhart, who appeared nearly faint from fear, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. And you, Professor, must accompany me. After all, it is precisely in the face of such dark magical threats that your expertise should shine, is it not? Lockhart gazed into Yunqi's tranquil yet tempestuous eyes, feeling as though he were a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, utterly drained of the strength to flee. For the first time, he comprehended that this seemingly inconspicuous youth was far more formidable than the monsters lurking in the chamber. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single negative word, the other party would find a way to compel him to remain willingly, or to ensure he would be trapped there indefinitely. As Yunqi persuaded Lockhart to venture toward the core of the dark entity, contrary to the direction of the serpent monster, a melodious and ethereal cry unexpectedly reverberated throughout the shadowy cavern. The sound, imbued with warmth and hope, resembled the first ray of sunlight piercing through storm clouds, instantly dispelling some of the pervasive chill and despair in the air. Both Yunqi and Lockhart, whose astonished eyes widened, simultaneously looked up. A resplendent golden red light, akin to a shooting star, surged from the entrance they had traversed, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing gently upon Yunqi's shoulder. It was a breathtakingly beautiful bird, with shimmering golden tail feathers and a striking crimson body. It exuded elegance, its eyes brimming with wisdom and compassion. Clutched in its talons was a tattered, patched, pointed hat, the sorting hat. Its arrival brightened the entire cave, as if a flicker of illumination had been ignited. Fox, Yunqi whispered, recognizing the phoenix of Dumbledore. The warmth and solid touch of the phoenix's feathers enveloped his shoulder, a pure and potent vitality rushing into his nearly depleted body, swiftly alleviating his mental fatigue and exhaustion. Fox affectionately nuzzled Yunqi's cheek with its beak before dropping the sorting hat into his embrace, emitting a series of clear notes as if conveying a message. Catching the worn hat, Yunqi instantly grasped the implication. Dumbledore was aware. He had sent Fox, delivering a weapon, or perhaps a chance. He glanced at the tattered hat in his hands, and then at the dignified Fox perched upon his shoulder, the last remnants of uncertainty within him quietly dissipating. Although Dumbledore had not come in person, his assistants had arrived. This signified that the final confrontation would soon unfold deep within the chamber, and he was no longer alone. It appeared the plan required a slight adjustment, Professor. Turning toward Lockhart, who stood dumbstruck as if witnessing a miracle, Yunqi maintained a calm demeanor. Yet his eyes sparkled with a newfound glimmer of assurance. We have aerial support. He gently caressed Fox's warm feathers, clutching the sorting hat tightly. His gaze once again directed toward the depths of the cavern, where Harry's battle was about to commence, and his own battlefield would soon shift. The arrival of the Phoenix was akin to a beam of light cast upon the darkest hour, not only bringing hope, but subtly altering the balance of power. The true contest had only just begun. Chapter 36, Dual Battlefields and the Sword of Gryffindor. Fox's arrival ignited a warm and bright campfire in the cold, despairing abyss. Its golden red feathers radiated a soft glow that not only dispelled a portion of the darkness, but also imparted an ineffable sense of courage and hope. Yunqi felt a warm current emanating from the shoulder where the Phoenix had alighted, swiftly rejuvenating his nearly depleted mental fortitude. Even the chilling aura of the diary he had been clutching seemed somewhat subdued. Gilderoy Lockhart stared in astonishment at this mythical creature, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. The earlier dread had been somewhat alleviated by this sudden miracle. replaced instead with a mixture of shock and perhaps a foolish impulse to reach out and touch it. Yunqi paid no heed to Lockhart's inner turmoil, but quickly assessed the current situation. The arrival of Fawkes with the Sorting Hat was no mere coincidence. Dumbledore's intention was unmistakable. He wished for Harry, the true chosen one, to confront Tom Riddle, providing him with the necessary tools, even if these tools appeared rather meager. As for Fawkes, possessing immense vitality and unique abilities, its presence was undoubtedly a significant asset against the basilisk and dark magic. The original plan to confront Riddle directly now required adjustment. With Fawkes, they could be more proactive and even support Harry. Lockhart shivered, glancing at the spot where the phoenix had recently perched on Yunqi's shoulder, then at the majestic creature soaring above. Finally, he gritted his teeth, more out of fear of being left behind. Fine, I'll go. But I warn you, if things go awry, I will immediately employ my original disapparition technique. Yunqi refrained from commenting on his self-proclaimed invention, merely nodding at Fawkes in the air. The phoenix emitted a melodious call and flew ahead towards the depths of the cave where Harry and the others were, its radiance illuminating the path like a guiding beacon. Yunqi promptly followed, his steps resolute, while Lockhart stumbled along behind in a flurry, muttering various invocations to Merlin, God, and his own protective spells. At that very moment, as Yunqi and his companions ventured deeper into the cavern, Harry was facing an unprecedented crisis in the central area of the Chamber of Secrets. He and Ron, tracing the footprints and faint signs of life, finally stumbled upon Ginny Weasley, collapsed on the ground. Her complexion as pale as parchment, and her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Her hands were empty. The diary was evidently no longer present. Before they could exhale a sigh of relief at finding Ginny, a chilling rustling sound drew near. A massive shadow loomed over them, accompanied by an oppressive, fetid wind. The basilisk, its body, thick as a train carriage and covered in dark green scales, slowly slithered out from behind a colossal stone pillar. Its flat, grotesque, triangular head hung low, and its deadly, lantern-like eyes were tightly shut, clearly avoiding a direct gaze with any potential adversaries. Yet its flickering, crimson tongue and the glistening, dagger-like fangs revealed its terrifying power. "Close your eyes," Harry shouted hoarsely, and, simultaneously, Ron tightly shut his eyes, relying on memory and instinct. They scrambled to take refuge behind a massive remnant, reminiscent of the base of a Slytherin statue. "They want to shake us out," Ron cried, his voice tinged with desperation as he clutched his head. With his back against the cold stone, Harry's heart raced and his mind whirled. With their eyes closed, they were utterly powerless against the basilisk. A solution was imperative. Someone must see it without succumbing to its deadly gaze. In the midst of this despair, a clarion call of a phoenix echoed from afar, growing ever closer. A golden red light pierced the battlefield like a sword. It was Fawkes. The phoenix's arrival immediately captured the basilisk's attention. It seemed filled with loathing and aggression towards this creature radiating pure vitality. Abandoning its assault on the boulder to raise its head and hiss threateningly at Fawkes in the sky. Fawkes adeptly soared through the air, evading the serpent's strikes, while deftly using its sharp talons to harass the basilisk's head and eyes, preventing it from opening its eyes easily. An aerial and terrestrial struggle ensued instantaneously. It was Fawkes. Harry heard the phoenix's cry, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Dumbledore must know. And in Yunqi, Ron too heard footsteps and another familiar, composed voice approaching rapidly. Yunqi and Lockhart had arrived. Yunqi quickly assessed the situation. Harry and Ron were trapped behind the boulder. Ginny lay nearby, her fate uncertain, while Fawkes fiercely battled the basilisk. More notably, in the center of the arena, a tall figure with dark hair gradually materialized from the air, becoming increasingly distinct. He was handsome yet pale, wearing a veneer of insincere arrogance, wielding a wand. It was Tom Riddle, or rather, the 16-year-old Voldemort, manifested as a sole entity through the diary and Ginny's life force. "What a poignant reunion, Harry Potter," Riddle remarked in his smooth, chilling voice, surveying the battlefield before fixing his gaze upon the boulder where Harry concealed himself, a cruel smile gracing his lips, along with some uninvited guests. "A phoenix? How astonishing. Yet, it cannot save you." His gaze swept over Fawkes, who was locked in combat with the basilisk, and finally settled on the newly arrived, pallid Yunqi and the trembling Lockhart by his side. Lingering for a moment on Yunqi's face, a flicker of faint, barely perceptible confusion flashing in his eyes, as if sensing a familiar, yet foreign, aura emanating from Yunqi. However, he swiftly diverted his gaze, evidently considering Lockhart the greater threat. or perhaps the more promising target. Gilderoy Lockhart. Riddle intoned with a magnetic timbre, laced with mockery, the renowned adventurer, expert in defense against the dark arts. One honor. I wonder if your illustrious tales have taught you how to deal with a millennial basilisk? Lockhart, singled out by Riddle, nearly collapsed in fright, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Yunqi disregarded Riddle's psychological tactics, his mind racing with analysis. Riddle has manifested, and the basilisk is momentarily restrained by Fawkes. This is our opportunity. However, a direct assault on Riddle's sole entity may yield limited results. His foundation lies within that diary. Yunqi swiftly glanced at the diary, enveloped in a runic pouch. Nestled in his arms, it was emanating a faint warmth, resonating strongly with Riddle in the arena. To eradicate Riddle fundamentally, the diary must be destroyed. But how to obliterate it? Ordinary magic would likely prove insufficient to dismantle such a formidable dark artifact. His gaze fell upon the sorting hat, which Fawkes had carelessly tossed into his embrace, now held tightly by his subconscious. A thought struck Yunqi like a bolt of lightning. The sword of Gryffindor. According to legend, only a true Gryffindor could draw the sword from the sorting hat in times of need. This magnificent sword, forged by goblins and imbued with basilisk venom, is remarkably effective against dark magical entities. Harry, Yunqi shouted toward the boulder, his voice piercing through the basilisk's hiss and Fawkes' song. The diary is with me, but it requires a specific method to destroy it. Think of something. You need a weapon that proves your courage, one that belongs to Gryffindor. His words were like a revelation. Behind the boulder, Harry suddenly recalled Dumbledore's words before the Mirror of Arist, remembering the legend of the Sword of Gryffindor. In that moment, the desire to survive, the determination to protect his friends, and the yearning to prove his innocence coalesced into an unparalleled courage. With his eyes shut, Harry shouted with all his might in the direction of Yunqi's voice, "I need help. I require a weapon to defeat him." Clang! A gleaming silver sword fell to the ground, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of an egg, its blade shimmering with a cold, lethal light. The Sword of Gryffindor. Yunqi gazed at the sword that had suddenly appeared at his feet, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Just as he suspected, he did not reach for it, but instead called out to Harry again, "Harry, the sword, it's 5 steps to your 1 o'clock." Upon hearing this, Harry hesitated not for a moment. With his eyes still closed, he lunged from behind the boulder, relying on Yunqi's precise guidance and his own instinct, his hands finding the cold, heavy hilt. Just as Harry grasped the hilt, the battle between Fawkes and the basilisk escalated. The basilisk, provoked by the relentless harassment from the phoenix, was now utterly enraged. Its enormous yellow, deadly eyes scanning for any minuscule creature daring enough to challenge it. "Do not look into its eyes," Yunqi warned sharply, and he too tightly shut his eyes. Harry kept his eyes closed as well, but he could sense a chilling, deathly gaze sweeping over his position. Fortunately, he was on the ground, eyes shut. However, Fawkes was not so fortunate. In its effort to grant Harry a chance, it had drawn the basilisk's undivided attention. As the serpent creature opened its eyes, Fawkes emitted a piercing cry, akin to being struck by an invisible hammer. Plummeting from the air and landing heavily on the ground near Harry, its golden red feathers instantly losing their luster, rendering it motionless. "Fawkes!" Harry cried out in anguish. The serpent creature, reveling in its triumph, let out a victorious hiss, refocusing its attention on Harry, who, sword in hand, stood with his eyes tightly shut. It opened its gaping maw, reeking with the scent of blood, and lunged fiercely at Harry. In that critical moment, despite gripping the sword, Harry could not aim with his eyes closed. Just as death loomed, Luna's voice rang out again, calm as if stating an established fact. "Harry, listen. The basilisk senses through smell and heat. Feel the rush of air as it charges. Sense the foul odor and warmth emanating from its mouth. Trust yourself. The courage of Gryffindor lies not in sight, but in facing the challenge." Her words sliced through Harry's confusion and fear like a lightning bolt. Indeed, he did not need to see. What he required was courage, trust, and the resolve to strike. With a firm grip on the Gryffindor sword, Harry cast aside all distractions. Focusing entirely on the sensations, the foul wind rushing towards him, the increasingly near wave of heat, laden with the scent of death. Now it was the moment. Summoning all his strength, guided by instinct and the awareness of danger, Harry thrust the sword upward in the direction of the most intense heat and foulness. A dull thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, followed by the serpent's earth-shattering, agonized shriek of disbelief. Harry felt a tremendous resistance at the tip of the sword. Then suddenly, it lightened, warm, acrid liquid splattering over him. He heard the sound of a heavy body collapsing and the serpent dying, reluctant twitches gradually fading away. Had he done it? He had closed his eyes and killed the basilisk. In disbelief, Harry stood still, gasping for breath, still tightly gripping the Gryffindor sword, now stained with the serpent's venom. The battlefield fell silent, save for Riddle's heavy breathing, marked by shock and fury. Luna slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the colossal, motionless serpent carcass, and at Harry, blood-soaked yet gripping the sword like a warrior, a fleeting glimmer of almost imperceptible approval flashing in her eyes. He had proven her right. Harry's courage had indeed summoned the Gryffindor sword, allowing him to achieve this seemingly impossible strike. Now, only one foe remained. Riddle's voice trembled with rage as he fixed his gaze on Luna, then glanced at the sword in Harry's hand, his eyes filled with malice and disbelief. You dared to destroy my basilisk. The true confrontation was about to commence, yet this time, the adversary was no longer a terrifying magical beast, but a more cunning and dangerous foe, the Dark Lord in his youth. As for Yunqi, the mastermind who had long remained in the shadows, he was finally prepared to step into the limelight, confronting this fated clash that transcended time and space. Chapter 37. The Game of Souls and the Conclusion of the Diary. The colossal body of the basilisk crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, sending a spray of muck mingled with tainted blood and dust into the air. Its once dreaded yellow eye had completely lost its luster, leaving only a hollow void of death. The cave was suffused with an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood and the distinct odor of serpents, a stark contrast to the warm radiance that Fox had previously brought. The phoenix, Fox, lay motionless nearby, its golden red feathers dulled, resembling a magnificent statue stripped of life. Harry Potter stood beside the basilisk's lifeless form, his body drenched in the thick, warm blood of the serpent, his hands tightly gripping the Gryffindor sword that had pierced the creature's jaw, now dripping venom. He shut his eyes tightly, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath, the relief of survival intertwining with the shock of having slain the giant beast, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Ron emerged from behind a boulder, scrambling to Harry's side, his voice trembling as he confirmed his friend's safety. The only remaining adversary in the arena, Tom Riddle, bore a handsome yet pallid visage contorted by sheer rage, his black eyes, strikingly similar to Harry's, ignited with a cold flame as they fixated on Harry and the ominous sword that glimmered with a sinister light. However, at the very moment Riddle concentrated all his attention on Harry, his wand slightly raised, seemingly poised to cast some malevolent curse. A voice emerged, calm to the point of indifference, like ice water splashing in a boiling oil. Your anger is misplaced, Tom Riddle. Or shall I say, Mr. Voldemort. All eyes, including Riddle's murderous gaze, immediately shifted to the source of the voice, Yunqi Potter, who stood quietly to the side as if merely an observer. Yunqi took a deliberate step forward, creating a subtle triangular formation with Harry and Ron. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his black eyes mirrored a bottomless, frigid abyss, calmly meeting Riddle's chilling stare that could shatter the minds of ordinary wizards. He did not raise his wand, it merely hung loosely at his side, yet his serene composure exuded an intangible pressure, an intriguing variable. Riddle's gaze lingered on Yunqi, the previous fury seemingly replaced by a curious interest, though the icy intent to kill in his eyes remained undiminished. I have glimpsed you in Ginny's fragmented memories, another Potter, silent, unremarkable, like a shadow. Yet I sense you are somewhat different. His gaze appeared to possess hooks, attempting to pierce through Yunqi's calm exterior to unearth hidden secrets. There's an ancient essence about you. Disturbing. Before he could finish, Gilderoy Lockhart, curled at Yunqi's feet and attempting to conceal himself in the shadows, seemed utterly overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere and Riddle's intangible pressure, his sanity unraveling. He suddenly emitted a frantic scream, leaping up from the ground and raising his wand towards Riddle, his voice trembling and cracking as he shouted, "Disarm you!" A pitifully faint red light shot forth from Lockhart's wand, wavering as it flew towards Riddle. Riddle did not even flinch. He merely waved his wand with indifference. The disarming charm cast by Lockhart was akin to a matchstick colliding with an invisible wall, instantaneously extinguished. Lockhart, on the other hand, appeared to be struck by an invisible hammer, letting out a cry of despair as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the distant rock wall, sliding down and losing consciousness, his wand snapping in two. This brief and absurd interlude was akin to a drop of cold water splashing into boiling oil. In the fleeting moment that Riddle's attention was momentarily diverted by Lockhart's clumsy attack, Yunqi sprang into action. He did not employ any ostentatious spells, nor utter any incantations. His movement was as swift as a phantom, as he simply hurled the black diary, wrapped in a silver rune-embroidered bag, which he had clutched in his left hand, towards Harry. Simultaneously, he issued a short and clear command. "Harry, the diary." This sudden turn of events caught Riddle entirely off guard. He had anticipated that Yunqi would unleash some hidden powerful magic, yet he was taken aback to discover that the opponent merely treated the diary, the vessel of his soul, the essence of his existence, as an ordinary object to be discarded. "No!" Riddle roared in astonishment and fury, his countenance twisting into a grotesque mask of rage. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Harry and that accursed sword. His wand pivoted sharply, unleashing a dreadful green light. A curse filled with the essence of death, mercilessly aimed at the diary, soaring through the air. His reaction was swift, his resolve ruthless. To preserve the very foundation of his soul, he was willing to resort to the unforgivable curse to intercept the diary before it could be destroyed. However, Yunqi had anticipated this opportunity. He had foreseen that Riddle would stop at nothing to protect the diary. At the very instant Riddle's wand turned and the ghastly green light ignited, Yunqi's right hand, which had been hanging by his side, shot up like lightning. The hawthorn wand in his hand did not point at Riddle nor at the diary in the air. Instead, it precisely aimed at the damp, moss-covered ground beneath Riddle's feet. No incantation was uttered, no light was emitted. Only a subtle yet potent wave of ancient magical energy, imbued with strong repulsion and chaotic intent, spread like an invisible ripple. This was not an attacking spell. Rather, it was a disruptive technique, geomantic disturbance, developed by Yunqi through his understanding of ancient runes and energy manipulation. It could not inflict any direct harm, yet it could, in a brief moment, cause slight instability and disruption in the flow of magic within a small area. Particularly effective against complex spells that required intense concentration and stable magical output. Riddle felt an exceedingly subtle tremor beneath his feet, causing his magical flow to falter momentarily. As he unleashed the half-formed death curse, the ghastly green radiance flickered violently, akin to a malfunctioning light bulb, revealing an exceedingly brief, almost imperceptible disruption in the structure of the incantation. It was in this fleeting moment of chaos and delay that the diary had veered away from the trajectory it was meant to strike and continued its descent towards Harry. Upon hearing Yunqi's command, despite his lack of understanding regarding the precise reason, Harry instinctively reacted, propelled by his unwavering trust in her. With his eyes still tightly shut, he recalled the sound of the diary slicing through the air and the memory of Yunqi's position, and he forcefully swung the Gryffindor sword, now smeared with basilisk venom, upwards in a defensive arc. With a soft thud, unlike the dull thump of piercing the basilisk's flesh, it resonated as though tearing a tough piece of parchment. The black diary collided squarely with the venom-coated edge of the Gryffindor sword. A piercing scream, so chilling it seemed to emanate from the depths of one's soul, erupted from Tom Riddle's lips. His handsome visage contorted in an instant, his form becoming blurred and translucent, as though he might vanish at any moment. The wand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. In disbelief, he gazed down at his disintegrating essence, then abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Yunqi, who remained unfazed, her expression calm. "You have plotted against me." Riddle's voice emerged hoarse and fragmented, laden with indignation and seething hatred. Yunqi regarded him serenely, her gaze akin to that directed at a fading mirage. "Your scheming stems from an excessive reliance on your own creations and a disdain for the intellect of others, Tom. Your downfall was sealed the moment you entrusted your soul to external artifacts." "No!" Riddle let out one final, anguished roar, his soul fragmenting like shattered glass, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke, ultimately vanishing into the air, leaving only the fallen yew wand as testament to his existence. Meanwhile, the diary, penetrated by the basilisk's venom, corroded as if subjected to a potent acid, rapidly darkening and curling, oozing viscous, blood-like black ink, emitting a hissing sound, until it transformed into a small pile of ashes, scattered on the ground. All was concluded. The cavern fell into a brief silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of Harry and Ron, along with the distant, unconscious murmurs of Lockhart. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the ashes of the diary and the spot where Riddle had dissolved. He paused momentarily, then realized they had triumphed. They had destroyed the diary and vanquished the young Voldemort. Did we really do it? Ron also opened his eyes, his voice trembling with disbelief. Harry nodded, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He leaned on the Gryffindor sword to maintain his balance. Turning to Yunqi, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and admiration. He said, "Yunqi, we owe it all to you." Had it not been for Yunqi's precise toss of the diary, had he not unknowingly interfered with Riddle's killing curse, and had he not timely offered his warning, the consequences would have been dire. Yunqi approached Harry, casting a glance at the sword still firmly grasped in his hand and the ashes of the diary scattered on the ground, nodding gently. "It was you who destroyed it." Harry, the courage of Gryffindor is the key to overcoming darkness. He did not seek praise, merely stating the truth. His gaze then fell upon Fawkes, who lay motionless a short distance away, his brow furrowing slightly. He knelt beside the phoenix, extending a finger to gently touch its dim feathers. He could sense that the immense vitality within the phoenix had not entirely faded. It had merely entered a profound slumber, temporarily sealed by the deathly gaze of the basilisk. Fawkes glanced back at Harry with concern. "The phoenix will not truly perish," Yunqi said calmly, as if stating a well-known fact. "They shall be reborn from the flames. This is but a temporary slumber." As if to validate his words, a slender, golden flame suddenly flickered to life from Fawkes's lifeless body. The flame swiftly spread, enveloping the entire phoenix in a golden cocoon. The fire burned quietly, radiating warmth and purity, devoid of any scorching heat. Witnessing this scene, Harry and Ron finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, a faint groan emerged from nearby. It was Ginny Weasley. A hint of color returned to her pale face, her eyelashes fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. "Ginny!" Ron exclaimed in delight, rushing over. The crisis seemed to have been averted entirely. However, Yunqi's gaze swept once more across the cavern, lingering momentarily in the area where Riddle had dissipated and the diary had turned to ash. He could feel the ancient and chilling magic, originating from Salazar Slytherin, that had lingered in the chamber slowly subsiding, though not completely vanishing. This chamber, along with the paranoia and darkness it represented, still lay hidden deep within Hogwarts, waiting for the next soul it might tempt. Moreover, the look of resentment and fear in Riddle's eyes before his dissolution, particularly the significant glance directed at him, instilled in Yunqi a foreboding sense that this confrontation across time and space might merely be the beginning. Voldemort, whether young or old, would not easily overlook any obstacle or any presence that evoked a sense of difference within him. He glanced at his palm, where the faint tremor from harnessing ancient magic during the geomantic disruption still lingered at his fingertips. This power, along with the secrets it represented, could potentially bring forth more troubles in the future, or perhaps become the key to opposing darkness. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. Yunqi gathered his thoughts and approached Ron and Harry, who were attempting to rouse Ginny. "We must leave," he said calmly, "with Ginny and Professor Lockhart. Madame Pomfrey needs to examine them." Chapter 38. The Journey Home, Hidden Concerns, and Delayed Explanations. "It's all right now, Ginny. It's all over. The monster has vanished, and the basilisk is dead." Ron clumsily patted his sister's back, his words a jumbled attempt at comfort, his own pallor revealing that he had yet to fully recover from the earlier terror. Leaning wearily against a rough rock wall, Harry supported himself with the sword of Gryffindor. His eyes tightly shut, he feared to open them, anxious that the remnants of the basilisk's venom or the lingering aura of death might somehow harm him. Listening to Ginny's sobs and Ron's reassurances, he was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. The joy of victory was overshadowed by the exhaustion of surviving, the shock of having slain the colossal beast, and the sympathy for Ginny's ordeal. He felt his fingers twitch slightly, cramped from the strain of gripping the sword's hilt. At that moment, a calm voice resonated beside him, imbued with an unusual soothing power. "You may open your eyes now, Harry. The basilisk's gaze has lost its potency with its demise, and the venom only acts upon contact with wounds." Hesitating briefly, Harry slowly lifted his eyelids. The first sight that met him was that of Luna, her expression still enigmatic but her gaze steady. Unbeknownst to him, she had approached and was now inspecting him for any evident injuries. Harry lowered his gaze to the shimmering sword in his hand, its hilt adorned with a magnificent ruby. Feeling its substantial weight and the ancient magic it harbored, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. It was this very sword that had appeared in his direst hour, aiding him in vanquishing the basilisk. Instinctively, he wished to present the sword to Luna, for she seemed more versed in ancient artifacts. Meanwhile, the golden cocoon enveloping Fawkes blazed ever more brightly, its flames pure and warm, yet curiously devoid of any heat. The cocoon gradually contracted, solidifying into an egg-shaped entity adorned with flowing golden patterns, about the size of a basketball. It stood there quietly, radiating vibrant life, awaiting the moment of rebirth. Has Fox transformed into an egg? Ron, supporting a still unsteady Ginny, gazed in astonishment at the golden egg. How do we get out? Ginny asked weakly, her voice hoarse from crying. She surveyed the eerie cave around them and the massive carcass of the basilisk, her eyes filled with dread, longing to escape this nightmarish place. Harry and Ron turned their attention to the pipe they had descended through, a slick, dark shaft rising vertically. What had seemed a reckless descent propelled by impulse and momentum now appeared an insurmountable task as they contemplated climbing back up with the weakened Ginny and the unconscious Lockhart. What are you doing, Luna? Harry could not help but inquire, sensing her unusual familiarity with the surroundings. No sooner had the words left his lips than the once seamless stone wall erupted with a low, thunderous rumble, akin to the grinding of massive stones. Gradually, a fissure began to form in the wall, widening until it revealed a stone door, suffused with a faint musty odor and an ancient ambience. Wide enough for two to pass side by side. Behind the door lies a staircase ascending upwards, hewn from rough stone, flanked by walls adorned with patches of moss that emit a faint, eerie green phosphorescence, providing a dim light. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of the door. How did you know there was a door here? Observation and deduction, replied Luna in her characteristic calm tone, devoid of any inflection. The structure of the cave, the subtle currents of magic, and some easily overlooked ancient markings. Hogwarts itself is akin to a magical tome that requires patient reading. His explanation seemed plausible. Indeed, Hogwarts was brimming with secrets, and Luna's keen observational skills and acute sense of magic were qualities they had come to appreciate. Although Harry found it somewhat hard to believe, the urgency to escape the Chamber of Secrets overshadowed all doubts. He nodded, that's great. Let's hurry. Thus, the group began to ascend the staircase. Ron supported Ginny as they led the way, with Harry closely following, while Luna brought up the rear, effortlessly levitating the unconscious Gilderoy Lockhart, whose mouth babbled nonsensically about being an honorary member of the International Confederation of Wizards. They quickened their pace and finally reached the top of the staircase. The exit was concealed behind a tapestry depicting a troll battering a hapless barrow, located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts in a seldom-used corridor. As they pulled back the tapestry, the familiar and comforting scent of old wood, parchment, and a hint of pumpkin pasties filled the air, evoking a sense of surreal relief in all of them. Outside, dawn was breaking, signaling that the long and harrowing night had finally come to an end. We're really out. Ginny choked out, tears welling up once more, but this time they were tears of relief. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Moments latte. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and a pajama-clad Dumbledore, complete with a nightcap, appeared before them. The three professors, taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the group, Harry smeared with dried, dark snake blood, clutching a gleaming silver sword. Ron, pale and supporting the weeping Ginny. Luna, though the neatest among them, still bore stains on her robes. With the tattered and unconscious Lockhart floating behind her, displayed expressions of profound shock. Dumbledore's blue eyes, sharp and bright behind his crescent-shaped glasses, did not immediately inquire. Instead, he stepped forward and gently tapped Ginny's forehead with his wand, murmuring a calming spell that gradually soothed the agitated girl into a tranquil slumber. He then examined Lockhart's condition, his brow furrowing slightly. Albus, McGonagall said urgently, glancing at Dumbledore. He raised his hand, signaling her to remain patient. His gaze slowly traversed the four children, including the unconscious Lockhart, ultimately resting upon Harry. With a voice that was gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority, he said, I believe we require a quiet place and a detailed explanation. The hospital wing is the most suitable choice. Poppy must immediately examine them. Turning to Minerva and Severus, he added, would you kindly assist in escorting Professor Lockhart and Miss Weasley to Madame Pomfrey? He then directed his attention back to Harry, Ron, and Luna. As for the three of you, brave ones, after Madame Pomfrey confirms your well-being, I would like to hear about everything that transpired tonight in my office. His gaze lingered for a moment on the sword in Harry's hand, a flash of complex emotion flickering in his azure eyes. Upon entering the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey gasped at their appearance, swiftly revealing her decisive nature. She commanded Harry, Ron, and Luna to lie down immediately, brandishing her wand and meticulously examining their conditions. Potions to invigorate, soothe nerves, and cleansing charms followed in rapid succession. Harry and Ron succumbed to a deep slumber almost as soon as their heads touched the pillows, their immense exhaustion rendering them unable to resist fatigue. Luna, though also complying, lay with her eyes closed and breathing steadily, appearing to merely rest rather than drifting off like the other two. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, before Harry was gently roused. Madame Pomfrey informed him that Professor Dumbledore was awaiting their arrival. He, along with the still sleepy Ron and the already alert Luna, followed Professor McGonagall as they departed the hospital wing, making their way to the familiar stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The password was Lemon Drop. The stone gargoyle stepped aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly. The headmaster's office appeared much as it had during their last visit. Silverware buzzed and swirled at the corner of the desk, exhaling wisps of smoke. Portraits of past headmasters feigned slumber in their frames. Yet the subtle sounds of snoring and occasional sidelong glances betrayed their keen interest. Fawkes's golden egg rested on a cushioned pedestal beside Dumbledore's desk, radiating a warm, golden glow. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, his fingertips pressed together, supporting his chin. He gestured for the three to take a seat in the chairs opposite him. Now, Dumbledore's gaze swept over the trio, finally settling on Harry. If you are ready, could you please recount what transpired tonight? Begin with how you discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Taking a deep breath, Harry began his narrative. He recounted how he had heard voices emanating from within the walls, suspecting it was Parseltongue, and how he and Ron learned from the Weeping Myrtle the location of the girl's death 50 years prior, leading them to the hidden entrance beneath the water. He described their descent into the chamber, the discovery of Ginny and Tom Riddle, and the subsequent confrontation with the basilisk. He recounted how Fawkes delivered the Sorting Hat and the sword, how he pecked out the basilisk's eyes, and how, in a moment of dire peril, he was guided by the Sorting Hat to draw forth the Gryffindor sword, ultimately vanquishing the basilisk. Dumbledore's gaze then shifted towards Yunqi, his cerulean eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, Yunqi remained expressionless, and in his characteristic calm tone, he took the floor. I observed that Tom Riddle, or rather the diary that harbors his fragmented soul, seems to be the core of his existence. The Gryffindor sword, tainted with basilisk venom, possesses the unique capability to obliterate it. Thus, I endeavored to create an opportunity. He succinctly portrayed the scenario. He hurled the diary towards Harry, drawing all of Riddle's attention and the deadly killing curse, simultaneously. He employed a subtle technique of his own devising, slightly disrupting the magical field beneath them, which resulted in an exceedingly brief delay of Riddle's spell. It was this precious moment that allowed Harry to successfully pierce the diary with the sword. He refrained from mentioning ancient magic or any esoteric terminology, merely depicting the disruption technique as a delicate perception and interference with the flow of magic, attributing it to his habitual interest and practice in the principles of magic. This explanation, while still showcasing Yunqi's exceptional talent, was not entirely incomprehensible when considered alongside his consistent demeanor of calmness and his thirst for knowledge, particularly in the fields of charms and potions. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk, revealing nothing of his thoughts. When Yunqi concluded, Dumbledore slowly spoke in a low voice. A remarkably astute observation and a strikingly bold and precise intervention, Mr. Yunqi. To maintain such clarity of thought in such a critical moment, and to successfully execute, it is truly commendable. His praise was genuine. Yet Harry noticed that Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Yunqi for a few extra seconds, within which a fleeting, elusive contemplation seemed to pass. So that diary... Dumbledore turned his attention to Harry. After being pierced by the sword, it oozed ink and then ignited, turning to ash. Harry interjected quickly. Excellent. A Horcrux, an exceedingly malevolent magical creation, has been utterly destroyed. Dumbledore sighed gently, as if shedding a heavy burden, yet his expression remained grave. Tom Riddle, even in his student days, had already embarked on this dark path in pursuit of immortality and power. This elucidates many matters. He then turned to Harry, addressing his queries regarding why he could understand Parseltongue and why the Sorting Hat had once considered placing him in Slytherin. He unveiled the connection between Harry and Voldemort, a result of that failed killing curse, which included a portion of Voldemort's abilities, such as Parseltongue, as well as the connection afforded by the lightning-shaped scar, allowing Harry to occasionally sense Voldemort's emotions or thoughts. This revelation struck Harry like a thunderclap, leaving him engulfed in a wave of dizziness and inexplicable dread. Part of him contained Voldemort. However, Harry, Dumbledore's voice became exceptionally gentle yet powerful. This does not define who you are. Quite the opposite, it is our choices, rather than our abilities, that truly reveal the essence of our character. He cast a meaningful glance at the Gryffindor sword in Harry's hand. You chose Gryffindor. you chose courage, friendship, and justice. This is your true nature. His words flowed like a warm current, dispelling some of the chill within Harry's heart. He grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, feeling its substantial weight, emblematic of Gryffindor. Subsequently, Dumbledore referenced the house elf Dobby and how Harry cleverly utilized the sock to win Dobby's freedom from Lucius Malfoy. This lifted Harry's spirits considerably, even eliciting a weary yet genuine smile from Ron. There was an undeniable request in Dumbledore's words, and Harry and Ron nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yunqi also nodded in calm understanding. As they departed from the headmaster's office, Harry's heart remained tumultuous. The shadow of Voldemort, his own secrets, and the perils he had faced that night swirled in his mind. He glanced at Yunqi beside him, the moonlight cascading through the corridor windows, illuminating his serene profile. Yunqi, Harry could not suppress a quiet inquiry. Were you truly not afraid then? Facing Riddle, Yunqi's steps did not falter. He paused for a few seconds before responding slowly, his voice so soft it almost melded with the moonlight. Fear exists, Harry, but in comparison to fear, I am more acutely aware of what must be done. Chapter 39. Aftermath, Celebration, and Quietly Growing Questions. The white drapes of the hospital wing and the scent of antiseptic had become a familiar backdrop for Harry and Ron at the end of every academic year. However, unlike previous occasions, this time they entered without the horrific scars inflicted by basilisk fangs or venom. Instead, they bore the weight of mental exhaustion and physical depletion. Madame Pomfrey continued to care for them in her characteristic manner, a blend of sternness and compassion, administering invigorating potions and soothing elixirs, compelling them to rest. He seemed to sense Harry's gaze, lifting his head to meet Harry's eyes. Can't sleep? Yunqi's voice was soft, mindful not to disturb Ron. Harry nodded, hesitated, and quietly asked, "What are you writing?" Records. Yunqi closed his notebook and placed on the bedside table, his movements natural, some observations and thoughts. About the Chamber of Secrets, about the basilisk, about Horcruxes. The last two words escaped his lips almost as a whisper. Harry's heart sank slightly. Horcruxes, a term he had heard from Dumbledore, representing Voldemort's sinister secret of eternal life, weighed heavily on him like a cold stone. Professor Dumbledore had said that it was an exceedingly evil thing. Indeed, Yunqi affirmed without any hesitation, splitting the soul, desecrating the natural laws of life and death, inevitably accompanies extreme cruelty and depravity. The act of creating Horcruxes itself is an unforgivable sin. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable moral judgment, which provided Harry with a semblance of solace, as if they had found a shared understanding. Do you think Voldemort possesses any other Horcruxes? Harry could not restrain himself from voicing the question that had been swirling in his mind. Yunqi paused for a moment, his dark eyes seemingly reflecting a torrent of thoughts. Yet ultimately, he simply shook his head. Professor Dumbledore is currently investigating. This exceeds our present capabilities. Our success in destroying the diary was largely due to fortune. He cast a glance at Harry, as well as the unique nature of the Gryffindor sword. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was gently pushed open, and Hermione Granger burst in like a gust of wind. Her pale face still bore the signs of her recent petrification, yet the familiar, vibrant light had rekindled in her brown eyes. She first rushed to Harry's bedside, enveloping him in a fierce embrace, before darting over to Ron's bed. Seeing him sleeping soundly, she sighed in relief, then turned to Yunqi, her gaze filled with gratitude and lingering fear. I've heard everything. Hermione's voice trembled with excitement. Merlin, the basilisk. Young Voldemort. And you, Harry, you killed the basilisk. And Yunqi, you were incredibly brave. She looked at Yunqi as if truly seeing him for the first time. Her respect for the usually reticent boy palpable. Professor McGonagall briefly recounted the events to me. She mentioned that, had it not been for your timely diversion of Riddle's attention and your disruption of his spell, the consequences would have been dire. Yunqi acknowledged Hermione's fervor and praise with a slight nod, saying little, as if it were merely a trivial matter. This excessive calmness only deepened Hermione's admiration. By the way, what Ginny? How is she? Harry quickly inquired. She's fine now, Hermione replied. Madame Pomfrey said she merely suffered a fright and had some of her life force siphoned by the diary, requiring a few days of rest. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have already arrived to be with her. She paused, her expression shifting to one of indignation. And do you know? Lucius Malfoy is under investigation by the Ministry of Magic. Although he claims ignorance and deception, Professor Dumbledore has provided evidence proving he secretly placed the diary into Ginny's textbook. He nearly caused her death and plunged Hogwarts in a crisis. It is said he spent a considerable sum and leveraged many connections merely to retain his position at the ministry. Though his reputation has plummeted, this news brought a wave of satisfaction to Harry. The arrogant and cold man had finally faced the repercussions of his actions. And Dobby, Hermione's face lit up with a radiant smile. He is free. Harry, you liberated him with a single sock. He is now working in Hogwarts kitchen, earning a wage, enjoying holidays. And he is absolutely thrilled. He insisted I convey his gratitude to you, declaring that Harry Potter is the greatest wizard in the world. Harry bashfully scratched his head, feeling a warm glow within. Helping Dobby attain his freedom brought him a deeper sense of fulfillment than winning the House Cup. Percy Weasley also arrived on behalf of the prefects and student council to offer formal condolences. He wore a serious expression and spoke in a formal tone. Yet his concern for his siblings was unmistakable in his eyes. He even, quite unusually, nodded to Yunqi, saying, "Well done, Potter." This left Ron astonished, his mouth agape. When Harry, Ron, and Ginny were finally granted permission to leave the hospital wing, after Madame Pomfrey assured them they would not suddenly collapse from mental exhaustion, the last few days of the term were enveloped in a serene and joyous atmosphere throughout Hogwarts. The cold, unsettling whispers that once haunted the castle had vanished, and the walls no longer bore the terrifying blood writings. Students wore carefree smiles, reveling in the liberation that followed the end of their examinations. Sunlight poured through the tall windows, illuminating the corridors, while the courtyard resonated with the sounds of laughter and play. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny strolled through the castle, savoring this long-awaited peace. They made their way to Hagrid's hut, where he brewed strong tea for them in his enormous patch teapot and produced homemade rock cakes, an offering Harry and Ron cautiously refrained from touching. They animatedly recounted their experiences in the Chamber of Secrets, causing Hagrid's massive frame to tremble with excitement upon hearing of the basilisk's demise. He dabbed at his nose with a filthy handkerchief, exclaiming, "Well done. I knew you could do it." When Hagrid learned that Ginny had also played a pivotal role in the final confrontation, he clapped her shoulder with such force that she nearly toppled over, proclaiming loudly, "Good on you. I knew you were something special, not one to speak much, but reliable when it counts." Harry observed that Ginny had seemed somewhat more subdued in recent days. She continued to join them and engage in conversation, yet a flicker of unnoticeable contemplation occasionally danced in her dark eyes, as if she were digesting or planning something. Harry recalled the thick notebook she had been writing in during their time in the hospital wing and her calm, profound insights regarding Horcruxes. The sensation that Ginny harbored a secret resurfaced in his mind. However, he refrained from pressing her, understanding that everyone possesses their own mysteries, and Ginny was undoubtedly a trustworthy companion. At last, the day of the term's conclusion arrived, and the atmosphere of the end-of-year feast was unprecedentedly jubilant. The great hall was adorned with the scarlet and gold that represented Gryffindor, and a colossal banner emblazoned with a majestic lion hung above. Even the enchanted ceiling mirrored the vivid hues of the sunset. Professor Dumbledore stood before the staff table, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He began by announcing that, due to the complete resolution of the chamber incident, all petrified victims had recovered, and the school had returned to its former tranquility. He particularly commended several students for their acts of bravery. Mr. Ron Weasley, who demonstrated extraordinary strategic insight and self-sacrifice on the chessboard, steadfastly supporting his friends. Ron's face flushed as red as his hair, and he nearly buried his face in his plate amid the raucous cheers erupting from the Gryffindor table. Ms. Hermione Granger, whose extensive knowledge and sharp logic unraveled the crucial potion riddle, paving the way for the resolution of the crisis. Hermione struggled to maintain her composure, but the excited flush on her cheeks and her straightened posture betrayed her enthusiasm. Mr. Harry Potter. The voice of Dumbledore grew increasingly solemn as he faced the monstrous legacy of Salazar Slytherin, displaying extraordinary bravery and unwavering resolve. In a moment of peril, he received the validation of the Sword of Gryffindor, ultimately vanquishing the basilisk and safeguarding his friends and the school. Thunderous applause and cheers reverberated through the hall, nearly threatening to lift the roof. Harry felt a warmth spread across his cheeks, his heart swelling with pride and affection. At last, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the boy seated beside Harry, Yunqi, as the cacophony within the hall subsided slightly, many curious eyes now resting upon this usually unassuming boy. And Mr. Yunqi Potter, Dumbledore's voice rang clear and tranquil. In that critical moment, he maintained an exceptional calmness and clarity of judgment. He astutely discerned the weaknesses of the foe and, with remarkable precision and courage, executed a pivotal intervention at the most perilous juncture, proving indispensable in the ultimate destruction of the dark creature and the salvation of his companions. He demonstrated that wisdom and composure are equally treasured qualities of Gryffindor, in contrast to the fervent cheers for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Yunqi's applause was tinged with surprise and curiosity. Many students, particularly those from other houses, cast fresh glances at the boy who had often seemed a mere shadow of Harry. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Yunqi remained serene, merely bowing slightly toward Dumbledore and the applauding crowd, devoid of any trace of pride, as if the accolades were not directed at him. Dumbledore smiled at this scene before announcing that due to the exceptional contributions of the four of them, and Neville Longbottom's steadfastness in the face of Malfoy's threats, Gryffindor had earned additional points. Thus, Dumbledore's voice boomed. Gryffindor had secured the House Cup for the academic year. Scarlet and gold ribbons cascaded from the ceiling, and the Gryffindor table erupted into jubilant celebration. Students leapt up, cheering and embracing, pumpkin juice splattering everywhere. Harry, Ron, and Hermione excitedly embraced one another, pulling in a somewhat bewildered Neville. Even Yunqi was enveloped by Ron's enthusiastic grasp, a faint smile barely discernible at the corners of his mouth as he melted into the joyful sea. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the common room had transformed into a veritable ocean of delight. Fred and George had somehow procured an abundance of firecrackers, filling the air with sparkling embers and resounding pops. Lee Jordan magically amplified his voice, mimicking the commentary of a Quidditch match. Every face radiated joy. Harry found himself surrounded by classmates, recounting the embellished tale of his encounter with the basilisk repeatedly. He reveled in the glory of heroism, his heart brimming with happiness. He noticed Yunqi seated alone in a plush chair near the fireplace, cradling a steaming cup of milk. He never indulged in butterbeer. Quietly observing the raucous crowd without engaging in conversation, yet not appearing out of place, as if he were at a safe distance, absorbing and witnessing the shared joy. He turned his head to glance at Yunqi on the opposite bunk. Under the moonlight, Yunqi seemed still awake, lying quietly with his eyes fixed on the top of the curtain, as if deep in contemplation. Yunqi, Harry inquired softly, "Do you have any plans for the summer?" "Oh," Harry responded, recalling Yunqi's peculiar fascination with ancient and intricate matters. It sounded quite intriguing. Another silence ensued. "Harry," Yunqi initiated this time, his voice resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness of the night. Take care of your scar." Yunzi's tone was gentle, yet imbued with an extraordinary seriousness. The connection to Voldemort might, in the future, yield further complications, but it could also prove to be a pivotal clue. Stay vigilant. Harry felt a slight tightening in his chest as he touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, nodding, "I will." He refrained from asking Yunqi why he had suddenly brought this up after the events in the Chamber of Secrets. He had increasingly sensed that Yunzi's warnings always held a deeper significance. The moonlight flowed serenely through the window, enveloping the two boys, each burdened with their own thoughts. The second year at Hogwarts had come to a close, taking with it fears and crises, yet leaving behind indelible marks of friendship, courage, and growth, while also sowing the seeds of more secrets, darkness, and light for the future. As for Harry Potter and Yunqi Potter, their story was far from reaching its conclusion. Chapter 40. The Journey Home, Muggle Carriage, and the quietly unfolding prelude. The Hogwarts Express, resembling a crimson steel behemoth, exhaled billowing clouds of white steam as it came to rest beside Hogsmeade Station. The bustling platform 9 3/4 was abuzz with the clamor of farewells and the joy of reunions. The calls of owls, the sounds of luggage wheels scraping against the ground, parents calling their children's names, and the excited or melancholic exchanges among students intertwined to create a unique symphony characteristic of the term's end. "Over here, there's an empty carriage," Ron shouted, his keen eyes spotting a compartment near the rear of the train. They struggled to load their luggage aboard and settle in. Rowanus Beithrat, Scabbers, still comfortably nestled in Ron's pocket before the truth of the serious incident was revealed, was placed in a specially designed small cage, appearing more agitated than usual, incessantly nudging the bars with his nose. Hermione's ginger cat, Crookshanks, sat regally on the seat, her amber eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, especially pausing momentarily on Scabbers' cage. Emitting a low, rumbling purr. "She still wants to catch Scabbers," Ron grumbled discontentedly, shifting the cage closer to himself. "Crookshanks is just responding instinctively," Hermione defended her cat, though her tone lacked conviction as she reached out to stroke Crookshanks' thick fur, attempting to soothe her. Yunqi securely placed his somewhat aged, yet impeccably polished brown suitcase on the luggage rack before settling into his customary window seat. He did not partake in the discussion about pets, his gaze calmly directed towards the bustling crowd outside the window. observing the parents and students clad in an array of wizarding robes, his expression as elusive as ever. The train emitted a long, mournful whistle as it gradually set in motion. The familiar towers and contours of Hogwarts Castle dwindled away, ultimately vanishing from sight. A brief silence enveloped the compartment. A melancholic air of farewell silently spreading. Uncertain of what new courses awaited them in the upcoming term, Hermione broke the silence first. She retrieved a bulging little bag of beads and produced a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration, seemingly eager to commence her preparatory studies. I heard that in the third year, we can choose electives like ancient runes and arithmancy. I want to select both, but I'm uncertain about potential scheduling conflicts, she mused. Ron made a face, exclaiming, "Give me a break, Hermione. The exams have only just concluded, and you're already poring over next term's books?" He dramatically slapped his forehead. "Can't you, like a normal person, enjoy a homework-free holiday?" Hermione's eyes sparkled as if she had found a kindred spirit. "Exactly. I read in A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes that each rune corresponds to natural elements, deities, or concepts. Once mastered, one can even directly channel magical energy without solely relying on incantations." She excitedly began to enumerate some fundamental meanings of runes. Ron, growing drowsy, whispered to Harry. They started speaking that incomprehensible language again. Harry chuckled softly, choosing not to engage. His gaze drifted to Yunqi, who seemed to concentrate more intently when Hermione mentioned the runes, occasionally offering brief additions or corrections to her points, the terminology sounding even more arcane than Hermione's descriptions. Harry realized once again that Yunqi's accumulation of magical knowledge likely surpassed their wildest imaginings. Where on earth had he acquired such knowledge? Was it solely from books? The conversation swiftly transitioned from ancient runes to the forthcoming Quidditch World Cup. Ron immediately perked up, animatedly recounting the various details he had gleaned from his father about the venue and participating teams, particularly his beloved Bulgarian team and their star seeker, Victor Krum. "Dad said we might use a portkey to get there. It's not the most pleasant experience, but undoubtedly more thrilling than the Fleur network." Ron gesticulated as if he were grasping the portkey himself. "I hope the Irish team wins. Their chaser tactics are exceptional." Hermione temporarily set aside her book to join the discussion, evidently having done her homework as well. "Krum is the best. He perfected that modified version of the Wronski feint last year, called the Krum twist. It was simply stunning." Ron countered. Harry, captivated by the topic, eagerly participated in the conversation. He longed to attend the World Cup himself, yet thoughts of the Dursleys dimmed his spirits. He glanced at Yunqi, finding him quietly listening, not interjecting, but seemingly less interested in Quidditch than in ancient runes, his gaze occasionally drifting back to the swiftly passing fields and forests beyond the window. After a spirited discussion about Quidditch, Ron's stomach grumbled audibly. He promptly retrieved a large paper bag from his luggage, brimming with an assortment of sandwiches, pastries, and cakes prepared by Mrs. Weasley. "You must try my mom's beef pies." Ron enthusiastically distributed the treats to everyone. Harry and Hermione gratefully accepted, indulging heartily. Luna, on the other hand, took a smaller sandwich, thanked them politely, and began to eat it in small, measured bites, as if partaking in a ritual. Her almost silent consumption contrasted sharply with Ron's more ravenous demeanor. As the train continued its journey northward, the scenery outside gradually opened up to reveal undulating green hills and scattered villages beneath a blue sky adorned with wispy clouds. Around 3 in the afternoon, the train came to a gentle halt at a small platform for a brief technical stop and water replenishment. Some students seized the opportunity to step outside for fresh air. At that moment, their carriage door swung open, revealing Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 notorious lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, blocking the entrance. Malfoy's complexion seemed even paler than usual, his gray eyes flickering with suppressed fury and evident resentment. The disgrace of his father's downfall at the Ministry of Magic evidently weighed heavily on this Slytherin prince. "Look who it is," Malfoy's voice elongated with familiar mockery, yet beneath that taunt lay a chilling malice. The great Harry Potter, along with his entourage. His gaze swept over Ron and Hermione before landing on Luna, who appeared to be resting her eyes, a sardonic smirk curling at the corners of Malfoy's lips. And Lucky Potter, who seems to have been quite frightened in the Chamber of Secrets. "Need a nap to recover?" Ron sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his face flushed. "Malfoy, are you looking for a fight?" Hermione also closed her book, watching the trio at the door with a wary expression. Harry calmly placed a hand on Ron's arm, rising to meet Malfoy's gaze. "We're not interested in conversing with you, Malfoy. Leave our compartment." Malfoy remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on Harry as if attempting to bore holes through him with his glare. "My father's situation will not be forgotten, Potter," he hissed, his tone laden with menace. "You think winning the House Cup and ruining something makes you special? Just wait until next term. You'll see." At that moment, Luna, who had kept her eyes closed, slowly opened them. Instead of looking at Malfoy, she directed her attention toward a few Muggle workers on the platform, engrossed in their tasks, as if fascinated by their industriousness. However, the instant Luna's eyes fluttered open, Malfoy seemed startled, his words abruptly faltering. Uncontrollably, he shifted his gaze toward her. Though Luna exhibited no threatening gestures, nor did she meet his eyes directly, the sheer tranquility and indifference she exuded, as if he were invisible, unsettled Malfoy far more than Harry's anger or Ron's clenched fists ever could. He recalled his father's grim mention of that other Potter, which felt somewhat sinister, and he remembered the scattered accounts circulating in school about Yunqi's unnaturally composed demeanor in the hidden chamber. Crabbe and Goyle were fidgeting restlessly, seemingly poised to charge in at Malfoy's command. The train appeared to be on the verge of departing, leaving them blocked at the door, which felt precarious. His words bore no hint of aggression, instead carrying an air of objective statement. Yet, combined with his complete disregard for the other's provocations, it cultivated a peculiar effect. Malfoy's pent-up fury had nowhere to land. The muscles in Malfoy's cheek twitched as he shot a fierce glare at Yunqi, then sequentially glared at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, squeezing out a terse, "We shall see." With that, he abruptly turned, departing with Crabbe and Goyle, slamming the carriage door shut behind him. Ugh, what a piece of work. Ron spat at the closed door, still seething. He must be looking for trouble. All because of Lucius Malfoy. Hermione said worriedly, "We really need to be cautious next term." After this brief altercation, the atmosphere in the carriage grew somewhat tense. But it was soon lightened by Ron's silly jokes and Hermione's sharing of her preliminary ideas regarding the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, to which Ron retorted, "Hermione, leave those poor house elves alone." The train continued its journey, the sky gradually darkening. Distant lights from the Muggle city began to twinkle into view. They started changing into their Muggle attire, preparing to disembark. When the Hogwarts Express finally glided into King's Cross Station at platform 9 3/4, the moment of parting had truly arrived. "Make sure to write to us." Hermione embraced Harry and Ron, and solemnly urged Yunqi, "Stay in touch." "Don't worry, Hermione," Harry assured. "Remember to tell us about the World Cup." Ron called out to Harry, his tone laced with envy. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were already waiting on the platform, standing beside Ginny, who looked much better and was smiling and waving at them. Hermione's parents, a kindly-looking pair of dentists, were also standing not far away. Harry spotted Uncle Vernon at the other end of the platform, his expression grim and decidedly out of place. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for another arduous summer. Yunqi, too, noticed the person sent to escort him, a plainly dressed old witch in a gray robe, with graying hair and a serious countenance. She had been arranged by Dumbledore to oversee, and to some extent protect, Yunqi during the summer, residing in a remote wizarding village in Scotland. "Goodbye, Harry, Ron, Hermione." Yunqi bid farewell to the trio, his tone still calm, though his gaze seemed slightly softened compared to usual. "Goodbye, Yunqi," Harry replied. "Keep in touch over the summer." Yunqi nodded, then turned, pushing his luggage trolley towards the old witch. His silhouette, amidst the bustling crowd, appeared somewhat solitary, yet remarkably upright and resolute. Harry watched as Yunqi disappeared into the crowd, glancing at the exuberant Weasley family and the impatient Uncle Vernon, his heart brimming with uncertainty about the future, yet simultaneously harboring a flicker of resolve. Regardless of how the summer unfolded, Hogwarts would forever be his home, and his friends, including the enigmatic yet dependable brother Yunqi, would serve as his source of strength in facing all challenges. Chapter 41. The tumult and silent struggle in the shadows. The summer at number 4, Privet Drive, was as oppressive and stifling as ever, as though the very air had thickened into a viscous syrup, suffocating in its density. Harry Potter found himself trapped in the cramped, dimly lit storage cupboard under the stairs, feeling akin to a beetle pinned in a display case, futilely struggling against the despairing shackles that bound him. The Dursleys' attitude towards him had grown more nuanced following the Dementor attack on Aunt Marge at the end of the last term, though they were oblivious to the true nature of the threat and the ominous warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. No longer did they openly abuse and command him. Instead, a cold, distant demeanor, tinged with fear and intense loathing, had taken its place. Uncle Vernon's stout neck seemed perpetually strained, avoiding any eye contact with Harry. Aunt Petunia skirted around him as if he were a harbinger of plague, while Dudley, though still pudgy and dim-witted, had become considerably more subdued in Harry's presence, occasionally betraying a glimmer of fear and confusion in his small pig-like eyes that even he could not quite comprehend. Loneliness and anxiety entwined around Harry's heart like creeping vines. He yearned for Hogwarts, longing for the freely traversable staircases of the castle, the ever-changing starry ceiling of the Great Hall, the warmth of the Gryffindor common room's fire, and most of all for his friends. He even found himself missing Snape's greasy hair and sardonic remarks, as they at least signified his continued presence in that wondrous magical realm. In stark contrast to Harry's confinement, at this moment in a remote, nearly isolated wizarding village in the Cairngorms of Scotland, Yunqi's life unfolded with its own sense of order and focus. Residing temporarily in an ancient stone cottage constructed of gray rock and overrun with hardy vines, he was under the care of the stern, unsmiling old witch, Elidora Hopgood, who had met him at the station. Mrs. Hopgood, a retired employee of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, possessed a demeanor as austere and silent as the valley she inhabited, yet she meticulously adhered to Dumbledore's instructions, providing Yunqi with essential living arrangements and an environment of absolute tranquility. Every day, Yunqi's life followed a strict regimen of self-discipline. At dawn, while the valley remained shrouded in mist, he would rise to engage in a unique practice that blended slow physical stretches with mental focus, resembling neither gymnastics nor any known exercise, but rather a method to guide his magical energy, refining and taming it. After breakfast, he would dedicate the entire morning to studying the ancient notes and manuscripts belonging to the four founders, which he had brought back from the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. The handwriting on the parchment was both hasty and profound, adorned with long-lost magical symbols and personalized annotations, the comprehension of which demanded immense mental exertion. In the afternoon, he would partake in practical magical exercises. He eschewed the standard spells that would appear on the OWL's examinations, instead dedicating himself to the practical applications of ancient languages like Nivian, as well as more subtle magical techniques that relied heavily on mental control and willpower. At times, he would venture to a secluded area behind the stone house, concealed by magic, attempting to guide the elemental winds to swirl fallen leaves into specific patterns, or to arrange small stones on the ground into an ancient sequence. These practices were often silent and devoid of dazzling light, yet they embodied a deeper understanding and mastery of the essence of magic. His wand was increasingly set aside. More often, he relied solely on gestures, thoughts, and the ancient runes etched in his mind to channel power. Mrs. Hopgood would occasionally observe this unusually quiet boy through the kitchen window in silence. She could see the absolute focus on Yunqi's face while he practiced, as well as the pure and ancient magical fluctuations that danced at his fingertips, which felt somewhat unfamiliar even to her, a former employee of the Department of Mysteries. She asked nothing, merely ensuring, at Dumbledore's request, that the food supply was maintained and the environment remained tranquil. However, this almost ascetic calm was shattered on a sweltering July evening. He immediately halted, his gaze sharpening like a hawk that had spotted its prey. He swiftly closed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy to perceive the flow of magic around him. The natural magic of the Cairngorm Valley, which usually flowed like a gentle stream, now exhibited a faint disturbance imbued with a chilling and chaotic essence. This disturbance was imperceptibly subtle, as if emanating from a very distant place, conveyed through some medium. Were it not for Yunqi's extraordinary sensitivity to magic and the ancient magic flowing within him resonating in response, it would have gone unnoticed. It was the dark mark, and not an ordinary manifestation, but the unique, life-defiling dark waves that emerge when violence and slaughter are ignited. Yunqi abruptly opened his eyes, raising his gaze towards the general direction from which the magical disturbance originated in the south. His brow furrowed deeply. The Quidditch World Cup. At this juncture, an event gathering such a multitude of wizards, the eruption of such dark turmoil, could not be mere coincidence. He promptly turned and strode into the stone house. Mrs. Hopgood was seated in a rocking chair by the fireplace, weaving something. Sensing Yunqi's unusually hurried footsteps, she looked up, her gray eyes filled with inquiry. Mrs. Hopgood. Yunqi's voice remained steady, though his pace quickened. I need to contact Professor Dumbledore immediately. There's an urgent situation. Without further questions, Mrs. Hopgood set aside her weaving, rose, and approached a wooden box resembling an old radio by the fireplace. This was a secure, point-to-point flu communication device. She skillfully adjusted several knobs and whispered a few words into a speaker. Moments later, Dumbledore's half-length statue materialized within the flickering flames of the hearth, his expression grave. and his blue eyes, sharp as blades behind his crescent-shaped glasses, scrutinized the surroundings. Yunqi, Elidora, what has transpired? Dumbledore's voice resonated through the fire, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Professor, Yunqi stepped forward, succinctly reporting, just now, I sensed a potent disturbance of dark magic emanating from the south, closely resembling the fluctuations recorded when the dark mark is activated, intermingled with a palpable essence of slaughter and chaos. The source is presumed to be in the direction of the Quidditch World Cup Stadium. Dumbledore's gaze instantly became profoundly serious. Are you certain? His tone deepened. The figure of Dumbledore in the flames lapsed into silence for a moment, a shadow of concern enveloping his features. I understand. Thank you, Yunqi. Your warning is most timely. He spoke swiftly. Remain vigilant. Stay in Cairngorm. Do not venture anywhere else. Elidora, enhance the protective measures. Once the communication ceased, an oppressive atmosphere settled within the stone cottage. Madame Hopgood quietly approached the door, commencing a low chant of intricate protective spells, layer upon layer of invisible magical barriers rippling outward like waves, enveloping the entire stone structure. Yunqi moved to the window once more, gazing into the night sky to the south. His face remained impassive, yet deep within his dark eyes. It seemed as if icy flames flickered to life. He spread his palm, his fingertips instinctively tracing a complex combination of ancient runes symbolizing tracking and insight. The symbols emitted a faint glow, striving to capture the residual, almost dissipated essence of darkness lingering in the air. Yet the distance was too great to ascertain more than a rough direction and that unsettling nature. He knew Harry must be there, alongside the Weasley family, while he was unaware of the specific circumstances on site. The emergence of the Dark Mark and the tumult among the Death Eaters undoubtedly heralded the resurgence of Voldemort's shadow over the magical realm, shattering the facade of peace. In the ensuing days, news trickled in through various channels. Just as Yunqi had forewarned, following the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup final, the camp was besieged by masked Death Eaters who set ablaze Muggle tents, tormented wizarding families, and incited widespread panic. Even more disconcerting was the discharge of the Dark Mark amidst the chaos, causing considerable upheaval within the Ministry of Magic. Minister Cornelius Fudge attempted to downplay the incident as the drunken mischief of a few extreme individuals, directing blame towards the innocent house elf, Yunqi, and her former master, ex-ministry official Barty Crouch, who claimed his house elf had stolen his wand. However, Yunqi gleaned from the brief messages transmitted through encrypted channels from Dumbledore that the truth was far from such simplifications. The scene revealed ministry officials under the control of the Cruciatus Curse, alongside some unusual traces. More critically, amidst the turmoil, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar once more and glimpsed a shadowy figure cloaked in a robe, resonating faintly with the soul fragment Yunqi had sensed. The situation is deteriorating, Yunqi. In his final communique, Dumbledore's voice bore an unprecedented weight of fatigue and gravity. As the power of Voldemort surged and his followers began to regroup, the Ministry of Magic's blindness and self-deception would only exacerbate the dire situation. We must prepare ourselves. After the communication ended, Yunqi sat alone in the dim light of the stone cottage, motionless for an extended period. Outside, the night in the Cairngorm Valley was silent and cold, the starry sky starkly contrasting with the distant turmoil of the past and the encroaching darkness. He spread his palm, observing his long, strong fingers, the tips seemingly still tinged with the icy sensation reminiscent of tracking the dark presence. He recognized that mere learning and preparation would no longer suffice. Voldemort's shadow had once again fallen, and Harry, as the prophesied savior, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. He required greater power, not solely for self-preservation, but to protect those he cherished amidst the impending storm, to alter a seemingly fated outcome. He recalled the ancient and perilous magics described in the notes of the four founders, as well as Salazar Slytherin's obscure and dangerous treatises on the nature of power. Until now, he had consciously controlled the boundaries of his exploration, steering clear of the excessively dark or uncontrollable realms. However, the crisis loomed ominously. Yunqi's gaze grew resolute. He rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a peculiar black notebook, devoid of any title on its cover, which belonged to Salazar Slytherin's private studies. He turned to a page depicting an exceedingly complex ritual array composed of numerous nested ancient runes and magical geometric shapes, accompanied by Slytherin's scrawled yet chilling annotations. Draw from the shadows, temper your will, glimpse the essence of power at the edge of life and death. Yet, a single misstep can lead to irreparable doom. This was a perilous choice. Yet Yunqi understood that time was of the essence. and he must venture to unearth deeper power within controllable limits to confront the impending, more ferocious storm. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand against the frigid text, his eyes glimmering with determination. The new term of Hogwarts had yet to commence, but an unspoken battle concerning power and will had quietly begun in this remote valley. Chapter 42. The Source of Magic and Silent Guardians. The mornings in Cairngorm Valley were perpetually shrouded in a damp, cold mist, as if time flowed particularly slowly in this place. As was her custom, Madame Elidora Hopgood arose before dawn, preparing a simple breakfast. Habitually, as she cast her gaze towards the concealed clearing behind the house, she was unexpectedly met with the absence of the boy who typically practiced in serene solitude. The clearing lay empty, save for the dew-dampened grass and lingering mist. A fleeting hint of concern brushed across Madame Hopgood's otherwise tranquil demeanor. For nearly 2 months, young Potter's routine had been as precise as a finely tuned clock, without exception. She discreetly intensified the protective magical perception enveloping the stone house, finding no signs of external intrusion or internal anomalies. The boy seemed to have vanished into thin air. At this moment, Yunqi was not outside the stone house, but rather in a more clandestine and fitting place that catered to his current needs. This was not a spell taught in Hogwarts courses, but rather one of the theoretical models proposed by Rowena Ravenclaw in her research on countering ancient dark magical creatures. It required the caster to possess an almost primal mastery over magical power, allowing them to bypass incantations and wand assistance, directly constructing a rune entity imbued with specific exorcising and purifying effects through sheer will and magic. Maintaining this rune necessitated a continuous output of pure magical energy and a heightened state of mental focus. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Yunqi's forehead, yet his gaze remained tranquil. The rune radiated a steady glow, quietly dispelling any discordant impurities from the surrounding magical essence. This was merely the first step. Subsequently, he raised his left hand, and the magical light trickling from his fingertips began to construct a more intricate structure, not a singular rune, but a miniature, self-adjusting magical array. This was the realm in which Helga Hufflepuff excelled, merging the powers of protection and healing into a sustained barrier. The diminutive array spun above his palm, emanating a heavy, warm aura akin to the earth, harmonizing beautifully with the luminescence of his right-hand purification rune, simultaneously maintaining 2 high-level, wandless, and silent magical constructs of entirely different attributes was an endeavor nearly impossible for any wizard. The magical energy surged within Yunqi, akin to guiding 2 vastly different dragons, requiring unparalleled precision to ensure their harmonious coexistence and mutual enhancement. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Yunqi gradually dissipated the magical constructs in his hands. The light rune and miniature array dissolved into the air like stardust. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his complexion slightly pale, yet his dark eyes shone brighter and deeper than ever, as if holding the luminescence of the celestial sphere. This profound meditation and magical introspection had elevated his understanding and control of his own power to a new echelon. He was confident that if faced again with the malevolent aura of that fateful Quidditch World Cup night, he would no longer merely passively sense and vaguely track it. Days later, a thick letter from Hermione Granger arrived in Yunqi's hands through an encrypted magical channel. In her letter, Hermione expressed her anxiety and fury, detailing how the Daily Prophet had incessantly slandered Harry and Dumbledore, portraying them as deceitful charlatans who incited panic, while downplaying the true events of the Death Eater disturbance and the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup. The Ministry of Magic had even dispatched that dreadful woman, Dolores Umbridge, to Hogwarts to assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor. This was clearly an attempt to monitor and control Professor Dumbledore. Harry was in a dire predicament, with almost the entire magical community, influenced by the Daily Prophet, casting doubts upon him. What should we do, Yunqi? Do you have any thoughts? After reading the letter, Yunqi fell into silence for a moment. The manipulation of public opinion and the suppression by authorities are tactics commonly employed by Voldemort and his minions to eliminate dissent and sow division. He could vividly imagine the immense pressure and isolation that Harry must be enduring at this moment. He first pointed out the evident logical fallacies and selective reporting in the Daily Prophet's rhetoric, suggesting that Hermione systematically document these discrepancies and explore alternative media channels, such as the Quibbler, to voice their concerns. Even if the initial impact proved modest, it could plant seeds of doubt in the minds of a few discerning wizards. Furthermore, he underscored the significance of practical experience. Should the official curriculum fail to provide authentic training in defensive magic, it becomes crucial to organize privately and engage in mutual instruction. He subtly alluded to the many secret spaces within Hogwarts Castle, such as the Room of Requirement, which might serve as ideal venues for practice. He even enclosed a simple yet effective technique for detecting any eavesdropping or surveillance magic in their surroundings, based on keen observation of the magical currents in the environment, requiring no wand and perfectly suited for sensitive situations. In conclusion, he wrote, "The truth may be temporarily obscured, yet it cannot be permanently distorted. Knowledge and power are the most effective weapons to pierce through lies. Stay vigilant, focus on self-improvement, and unite with trustworthy individuals." This letter, devoid of impassioned exhortations, offered only calm analysis and pragmatic advice. Yet, between the lines, there emanated a sense of composure and confidence rooted in profound strength and foresight. He understood that Hogwarts was on the brink of becoming a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. The challenges Harry faced extended beyond the monsters of the Chamber of Secrets. They included pressures and suspicions from authorities, public opinion, and classmates. While he could not always be by Harry's side, he could offer support in his own way and, through relentless training, ensure that when true darkness descended, he possessed the power to alter the course of events. As the end of summer quietly approached and the nights in the Vale of Carnarvon began to bear a hint of chill, Yunqi received a small parcel delivered by an unfamiliar owl. The package bore no name, containing only several ancient-looking tomes on occlumency and willpower defense, along with a blank note. Yunqi picked up the note, his fingertips gliding across its surface. A familiar, slender, and vigorous handwriting gradually emerged. "Knowledge is armor, will is a shield. In the new term, maybe well utilized." Yunqi gazed at the inscription, his eyes flickering with emotion. He stowed the books away and cast his gaze southward once more, as if piercing through the layers of mountains to behold that familiar castle. A storm was approaching, and he was already prepared, not as the brother of the Savior, but as the heir of the fifth founder of Hogwarts, quietly weaving his protective web. Chapter 43. The Silent Classroom and a Legacy of the Room of Requirement. His goal was that familiar tapestry depicting the giant beating the dim-witted Grop. Standing before that bare wall, he clearly murmured his request within. "I require a space that can shield against prying eyes, suitable for advanced magical practice and the transmission of knowledge." The wall silently slid open, revealing a familiar, scarred wooden door. However, upon entering, he discovered that the interior was starkly different from the empty practice ground he had previously used for his magical training. Before him lay not a vast expanse for practice, but rather a fusion of an ancient magical library and laboratory. Towering bookshelves reached up to the vaulted ceiling, laden not with the familiar leather-bound tomes of Hogwarts Library, but with far older scrolls, manuscripts, and stone tablets of diverse materials. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, dried herbs, and a faint aura of magic reminiscent of stardust. At the room's center stood a colossal stone platform, intricately engraved with complex magical glyphs, surrounded by scattered instruments for alchemy and magical constructs. Although ancient, these artifacts were pristine, as if they had just been meticulously polished. A soft light emanated from the embedded runes and crystals adorning the walls. This was the manifestation of the Room of Requirement, responding to his ancestral needs. A replica of a private library and workshop utilized for high-level magical research and knowledge preservation by the four founders and himself, nearly a millennium ago. Yunqi approached a particular bookshelf, his fingertips gliding over the familiar copies of notes. Godric's insights on combat magic, Rowena's logical deductions on runes, Helga's studies on magical creatures and nature's harmony, and Salazar's perilous and profound inquiries into the essence of soul and power. These were the true depths of Hogwarts, far surpassing the curated and simplified texts found in the exterior library. He retrieved a silver scroll on will protection and mental penetration, unfurling it upon the central stone platform. This was Rowena's script, specifically intended to counteract the effects of the Imperiu's curse and more subtle mental influences. He knew that Harry would soon require this. Harry had been compelled to use a black quill that drew blood, inscribing repeatedly on the back of his hand the phrase, "I cannot lie." The intense pain and unhealable wound were not just physical torments, but also a profound mental humiliation. After class, he stormed out, his hands still throbbing. "She's a devil." Ron growled in indignation. "We must do something." Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination. "We cannot expect her to teach us anything useful to combat, you know what." Harry remained silent, engulfed in a deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, a calm voice resonated behind them. "Theory is not without value. Yet, rigid, castrated theory is akin to shackles. Yunqi continued, his voice low but clearly reaching the ears of the trio. True knowledge lies in understanding its principles and being able to apply them flexibly, even transcending them. Hermione immediately grasped the crux. Yunqi, do you mean? Harry and Ron looked on in confusion, yet Hermione's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She recalled how, during their quest for information on Nicholas Flamel last year, Yunqi had similarly guided them. That evening, as Harry brooded over the pain in his hand and Umbridge's incessant provocations, Hermione sought him and Ron out, her eyes alight with excitement. I have grasped the essence of Yunqi's words. She lowered her voice, referring to the room of requirement. She was indicating that we could practice there. The room of requirement? Ron scratched his head in confusion, pondering its nature. It is an enchanted chamber that manifests only when one is genuinely in need of it, Hermione elucidated, assuring that Yunqi must know how to locate it, and implied that it would facilitate our authentic magical training. Thus, under Hermione's guidance, they discovered the room of requirement for the first time, transforming it into a clandestine training ground, giving birth to the D.A. Dumbledore's army. An increasing number of students were covertly recruited, practicing disarming spells, ironclad charms, and even Patronus charms, practical magic explicitly forbidden by Umbridge, under Harry's tutelage. Meanwhile, Yunqi seldom appeared at D.A. meetings. He resembled an invisible guardian and provider of resources. Lambaton, a calm voice resonated beside Neville. Yunqi had approached unnoticed. The Patronus originates from the strength within, and such strength is not solely derived from joy. A steadfast will and the determination to protect those dear to us also illuminate the darkness. Instead of demonstrating the spell, he extended his finger and swiftly traced a simple, ancient rune of courage composed of silvery sparkles in the air before Neville. The rune flickered momentarily, yet a warm and resolute energy washed over Neville's mind and body. Momentarily taken aback, Neville inhaled deeply and raised his wand again, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. This time, although he still could not conjure a complete Patronus, the silvery mist emanating from the wand tip was noticeably denser and more stable, even vaguely forming a rounded shape that pushed back a simulated Dementor conjured by Hermione's magic. All present gazed in astonishment at the scene, perplexed by Yunqi's actions. Yet the results were undeniably evident. On another occasion, while the D.A. members struggled to accurately time the incantation of the ironclad charm and stabilize their magical output, Yunqi observed for a moment before stepping into the center of the room. The essence of the ironclad charm lies in instantly constructing a magical barrier, he proclaimed, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all. The key lies in anticipation and instantaneous concentration. Do not wait until the attack is upon you to react. With that, he raised a hand without retrieving his wand. In the next moment, a translucent, rippling oval barrier materialized before him, solid and imposing, with faint runes swirling upon its surface. The barrier held for several seconds before quietly dissipating. Silent casting? Wandless magic? Autumn gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The other students were equally astonished. Silent spells are already an advanced technique at the Newt's level, while wandless magic exists only in legends. It is not entirely wandless, Yunqi calmly corrected. Rather, once one achieves a certain level of control over their magic, the wand becomes more of an aid and a focus, rather than an absolute necessity. He did not delve further into explanations, yet this brief demonstration undoubtedly left a profound impression in the hearts of all D.A. members. Yunqi Potter's abilities were unfathomable. He is akin to a concealed tactical advisor and reservoir of resources, silently bolstering the embers of rebellion with his profound knowledge and deep understanding of magic that far surpasses ordinary comprehension. He does not vie for leadership nor flaunt his power. Yet every appearance of his, every seemingly casual piece of advice, heightens the awareness of the members of Dumbledore's army, particularly Harry, Ron, and Hermione, regarding his exceptional nature. At times, Harry finds himself perplexed, wondering where this enigmatic figure has acquired such wisdom, and how he possesses an intimate knowledge of the castle's secrets. However, whenever he contemplates inquiring, the sight of those tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a boundless cosmos, renders his questions lodged in his throat. He senses that some answers may not yet be for him to know. He is certain that in this dark epoch, rife with deceit and oppression, Yunqi stands as a comrade and brother in whom he can place unwavering trust. His very existence is a formidable, reassuring force. The quietly transmitted knowledge and increasingly refined magic within the room of requirement serve as the sharpest spear capable of piercing the web of lies spun by Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 44. The Guardian of the Alchemical Workshop and the Silent Game of Strategy. Umbridge's educational policies spread through Hogwarts like a plague, with walls plastered in pink notices and Filch clutching a hefty stack of disciplinary regulations, his face alight with a morbid glee. The air within the castle seemed to congeal, thick with suspicion and oppression. The gatherings of Dumbledore's army became the sole sanctuary where students could breathe freely and wield their wands. With the flickering lights and spells of the Room of Requirement embodying a defiant flame amidst the pervasive gloom. Yet, the more fervently the flame blazed, the more it attracted moths and hands seeking to extinguish it. On a chilly November night, the members of Dumbledore's army had just concluded a joint spell-casting exercise focused on breaking common binding charms. The room still resonated with the remnants of magic and the excited chatter of children. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were tidying up while discussing the agenda for their next meeting. As was his custom, Yunqi occupied a discreet corner, inspecting the magical targets just practiced by a few younger students, his fingertips occasionally shimmering with light as he mended the minute cracks wrought by magical impact. Suddenly, a faint, yet distinctly unusual ripple, unlike the typical flow of magic, emanated from the scratched wooden door of the room. This subtle disturbance suggested someone was cautiously scanning the walls outside with some form of detection magic. Yunqi's movements instantly froze. He raised his head, a sharp gleam akin to that of a hawk flashing in his dark eyes. Without even glancing towards the door, he heightened his senses to their utmost. The joyous residual magic in the air contrasted starkly with the cold, official-seeming detection magic emanating from beyond the door. "There's a situation." His voice, though low, struck the room like a stone cast into boiling water, instantly silencing all chatter and laughter. Harry grasped his wand tightly, anxiously glancing towards the entrance. "Is it Umbridge?" Uncertain of the identity, he sensed the presence of detection magic outside. Yunqi's tone remained eerily calm as she sought the precise location and means of entry into the room. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. If captured by Umbridge, the consequences would extend beyond mere detention and point deductions. Expulsion was a distinct possibility, and it could even endanger their families. "Quick, erase all traces." Hermione was the first to react, her voice trembling as she waved her wand, attempting to dispel the residual magical essence lingering in the air. Time was running out. Yunqi interrupted her, her gaze swiftly scanning the entire room, sensing that the magic had already detected the unusual concentration of power in this area. Conventional cleaning spells would not suffice to completely erase the potent traces left by dozens practicing simultaneously in such a short span. "What now?" Ron's face turned pale. "We're going to get caught." He cast no spells, nor waved his wand. Yet at that moment, the profound magic within him surged forth, akin to an underground river. And with a magnificent force, it surged into the stone pedestal. A low hum reverberated through the room. The ancient, intricate magical runes upon the pedestal were instantly illuminated, radiating a soft glow akin to the breath of a living creature. This light swiftly spread along the decorative patterns on the floor and walls, enveloping the entire interior of the Room of Requirement in an instant. Simultaneously, the detection magic outside seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, the chilling sense of scanning becoming muddled and chaotic as if it had lost its target. "I have temporarily activated the room's concealment and confusion matrix." Yunqi's voice resonated in the stillness, imbued with an air of control. It can disrupt external detection and create illusions regarding spatial coordinates. However, it cannot hold for long. If they intensify their probing, they will inevitably uncover the truth. Despite their alarm, the members of D.A. swiftly began to evacuate under Harry's command. One by one, they slipped silently out of the Room of Requirement, merging into the shadows of the castle's dark corridors. Ultimately, only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the still concentrating Yunqi remained in the room. "Yunqi, you must leave as well," Harry urged anxiously. Yunqi shook her head, her eyes fixed on the swirling light atop the pedestal. "The magic array requires stable guidance to completely mask our traces as we depart. You go ahead. I will hold them off." "This is far too dangerous," Hermione exclaimed. "I know what I'm doing," Yunqi replied with an undeniable authority. "Hurry. Cast a simple alarm charm at the end of the corridor. If you see a pink figure, create a disturbance with an explosion charm to draw attention." Harry understood that this was not the time for debate. He gazed deeply at Yunqi, then took Ron and Hermione, who were still hesitating, and swiftly exited the room. The Room of Requirement stood empty, save for Yunqi. With her eyes closed, she immersed her entire being in guiding the magical array while attuning herself to the sounds beyond the door. She could sense the detection magic outside, like a headless fly, growing increasingly agitated and unstable under the intensified energy interference. Umbridge, of this, she was nearly certain, seemed unable to comprehend why, despite sensing the strong magical fluctuations. She could not pinpoint their exact location. At long last, after futilely scanning for several minutes, the cold aura of the detection magic receded like a tide. Clearly, Umbridge had temporarily relinquished her efforts. The moment his palm withdrew from the recess, the radiance emanating from the stone pedestal and the walls swiftly dimmed. Returning to their ordinary state, Yunqi's body swayed slightly, and he steadied himself against the stone platform. His complexion was even paler than usual, and beads of sweat had dampened his temples. Such a degree of magical control and mental focus was no trivial feat, even for him. "Are you all right?" Harry inquired eagerly. "I'm fine," Yunqi replied, waving his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness as he departed. "The traces have been cleaned up." "Merlin, that was close." Ron exhaled deeply, collapsing into the armchair. "Yunqi, how did you manage that? That pedestal?" Hermione, too, regarded Yunqi with a probing gaze, awestruck by the abilities he had displayed that night, which once again surpassed her comprehension. He was no ordinary wizard, nor even an exceptionally talented one. Yunqi refrained from elucidating the origins of the pedestal and the magical array, merely stating, "The Room of Requirement itself is one of the greatest magical creations of Hogwarts. It encompasses numerous protective mechanisms left by the four founders. I simply happen to know how to activate a portion of them." This explanation remained vague, yet combined with the erudition and mystery Yunqi had consistently exhibited, Harry and his companions chose to accept it. At that moment, they were overwhelmed more by their relief at escaping peril and their gratitude towards Yunqi. "How fortunate we are to have you." Yunqi, Harry expressed sincerely, unable to fathom the potential consequences had Umbridge managed to apprehend the DA that night. Yunqi nodded slightly, opting for silence. He cast a glance out into the pitch-black night, his gaze profound. The crisis had been temporarily averted, yet the game was far from over. Umbridge would not relent, and the shadow of Voldemort loomed ever closer. He needed to make more effective use of the castle's resources and to hasten the enhancement of the DEA members' capabilities, particularly Harry's. He turned his attention to Harry, already formulating new plans in his mind. Perhaps it was time to impart more specific and targeted knowledge, particularly regarding the techniques of mental occlusion and defensive magic, in a more systematic manner to those in need. All of this, however, would still need to transpire in silence, like an undercurrent, gathering the power to overturn everything beneath the calm surface. Chapter 45. Mental Barriers and Silent Instruction. Umbridge's search resembled an unwelcome chill, and although Yunqi had temporarily repelled it with the ancient magic of the Room of Requirement, the biting cold had permeated every corner of Hogwarts. The DA meetings became increasingly cautious, intervals between them lengthened, and a heightened sense of vigilance and unease crept onto the faces of the members. The oppressive atmosphere hung over everyone like a dense cloud, weighing heavily on their hearts. He shared his dreams with Ron and Hermione, and during a lull after one of the DA meetings, he quietly confided in Yunqi. "That door, I sense he desperately wishes to open it, very much so." Harry rubbed at the still sore scar, his voice weary and perplexed. "Is this yet another of his schemes? Like last year when he used me to open the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione immediately introduced the concept of mind shielding and suggested that Harry seek guidance from Snape, as this was previously arranged by Dumbledore. The thought of facing Snape alone for instruction rendered Harry's expression grim. Yunqi listened quietly, and once Harry had finished speaking, he spoke with his usual calmness, yet imbued with a reassuring power. "The scar is a conduit, and dreams are ripples. Voldemort's emotions and obsessions are intricately connected to you through the fragments of your shared soul." He gazed at Harry, his dark eyes seemingly capable of piercing through facades. Learning mind shielding is imperative. However, Professor Snape's methods. He hesitated slightly, as if contemplating his words, perhaps too sharp in tone. In the early stages of mental defense, intense resistance might actually exacerbate the fluctuations of the connection. Harry, feeling understood, nodded eagerly. "That's exactly how I feel. I can't calm myself in front of him at all. What should we do then?" Hermione asked with concern. "If Harry doesn't mastermind shielding, Voldemort could uncover our plans and even exploit Harry." He approached the stone platform in the center of the room and placed his hand once more upon the star map indentation. This time, he infused his magic more gently and with a guiding touch. The stone platform emanated a soft, ethereal glow, not overpowering, yet seemingly capable of soothing one's spirit. Simultaneously, on one side of the room, several silver-gray scrolls, bound with mithril threads, flew out and gracefully landed upon the stone platform. Before seeking external guidance, perhaps it would be wise to first establish a foundation from within. Yunqi released his hand and picked up one of the scrolls to unfurl it. Instead of text, it displayed flowing, intricate patterns and diagrams of mental guidance resembling a galaxy. This was the foundational meditation technique researched by Lady Ravenclaw. While it would not directly impart the knowledge of mind shielding, it could refine one's will and enhance control over one's thoughts and emotions, laying the most solid groundwork for constructing a mental barrier. In the subsequent DA meetings, before or after the customary spell practice, Yunqi would carve out brief moments to guide several core members, including Harry. At Harry's request, Ron and Hermione also joined in this foundational mental meditation. He was neither as aggressive as Snape, nor did he employ any sarcasm. His voice was steady and clear, akin to a stream flowing through a mountain, leading them to relax their bodies, focus on their breathing, and feel the internal flow of their magic, learning to untangle the chaotic thoughts in their minds as one would tidy a cluttered room. Do not attempt to forcibly dispel distracting thoughts. That is futile, Yunqi advised. Observe them, acknowledge their existence, and then, like leaves floating on a stream, let them pass naturally. Anchor your consciousness to a deeper, more stable core, perhaps the people you wish to protect or the beliefs you hold dear. Harry found this to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. His thoughts incessantly drifted to the Dursleys, Voldemort, Umbridge, and a myriad of worries and anxieties that assailed him relentlessly. However, following Yunqi's approach, which does not involve confrontation but rather a serene observation and guidance, he indeed sensed a slight alleviation of the inner turmoil, and the occasional sharp pain from his scar became more bearable. During one meditation session, when Harry was once again disturbed by fragments of dreams, Yunqi approached him without making contact, merely placing his palm gently above the scar on Harry's forehead. A coolness, as tranquil and gentle as moonlight, gradually permeated, neither intrusive nor forceful, but rather a demonstration and a guiding presence. Enveloped by this force, Harry perceived his chaotic thoughts as a tumultuous sea amidst a storm, while Yunqi's mental energy stood like a silent and steadfast lighthouse, unwavering in the face of raging winds and waves, illuminating the path for lost vessels. The profound sense of control and internal order left Harry in awe. He endeavored to emulate that state, striving to ignite a small lighthouse within his own mental landscape. Remember this feeling. Yunqi observed him. Calmness itself was a form of strength. In addition to guiding meditations, Yunqi began to intersperse more intricate explanations of magical applications during DA meetings, often transcending the boundaries of standard spells, emphasizing the understanding and control of magical essence. For instance, while practicing the shield charm, he not only demonstrated silent casting, but also elucidated how to fine-tune the frequency and structure of magical output, enabling the shield charm to offer more targeted defense against various types of attacks, such as the bludgeoning curse versus the stunning spell. Alternatively, when practicing the stunning spell, he would discuss how to condense magical energy into a finer, more penetrating form to bypass simple physical barriers and low-level protective enchantments, which is crucial for facing cunning Death Eaters in the future. His explanations were often accompanied by extraordinarily precise demonstrations of magic. At times, he would even forego the use of a wand, relying solely on the silver glimmers flowing from his fingertips to construct intricate magical models in the air, clearly dismantling the principles of spells. This profound mastery over the very essence of magic inspired awe and deep respect among all DA members, including the self-proclaimed top student, Hermione. Under Yunqi's patient guidance and the peculiar, courage-bestowing runes, Neville made significant progress with the Patronus charm. Although it had not yet fully formed, he could now consistently dispel advanced boggarts provided by Luna Lovegood, which always transformed into the image of her missing mother. Yunqi resembled a masterful coach hidden behind the scenes, offering the most targeted guidance according to each individual's characteristics and shortcomings. He never sought recognition nor boasted, simply sharing his knowledge and strength with tranquility, quietly enhancing the overall prowess of this secret army. Harry began to study occlumency with Snape, and as anticipated, the process proved to be excruciating and fraught with difficulty. Snape's merciless legilimency felt like a brutal crowbar, leaving Harry with a splitting headache and enduring mental anguish. Interestingly, after undergoing the foundational meditation training with Yunqi, Harry discovered that although he still struggled to effectively repel Snape's intrusions, his recovery speed following an attack had significantly accelerated. Furthermore, he became more acutely aware of which memories were being probed, instead of merely feeling confusion and anger as he had in the past. He shared this transformation with Yunqi. Excellent. Yunqi nodded, indicating that this signifies the fortification of your mental foundation. Though Professor Snape's methods are intense, if one can withstand them, they indeed expedite the instinctive response necessary for building defenses. Consider our meditation as laying the groundwork, his training as a form of stress testing. The combination of both may yield greater efficiency. He regarded Harry with a subtle acknowledgement in his gaze. True resilience does not lie in the absence of injury, but in the capacity to heal and grow more swiftly after being wounded. As time progressed, the members of Dumbledore's army steadily and swiftly enhanced their abilities under Yunqi's subtle yet profound guidance. They not only mastered a greater repertoire of practical defensive spells, but more importantly, their comprehension of magic and control over their own powers ascended to a new echelon. The lights of the room of requirement continued to illuminate quietly on the designated nights. However, this space had evolved beyond merely a venue for practicing spells. It had transformed into a secret classroom for imparting ancient magical wisdom and honing will and spirit. Yunqi Potter, the seemingly reticent fifth founder, was quietly weaving a protective tapestry of knowledge and power amidst the oppressive darkness, awaiting the Tempest's arrival. Chapter 46. The Dusty Frame and the Millennia of Vigilance on a night devoid of a DA meeting. Yunqi ventured alone into the room of requirement. He sought tranquility, a means to untangle his thoughts, and a deeper exploration of this magical realm to which he was profoundly connected. This evening, he silently contemplated a sanctuary where I can delve into ancient magic and trace its roots. The familiar door materialized upon the blank wall. Upon opening it, the interior was not the usual expansive space suited for collective training, nor the alchemical workshop he privately utilized. This time, it had transformed into an ancient, tranquil study. The room was circular, with a high dome above adorned with a dim, yet distinctly clear star chart, echoing the celestial map he had activated on the stone platform. Towering oak bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with hefty tomes bound in dragon hide or the leather of unknown magical beasts. The spines inscribed with titles in ancient runes or elvish script. The air was infused with the scent of parchment, aged ink, and a faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of moonflowers. In the center of the room stood no table, but rather a low, mirror-like black monolith, upon which danced flowing silver ancient runes, flickering as if they were breathing. In one corner, several exquisitely comfortable high-backed armchairs encircled an ever-burning magical fireplace, the flames quietly crackling, radiating warmth without scalding. The atmosphere was so serene that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. The dense magical essence felt almost tangible, with each breath seemingly drawing forth the wisdom of ages past. Yunqi inhaled deeply, feeling the ancient magic within him resonate profoundly with the energies of this place, a power that had originated millennia ago. As was his custom, he approached the central black monolith, placing his hand upon its surface to infuse it with a trace of his ancient magical essence. The silver runes danced joyfully, returning a wave of tranquility and serenity to him. This was one of the recently discovered methods of communicating with the castle, allowing him to better sense the emotions and magical currents of Hogwarts. However, today was different. A compelling pull emanated from that direction, stirring something within Yunqi, prompting him to follow the sensation. The bookshelf before him was predominantly filled with tomes on astral magic and the essence of elements, volumes he had perused before. Yet now, guided by the runes and the resonance of his internal magic, he noticed in the center of the bookshelf a seemingly ordinary wooden panel. Its grains subtly formed an intricate emblem, an abstract design interwoven with motifs of a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent. Encircling a central personal sigil, he recognized all too well a pentagram intertwined with a vortex. This was the emblem crafted in jest by the four founders a millennium ago, symbolizing the fifth. His heart raced. Yunqi held his breath, raising his hand, where pure silver light swirled around his fingertips, his unique ancient magical power, derived from nature and the stars, rather than relying on a wand. He gently pressed his glowing fingertip against the central pentagram. There was no thunderous sound, no dazzling display of light. Instead, a low rumble echoed, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, signaling the activation of a mechanism. The engraved wooden panel, along with a section of the bookshelf behind it, silently rotated inward, revealing a narrow, shadowy entrance that could accommodate only one. Beyond this door was not a physical passage, but a swirling, mercury-like magical veil, pulsating with potent waves of temporal and spatial magic. Indeed, This portal could only be unlocked by his ancient magic. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunqi stepped into the shimmering curtain. After a brief sensation of dizziness and weightlessness, he found himself standing within a small, circular stone chamber. The chamber was devoid of any embellishments. Its walls were rough-hewn stone, seemingly excavated directly from the castle's foundation. The air was cold and arid, as if time had come to a standstill in this place. The only source of illumination emanated from 4 eternal magical lamps, softly glowing on the walls. Below these lamps hung 4 grand portraits, each framed in simple silver. The backgrounds of the portraits varied. Godric Gryffindor was depicted in a corner of his famed office adorned with red drapes. Salazar Slytherin stood amidst a room filled with tomes and mysterious instruments. Rowena Ravenclaw's backdrop featured the towering Ravenclaw spire, with stars twinkling beyond its grand windows. Helga Hufflepuff was portrayed outside a sunlit greenhouse, her feet resting upon fertile soil. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that the frames were not empty, nor were the images static. The 4 founders, Godric, Salazar, Rowena, and Helga, were presently seated or standing quietly within their respective frames. Their demeanor starkly contrasts with that of the other animated, dozing portraits at Hogwarts. They exude a heightened sense of reality and presence, their eyes brimming with a wisdom and profundity acquired over countless years. The moment Yunqi stepped into the stone chamber, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused upon him. There was no astonishment, no questioning, only a serene understanding, as if they had awaited this reunion for eons. Rowena Ravenclaw, the goddess of wisdom, regarded Yunqi with her piercing azure gaze, an almost imperceptible smile of recognition playing at the corners of her lips. The threads of fate have never been severed, Yunqi. They merely traversed a lengthy circle. We have long awaited the moment of this completion. Helga Hufflepuff's smile radiated warmth, akin to the winter sun, instantly dispelling the chill of the stone chamber. Child, her voice was gentle yet powerful. You have endured much on this journey. Despite Yunqi's experiences across 2 lifetimes, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion, his eyes moistening slightly. These 4 figures, both mentors and friends, were the architects of his magical path, co-creators of the Hogwarts sanctuary, and to him, they were akin to family. The millennia of separation seemed to dissolve in the face of their simple, yet profoundly caring greetings. Rise, dear child, Helga urged softly, for our understanding of time has long since transformed. What matters most is your safe return. Yunqi composed himself, gathering his thoughts before recounting his tale. He began with a catastrophic ancient magical experiment, describing the disorienting sensation of being cast into a temporal maelstrom, how he lost consciousness amidst the bizarre corridors, and finally awoke in 1980 near Godric's Hollow. His body regressed to that of an infant. He briefly narrated his experiences of growing up alongside Harry Potter, becoming neighbors and playmates, entering Hogwarts together, being sorted into Gryffindor, and the tumultuous events surrounding Voldemort's resurgence, the Ministry's obfuscation of the truth, Umbridge's tyranny, the formation of Dumbledore's army, and his friendships with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. As he mentioned Voldemort's attempts to regain power, Salazar's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of icy anger flashing in his eyes. When he spoke of Umbridge's blight upon Hogwarts and her persecution of students, Godric's anger was palpable, his beard bristling as he growled, "Desecration. This is a betrayal of the castle's very essence." Rowena listened intently, her gaze deep and contemplative, seemingly dissecting the logical threads behind each piece of information. Helga, however, wore a look of concern, particularly upon hearing of Harry's forced connection to Voldemort and the students' covert studies in defense against the dark arts. So, this Voldemort, Salazar's voice dripped with unabashed disdain, a foolish, deranged descendant seeking immortality through the tearing of souls? He has even warped my original ideals of pure blood supremacy into a tool for slaughter and terror. What a disgrace for Slytherin. His words bore the weight of profound sorrow and dismay. The pink toad, filled with fury, dared to practice magic in Hogwarts, a place where such actions were strictly forbidden, and even mistreated students? If it weren't for our confinement within this frame, he clenched his fist, as if he wished to burst forth and teach Umbridge a lesson. Calm down, Godric. Rowena spoke soothingly, her voice like a clear spring, soothing the tumultuous emotions. Darkness and oppression have always existed. What matters is how to respond. What Yunqi has done is precisely what we hoped for back in those days, to ignite a spark in the darkness, to pass on knowledge, and to safeguard hope. Helga regarded Yunqi with approval. You have done remarkably well, child, subtly guiding and imparting true magic, protecting those students in need. This embodies the loyalty and resilience of Hufflepuff. Now, it is time for us to share with you what transpired after your departure. Godric took the floor, his expression turning solemn. He began recounting the chaos and sorrow that engulfed Hogwarts following that disastrous experiment. Your sudden disappearance left traces of uncontrolled energy pointing towards the most perilous temporal turbulence. We scoured all of Britain, employing every tracking spell, yet we found nothing. Godric's tone grew somber. We all believed you had perished in the backlash of magic. Salazar interjected. We sealed most information regarding that experiment and your disappearance. To the outside world, we declared that you had tragically perished during a perilous study of ancient magic. This was to protect Hogwarts and to safeguard your secret. After all, magic involving time and space has always been an extremely sensitive and dangerous domain. Rowena added. The four of us united to erase most traces of your existence as the fifth founder from the castle's public records. Your portrait was not hung in the Great Hall, though we prepared one for you, and your name was not widely celebrated. We understood this might seem unfair to you, but at the time, we deemed it necessary. A founder who suddenly appeared and then vanished would invite excessive speculation and envy. But we have not truly forgotten you, Yunqi, Helga said gently, her gaze sweeping over the other three founders. We believe that with your understanding of magic and affinity for time, you may not have easily vanished entirely. Perhaps you are merely lost in some corner of time. Thus, they collectively made a decision regarding your existence and the secrets of this chamber. Rowena's voice was clear and calm. We established a mechanism for inheritance. Every new headmaster of Hogwarts, upon taking office, would learn a confidential piece of information through a special magical ceremony from the previous headmaster. The castle harbors the secret of the fifth founder. And when a returnee bearing the mark of ancient magic appears, he or she may seek assistance. Yunqi suddenly understood. So that is why. No wonder Dumbledore seemed particularly attentive to him, yet never directly addressed it. He likely learned this secret from the previous headmaster long ago and had been observing, waiting for the returnee with the mark of ancient magic to emerge. Thus, if you find yourself in need of assistance, Godric glanced sharply at Yunqi, or when you deem the moment ripe to utilize some of the resources or knowledge we have left behind, you may, and indeed should, seek out the contemporary headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. He is a wizard of great esteem, possessing sufficient wisdom and power to comprehend and aid you. This message is of paramount importance to Yunqi. He had long kept the secret to himself, operating in the shadows, though he felt at ease. He often grappled with a sense of isolation. Now, the revelation that Dumbledore is a potential confidant and ally has undoubtedly alleviated some of the burdens on his shoulders. I understand. Yunqi solemnly nodded, expressing gratitude for all that the teachers had done for him. No need for thanks, Yunqi. Salazar waved his hand dismissively. You are an indispensable part of Hogwarts. We are merely fulfilling the pact we made long ago, safeguarding the home we built together. Indeed, Yunqi's expression grew grave. Based on the information I currently possess, he has created multiple Horcruxes, sealing fragments of his soul within various objects. This is also the reason he did not truly perish after being rebuffed by Harry's mother, Lily's protective spell. The four founders exchanged serious glances. Tampering with the soul, Helga spoke softly, her tone laden with disapproval and pity, is the greatest desecration of life. A fragmented soul cannot find peace. It only brings endless suffering and distortion. A foolish and perilous endeavor, Salazar coldly remarked. The integrity of the soul is one of the cornerstones of magical existence. To so brutally tear it apart not only renders oneself inhuman, but also creates exceedingly unstable magical entities that endanger the entire world. Rowena fell into a brief contemplation before speaking. Regarding Horcruxes, both Salazar and I have encountered mere fragments of their mention in ancient texts, but they have always been regarded as the most forbidden of taboos. We have not delved deeply into the subject. It is astonishing that someone in later generations dared to put it into practice. To utterly eliminate him, all Horcruxes must be destroyed. This requires time and precise information. Godric tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Yunqi, do you have any leads in this regard? Yunqi shook his head. Currently, I only know that the scar on Harry Potter's forehead may also be an inadvertent connection to a Horcrux. This is the reason for the mental link between him and Voldemort. The specific locations and forms of the other Horcruxes remain unknown. It appears that Headmaster Dumbledore is also investigating this matter. Horcruxes connected to the living. Rowena furrowed her brow. This complicates matters further. It involves the severance and restoration of the soul, necessitating extreme caution and exceptional magical skill. And Harry Potter, Helga inquired with concern, that child must be enduring great hardship, bearing such a fate. Yunqi sighed. Indeed, he is brave, but he also bears immense pressure. I am attempting to teach him some ancient mental meditation techniques to help him stabilize his mind and cope with Voldemort's mental intrusions. Excellent. Salazar rarely expressed approval. The power of the mind is the root of magic. A strong will is a shield against all darkness. Godric emphasized the role of will and courage in channeling magic, asserting that it is not mere recklessness, but the strength of belief that guides one's power. From the perspective of the essence of magic, Salazar meticulously analyzed the energy structure model of elemental manipulation, and the rigor and intricacy of his insights greatly benefited Yunqi. Rowena once again showcased her unparalleled wisdom in magical theory and rune construction, providing answers to several lingering questions that had troubled Yunqi regarding the residual effects of time-space magic. Helga approached the subject from a standpoint of life, magic, and protective contracts, instructing Yunqi on how to resonate more deeply with the castle's magic and draw strength and sanctuary from Hogwarts itself. Time flew swiftly amidst the flow of knowledge. Yunqi felt his magical vision expand once more, as many previously obscure concepts became clear and his mastery over his own powers seemed to advance significantly. He recognized the truth in their words. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply once again to the four founders. The teachings of his mentors were etched indelibly in his heart. "Go forth, child," Helga said with a gentle smile. "Remember, you're no longer alone. Although we cannot leave this frame to assist you directly, our knowledge and experience are forever at your disposal. Hogwarts will always stand as your stronghold. Proceed with caution, but do not fear," Salazar advised. "Your power is unique. Wield it wisely. Employ your wisdom," Yunqi, Rowena urged, her gaze filled with expectation. "Perceive the situation clearly and make the most judicious decisions. Teach a stern lesson to those who tarnish the honor of Hogwarts," Godric declared, raising his fist with exuberance, eager for all to witness the true spirit of Gryffindor, albeit infused with a touch of Ravenclaw's wisdom. Yunqi could not help but smile, as the heavy weight of solitude in his heart was significantly alleviated by this warmth. He solemnly nodded, casting a final glance at the kind yet resolute faces of his four teachers before turning towards the silvery, magical veil. Yet, Yunqi understood that everything had changed. The mists of a millennium had been cleared, the confirmation of his identity, the watchful guidance of his mentors, and the underlying connection with Headmaster Dumbledore. All of these illuminated the path ahead. He sensed the ancient magical power within him flowing steadily, yet more refined and profound than before. Gazing at the flickering silver runes upon the stone pedestal, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He was no longer a lonely vessel adrift in time. He was Yunqi, the fifth founder of Hogwarts, a returnee after a millennium. He would harness the wisdom of 1,000 years past and the bonds of 1,000 years hence, standing resolutely alongside his friends to confront the impending storm. Though the Chamber of Secrets had closed, a clearer and more resolute path had unfolded beneath his feet. The next step, perhaps, would be to find an opportune moment to pay a visit to that ever-understanding headmaster. Outside, the night enveloped Hogwarts in its embrace, the castle silently standing beneath the moonlight, witnessing yet another secret unveiled and the commencement of a new cycle of guardianship. Chapter 47. The Headmaster's Secret and the Shared Oath. The meeting with the four founders had cast a monumental stone into Yunqi's heart, stirring turbulent waves. Those fragments of memories long sealed by the passage of time began to emerge more vividly upon receiving confirmation. He is not merely the time traveler Yunqi, but also the fifth founder of Hogwarts, having joined forces with four eminent scholars a millennium ago to establish this venerable institution. This weighty identity brings with it not only a profound sense of belonging, but also an inescapable responsibility. He is aware that Sirius Black will fall in the battle of the Department of Mysteries, that Dumbledore will meet his demise at the hands of Snape atop the Astronomy Tower, and that Hogwarts will endure the ravages of war, with many familiar faces tragically falling. Particularly the death of Dumbledore, which is portrayed in the original narrative as a heavy and helpless stroke, marking a pivotal moment where Harry faces his ultimate fate alone, an unresolved anguish for countless readers. Now, he finds himself in this tangible world, a friend and comrade to Harry and his companions, and one of the founders of this castle. He cannot, and will not, permit those regrets to replay. The words of the four founders echo in his mind. If you require assistance, seek out the contemporary headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Indeed, he needs Dumbledore's guidance. Whether confronting the immediate threats of Umbridge and Voldemort, or devising long-term strategies for the destruction of Horcruxes, Dumbledore's wisdom, strength, and esteemed reputation within the magical realm are indispensable. Simultaneously, he wishes to aid Dumbledore. He intends to convey the warning from the future in a manner that is prudent, aiming to alter the fate that seems destined to befall the illustrious headmaster. This is no simple task. To directly tell Dumbledore that he has seen the script and that he will be killed by Snape atop the astronomy tower would be foolish. He must find an appropriate approach that gains Dumbledore's trust, reveals critical information, and yet does not expose his most profound secret, that he hails from a dimension where the plot is known. Attributing everything to his identity as the fifth founder and the uniqueness of ancient magic is the most reasonable explanation at present. After a night of deep contemplation, Yunqi resolved to act. The following afternoon, after the day's classes had concluded, he made his way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Standing before the entrance to the headmaster's office, guarded by the colossal stone beast, he knew that the password changed frequently, yet he decided to try the most direct method. Approaching the stone guardian, he received a languid glance, and in a deep, gravelly voice, it inquired password. Yunqi refrained from uttering any names of sweets or food. Instead, he calmly regarded the stone beast, subtly channeling the ancient magical power within him from 1,000 years past. A pure, silver aura flickered at his fingertips, emanating an ancient and vast essence akin to that of Hogwarts itself. Employing an extremely archaic technique of mental communication, intertwined with the vibrations of ancient magic, he conveyed a thought. In the name of the castle's founders, I request an audience with the current guardian, Albus Dumbledore. The stone beast's sculpted eyes seemed to blink, revealing a semblance of human-like astonishment. It fell silent for a few moments, as if confirming something, and then, without further inquiry, its massive form rumbled aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind. Yunqi felt a sense of certainty within. It appears that the authority bestowed by the four founders, or rather, their ancient magical imprints, remains potent in the heart of Hogwarts. He ascended the automatically rotating staircase, arriving before the familiar oak door. Taking a deep breath, he rapped gently upon the door. "Come in," came the calm and gentle voice of Dumbledore from within. Yunqi pushed the door open. The headmaster's office was much as he remembered it, whether from Harry's recollections or the descriptions within the original texts. A spacious, circular chamber adorned with portraits of past headmasters, many feigning slumber, yet casting curious glances towards the entrance. Various peculiar silver instruments buzzed at the corners of the desk, exhaling wisps of smoke. Fawkes, the resplendent phoenix, perched upon a gilded branch, preening its magnificent golden-red feathers. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his grand desk, crescent-shaped spectacles resting upon the bridge of his nose, his blue eyes sharp and inquisitive as they peered through the lenses at Yunqi. His expression remained ever tranquil. Yet Yunqi sensed beneath that calm exterior a glimmer of understanding and anticipation. "Good evening, Mr. Yunqi," Dumbledore smiled, gesturing towards the chair before him. "Lemon sherbet? Or perhaps a cup of honey tea? It is a splendid evening to engage in intriguing discourse." Then, with his fingertips touching lightly on the table, his body leaning slightly forward, his gaze intensified. "I suspect your visit is not merely to discuss spell assignments or Quidditch strategies, is it? I sense you carry with you something very ancient and profoundly significant." "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore." Yunqi nodded, his voice steady and clear. "I have come to converse with you regarding Hogwarts itself, its history, and the threats it presently faces and will encounter in the future." He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. "Before continuing, first and foremost, I must confess certain truths about myself. This may sound rather incredible." A subtle smile graced Dumbledore's lips, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I have lived long enough, Mr. Yunqi, to witness many things that surpass ordinary comprehension. Please do share, I am all ears." Yunqi began to recount his tale, omitting his identity as a modern reader, instead focusing on his experiences as the fifth founder from a millennium ago. He narrated how he had encountered the four founders, how he had participated in the early establishment of Hogwarts, and how a perilous ancient magical experiment had spiraled out of control, casting him into a temporal maelstrom, ultimately leading to his rebirth in an infant form, stripped of most of his powers and memories a millennium later. He refrained from explicitly mentioning the Chamber of Secrets and the portraits of the four founders, yet he alluded to having accessed some of Hogwarts' most profound secrets through ancient magic, confirming his previous identity. Dumbledore listened intently, his visage betraying no astonishment, only deep contemplation. When Yunqi finished his account, the headmaster exhaled gently, his gaze imbued with a complex tapestry of emotions, bewilderment, reverence, and a hint of relief. Dumbledore turned to face Yunqi, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect that honored the seekers of knowledge and the founders of the school. Yunqi promptly rose to return the gesture, saying, There is no need for such formalities, headmaster. I am now Yunqi Potter, a student of Hogwarts. A millennium has transformed much, and I acknowledge and respect your esteemed position and authority as the current headmaster of Hogwarts. I have come today seeking collaboration and assistance, rather than to emphasize my past identity. Yunqi's expression grew serious, as the primary threat loomed large. Tom Riddle, or more infamously known as Voldemort. He began to steer the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Through my gradually reviving memories and my understanding of ancient magic, I have developed some unique insights into soul magic. I have come to realize that Voldemort, in his pursuit of immortality, has embarked upon an exceedingly perilous and profane path. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Horcruxes? Indeed, Horcruxes, Yunqi affirmed. He has torn his soul and sealed it within various objects. This is precisely why he did not truly die after his last defeat. Do you know how many he has created? Dumbledore pressed, unconsciously leaning forward, revealing his intense interest in this information. Yunqi pondered for a moment. He could not divulge exact numbers or specific items, as that would be too suspicious. He needed to guide the conversation. The specific quantity and items I cannot fully ascertain yet, he replied cautiously. Ancient magic has granted me a vague perception of the rifts in the soul. I sense that there is more than one, and one of them seems to have a profound connection to Hogwarts itself. He looked at Dumbledore. Have you noticed that whenever Voldemort experiences intense emotional fluctuations, or his power amplifies, Harry Potter exhibits corresponding reactions, headaches, and even visions from Voldemort's perspective? Dumbledore's expression darkened, and he nodded slowly. Yes. I have long suspected that the protective charm Lily cast upon Harry, as she sacrificed herself, may have inadvertently resulted in some unforeseen consequences while rebounding the killing curse. Do you think I believe that, at that moment, a fragment of Voldemort's soul unintentionally transferred and latched onto Harry, the only one who survived and shared a profound connection with him at that time? Yunqi articulated this grim conjecture. Harry, in a certain sense, had become an involuntary Horcrux. A brief silence enveloped the office, broken only by the faint humming of silverware. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, a deep weariness and anguish crossing his face. This hypothesis undoubtedly confirmed his darkest fears. This could explain much, he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. No wonder their connection is so deep. No wonder Harry can speak Parseltongue after a moment. He opened his eyes, his gaze resolute once more. This is a heavy burden, and is profoundly unfair to Harry. We must find a way to address this matter before the final confrontation arrives. Indeed, Yunqi concurred. This pertains to extremely advanced soul magic, and may require us to seek ancient counter-curses or some form of potent purification ritual. This is also one of the reasons I need to collaborate with you. Dumbledore appeared profoundly intrigued. Please proceed. I observed as Chiochi carefully chose his words, striving to render his statements more akin to vague prophecies than explicit spoilers. A battle, set in a shadowy locale filled with shelves and prophetic orbs, would witness sacrifice born of betrayal and conspiracy. He refrained from naming Sirius Black directly, trusting that Dumbledore would discern the implications concerning the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Chiochi continued, his tone growing more somber. I also envisioned a towering edifice under a starlit sky, where meticulously orchestrated betrayal would lead to the downfall of a formidable guardian. He locked eyes with Dumbledore, the figure who fell in his vision radiating a magical brilliance akin to that of a phoenix. The message had been conveyed with striking clarity. Dumbledore's body stiffened slightly, his fingers curling unconsciously upon the desk. The portraits adorning the office walls ceased their feigned slumber, holding their breath as they keenly observed the two below. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore slowly began to speak, his voice remarkably calm. The Tower of Betrayal. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chiochi. This warning is of utmost significance. Dumbledore continued. These visions, particularly the one concerning the tower, pertain to intricate plans and personal sacrifices. Some sacrifices may be unavoidable. His gaze grew distant, as if peering into both the far reaches of the past and the future. Yet, some sacrifices might be averted. Chiochi interjected with conviction. We possess knowledge and power. Why should we not strive to effect change? Hogwarts requires its headmaster, and the wizarding world needs Albus Dumbledore. At the very least, it should not conclude in such a manner. Dumbledore scrutinized Chiochi intently, as though seeking to penetrate his very soul. Do you believe that fate can be altered, Mr. Chiochi? He alluded to the four founders, intending to reinforce the weight of his words. Dumbledore fell silent, seemingly weighing his thoughts. The atmosphere in the office was thick with tension, almost palpable. Fawkes emitted a low, mournful cry, as if echoing the concern in the air. At last, Dumbledore exhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. "You are correct, Mr. Chochi." His voice regained its usual gentleness, but now bore an edge previously absent. "Perhaps I have been too engrossed in long-term strategies and the so-called greater good, occasionally overlooking the opportunities within my grasp. Thank you for the reminder. Hope must endure, and the means of battle are not limited to a singular approach." He rose and approached Chochi, extending his hand. "Then, let us formalize our alliance. For Hogwarts, to combat Voldemort, and to safeguard every life worth preserving. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts, hereby pledge to share information with Chochi Potter, to strategize collectively, and to do all within our power to alter the tragedies we can foresee and amend." Chochi also rose, solemnly grasping Dumbledore's hand. That hand was warm and strong, conveying unwavering conviction. "I, young Potter, the fifth founder of Hogwarts, hereby pledge to wield my knowledge and power alongside Albus Dumbledore, to fight relentlessly for this castle and for every individual within its walls. This is a handshake that transcends millennia, a union of ancient wisdom and contemporary strength. A vow from two guardians who, fully aware of the future's harshness, still choose to resist." With the covenant established, the two resumed their seats to deliberate on specific plans. Yunqi first mentioned the DA, expressing his intention to continue clandestinely guiding and enhancing the students' self-defense capabilities, while utilizing the Room of Requirement and ancient magic to provide them with shelter. Dumbledore signified his tacit approval and support, promising to find ways to distract Umbridge, thereby creating more space for the DA's activities. Regarding the Horcruxes, Dumbledore shared his known leads, expressing suspicion that Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup might be targets. Along with the destruction of Riddle's diary, Yunqi proposed exploring the ancient magic perspective, suggesting they might attempt to locate the general direction of other Horcruxes through soul, resonance, or tracing the source of dark magic contamination. They agreed that Dumbledore would continue to leverage his networks and resources to investigate specific locations and acquisition methods, while Yunqi would focus on researching safe destruction of the Horcruxes, particularly the theoretical implications of handling the soul fragment within Harry. Concerning the prophecy Yunqi mentioned, Dumbledore revealed that he was already aware of Voldemort's covetousness for the prophecy orb regarding the Chosen One, and had been orchestrating plans accordingly. He committed to strengthening the protection of Harry and Sirius, while reassessing Severus Snape's role and tasks in this intricate game to ensure they would not repeat the tragic events witnessed in the tower. Dumbledore pondered that Snape occupied an exceedingly perilous and painful role, remarking that he needed to engage in a more profound conversation with him. Yunqi refrained from commenting on Snape. He understood that Snape's loyalty ultimately belonged to Dumbledore and Lily, yet the complexity of the process and the turmoil within his heart were beyond external judgment. They also discussed the defenses of Hogwarts itself. Yunqi indicated that he would endeavor to awaken the castle's ancient magical protections on a deeper level, protections rooted in the foundations laid by the four founders and himself, far more intricate than currently manifested. Dumbledore expressed his full support, granting Yunqi the authority to mobilize ancient magic in certain areas of the castle. "I believe our discussion today has been exceedingly fruitful, Mr. Yunqi," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. He appeared somewhat weary, yet his eyes shone brighter than ever, as if a burden had been lifted, infused with renewed hope. "Indeed, Headmaster," Yunqi replied, feeling a long-lost sense of relief. The weight of keeping secrets and plotting in solitude had finally found a partner to share the burden, one who was powerful and dependable. "In the future, if you have significant matters to discuss, you may come directly to my office. The stone gargoyle will recognize your presence," Dumbledore stated, adding, "of course, in public settings. We must still maintain necessary distance and identity." "I understand," Yunqi nodded, rising to take his leave as Dumbledore escorted him to the door. As Yunqi was about to descend the spiral staircase, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. "Mr. Yunqi," he said. A faint smile graced Yunqi's lips, imbued with a tranquility and resolve forged over millennia. "This will always be my home, Headmaster. Protecting one's homeland is a matter of course." He turned and descended the spiral staircase with a steady and powerful gait. The door to the headmaster's office closed gently behind him. Dumbledore stood still for a long moment, then moved to the window, gazing at the tranquil Hogwarts castle under the night sky, where warm light spilled from its windows. The threads of fate seemed to be shifting. He murmured softly, a genuine smile, tinged with hope, forming at the corners of his mouth. This time, perhaps the outcome would be different. As Yunqi exited the headmaster's office, He walked through the empty corridor, absorbing the serenity of the castle at night. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with thorns, the threat of Voldemort still looming large, and the battles to come would be exceptionally brutal. However, he was no longer traversing the mists alone. He had gained a formidable ally, a clear objective, and a resolute determination to mend past regrets. He lifted his gaze towards the grand mural of the castle at the end of the corridor, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. This time, he would protect this home and everyone within it, including the headmaster who was meant to fall beneath the starlit sky. Chapter 48, Undercurrents and Omens. The meeting with Headmaster Dumbledore felt like casting an anchor into a turbulent lake, soothing a certain anxiety deep within Yunqi's heart. Though the storms of the outside world continued unabated, he now knew he was no longer alone in navigating his fragile vessel. The ancient secret had found a powerful confidant, and the planning for the known storms ahead had officially transitioned from solitary preparation in the shadows to a close collaboration with the greatest wizard of the age. Yet, the reality of Hogwarts still gasped under Umbridge's reign of pink terror. Hermione devised a more intricate communication scheme, utilizing disguised galleons, not false ones, but those imbued with exceedingly subtle magical markings, so that they would only heat up and reveal the next meeting time when triggered by specific magical fluctuations. This method was far more discreet than the previous need to constantly check for textual changes. Yunqi approved of this plan and added an ancient magical concealment layer, rendering it nearly undetectable by conventional magic. The content of the gatherings began to evolve. While continuing to practice foundational defensive spells such as the Armor Charm, the Stunning Spell, and Disarming Charm, Yunqi consciously began to incorporate more techniques for dealing with non-confrontational conflicts. Remember, he addressed the assembled members during one meeting, his voice steady but clear in the quiet, attentive room, when faced with an adversary of far greater strength or a situation stacked against you. To confront head-on is not bravery, it is folly. He demonstrated an application technique from ancient magic concerning the concealment of one's presence and the art of subtlety. It is not true invisibility, but rather a fine-tuning of one's magical aura to better blend with the surroundings, thereby reducing the likelihood of being noticed by others. This technique proves to be exceptionally useful for evading the scrutiny of investigators and the watchful eyes of Filch within the castle. It requires immense mental focus and meticulous control over one's magical essence. Yunqi explained, his figure appearing somewhat blurred in the perception of those around him, as if veiled by a delicate mist. Attempt to sense the boundaries of your own magic. Envision it flowing like water, harmonizing with the magical fluctuations of the surrounding air and walls. Neville exhibited an unexpected aptitude in this regard, perhaps due to his long-standing habit of remaining inconspicuous. He found it easier to enter a state of diminished presence. Under Yunqi's guidance, he was among the first to successfully render his figure less noticeable to his companions, albeit briefly, enough to astonish everyone, including Harry. "Well done, Neville," Yunqi praised sincerely, emphasizing that the essence of this skill lies in a tranquil state of mind rather than sheer power. Luna Lovegood occasionally offered seemingly whimsical suggestions that often struck at the heart of the matter. For instance, she noted that the pesky flies seemed to shy away from Umbridge's scent, constantly circling around her, which inspired Hermione to investigate the possibility of utilizing certain magical creatures' traits to create diversions. Harry remained the core instructor of Dumbledore's army, responsible for teaching most practical defensive spells. His explanations were straightforward and effective, rooted in genuine combat experience. Yet, with Yunqi's assistance, the spells he taught transcended their conventional forms. After Harry demonstrated a spell, Yunqi would analyze its magical structure from an ancient perspective, highlighting which variables could be fine-tuned to adapt to various situations. For example, how to fortify the shield charm against sustained magical onslaughts, or how to intensify the stupefying charm's magical beam to penetrate minor obstacles. Harry discovered that he, too, benefited significantly from this teaching approach. Previously relying heavily on instinct and talent, he began to grasp the underlying principles of certain spells, enhancing his magical control. A tacit synergy developed between him and Yunqi, one focused on practical application and the other on theoretical deepening and boundary expansion. However, Harry's personal circumstances did not improve. His lessons in occlumency with Snape had become almost torturous. Each session felt like an unarmed battle, with Snape's cold legitimacy piercing his mind like a chilling dagger, violently stirring his memories and emotions. Every time Harry left the dungeon, he felt utterly drained, suffering from severe headaches, filled with anger and frustration. He doesn't want to teach me at all. He only seeks to humiliate me. Harry vented to Ron, Hermione, and Yunqi after a DA meeting, rubbing his still throbbing forehead. I can't calm myself in front of him. Just thinking about his expression makes me. Hermione attempted to persuade him to endure, emphasizing the importance of clemency, while Ron vehemently cursed Snape in solidarity. Once their emotions had somewhat settled, Yunqi spoke. Harry, Professor Snape's methods may indeed be rather severe. Yet pressure undeniably facilitates the formation of instinctual defenses. Have you noticed a decrease in the frequency with which you awaken from nightmares recently? This might be attributed to the foundational mental meditation you have been practicing. Yunqi continued calmly. Meditation has fortified your mental foundation, enabling you to recover more swiftly after experiencing turmoil and enhancing your awareness of the memories being pried into, rather than succumbing entirely to chaos. Consider meditation as laying the groundwork, and Snape's training as a stress test. Though the combination is painful, it may very well be the most effective approach at present. He paused, observing Harry's still resentful expression, and added, I understand this is challenging. However, remember that your study of the clemency is to protect yourself and us, not merely to appease Snape's demands. Focus on your objective, rather than on the source of your suffering. Harry remained silent for a moment before ultimately nodding. Yunqi's words always had a remarkable ability to strike at the heart of the matter, allowing him to extricate himself from the whirlpool of emotions and perceive the essence of the situation. He realized that Yunqi seemed to be aiding him in a more systematic and long-term manner, rather than simply addressing the immediate troubles. Simultaneously, a clandestine collaboration unfolded between Yunqi and Dumbledore. Dumbledore shared updates on his investigations into several potential Horcrux locations, expressing particular suspicion that Slytherin's locket may have been replaced by Regulus Black, with the true locket's whereabouts remaining unknown. The Hufflepuff cup was likely stored in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. He also mentioned that he was attempting to contact members of ancient families to explore possible taboo records concerning the magic of soul division. Meanwhile, Yunqi focused his studies on the aspects of ancient magic related to the soul. He sought clues from the notes left by the four founders, obtaining more through the Room of Requirement, and from Ravenclaw's collection. He discovered that ancient magic leaned more towards purification, restoration, and guidance, rather than destruction. To directly obliterate a fragment of the soul, even one tainted by malevolent magic, was viewed as a brutish act within the context of ancient magical principles. He endeavored to derive a potential method, not to annihilate the soul fragment within Harry, but to separate and purify it, or, at the very least, to seal it in a state that would not affect Harry. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly complex and perilous undertaking, with progress unfolding at a languid pace. He also devoted more energy to communicating with the ancient magical network of Hogwarts Castle. Through the celestial map of the central stone platform and by actively releasing ancient magical resonance while wandering through the castle's various corners, he was able to vaguely perceive the overall health of the castle and certain anomalous energy fluctuations. He sensed the rigid, stifling magical aura brought by Umbridge, like a greasy layer of grime, suffocating the castle's vibrant magical essence. Conversely, he could also feel the positive, resilient magical radiance emanating from the Room of Requirement and the DA members, akin to an indomitable spark burning fiercely beneath the grime. He could faintly sense that somewhere deep within the castle, there existed a cold, dark consciousness filled with longing, stirring restlessly. It was likely Voldemort's awareness, perceiving through Harry, concealed within the prophecy orb of the Department of Mysteries. This perception was exceedingly vague, akin to viewing through thick frosted glass, yet undeniably present. He conveyed this feeling to Dumbledore through Fawkes. Time quietly slipped into winter, intertwined with oppression and hope, fear and growth. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were blanketed in snow, and frost adorned the castle windows. The cold seemed to slightly delay Umbridge's actions, yet her influence remained pervasive. One morning, students discovered a new notice affixed to the Gryffindor Tower Common Room bulletin board, accompanied by a magical photograph of Hermione, Ron, and Harry in their first year, clad in Gryffindor Quidditch uniforms, with Harry as the seeker and Ron and Hermione as substitutes, evidently taken surreptitiously. The notice, written in exaggerated cursive, proclaimed, "Notice, evidence suggests that some students may be participating in Quidditch-related activities not sanctioned by the school, commonly referred to as illegal team practices. Under Educational Decree Number 25, all such activities are strictly prohibited. Those providing valid information will be rewarded." Concealment will be considered complicity. Senior Investigating Officer, Dolores Jane Umbridge. This was clearly a despicable trap and provocation. Umbridge had no concrete evidence pointing to D, yet she sought to instill panic and sow discord in this manner. How dare she? Ron's face turned pale with rage as he pointed to the photograph, exclaiming, "That was in our first year. We didn't. She knows we didn't." Hermione said calmly, though her clenched fists betrayed her inner fury. "She is warning us. She suspects us. And she is devising ways to gather evidence. This is intimidation, meant to throw us off balance." Indeed, in the following days, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense. Some students cast furtive glances at Harry and his friends, and whispers became more frequent. Although the members of D.A. remained resolute, an invisible pressure was undeniably present. In this environment, Harry's mental state became ever more unstable. His sessions with Snape on a clemency had completely unraveled. During one lesson, Snape intruded upon Harry's memories of being bullied by Dudley in his childhood, mocking him for it. In a fit of rage, Harry nearly raised his wand against Snape, ultimately being forcefully ejected from the office. To make matters worse, that night, Harry experienced an exceedingly vivid and horrifying dream. No longer a mere observer, he felt as though he had become the serpent Nagini, slithering through darkness, traversing a desolate graveyard, and attacking an elderly man named Frank Bryce. He acutely sensed Voldemort's ecstasy and cruelty, experiencing the chilling thrill that accompanied murder. Awaking from a dream, drenched in cold sweat, his scar burned fiercely as though seared by a branding iron. He rushed to the dormitory bathroom, retching, his reflection in the mirror revealing a face as pale as parchment. He had killed. Voldemort had made him kill, using Nagini. Harry trembled as he conveyed to Ron and Hermione, who had hastened to his side. The terror and disbelief reflected in his eyes. This alarming news swiftly reached Yunqi through Ron and Hermione. Yunqi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It not only indicated that Voldemort's power was surging and his actions escalating, but it also signified that the connection between him and Harry was deepening and distorting. Harry had begun to experience Voldemort's perspectives and emotions directly, which was an exceedingly perilous sign. He promptly sought out Harry once more, providing him with mental guidance to help soothe the chaotic and agonizing waves of emotion. This time, the mental fortitude Yunqi infused was more potent and focused than ever, akin to a gentle yet resolute tide, repeatedly cleansing the dark residue tainting Harry's mind. "He is attempting to assimilate you, Harry," Yunqi warned gravely, making you feel his anger, his joy, and his cruelty, blurring the boundaries between you and him. You must guard your heart more steadfastly. Remember, you are Harry Potter, not Voldemort. Your feelings and your choices are what truly matter. As Harry gasped for breath, with Yunqi's assistance, the chilling remnants of Voldemort's influence began to dissipate. Yet the fear in his eyes lingered. "I feel as if he is so close. It is terrifying." "It is precisely for this reason that the mental closure spell is paramount," Yunqi stated solemnly. "This is not for Snape. It is for your own sake." This realization intensified Yunqi's urgency, acknowledging that Voldemort's pace was quickening. He communicated the situation through clandestine channels to Dumbledore. The holiday afforded the core members of D.A. ample time for gatherings. Beneath the warm shelter of the Room of Requirement, they intensified their training. Yunqi began instructing them in more controlled spells, such as obstacles and rapid bindings, and endeavored to teach them how to combine multiple spells with simplicity. He also made time to visit the Chamber of the Four Founders, where he apprised the portraits of the recent developments, particularly concerning Voldemort's use of snakes to kill and the deepening connection with Harry. Salazar Slytherin expressed profound disdain for Voldemort's use of serpents. "Snakes are creatures of wisdom and mystery, not mere instruments of slaughter. This descendant has utterly defiled the true significance of Slytherin and Parseltongue." Rowena Ravenclaw logically analyzed the potential reasons for the deepening connection of the Horcruxes. As the primary soul's desires and power intensified, the resonance between the fragments would also amplify. This perhaps indicated that he was actively seeking the prophecy ball or other Horcruxes. Godric Gryffindor urged Yunqi to bolster Harry's will training. Courage is not solely in confronting foes, but also in facing one's inner fears and encroachments. That child requires more support. Helga Hufflepuff expressed concern for Harry's mental and physical well-being. Prolonged mental erosion will sap his vitality. Alongside magical defense, we must ensure that the warmth and hope within him do not extinguish. The Teacher's Council provided Yunqi with further insights. He resolved that, in addition to magical training, he would create more moments of levity, allowing Harry to experience the warmth of friendship and the normalcy of life, which is equally a vital force against darkness. On holiday evenings, they would sometimes gather by the fire in the common room, playing Wizard-esque chess with Ron dominating the board, or listen to Luna recount harmless anecdotes from millennium ago about the four founders after suitable embellishment, or simply sit in tranquility, watching the snowflakes dance outside. These ordinary moments offered rare solace to their frayed nerves. However, tranquility is often fleeting. As the holiday came to an end, students gradually returned to school, and Umbridge and her cadre of inquisitors became active once more. The castle was once again shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Luna sensed that a greater storm was brewing. The movements of Voldemort, the pressures from Umbridge, and Harry's increasingly unstable condition all pointed to an imminent breaking point. His and Dumbledore's plans needed to accelerate. The DA had to grow stronger, and he himself needed to achieve breakthroughs in the study of soul magic as soon as possible. He stood by the window of Gryffindor Tower, gazing at the ice-covered surface of the Black Lake, his eyes deep with contemplation. Within his sleeve, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the emblem containing the powers of the four founders. The winter at Hogwarts was particularly frigid, yet beneath the harsh winter, the seeds of hope awaited their moment to break through the soil. His task was to protect these seeds until the arrival of spring. Chapter 49, Fractures and Ominous Omens. The Daily Prophet began to publish suggestive reports hinting at a decline in discipline within Hogwarts, mentioning certain professors' lack of oversight over student groups, subtly pointing fingers at beloved teachers such as Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. This was undoubtedly a means to create public opinion in favor of Umbridge's further usurpation of power. The DA meetings faced unprecedented risks. Although Hermione's Gallian communication system was discreet, the members' journeys to the 8th floor felt akin to traversing a minefield. On several occasions, Neville and Ginny nearly encountered members of the inquisitorial squad on their way to the Room of Requirement, but fortuitously, Luna sensed magical fluctuations nearby and used ancient magic to temporarily distort the corridor's visual perception, creating a brief blind spot that allowed them to escape. Such frequent, localized magical interventions were immensely taxing and not a sustainable solution. Luna realized that the members' emergency response skills needed further enhancement. Within the Room of Requirement, he began simulating various scenarios of discovery, training everyone on how to disperse quickly, how to use obstacle charms to create chaos, and how to evade tracking without revealing the entrance to the Room of Requirement. He also taught some simple counter-tracking techniques, such as how to magically erase traces of magical residue from footprints and how to create false magical signatures to mislead pursuers. These techniques stemmed from the ancient magic concerning concealment and deception. Though merely superficial, they were sufficiently practical for the young wizards. Harry's plight was the most dire among all the DA members. His lessons with Snape on the art of occlumency had already become a mere formality before the Christmas holidays, and upon returning to school, they were completely severed. Snape reported to Dumbledore, or rather, to Umbridge, who had reluctantly taken over the matter, that Harry's attitude was deplorable and he displayed no aptitude, thus terminating the instruction. This effectively cut off Harry's sole official avenue for learning to defend against Voldemort's mental intrusions. What compounded Harry's anguish was that the dreams in which he was possessed by Nagini did not cease. Rather, they grew more frequent and vivid. Time and again, he experienced Voldemort's cruelty, impatience, and an overwhelming desire for the stone door of the Department of Mysteries. Each time he awoke, he felt as if he had just been pulled from icy waters, cold to the core, his scar burning, and a residual rage not his own lingering deep within. "I feel as though he is burrowing deeper into my mind," Harry said wearily to Luna after a meeting, leaning against the wall of the Room of Requirement, his face pale. "Sometimes, I cannot even distinguish which thoughts are mine and which are his." Luna placed her hand gently on Harry's shoulder, a soothing mental energy flowing through her to stabilize his restless spirit. "This is the inevitable result of the deepening connection, Harry. He is attempting to blur your boundaries. Yet you must firmly believe that your will is independent. Whenever those emotions or thoughts that do not belong to you arise, recognize them and, like pushing away an unwelcome door, refuse to let them in. This requires practice, a great deal of practice." Luna intensified her private guidance of Harry in mental meditation. She even attempted to provide him with a small ancient rune stone imbued with tranquil power, suggesting he hold it when he felt overwhelmed by emotions or plagued by nightmares. While the stone's effects were limited, it at least offered a psychological anchor, reminding Harry that he was not entirely helpless. However, the true crisis emerged from within the DA. One evening in early February, shortly after a DA meeting had commenced, there came a gentle but urgent knock on the door of the room of requirement. It was not the agreed-upon signal, but rather a frantic rapping. The room fell into an immediate hush, every member gripping their wands, eyes fixed on the entrance. Luna signaled for silence as she approached the door, sensing the magical fluctuations outside. It was Ginny Weasley, accompanied by a tearful girl named Hermione. Luna swiftly opened the door, ushering them in. The crying girl was one of the DA members, named Marietta Edgecombe, a friend of Cho Chang. Her face was covered in a dense cluster of purple pustules, forming the word snitch, a sight most unsettling. Hermione's face was ashen, tinged with a mixture of anger and fear. On our way here, we encountered her with the inquisitorial squad. She pointed at us, trying to inform Umbridge of our location. Thankfully, Ginny reacted quickly and tripped them with a barrier spell, allowing us to escape. It turned out that Hermione had left a safeguard when initially creating the DA membership list. That parchment was, in fact, a contract imbued with a special curse. Should anyone sign it and then betray the DA to Umbridge, letters would emerge on their face in the form of these unspeakable pustules, impervious to ordinary magic. Marietta concealed her face, her sobs intensifying, her voice laced with fear and remorse. She had confided in Umbridge, believing that if she did so, her mother, who worked at the Ministry of Magic, would not be dismissed. Umbridge had warned her that it would have repercussions. A chill swept over all members of Dumbledore's army. The act of betrayal had occurred among them. Had it not been for Hermione's prudence and Ginny's astuteness, they might have been captured by Umbridge at that very moment. Anger, disappointment, and fear permeated the room. The members gazed at the weeping Marietta, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. "We must disband immediately," Autumn exclaimed, her face pale as she looked at her friend's inflamed skin, torn between concern and indignation. She had already sensed that Umbridge would soon be upon them. Panic began to take root. Some younger students had already begun to glance towards the door, preparing to flee. Silence. Yunqi's voice was not loud. It had possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that quelled the tumult instantly. He stepped into the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each panicked face. Panic will resolve nothing. His tone remained as calm as granite. Umbridge was aware that a gathering was taking place, but she was uncertain of its precise location or the identities of its members. The marks on Marietta's face served as tangible evidence that Hermione's protective measures had worked, and that the informant would face consequences. His words somewhat assuaged the agitated crowd. But Yunqi, Simone Finnegan interjected anxiously. "She will undoubtedly come with a search party for the 8th floor. Let her search," Yunqi replied, a faint, almost icy smile gracing his lips. If the room of requirement could be so easily discovered, it would not be the most secretive chamber in Hogwarts. He turned to Hermione. "Hermione, the list." Hermione immediately retrieved the enchanted parchment from her pocket. Yunqi accepted it, not opening it, but rather placing his hand over it. A pure silver radiance emanated from his palm, permeating the parchment. Moments later, he returned it to Hermione. "I have reinforced its protection and mental shielding. Anyone not among those who sign will see only blankness." Triggering a stronger effect of forgetfulness, Yunqi elucidated. "Now, everyone, listen to my instructions." He exhibited a rare, undeniable aura of leadership. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, you core members, along with Marietta, who bears the mark, will be the first to depart. Take different routes, heading directly to crowded areas, such as the Great Hall or the library, to establish your alibis. Remember, if anyone is questioned, the unified response is that you were studying in the library tonight or socializing in other common rooms. No gatherings, nothing at all." His directives were clear and instantly restored the morale of the group. They began to organize themselves according to his instructions with swiftness and order. "Ginny, Neville, Luna," Yunqi called to them, "you will be the last to leave. Assist in checking for any overlooked traces." Lastly, he addressed all departing members, his gaze calm and resolute. "The DA has not been exposed. We have merely encountered a trial. We have weathered many trials before, and we shall do so again. Trust one another. Remain composed. Disband." The members departed the room of requirement in silence, one by one. Yunqi lingered until the end, once more surveying the entire chamber to ensure no discernible personal belongings or traces of magic remained. Then, he approached the wall, silently wishing for the room to vanish completely. Yunqi did not leave immediately. He concealed himself in the shadows cast by a suit of armor in the corridor, minimizing his presence as if he had melded with the wall. He needed to ascertain Umbridge's actions and ensure the safe evacuation of all members. Malfoy haphazardly cast several revealing spells at the wall with his wand, but to no avail. Pansy Parkinson attempted to push against each brick, yielding no results as well. Miss Eckmore, Umbridge called sharply, "Are you certain this is the place?" Yet at that moment, all that met her gaze were bare walls. Umbridge's face flushed with anger, her small eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion, ultimately finding nothing. She could only leave begrudgingly, muttering about the need for enhanced patrols and interrogations of those she deemed suspicious. Yunqi observed this scene from the shadows until their footsteps faded entirely, at which point he slowly revealed himself. He sensed that all members of Dumbledore's army had safely evacuated the 8th floor, allowing himself to exhale with relief. Although this crisis had been averted, a fissure had emerged. The act of betrayal indicated that the DA was no longer an absolute sanctuary of secrecy. Trust needed to be rebuilt, and security measures required an upgrade. That evening, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Yunqi gathered by the hearth, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "It's all my fault," Hermione lamented. "If I hadn't insisted on signing that list." "No, Hermione," Harry interjected, his expression still grim, but his resolve unwavering. "You did the right thing. Without that curse, we might all be confined in Umbridge's office right now. It was Marietta who betrayed us. Umbridge threatened her family," Ron muttered, seemingly intent on defending Marietta, but ultimately shaking his head. "Yet she did indeed betray us. This incident serves as a reminder," Yunqi spoke slowly, "that we face not only Umbridge, but also the power and coercion she represents. Fear can compel individuals to act against their true nature. We must unite more closely and prepare for even graver circumstances." He turned to Harry. "Especially you, Harry. Umbridge and Voldemort will seek ways to exploit any vulnerabilities you have." Harry nodded gravely, feeling the weight of the burden on his shoulders intensify. The Marietta incident loomed like an inescapable shadow over the DA, though meetings had temporarily ceased. An atmosphere of mutual suspicion permeated among the members. Autumn Zhang had clashed with Harry over Marietta's situation, believing Harry and the others had been too harsh, leading to an icy rift between them. Meanwhile, Harry's nightmares, after a brief lull, returned with renewed vigor and became increasingly bizarre. He began to dream of a long, dim corridor reminiscent of the one he had previously envisioned in the Department of Mysteries, yet distinctly different. The corridor was lined not with doors, but with empty picture frames. He could sense Voldemort at the end of the hall, brimming with uncontrollable fury and an imperceptible hint of anxiety. What troubled him further was a recent dream in which he seemed to hear a familiar voice moaning in agony, reminiscent of Sirius. Perhaps he had simply forgotten his mirror, or was engaged in a mission for the Order of the Phoenix. Ron attempted to console him. "Or something has happened to him." Harry exclaimed, "I dreamed of him. He is suffering. Voldemort is furious. Is it because he has captured Sirius?" Hermione struggled to calm him. "Harry, that was merely a dream. Your connection with Voldemort allows you to sense his emotions, but what you perceive does not necessarily reflect reality. We cannot draw conclusions based solely on a dream." Yet Harry could not heed her words. His anxiety for his godfather's safety, combined with a prolonged mental strain, left him almost convinced that Sirius had fallen into Voldemort's clutches. After learning of Harry's troubling dream and concerns, Luna furrowed her brow. She understood Voldemort's cunning better than Harry did. This could very well be a trap designed to exploit Harry's feelings for Sirius. However, she lacked concrete evidence to assure that Sirius was safe. She promptly sent a message to Dumbledore via Fawkes, detailing Harry's dream and his fears for Sirius, requesting confirmation of Sirius's safety. "He is hiding this from me. He must know that Sirius is in danger," Harry shouted at Ron and Hermione in their dormitory, his eyes bloodshot. Luna, observing Harry on the brink of losing control, recognized that mere reassurance would no longer suffice. Voldemort's trap was tightening, preying on Harry's most cherished bonds. "Harry," Luna grasped his slightly trembling shoulders, gazing into his eyes, "I understand your worries. But in times like this, it is crucial to remain calm. Acting impulsively plays right into Voldemort's hands. Dumbledore has assured us that Sirius has other protections. We must trust the headmaster's arrangements." "But I dreamed of him," Harry insisted stubbornly. "Dreams can be a true reflection or meticulously crafted deception." Luna's voice bore an undeniable strength. "Grant me a moment, and I shall seek alternative means of verification. Until then, promise me you will refrain from any reckless actions." Harry looked into Luna's calm and resolute eyes, which held a compelling power that urged him to trust her. He gasped for breath, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Luna was aware that time was of the essence. Harry's mental state had stretched to its limits. Voldemort's trap seemed poised to spring at any moment. She needed to secure definitive proof of Sirius's safety swiftly or prepare for the worst. Exploiting emotional vulnerabilities to create illusions was a common tactic of dark magic. Salazar, Slytherin, remarked coldly that Descendant is indeed well-versed in this art. The crux lies in the establishment of trust and transparency of information. Rowena Ravenclaw analyzed, that child, referring to Harry, is currently isolated from information, and his trust in his mentor, referring to Dumbledore, is being eroded by fear. He must perceive the truth, insisted Godric Gryffindor. Mere words are insufficient. Perhaps we could explore unconventional methods of communication? Helga Hufflepuff gently suggested, for the castle harbors ancient magic capable of transcending distances to convey simple messages or unveil truths. Helga's remarks sparked a thought in Yunqi's mind, reminding him of her expertise in magical creatures and contract magic. Was there a means to circumvent the conventional barriers of communication? To ascertain the life status and approximate location of a particular individual? He immediately searched through Helga's notes while humbly seeking guidance from her portrait. As Yunqi diligently delved into his research, striving to uncover a breakthrough, the situation at Hogwarts continued to deteriorate. Umbridge had evidently not abandoned her pursuit of D.A. She intensified patrols and even began interrogating suspected individuals, including younger D and members, attempting to pry information from them through threats and inducements. Though no one betrayed their comrades, Marietta's case was a stark reminder. This oppressive policy suffocated everyone within the castle. The weather remained frigid, yet the atmosphere inside Hogwarts felt even more biting than the external frost. The rift caused by the betrayal had yet to mend, and Harry's anxiety for Sirius's safety loomed like an impending volcanic eruption, with Umbridge's shadow omnipresent. All seemed to foretell that a far greater storm was on the horizon. This time, Yunqi sensed that he could no longer remain in the shadows as before. He needed to intervene more directly to avert tragedy. Chapter 50. Traps, Choices, and the Final Guardian. February slipped away under a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an approaching storm. March's chill persisted, yet it could not dissipate the heavy clouds that loomed over Hogwarts. Umbridge's searches did not wane following the failure of the Marietta incident. Instead, they escalated. She seemed convinced that Harry Potter was the core of the illicit organization, concentrating most of her efforts on him, thereby inadvertently granting other members a fleeting respite, while simultaneously destabilizing Harry's already precarious mental state. Yunqi endeavored various approaches. He increased the frequency and intensity of his mental guidance for Harry. The tranquil rune stone nearly always clutched in Harry's hand, its edges worn smooth. From Helga Hufflepuff's notes, he discovered an ancient life-mar perception magic that could vaguely sense the life status and general safety of an individual through items bearing a strong emotional bond or blood relation to the subject. He managed to procure an old letter Sirius had once written to Harry, attempting to use it as a medium for perception. The ritual took place discreetly within the room of requirement. Yunqi summoned ancient magic, sketching intricate rune patterns and placing the letter at the center. Light swirled, runes flickered, and the resulting vision emerged, hazy and contradictory. Sirius's life mark had not extinguished, yet it seemed shrouded by a dense, malicious magical mist, rendering his precise state and location indeterminate. He's still alive. Yunqi conveyed this news to Harry in an attempt to soothe him. Yet my perception was clouded, rendering me unable to ascertain whether he was free or where he might be. This was likely a part of Voldemort's intricate trap, as he had somehow shielded Sirius from precise detection. This answer, evidently, could not placate Harry. Alive? Shielded? He nearly roared, as this could only imply that he was being tormented by Voldemort, thus eluding detection. Dumbledore's claims of other protections were nothing but deceit. The fissures of distrust within Harry's heart widened incessantly. His dissatisfaction with Dumbledore, disappointment in Yunqi's helplessness, and fear for his godfather's safety intertwined, nearly driving him to madness. Ron and Hermione endeavored to console him, yet to little avail. Hermione insisted it was Voldemort's ruse, while Ron found himself caught between loyalty to his friend and rationality. Feeling quite conflicted, although the DA meetings resumed, albeit precariously due to Yunqi's insistence and new covert measures, the atmosphere was far from its previous vitality. The shadows of the Marietta incident and Harry's emotional turmoil loomed like chasms between members. At that moment, Umbridge discovered a new avenue to exploit. In the second week of March, she announced a new educational decree. No student may gather in groups of more than 3 within the castle during non-class hours unless supervised by a staff member. This decree nearly extinguished the possibility of large DA gatherings, even if the room of requirement could provide concealment. The risk of a dozen or more students disappearing in the corridors for over half an hour was simply too great. We can no longer engage in collective activities. Hermione said anxiously at an urgent meeting of core members. It's far too easy to be discovered. Then what shall we do? Ron asked irritably. Are we to disband? Umbridge and Voldemort certainly won't disband. We need to alter our strategy. Yunqi interjected, his voice still calm, but imbued with an undeniable resolve. Let us fragment our efforts. Cease all large gatherings. Instead, we shall conduct small group instruction, or even one-on-one clandestine teachings. He looked at Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, the most central and reliable members. We shall each be responsible for guiding a small segment of members. Locations will be variable, and time staggered. We can utilize abandoned classrooms, secluded corners of the library, and even arrange to quickly exchange notes or conduct brief demonstrations at the entrance of the room of requirement. Yunqi rapidly devised a plan, making the objectives smaller and more flexible. Even if discovered, the loss would only involve a small group, sparing the entirety of the DA. However, the true storm center remained Harry. One fateful day in mid-March, disaster finally struck. A foreboding sense gripped him as he squeezed through the crowd and beheld a new notice, accompanied by a clipping from the Daily Prophet. The notice was issued by Umbridge, inscribed in her ostentatious handwriting. Notice. In light of recent violations of school regulations, it has been found that these incidents are related to certain malevolent external influences. It has been confirmed that the fugitive Sirius Black is secretly lurking near Hogsmeade, attempting to contact individuals within the school to orchestrate acts of sabotage. The Ministry of Magic and the school have heightened their vigilance. Anyone who discovers Black's whereabouts or fails to report will face severe penalties. Those who provide credible information will be handsomely rewarded. The accompanying clipping is a brief news article featuring a blurred photograph, seemingly taken years ago, with the headline, Ministry of Magic on High Alert. Azkaban fugitive Black suspected to have appeared in Hogsmeade. A chill surged through Harry, coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, as his blood nearly froze in an instant. How did Umbridge know? How could she connect Sirius with Hogsmeade? Could it be that his dream was indeed prophetic? Had Sirius truly taken such a perilous risk to come? Or was this yet another of Umbridge's schemes, or perhaps a trap set by Voldemort? Panic engulfed him like a tidal wave. He could no longer concern himself with eating. He turned and ran, intent on finding Ron and Hermione. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, he encountered a similarly pale Hermione and a bewildered Ron. They too had seen the notice. This is impossible, Ron exclaimed. How could Sirius be foolish enough to come to Hogsmeade? But if he thought Harry was in danger? Hermione's voice trembled. She too had considered that possibility. It was my dream, Harry exclaimed, gripping Hermione's arm excitedly. I dreamt of him. He must have been captured by Voldemort and is being held near Hogsmeade. Umbridge knows, and she intends to capture him. Or perhaps this is merely a trap orchestrated by Voldemort to lure me out. Harry, calm down, Hermione urged, attempting to ground him in reason. This is too coincidental. You just dreamt of him, and Umbridge issued the notice right after? This is likely a trap set by either her or Voldemort. I don't care if it's a trap. Harry nearly lost his composure, his eyes bloodshot. What if it's true? What if he is out there, waiting for me to rescue him? I cannot stand idly by and watch him be captured. How do you plan to go? Ron tried to dissuade him. Umbridge is surely watching you. And how will you even contact him? The two-way mirror. I'll try the two-way mirror, Harry declared, about to rush into the tower. Just then, a calm voice resonated behind them. Harry. It was Cho Chang. He had no idea when she had appeared from the shadows of the corridor, her expression grave. Cho, did you see it? The notice. Harry grasped at a lifeline. Speaking urgently. I did see it. Cho approached them, her gaze sweeping over Harry's anxious and pale face. This is clearly a trap, Harry. The intent is to draw you away from the protections of Hogwarts. But Sirius. I sensed it again. Cho interrupted him, her tone serious. His life signature still exists, but the interference remains unchanged. I cannot rule out whether this is an illusion created by Voldemort, nor can I confirm if he is truly in Hogsmeade. But one thing I can assure you, if you act recklessly now, you will play directly into their hands. What am I supposed to do? Harry shouted in anguish. Just wait here? Wait to see him captured or killed. Yunqi remained silent for a moment, gazing into Harry's eyes, which were brimming with despair and fear, realizing that mere words of caution would prove futile. Harry's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Any forceful restraint could yield counterproductive results. Give me one night, Yunqi finally said, his voice resonant and commanding. I shall endeavor to employ a final method to conduct a more precise location search. If I can ascertain that Sirius is not in the vicinity of Hogwarts, or confirm his safety, you must promise me to abandon this perilous notion. If, however, I confirm that he is indeed in danger, we shall devise a meticulous plan together. rather than allowing you to walk into certain death alone. His gaze was unwavering, fixed intently on Harry. Trust me this time, Harry. One night. If by tomorrow morning I have not provided you with a definitive answer, you may make your own decision. But until then, remain within the castle. Do not venture anywhere. Promise me. Harry looked into Yunqi's deep black eyes, which held an undeniable steadiness and strength that compelled trust. He recalled Yunqi's unwavering support and the wonders of ancient magic. Perhaps, just perhaps, Yunqi truly possessed a solution. Amidst a tumult of anxiety and a flicker of hope, Harry nodded slowly. All right. One night, he re-entered the Chamber of Requirement. The portraits of the four founders seemed to sense the turmoil outside and the gravity of Yunqi's demeanor. In light of the urgent situation, Yunqi succinctly outlined the circumstances. Voldemort's trap had been laid, and Harry was on the verge of losing control. I require a long-range, high-precision soul tracking, targeting Sirius Black. Conventional methods have been disrupted. I need to harness the castle's core magical power, along with your assistance. The four founders exchanged glances. To forcibly penetrate the Dark Lord's barrier bears immense risk, Salazar Slytherin cautioned. It may alert him and even lead to backlash. Yet this is the only means to prevent that child from falling into the trap, Godric Gryffindor stated solemnly. It is worth a try. We need to construct a powerful resonance array. Rowena Ravenclaw quickly entered an analytical state, utilizing the castle's magic as the source, with our four portraits as stabilizing coordinates. Guided by Yunqi's ancient magic, I shall channel the life force of the castle to support you. Child, Helga Hufflepuff said gently yet firmly, but be wary of the recoil. With the plan set, Yunqi immediately began to delineate a far more intricate and precise magical array at the center of the chamber, utilizing his ancient magic. The four corners corresponded to the frames of the four founders, with Sirius's old letter placed in the center. Standing amidst the array, Yunqi closed his eyes and summoned the full force of his ancient magical power. A silvery radiance emanated from him, flowing like a tangible stream into the array beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the portraits of the four founders radiated brilliant light. Godric's crimson gold, Salazar's silver green, Rowena's azure copper, and Helga's yellow black. Four distinct yet equally potent beams of light converged at the corners of the array, merging with Yunqi's silvery magic. The entire chamber began to tremble subtly, the ancient stones of the walls emitting a low, resonant hum. The vast magical power accumulated by Hogwarts Castle over millennia was being gently summoned by this array. Converging at this very point, Yunqi's mental energy traversed the pathway constructed by the magical formation, penetrating the fabric of space with an unprecedented intensity and precision. In pursuit of Sirius's life signature, he felt as though he were laboriously navigating through a thick, dark mire, surrounded by the distortions and disruptions of magic cast by Voldemort. Fragmented images flickered before him. The interior of number 12, Grimmauld Place, yet devoid of any presence, an unfamiliar forest, and the imposing stone door of the Department of Mysteries flashed briefly, clearly an illusion conjured by Voldemort for him to perceive. The interference was overwhelming. Attempting to misdirect his perception, Yunqi remained steadfast, relying on the coordinates provided by the four founders and the support of the castle's magic. Forcefully breaking through layer upon layer of magical fog, he lost track of time, sensing his mental energy rapidly depleting, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, his perception shattered through the most formidable barrier, reaching the core of the life signature, which was enshrouded in layers. The scene instantly clarified. It was a familiar place, number 12, Grimmauld Place, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius sat languidly at the kitchen table, staring blankly at an empty goblet, his expression weary and irritable, yet showing no signs of injury or torment. Creature was nearby, mumbling as he polished a piece of silverware. Yunqi could even faintly hear fragments of Sirius's thoughts. Damn the secret keeper, stuck here. I wonder how Harry is doing with that pink toad. Safe. He is absolutely safe. Right here, at headquarters. It's Voldemort. He has sensed it. Oomph. With a grunt, Yunqi forcefully severed the connection, staggering slightly as his complexion drained of color. Though he acted swiftly, the onslaught of that malevolent consciousness caused a tumult within his mental sea. Yunqi. The four founders called out in unison, their concern palpable. I am fine. Yunqi steadied himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp intensity as he confirmed, Sirius was indeed safe at Grimmauld Place. This had been a trap all along. He immediately inscribed this crucial information on a small piece of parchment, then summoned Fawkes. Deliver this directly to Harry Potter. Hand it to him personally, Yunqi instructed the Phoenix. Fawkes let out a clear trill, grasped the note, and vanished in a burst of flames. Once this task was accomplished, Yunqi exhaled, feeling a profound weariness wash over him. Yet he knew the crisis had been averted for the time being. With this message, Harry should regain his composure. However, he underestimated both Voldemort's cunning and the potential for Harry to misjudge under extreme anxiety. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat restlessly. The seconds ticking by, and Harry's patience was nearing its end. Just as he was on the verge of losing restraint, prepared to dash out recklessly, a burst of flames materialized in the lounge, and Fawkes gracefully descended before him, dropping a small note onto his lap. Harry snatched it up eagerly, unfurling it with urgency. The clear handwriting of Cho-Chi was visible. Harry stared at the note, momentarily stunned. Safe? At headquarters? What about his dream? An Umbridge-esque notice. See, I told you. Hermione exclaimed in relief. It's a trap. Sirius is fine. Ron breathed a long sigh of relief. That is wonderful. Now you can rest easy, Harry. However, the expression on Harry's face shifted from initial shock to a deeper, more complex mix of deceived anger and incredulous fear. He abruptly looked up at Fawkes, his voice trembling. This isn't right. If he is at headquarters, why was my dream so vivid? Why would Umbridge issue that notice? Unless the message is false. Cho-Chi has been deceived. Or perhaps Voldemort is controlling Cho-Chi to send false information. The prolonged torment of nightmares, the fear of a shattered reality, and the overwhelming concern for his godfather's safety drove Harry to the brink of paranoia at that moment. He could not accept this information, which starkly contradicted what he had witnessed and heard. He would rather believe it was yet another strand of Voldemort-esque conspiracy. Harry, wake up. Hermione gazed at him in disbelief. It's Cho-Chi. It's a message from Fawkes. How could it possibly be false? What can Voldemort not accomplish? Harry retorted passionately. Rising abruptly, he infiltrated the ministry. Controlling someone to relay false information is trivial. I cannot take that risk. What if Sirius truly is in Hogsmeade? And my hesitation leads me to believe this false message. Fear overwhelmed all reason. His trust in Cho-Chi was drowned in a tidal wave of panic. I must go to Umbridge's office, Harry suddenly declared, a wild determination gleaming in his eyes. She has the Flynn network. I remember. I can contact Grimmauld Place from her office's fireplace and confirm in person. You're insane, Ron exclaimed, startled, that S walking into a trap. I need to verify. Harry pushed past Ron, who attempted to restrain him. Heedless of Hermione's screams and pleas, like a trapped beast, he bolted out of the portrait hole. Racing down towards Umbridge's office, Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing the terror and helplessness in each other's eyes, and could only stomp in frustration before hastily following suit. They failed to notice that at the moment Harry dashed out of the hole, Fawkes emitted a frantic cry, transforming into flames and vanishing once more. Cho-Chi's heart sank heavily. He sensed something was amiss from Fawkes' emotions. Harry, didn't he listen? Cho-Chi's voice trembled slightly. Fawkes sadly nodded. Cho-Chi's complexion darkened instantaneously. His greatest fear had come to pass. Long periods of mental strain and Voldemort's meticulously woven traps had ultimately led Harry to lose his rational judgment. There was no time for regret or anger. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Cho-Chi's eyes. He could not bear to see Harry fall into the trap, nor could he allow him to confront the potential dangers alone. Even in the absence of Sirius at Hogsmeade, Umbridge's office was itself a den of peril. He swiftly instructed Fawkes, go inform Professor Dumbledore that Harry may have ventured to Umbridge's office to attempt using the Flynn network. The plan has changed, and assistance is needed. Without hesitation, he turned and raced towards Umbridge's office, moving with utmost speed. Ancient magic coursed through him, transforming his form into a mere blur in the dimly lit corridor. Hogwarts night was on the brink of its most tumultuous moment, spurred by a boy's impulsiveness and the choices of a guardian transcending millennia. The trap lay wide open, and the prey charged recklessly into the snare. Chapter 51, The Floo Trap, The Wrath of Antiquity, and the End of the Pink Toad. Yunqi dashed through the shadowy corridors of Hogwarts, his footsteps light and swift, barely making a sound, save for the whisper of his robes in the air. The ancient magic surged within him, amplifying not only his speed, but also heightening his senses. He could distinctly hear the distant cacophony of hurried footsteps, Harry's furious shouts, Umbridge's sharp reprimands, and Ron and Hermione's panicked pleas. A heaviness settled in his heart. He was too late. As he reached the corridor leading to Umbridge's office, he beheld the sight of Harry, held fast by two members of the Slytherin inquisitorial squad, struggling in vain. Ron and Hermione were similarly restrained by several other students. Wands aimed menacingly at them. Umbridge stood at the threshold of her pink office, her face flushed with a mixture of pride, cruelty, and triumph. Her toad-like mouth twisted into a grin that revealed small, sharp teeth. "Let me go, you old hag." Harry fought against his captors, his eyes ablaze. "I need to confirm that Sirius is safe." "Safe?" Umbridge feigned a laugh, her voice nauseating. "Consider safety when you and your accomplices are reunited in Azkaban. Bring them in. I shall interrogate them myself." The inquisitorial squad students roughly shoved Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the suffocating office adorned with lace and cat-themed decor. The door slammed shut behind them. Yunqi concealed himself in the shadows around the corner, his gaze icy and resolute. He refrained from rushing in. A reckless rescue was not prudent, especially given the numerical advantage of his adversaries and Umbridge's authorization from the Ministry of Magic. He needed the right moment, a single opportunity to strike decisively. Holding his breath, he honed the listening techniques of ancient magic to perfection, capturing the sounds from within the office with crystal clarity. First came Umbridge's insincere, probing voice as she mentioned weapons, attempting to entice Harry into revealing the DEA and Dumbledore's schemes. Harry vehemently denied her, insisting on contacting Grimmauld Place to ascertain Sirius's safety. Then came Hermione's voice, trembling yet clear. "Professor, if you would allow me, I might know the whereabouts of Dumbledore's secret weapon." The office fell into a momentary silence. Even Yunqi outside the door was momentarily taken aback. "What is Hermione planning?" "What did you say, my dear?" Umbridge's voice was laden with suspicion and greed. In the Forbidden Forest, Hermione's voice took on an intentionally crafted fragility and mystery, a place known only to Dumbledore and his most trusted confidants. "Harry once told me that weapon is incredibly powerful, capable of confronting you-know-who." Yunqi immediately grasped Hermione's intent. She was luring Umbridge out of the office and into the Forbidden Forest. That environment, complex and treacherous, was an excellent location to escape control and even retaliate. An exceedingly bold and risky plan. Umbridge indeed took the bait. Her thirst for power and greed for the weapon overwhelmed her feeble vigilance. "Take me there," she commanded, her voice sharp with excitement. "Now, if you dare deceive me." "I need Harry and Ron to accompany me," Hermione insisted. "Only the three of us know the precise location. Moreover, we need more people. The Forbidden Forest is perilous." Umbridge hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, her desire for the weapon prevailed. "Very well, but do not attempt any tricks. Malfoy, bring a few others to follow them." The office door swung open once more. Umbridge led the way, her face flushed with excitement at the prospect of achieving great merit. Malfoy and two other Slytherin students, Crabbe and Goyle, were herding Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind them. Harry and Ron wore expressions of confusion and tension, yet upon seeing Hermione's signal, they managed to remain silent. Yunqi quietly observed them from the shadows as they made their way towards the castle doors, silently trailing behind like a true specter. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Hermione's plan had succeeded halfway, drawing Umbridge out of her power stronghold. However, entering the Forbidden Forest signified greater uncertainty and danger. He had to stay close and act at the critical moment. The night in the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness and tranquility, filled with various rustling sounds and unknown presences. Umbridge was evidently ill at ease in this environment. She clutched her wand tightly, her pink cardigan standing out starkly in the dim light. Malfoy and his cohorts also appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing around. Hermione led them through the trees, moving with purpose as if she truly knew of a secret location. Yunqi sensed she was guiding them towards the area where Hagrid had mentioned the centaurs often roamed. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a relatively open glade. Moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy, casting dappled patches of light. "Where are we?" Umbridge impatiently urged, her voice piercing the stillness of the forest. "Where's the weapon?" Hermione halted, turning to face Umbridge. The fragility that had once adorned her face was replaced by a calm determination. "There is no weapon, Professor Umbridge." Umbridge's smile froze instantly, transforming into a mask of furious rage. "What did you say? You dare deceive me." "I deceived you," Hermione confessed with unflinching candor, "to lure you here. Within the castle, you possess too many allies and so-called educational decrees. Here, perhaps we can engage in a fair discussion." "Fair?" Umbridge cackled with a shrill laugh. "You dare speak to me of fairness? You filthy, rule-breaking little mudbloods, pure-blood traitors and liars. Seize them. I shall have you rotting in Azkaban." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle immediately raised their wands, aiming them at Harry and his friends. In that tense moment, a calm yet icy voice emerged from the shadows of the woods. "I believe it's time to bring this farce to an end." Everyone turned abruptly, Quincy Potter stepped forth from behind a massive oak tree, moonlight casting a chilling silver halo around him. His face bore no expression. Yet within the depths of his dark eyes, it seemed as if silver flames flickered with intensity. Quincy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with surprise. Umbridge, initially taken aback, quickly contorted her expression into one of greater disgust and fury. You, another little spawn of the Potters. You are involved in their illicit organization. Just perfect. We shall deal with you as well. Quincy disregarded her words, his gaze sweeping over Malfoy and his companions. Draco, take your people and leave. This matter does not concern you. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority and an oppressive weight derived from ancient magic. Crabbe and Goyle instinctively recoiled, glancing at Malfoy, whose face had drained of color. Having witnessed Quincy's extraordinary magical prowess, he was engulfed in fear and hesitation. Don't listen to him, Umbridge screeched. I am a senior undersecretary. I command you to apprehend them. Umbridge felt a chill under Quincy's penetrating gaze. Yet she maintained her composure. What do you intend to do? I am a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. Do you dare to move against me? The Ministry of Magic? Quincy's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. Soon it shall realize that Hogwarts has its own rules and guardians. He stepped forward. Without uttering a spell, without waving his wand, he simply raised his right hand. Umbridge's complexion drained of all color as she experienced an unprecedented wave of terror. This magic was unlike anything she had ever known. It was ancient, pure, imbued with an undeniable will. She screamed and raised her wand. Stupefy! The red beam of the stunning spell shot toward Quincy, but just a foot away from his body, it vanished silently as if snow met the blazing sun, extinguished by that silvery radiance. Quincy did not even glance at her incantation. His gaze remained fixed on Umbridge as he gently pointed his finger. Bind. The words manifested the spell. It was not a silent incantation, but rather a force closer to the essence of magic itself. The air shimmered with invisible power, materializing into substantial silver chains that coiled around Umbridge like a living serpent, ensnaring her completely. She writhed helplessly, akin to a pink caterpillar ensconced in a cocoon, emitting a terrified whimper as her wand clattered to the ground. Malfoy and his cohorts were paralyzed with terror, attempting to flee. Halt! Yunqi's voice resonated once more. Not harsh, but imbued with an undeniable authority. The trio found their feet as if anchored to the ground, their bodies stiff with fear, rendered immobile. Ignoring them, Yunqi approached the imprisoned Umbridge, looking down upon her eyes, which were filled with dread and disbelief. Were you? Umbridge's voice warped with fear. What I am is beyond your comprehension, Yunqi replied coldly. You only need to understand that Hogwarts is not a place where you can act with impunity. He extended his hand, hovering over Umbridge's head, silver light coalescing within his palm. What do you intend to do? You cannot. Umbridge felt the peak of danger and thrashed in desperation. Everything you have done to the students, the pain and fear inflicted upon Harry with that quill, must be returned to its rightful owner. There was no trace of compassion in Yunqi's eyes. This is not merely a forgetting charm. It is a punishment grounded in ancient magical principles of causality and soul contracts. It is an ancient law documented in the notes of the four founders, meant to penalize those who have severely sullied the castle's will. No, Umbridge emitted a chilling, inhuman scream, her body convulsing violently, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were visible. Yunqi did not cast her a glance, as if he were merely discarding refuse. He turned to the utterly stunned Malfoy and his companions. Take her away. Leave the Forbidden Forest. Yunqi's voice regained its calm, yet it still bore an undeniable strength, informing those outside that Professor Umbridge had, during her inspection of the Forbidden Forest, unfortunately been attacked by a rare magical creature, resulting in irreversible mental damage. This was merely an accident at Hogwarts. Only when their figures vanished into the darkness did Harry, Ron, and Hermione seem to awaken from an unbelievable dream. Yunqi. Harry opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had witnessed the formidable power Yunqi exhibited, far beyond his imagination, as well as that cold, resolute demeanor. This was a stark contrast to the tranquil and gentle Yunqi he had come to know. Ron's face was a mask of awe and fear as he muttered, Merlin's beard, you just... Hermione appeared somewhat pale, her gaze shifting from the traces left by Umbridge on the ground to Yunqi, her expression complex. A blend of relief and a hint of trepidation towards such immense power. Could this lead to trouble? The Ministry. The Ministry? Yunqi turned to them, a familiar, wearied smile returning to his face. An esteemed official attacked by a magical creature in the Forbidden Forest. They will be too preoccupied with covering up the scandal and scrutinizing security responsibilities to delve into the role a student played in this. Besides, Dumbledore is here. He stepped before Harry, looking intently into his eyes. Now, do you believe? Sirius is safe. Harry's face flushed crimson, feelings of shame, regret, and fear flooding over him. I'm sorry, Yunqi, I did not believe you. It's all right, Harry. Yunqi gently patted his shoulder, remarking that he was merely too preoccupied with concern for his godfather. Voldemort had deftly exploited this vulnerability. Remember this lesson in the shadows. Trusting your companions and maintaining your composure are equally vital. At that moment, the distant sound of hooves echoed from deep within the Forbidden Forest. Several towering figures emerged from the thicket, centaurs. Leading them was Firenze, his sapphire-like eyes shimmering with wisdom in the moonlight. The celestial bodies shifted, and Firenze fixed his gaze upon Yunqi, his voice deep and resonant, a primordial force purging the taint from the forest. We sense the will of the Creator. Yunqi nodded slightly at Firenze, expressing gratitude for their tacit support. Hogwarts will remember the aid of its friends. Firenze regarded Yunqi with a profound gaze, uttering no further words, before turning with the other centaurs to vanish into the depths of the woods. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded vigorously. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, the fat lady's portrait observed them, particularly Yunqi, and surprisingly refrained from her usual complaints about their tardiness. Instead, she swiftly uttered the password in an almost obsequious tone and willingly opened the entrance. Upon returning to the familiar common room, the fire still crackled. It was devoid of occupants. Hermione, unable to contain herself, spoke again, her voice somewhat dry. Let us consider it a nightmare. Yunqi gently interrupted her. Weariness etched on his face. The nightmare is over. Umbridge will harm no one further. As for the rest, he did not elaborate, but the meaning in his gaze was unmistakable. His power, and how he accomplished all of this, remained his secret. Harry looked at Yunqi, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He held countless questions, yet ultimately, all inquiries coalesced into profound gratitude and an indescribable trust. Regardless of the secrets Yunqi concealed, he had rescued them today, bringing an end to Umbridge tyranny, a fact beyond dispute. Thank you, Yunqi, Harry said solemnly. Ron and Hermione echoed their thanks. Yunqi smiled, a warm and genuine expression that dispelled the earlier chill of authority. We are friends and comrades. It is only right that we assist one another. Now it's late. You should all rest. Tomorrow, Hogwarts will greet a new day. He turned towards the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, his silhouette illuminated by the firelight, embodying both youthful slenderness and an ancient, heavy gravitas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained in place, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of having traversed an age. The era of Umbridge had ended with a resounding finality. Yet they understood that the troubles of Hogwarts were far from over. The shadow of Voldemort still loomed. However, after this night, their perception of their silent, reticent friend had transformed into a profound understanding, instilling within them an unprecedented confidence for the struggles ahead. For they had witnessed firsthand that the Guardian of Hogwarts was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. Chapter 52. Aftermath, Undercurrents, and the Headmaster's Resolve. The news of Umbridge being attacked by a rare magical creature in the Forbidden Forest, resulting in her complete mental breakdown, spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts by the following morning. Initially met with incredulous whispers, the revelation swiftly transformed into a sensational reality following the hurried arrival of ministry officials and Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis of irreversible psychological trauma. In the corridors, the students' faces bore a mix of suppressed excitement and relief, starkly contrasting with the now ineffective educational decrees still plastered on walls. Members of the investigation team, particularly the Slytherin students, appeared disheartened and dispirited, their once arrogant demeanor completely diminished. Draco Malfoy, in particular, feigned illness to avoid dining in the Great Hall, evidently haunted by the previous night's ordeal and the chilling warning from Luna. Serve her right, Dean Thomas exclaimed, relishing the notion of retribution. Neville Longbottom silently consumed his porridge, yet a rare, easy smile graced his lips. The woman who had once inscribed words upon him with a magical quill had received her just desserts, a matter of profound significance for him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together, absorbing the jubilant atmosphere around them, yet their emotions were tangled and complex. They were aware of the truth, cognizant of the identity of the rare magical creature. Amidst their joy, a sense of awe towards Luna's unfathomable power and a tinge of worry lingered in their hearts. Would the ministry let this matter rest? Hermione stirred her pumpkin juice, softly inquiring, "They will undoubtedly investigate. How will they investigate? Ron mumbled with his mouth full of bacon. Anything could happen in the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs would not speak, and Hagrid would certainly not assist the Ministry. As he glanced at Luna, who sat nearby, quietly perusing an ancient tome, he added, "We know nothing. He did this for us," Harry murmured, both to Ron and Hermione, as well as to himself. He recalled how Umbridge had nearly sent them to Azkaban and her threats against him and Sirius, and the initial unease in his heart gradually transformed into gratitude. "I know." Hermione sighed. "I just didn't expect it to be so absolute. To deal with someone like her, it must be thorough," Ron interjected. "Do we really expect the Ministry to dismiss her? Fudge practically treats her like a treasure." At that moment, a stir from the staff table caught everyone's attention. They looked up to see Professor McGonagall rising, her expression a blend of seriousness and barely concealed satisfaction. "Silence," she commanded, her voice not loud, but resonant throughout the great hall. The noise immediately subsided, and all students held their breath, fixated on her. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Dolores Umbridge is unable to fulfill her duties as Senior Undersecretary in Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. McGonagall's voice remained steady, though perceptive listeners could detect a subtle pause in her speech. "Following discussions with the board and the Ministry, I will temporarily assume the position of Senior Undersecretary until the end of this term." A suppressed cheer and fervent applause erupted in the hall. Professor McGonagall surveyed the room with a stern gaze, and the applause gradually subsided, yet the joy on the students' faces was unmistakable. She continued, stating that the defense against the dark arts course would be taught by each head of house in turn, with a focus on reviewing the content for the OWLs and Newt's examinations. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news, as it signified that they would finally engage in the study of truly useful defensive magic. Breakfast concluded in an atmosphere that was almost celebratory. As the students exited the hall, their steps were noticeably lighter, as if they had shed an immense burden. However, the storm had not completely abated. During the morning potions class, Snape's demeanor was darker than ever, his oppressive aura nearly freezing the potions in their cauldrons. It was evident that he had heard about last night's events and likely gleaned some insights from Malfoy. Throughout the lesson, his cold, piercing gaze swept over Harry and Parvati multiple times, laden with unabashed scrutiny and suspicion, yet he uttered not a word. When the bell rang and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Parvati began to gather their belongings, Snape's voice slithered from behind them like a frigid serpent. "Potter and Potter." He paused deliberately, as if savoring the coincidence of the surname. "Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you." Now, Harry's heart raced, and he glanced at Parvati, whose expression remained devoid of surprise. She simply nodded calmly. They followed Snape out of the dungeons and toward the 8th floor of the castle. Snape remained silent throughout the journey, but the tension in his posture spoke volumes about his current mood. Upon arriving at the stone gargoyle, Snape coldly articulated the password, "Iced lemonade." The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiraling staircase. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was somewhat grave. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes, magnified by half-moon spectacles, appearing particularly profound. Fawkes was quietly preening his feathers on his perch. The portraits of past headmasters on the walls were all awake, their expressions serious. Armando Dippet even slightly shook his head at the entrance of Harry and Parvati, as if conveying a silent warning. "Severus, thank you," Dumbledore said to Snape. Snape cast one last disdainful glance at Harry and Parvati, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the office, his black robes billowing behind him. Once the door closed, a brief silence enveloped the office. "Please, sit down, children." Dumbledore gestured toward the chairs in front of his desk. Harry, feeling somewhat anxious, took a seat, while Parvati remained as composed as ever. Dumbledore's gaze first fell upon Harry. "Harry, I understand that you attempted to break into Professor Umbridge's office last night. Using the Flynn network?" Harry's face flushed. He lowered his head. "Yes, Professor, I'm sorry, but I thought serious. I understand your concerns, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet contained an undeniable sternness. But impulsiveness and recklessness, especially in these times, can lead to catastrophic consequences. Had it not been for Miss Granger's quick thinking in diverting Professor Umbridge's attention, the outcome could have been dire. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Dumbledore then turned his gaze towards Yunqi, a look filled with complexity, curiosity, understanding, and an indescribable heaviness. As for the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest last night, Dumbledore began to speak slowly, revealing that the healer and investigator from the Ministry of Magic had reached a preliminary conclusion. Professor Umbridge had unfortunately encountered an exceedingly rare magical creature with a potent mental assault, resulting in irreversible brain damage. He paused, his blue eyes fixed intently on Yunqi. This conclusion conveniently aligns with the testimonies of the few witnesses present, namely Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle, as well as the corroboration from the Centaur Forenza. Harry's heart raced. He anxiously glanced at Dumbledore and then at Yunqi. Yunqi met Dumbledore's gaze with calmness. The Forbidden Forest is indeed rife with the unknown, Headmaster. Sometimes, ancient rules operate on their own, purging any taint that threatens their sanctity. His words were laden with significance, neither confirming nor denying, yet attributing everything to the very essence of Hogwarts and the forest's mysterious forces. Dumbledore scrutinized Yunqi for a few moments, as if seeking to penetrate his soul and unveil the millennial-old secrets that lay dormant within. Eventually, he sighed softly, leaning back in his chair. Ancient rules, he murmured, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Yes, Hogwarts possesses its own will and protective mechanisms. At times, it safeguards its children in ways we cannot fully comprehend, expelling internal toxins. He shifted his tone to one of gravity. However, Mr. Yunqi, Harry, I must caution you. Cornelius Fudge may have accepted this incident, but he is no fool. Umbridge was a significant pawn of his within Hogwarts, and her downfall is a heavy blow to him. He and his associates will not rest. They will infiltrate and undermine us in more subtle, insidious ways. We're not afraid of him, Harry exclaimed impulsively. Bravery is commendable, Harry. Dumbledore replied calmly. But what we require is wisdom and caution. Voldemort is silently amassing power. His gaze has never strayed from Hogwarts, nor from you. Umbridge's disappearance merely removes an overt obstacle, yet the lurking dangers remain undiminished. His gaze swept over both individuals, ultimately resting on Yunqi. Mr. Yunqi, you have displayed extraordinary abilities. This power is a boon for Hogwarts, yet may also render you a target. I hope you exercise greater prudence in its application. Revealing all your cards prematurely before the final confrontation would be unwise. This served as both a warning and a piece of advice. Yunqi comprehended the underlying message from Dumbledore. He likely surmised that Yunqi was employing ancient magic far beyond the ordinary, possibly even connected to the castle's ancient secrets. Dumbledore was safeguarding Yunqi while also considering the long-term strategy. I understand, Headmaster, Yunqi replied solemnly. Power lies in protection, not in ostentation. I shall remember that. Excellent. Dumbledore appeared to exhale, turning to Harry. Harry, regarding the art of occlumency. Harry's expression fell once more. I am aware that Severus's method of instruction leaves much to be desired, Dumbledore continued, but the significance of occlumency is indisputable. Voldemort is exploiting the connection between you to influence and mislead you. Last night served as a stark lesson. He pondered briefly before suggesting. Perhaps we can adopt an alternative approach. Mr. Quirk, I recall you possess considerable expertise in mental magic. Quirk nodded. I have mastered certain ancient meditative techniques that can help stabilize the mind and build internal defenses. While it cannot entirely replace occlumency, it can serve as a foundation, enhancing Harry's resilience against mental intrusion. Then I formally request you, Mr. Quirk, Dumbledore's tone was gravely serious, to assist Harry in a more systematic training of mental defenses moving forward. I shall communicate with Severus to temporarily suspend the occlumency lessons. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, soon flooded with immense relief. Learning from Quirk was infinitely preferable to facing Snape's cold and unyielding occlumency. I will do my utmost, Headmaster, Quirk pledged. This statement was tantamount to an affirmation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, if she were present, would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As Harry departed the headmaster's office, he felt his steps significantly lighter. The weight that had pressed upon his heart was lifted, though the road ahead remained arduous. A glimmer of hope had rekindled. Thank you, Quirk. Traversing the spiral staircase, Harry expressed his gratitude once more, not only for the events of last night, but for what was to come. Quirk smiled. I've said it before, we are friends and comrades. Assisting you is also aiding Hogwarts. He gazed out the window, where sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting vibrant patterns upon the corridor. Umbridge was merely a minor interlude. The true darkness lies ahead. We must be prepared, Harry. Time is of the essence. Harry followed his gaze, observing the undulating hills and the dark forbidden forest in the distance, nodding gravely. He understood that Voldemort would not halt his advance due to the disappearance of Pink Toad. Yet at this moment, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of courage and resolve. He had friends, Dumbledore, and inscrutable allies like Quirk. No matter how daunting the future might appear, they would stand united in battle. With Umbridge's complete departure, it felt as though Hogwarts had shed a heavy shackle. The ancient castle breathing a sigh of relief beneath the sunlight, preparing to face the next and final storm that would determine their fate. An invisible undercurrent flowed through the magical realm. Yet within this millennium-old fortress, the flame of hope burned brighter than ever, ignited by the thunderous events of the previous night. Chapter 53. New Lessons and Echoes of the Past. However, for Harry Potter, the most significant change stemmed from his private lessons. At Dumbledore's behest, Quirk officially took over Harry's training in the art of mental defense. They no longer utilized the oppressive office of Snape in the dungeons. Instead, they convened in the Room of Requirement. Yunqi did not request the room to transform into any particular shape, but rather sought an utterly tranquil space conducive to mental focus and inner exploration. In response to his request, the room metamorphosed into an exceedingly minimalist sanctuary. The walls and ceiling were a pristine white, exuding a gentle radiance, while the floor was a smooth, dark jade, reflective as a mirror, with only a simple cushion at its center. Here, distractions were non-existent, and even the passage of time became an indistinct notion. Master your thoughts. As if steering a tumultuous river, perceive your inner self, akin to illuminating a shadowy lake. Once you truly comprehend and govern your mental realm, external intrusions become akin to pebbles cast upon a lake surface. Though they may stir ripples, they cannot disturb the profundity and essence of the water. This approach starkly contrasts with Snape's brusque method, which sought to forcibly evoke Harry's defensive instincts through invasive means. Yunqi's method was gentler, emphasizing internal fortification. Find your anchor. Yunqi guided, when the storms of the external world assail you, when chaotic thoughts attempt to engulf you, hold fast to your anchor. It is the testament of your existence, the fulcrum of your will. Yunqi also employed his unique, ancient magical powers. At times, he would gently press his palm against the scar on Harry's forehead. A cooling sensation akin to moonlight's serene and gentle embrace would gradually seep in. This power was not invasive. Rather, it served as a demonstration and guide, allowing Harry to personally experience that absolute sense of inner order and the construction of mental barriers. Under this guidance, Harry felt as if he could visualize his chaotic thoughts as the surface of a tempest-tossed sea, while Yunqi's mental strength stood as a silent and steadfast lighthouse. Unwavering amidst the raging storm, he endeavored to emulate that state, striving to ignite a small, personal lighthouse within his own mental realm. The process was slow and arduous, yet the results were undeniably evident. Harry discovered that, although he still experienced nightmares concerning corridors and stone doors, and Voldemort's emotions continued to seep through his scar, the frequency of his awakenings diminished, and the duration of that chilling malevolence that enveloped him upon waking also shortened. He became increasingly aware of which emotions belonged to him and which were external disturbances. Very well, Yunqi nodded approvingly after a successful meditation session. You are making progress, Harry. Remember this feeling. Tranquility itself is a form of power. When your heart is sufficiently calm and resolute, Voldemort will find it challenging to manipulate you through fear and anxiety. In addition to mental training, Yunqi began to incorporate more defense concepts based on ancient magical principles into the DA's activities. With Umbridge's threat alleviated, the DA meetings no longer required the previous levels of evasion, yet they remained vigilant, primarily gathering in the Room of Requirement. When explaining spells, Yunqi no longer confined himself to standard forms. He will analyze the intricate structure of the ironclad charm, demonstrating how to deflect attacks of various attributes through precise frequency adjustments. He will combine the obstruction charm with transfiguration, instructing on the rapid creation of shields. He has even begun to introduce some fundamental techniques that enhance spell efficacy by harnessing environmental magic, which are straightforward applications of the ancient magical philosophy of resonance with all things. The members' abilities are steadily advancing, particularly among the core group. Neville's obstruction charm has reached a level where it can simultaneously thwart two imagined adversaries. Ginny's disarming charm successfully neutralized a basic ancient magical trap set by Luna. And Luna's seemingly whimsical battle strategies occasionally yield extraordinary results, such as employing the joy charm to distract enemies. Through the process of teaching others, Harry has gained a deeper understanding of the spells he masters, further enhancing his practical skills. He senses that he is evolving from a wizard reliant on instinct and talent into one who comprehends and commands magic. However, tranquil days are always fleeting. The shadow of Voldemort has never truly receded. On a night in early April, Harry was once again jolted awake by an exceptionally vivid nightmare. This time, he was no longer possessing Nagini, but viewed through a clear perspective the sight of Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and a dozen other Death Eaters kneeling in a dimly lit graveyard. Voldemort's pale, serpentine figure loomed above, his voice filled with fury and undeniable command. The boy Potter can see what I see and feel what I feel. This is becoming perilous, Voldemort hissed. We must hasten our efforts to obtain the prophecy ball before Dumbledore and his little pests become aware. My lord, the Department of Mysteries defenses. Lucius stammered. There will be a way. Voldemort interrupted sharply. What I require is results, not excuses. If you cannot procure the prophecy ball for me, your existence will be utterly worthless. The vision shattered, and Harry bolted upright, drenched in cold sweat, his scar burning with unbearable pain. This time beyond fear. There was a profound shock and a sudden clarity. Voldemort's target was indeed the prophecy ball from the Department of Mysteries. Furthermore, he had recognized the danger of his connection with Harry, suggesting that he might resort to more extreme measures to sever this link or exploit it. He immediately roused Ron and instructed him to awaken Hermione and Luna by having the house elf Dobby deliver a note, a new emergency communication method they had agreed upon. By the hearth in the common room, Harry, pale-faced, recounted his dream. The prophecy ball. Hermione gasped. He truly seeks it, and he knows that you can see. This is far too dangerous, Harry. Ron said anxiously. He knows you can see. Perhaps next time he will set a trap, deliberately allowing you to perceive false information. Luna listened quietly, her brow furrowed. Once Harry finished, she spoke. This is crucial information, Harry. It confirms our suspicions and reveals Voldemort's current agitation. He craves that prophecy, but is wary of the connection between you two. She looked at Harry. This raises the stakes for your mental defense training. One must not only guard one's mind during passive invasions, but also learn to actively filter and discern the information perceived through connections, distinguishing the genuine from the possible bait deliberately presented by others. How should I proceed? Harry inquired eagerly. This undoubtedly represented a higher realm of understanding. Harry felt an immense pressure, yet recognized that this was a necessary step to take. Subsequently, Yunqi conveyed the latest dream content to Dumbledore through Fawkes. Meanwhile, subtle transformations were occurring within the castle. Professor McGonagall, assuming the role of a senior investigator, quietly reinstated many commendable traditions that Umbridge had abolished, such as encouraging student club activities, of course, under the supervision of professors, and restoring certain opportunities for extracurricular practice. Hogwarts was gradually recovering from its trauma. However, Yunqi sensed a deeper tension spreading throughout the magical realm. Through his resonance with the castle's magic, he could faintly perceive a persistent, albeit subtle, vibration from the outside world, possibly a rise in dark magic activity, internal currents within the Ministry of Magic, or even Voldemort's forces stirring in the shadows. One evening, he once again entered the Room of Requirement's secret chamber to update the four founders on recent events, particularly Voldemort's yearning for the prophecy ball and the new dynamics of his connection with Harry. To toy with prophecy is the folly of a fool, remarked Rowena Ravenclaw's portrait with calm detachment. Fate is akin to the stars. It can be observed, but is difficult to forcibly alter. An over-reliance on prophecy may lead one to become lost within predetermined paths, losing the ability to adapt to unforeseen variables. That descendant, referring to Voldemort, has evidently lost his way. Salazar, Slytherin scoffed. Driven by power and fear, he endeavored to control everything, oblivious to the truth that true strength emanates from understanding and applying the rules rather than resorting to brute destruction. Godric Gryffindor, however, was more focused on Harry's development. That boy's will is becoming resilient through trials. This is a positive sign. Courage manifests not solely in the moments of wielding a wand, but also in the steadfastness against inner fears and external temptations. Helga Hufflepuff, as ever, expressed her concern for the essence of life. The connection of souls is profound, serving as a torment for both children, referring to Harry and Voldemort. I hope you can find a way to alleviate the burden for the child named Harry. Yunqi. Yunqi solemnly vowed to do his utmost. He garnered further ancient knowledge on soul magic and mental defense from the four teachers, much of which was esoteric and challenging to comprehend. Yet it illuminated his path of study. He understood that to assist Harry in completely liberating himself from Voldemort's soul fragment influence, or at least to establish a sufficiently robust defense, the journey ahead would be long. Time quietly slipped towards May amidst the pressures of rigorous training, academic pursuits, and vigilance against unknown dangers. The stress of the OWL's exams loomed over the 5th and 7th year students like a tangible weight. Yet this time, the students of Hogwarts approached the challenge with a sense of relief from survival and a resolve to strive for their futures. Under Yunqi's guidance, Harry's mental barriers grew increasingly fortified, and his resistance against nightmares and Voldemort's emotional influence significantly strengthened. Yet both he and Yunqi were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Voldemort would not cease his relentless pursuit. The threat posed by the prophecy orb loomed ominously, akin to the sword of Damocles, suspended above Harry and the entire magical realm. The ancient castle stood resolutely against the warm winds of late spring, seemingly restored to its former tranquility. Yet all could sense that beneath this calm facade lay surging currents and an impending collision that would irrevocably alter their fates. Yunqi, the guardian who had traversed millennia, understood that she must seize every moment, amass her strength, and prepare for the inevitable final tempest. Chapter 54. The Smoke of OWLs and the Illusion of Calm. May arrived, imbued with a damp warmth and an increasingly palpable tension enveloping Hogwarts. The castle was replete with upperclassmen, their brows furrowed, clutching heavy tomes, and murmuring incantations under their breath. The library was overflowing, and Madame Pance's temper had escalated to new heights. Any sound exceeding a whisper would elicit her piercing glare and the flailing of her feather duster. The imminent OWLs, ordinary wizarding levels, and newts, nastily exhausting wizarding tests, hung over every concerned student like a leaden cloud. Even Fred and George Weasley, notorious for their disregard of school regulations, had temporarily curtailed their mischievous exploits, though their quick-acting skipping class suites continued to thrive in the black market, opting instead to clutch their textbooks in a last-minute effort to cram, albeit with the intent of applying confusion charms to the examination papers. Amid this universal atmosphere of preparation, the activities of D.A. had to be significantly curtailed. Large gatherings had ceased, replaced by smaller, targeted study groups. Hermione Granger was undoubtedly among the busiest, meticulously crafting a detailed revision timetable for herself, Harry, and Ron, with color-coded precision down to the hour, and tirelessly ensuring compliance, much to the chagrin of Harry and Ron. Hermione, my mind is on the verge of bursting with those dates of the Goblin Rebellions. Ron lamented, sprawled on the common room sofa, tossing aside his book on magical history. If you wish to avoid earning a troll on your OWLs, you had best memorize it, Hermione replied, her eyes unwavering as her quill danced swiftly across the parchment, organizing the key points from their charms class. And don't forget to practice the silencing charm. Professor Flitwick mentioned, it is likely to appear on the exam. Harry, too, felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Aside from his rigorous coursework, he was compelled to continue the mental defense training under Yunqi's guidance, while remaining vigilant against any messages Voldemort might send through their connection. Fortunately, as his meditative practices deepened, he found his ability to control his thoughts improving, enabling him to tackle academic pressures with newfound focus and organization. In this high-pressure environment, Yunqi's presence became a rare stabilizing force for Harry and his friends. Though he did not micromanage like Hermione, he possessed an uncanny ability to offer succinct and enlightening insights, just when Harry or Ron felt overwhelmed by a particularly complex potion recipe or the intricacies of Niven's translation, providing them with clarity through a unique perspective rooted in ancient magic. He resembled a tranquil mountain, steadfast amidst the tumult of external storms, his serene demeanor inadvertently influencing those around him. Yet beneath the calm surface of his preparatory life, an undercurrent of unrest perpetually surged. One fateful night, Harry jolted awake from a nightmare. This time the vision was particularly vivid and unsettling. He beheld Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who had slain Sirius in his original trajectory of fate, now ensconced in a dim, dust-laden chamber, murmuring to a resplendent, jewel-encrusted goblet, her face alight with a near-manic obsession. The aura of dark magic emanating from the goblet filled Harry with a wave of nausea, even in the realm of dreams. Swiftly, the scene shifted. He seemed to peer through a crimson veil, witnessing the immense form of Nagini, the serpent, writhing within a constricted space, her cold scales scraping against the stone walls, exuding a profound sense of protection and possessiveness, intricately linked to Voldemort as consciousness. He sat up in bed, his scar pulsing with pain, but it was the wickedness and potency embodied by the goblet and the colossal serpent that truly filled him with trepidation. Another Horcrux. The following day, during his mental training session, he recounted the dream to Yunqi. Upon hearing it, Yunqi's expression grew grave. The Hufflepuff goblet and that serpent Nagini. He pondered, indeed, Voldemort had fashioned them into Horcruxes. Moreover, it appeared he was scrutinizing them or perhaps showcasing them to his minions. What does this signify? Harry inquired anxiously. It may indicate he is solidifying his power or preparing for a significant undertaking, Yunqi analyzed, ensuring the safety of the Horcruxes, confirming they would not pose a problem when he executed his plans. That prophecy orb, He was determined to possess it. The OWL's examination week finally arrived, enveloped in a blend of fear, anticipation, and numbness. The exams were conducted in the Great Hall, transformed by magic to accommodate hundreds of single desks. The examiners dispatched by the Ministry of Magic included a venerable wizard named Professor Tofadai, who appeared on the verge of slumber, yet his gaze remained remarkably sharp, overseeing the entire examination process. The first subject was the theory of charms. Harry diligently scribbled down the key points emphasized by Professor Flitwick, recounting the insights from his practice. Beside him, Ron emitted groans of distress, seemingly stumped by a question regarding the principles of the cheerful charm. In contrast, Hermione's side was marked only by the swift scratching of her quill on parchment, her speed astonishing. The subsequent practical exams proved even more intense. Harry was required to flawlessly demonstrate a series of spells before Professor Tofadai, including the levitation charm, the color-changing charm, and the silencing charm. Upon successfully levitating a vase silently and altering its colors according to instructions, Professor Tofadai marked a check on his long parchment, muttering, "Well done, quite solid." Transfiguration, herbology, potions. One examination followed another in rapid succession. Harry felt as though he were a clockwork machine, tirelessly darting between the examination hall, the library, and the common room. Each day's conclusion left him feeling as though a portion of his mind had been hollowed out. During the practical examination of potions, he barely concocted the forgetfulness potion as demanded by Professor Toffety. Although the hue was slightly deeper than the standard sample, its efficacy appeared to be acknowledged. Professor Toffety sniffed, but did not immediately faint, merely stifling a yawn. Snape, resembling a colossal bat, silently patrolled the examination hall, his frigid gaze sweeping over each student's cauldron, adding an extra chill to the already tense atmosphere. The examination for the care of magical creatures class took place outside Hagrid's hut. The students were required to identify a series of magical creatures from images and describe their traits, subsequently feeding a blast-ended script safely, which incited several minor explosions and chaos. Finally, they demonstrated the correct approach to a hippogriff. Harry, Ron, and Hermione effortlessly completed the last task. Buckbeak seemed to recognize Harry, affectionately nuzzling his shoulder with his beak, which moved Hagrid to tears of joy. The History of Magic exam was a written test, relying on Hermione's highlighted notes and his own rote memorization. Harry managed to fill the parchment, albeit uncertain about whether he had confused the specific years of the Goblin Rebellion. Astronomy was conducted at midnight atop the highest tower. The night was clear, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. Following the requirements, Harry sketched the trajectory of Mars, the cold night breeze keeping him alert. Occasionally, he would steal glances at his classmate, Quirk, who was also diligently sketching. Under the moonlight, his profile appeared particularly serene, as though the surrounding examination chaos were of no concern to him. The defense against the dark arts exam was the most anticipated, and it felt particularly exhilarating. The theoretical portion encompassed the characteristics and countermeasures of various dark creatures, as well as the principles and applications of countercurses. The practical examination was even more thrilling. They had to demonstrate the shield charm, the stunning spell, the disarming charm, and even confront a dummy rigged with simple jinxes. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and most members of D.A. performed exceptionally well. When Harry cleanly deflected a weakened jinx cast by the examiner with a precise shield charm and swiftly countered with an accurate disarming charm, he caught a glimpse of unmasked admiration in Professor Toffety's eyes. This undoubtedly affirmed their entire year of self-study under Umbridge's oppression and their diligent training within D.A. As the bell signaling the end of the final divination exam, which Harry felt he had been rambling through, chimed, the entire fifth-year cohort erupted into cheers and screams of relief. The torment that had lasted nearly 2 weeks had finally concluded. A celebratory atmosphere enveloped the castle. Fred and George even covertly set off a few of their latest invention, the pain-free skiving snack box fireworks, which burst above the Great Hall, forming the letters O and W, drawing a stern yet not truly angry reprimand from Professor McGonagall. However, amidst this seemingly relaxed moment, Harry's scar flared with a sudden, excruciating pain, more intense than ever before. He clasped his forehead, staggering slightly, fortunately supported by Ron beside him. "Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione inquired in a panic. The scar, Harry gasped. "It hurts. He's furious, very, very angry." A fleeting, fragmented image flashed through his mind. Voldemort roaring, Lucius Malfoy trembling on the ground, the air thick with the scent of failure and dread. Had his plan unraveled? What had gone awry? Harry gasped, uncertain. Yunqi immediately approached, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder, a surge of ancient magical energy coursing through him, swiftly soothing the burning pain of his scar and the turmoil of his mind. "Calm down, Harry," Yunqi whispered. "Take a deep breath." He is enraged. But this does not concern you. Guard your mind. Do not be overwhelmed by his emotions. With Yunqi's assistance, Harry soon regained his composure. Yet the unease in his heart lingered. What did Voldemort's fury signify? What plan had faltered? Was it connected to the prophecy orb? The smoke of the OWLs had just begun to dissipate when the shadow of another, far more perilous examination loomed silently ahead. The false tranquility shattered, and Harry understood that he and his friends were about to be thrust into a battle far more dangerous than any written or practical test. This time, all they could rely upon was one another and the knowledge they had gleaned throughout this tumultuous year.